think we're gonna tap off of those ones. 1, 2, 3. Right there, guy. Oh, that guy in the middle, top point.
Oh, I understand.
Kind of like where was our ceiling. Now let's see if that'll be a floor.
Yeah, typical resistance. Yeah. I mean, support.
Right. This is what I was talking about a few days ago, is that we spent all this time working on this so that when we do move up in here, we have all this to fall back on. We aren't going to be, worrying about crashing through.
Yep, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah.
Right there. Bring the
And-
ceiling into a new floor.
And you've got on the, here, look at this, 860. This candle closes at 10:24 in the morning. So in 20 minutes about. Okay, here is the structure. This is these are the candles. Here's the volume profile. 1, 2, 3. Our candles sitting in here. Here's our support zones. This is the Williams alligator. You got this, the green, the red, the blue, and that's all above the 50 EMA. So there's a lot to have to come through before you get way down here to its 50 EMA at 106.4. So the pattern is more of an ascending pattern. It's not a descending pattern.
You just had your first structure break to the upside in this range.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We're up above the 5 EMA, the daily. The price just broke above its previous high. Then we have to come up here to the 109.585. So we're doing really well. Here's the 4 hour sitting right at the top of its volume profile. Just needs it. It needs just that boost up and out. Here's the previous local high. That's at 109.397 ish.
It's already given a little bounce on 109.75.
Yeah, we ate that liquidity.
But it's a very weak bounce. That's what I'm worried about.
There's still a lot of liquidity under it.
There is
a pretty
more
good amount.
There is more under than there is above.
It's closer. There's more under. It's closer. I haven't zoomed out up above. I couldn't tell you, but I can verify. But I can tell you, I can damn straight see it right under, like less than 200 under, all the way to
this liquidity up here.
Yeah, and a lot of shorts are opening just the liquidations are being just above the triple top high. So it's very likely that it could wick up to that level. But whether it's gonna have an all-time high, that's unlikely.
Oh, it all looks ripe and ready to go.
Yeah, I think just from a candlestick pattern perspective on the weekly, Bitcoin is telling you the whole story.
Top of the morning. What's going on, family?
Hello, Dbloc.
Morning.
Give me 1 second to put this coffee down, and I'll be on.
Coffee in the morning, that's that cortisol spike.
Okay, so we are off of that 50 MA on that 5 minute. We do need to cross over that 5 EMA and then the 13.
We're sitting on the 50 EMA, right? We're not over it.
Yeah. No,
Just yeah,
well,
we're
the way the marker is, we're sitting on it. We're not over it. No, we haven't closed over it. Now we just went under it. So we're dancing around it.
okay. Okay.
But that channel's moving upward,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
So this candle is pretty important right here. So you got it. There it goes.
Hold up, hold up. It's not over yet.
Mm-mm.
It just started.
Hold up.
Now we're over the
Wait a
50
minute.
MA. We're over the 50 EMA. We're tapping on the top of the 5 EMA. So the body of the candle is just in between all of it.
How many times does a specific number have to be hit before you could say it's not gonna break it?
Um,
So just back to that triple top. Imagine if it tries to go up to 109, 700, and it doesn't break it. What would that mean in this case? It's a short time frame. I understand that.
okay, so you're talking about up here.
Yeah, I mean, like 2 days ago, 6th of July, 7th of July, it had that run up to 109, 700 to try to break it, didn't. Then the next day it tried it again, it didn't. Then it was down, and then today it tried it again, like maybe an hour or two ago, and then it went down.
Well, to me, I look more at the angles and the movement of the averages and of the force. I'm not so concerned about how many times it has to, but the way in which it does is more important to me. I have to see. Let me show you what I mean.
No, you're probably trying to say like with what strength it tries to break it.
Correct, and where it comes at it from. For,
Oh yeah, if it comes all the way from the bottom, if the move up is really high, then it's more unlikely for it to break. And if it
that
was
and if it's meeting at a horizontal and on a curve, so this move has a lot more behind it than previous. It didn't have as much because you have these coming from underneath.
this one from
Yeah, when you come from underneath and then the larger moving averages provide the fuel and push those smaller faster moving averages up along with price, and then they close over their previous dips. That's what you're looking for. So when you look, when you see the correction fully move, it makes it much more convincing over that top. Sometimes you have to wait because there's another moving average that's over the top of it. I'm sorry, I'm getting this all.
the
So
longer it takes, the more likely it is because of the fact that the averages can
yes,
go
yeah,
up. Okay. Longer it
and
takes in an upper range. Okay.
yeah. So you have to look to see what is on top that's causing, that's not ready yet. So sometimes you have a descending moving average that is way too high, that price just can't reach, right? And so then it takes more time moving sideways for everything to kind of reorder and line up. But if you look here on the 5 minute, you've got your 800 on the bottom, you've got your 200 MA on the bottom, you have your 200 EMA on the bottom, and then your 50, see, look at this lift. You have a lift on the 50 MA because of this golden cross here. So the structure of the of this whole time frame is lifting above. So that's what I spent some time on the other day when I showed you how the 50 EMA on the 15-minute was coming up through that wedge. That was showing that and the 800 had moved up above. So it means that the whole structure was built above previous. And that means a whole lot because when you're 800, it takes this whole thing from this point. See how everything is down here, and now everything is up higher. All of this whole all of the moving averages are clustered right down here, and you could put a circle around it. And now everything is above that circle. And once we close our price up above here, you can see, you can make a new circle up here. And 50% or 3 o'clock, our 50-day moving average on the 5-minute is above 3 o'clock or halfway on that circle, which is above this 800 line right here. If I put a horizontal line right through there, okay, and this is our pivot, we're above the pivot. The 800 is now above that pivot. So we structurally, we have moved up on the 5-minute. I hope that made sense.
Yes, it definitely does.
Okay. And then you can see the 200-day moving average on the 5-minute has moved from this point on a low to up here now where it's making another low, but it's higher than over here. So that is significant. And then once we top this this area here, once we get over that, then that makes another high possible.
Okay.
So that's why that number that I gave you before of over 106,000, which is 107.11 and 109, is the reason why we want to look for that, because that means our whole structure is up high enough where we can count on it being more stable, because it then is having support above its 200 MA.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry if I get tongue-tied sometimes, and sorry.
No. I'm trying to understand your charts because they're very difficult to understand if you're seeing it for the first time. To me, then.
No problem.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's going on, family?
Good morning, D.
Morning.
I had a good bounce on that level.
Good morning, D.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody feeling?
Morning.
Popped up. We haven't invalidated that 3-day retracement yet. We've wicked off of it. We left the stopping volume candle on the 1 hour. Our invalidation for that stopping volume candle is at 109.2. We've got 39 minutes to invalidate that. My focus this morning has been on game. This thing has been an absolute monster. Brand new ETH treasury company just announced. More of a legacy play. But it has been a freaking rocket ship. Game. GAME.
Okay.
I shouldn't have to say don't chase, but it's Game Square Holdings. And they just announced that they're going full ETH treasury company.
It's wild how you're having all these pop up right now, right at the right time. All these big companies, even little companies, they all want to get in ETH now.
Good timing.
Tommy, whatever his name is, too. The Asian dude.
Ethereum staking is at all-time highs right now.
You know what else is? The short volume. It's perfect. Gotta love it, man.
Close eye on this thing just because goes up must come down. I am looking at some point to come back down into this gap. They gapped up. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that they already halted today. That's what I'd be shooting for. 50 EMA retest on the 5-minute. Clear that gap. Like the gap all the way down to the gap. I got an early half asleep on market open. Raj, the invalidation of the 3-day retracement, all that means is that we won't be able to count on midweek reversal. That's all. It's just 1 day of insecurity from direction. If the 3-day retracement holds together, then we can count on midweek reversal. We can count on the setup for the next weekend trap. Without it, we have to play tomorrow by momentum. If we hold it, we get to play the reversal. That's all. It's not really a huge difference. It is bullish though that they at least made an attempt.
What about the base case? Is that still valid?
Yeah, I mean, we had our bear case. We had our bull case, base case, bear case. Hold on, go over there. Right, bear case was 106. Base case was 104.3. Bull case was our bottom. Right, so the most bullish outcome was that it held the double bottom, and that would have been the bull case. So far, we haven't invalidated the 3-day retracement. That liquidity going down to the base case hasn't gotten any thinner. So until we invalidate, I still have to shoot for those buy orders. It could fall short. It doesn't have to go all the way, but we do have golden pocket vectors sitting right at 107. It's all gonna depend on whether we break out of this or not. Breaking out of this induces some FOMO. Right? The failure to break out will induce negative FOMO. Fear of missing out on selling. So 2 things to focus on if you're a bull here. Validate the 3-day retracement. And for God's sake, break out of this bearish channel as soon as you possibly can. Right? 1 is good, 2 is better. Meaning if you invalidate, but you don't break out of this bearish channel, we still have the same issue. It's all about liquidity, guys. So main question here is, have the bears stopped shorting? Right, we see the retracement. We see that they went through all the 100x liquidations, right? They swept those 100x's all the way up, cleared them out completely. Now on this retracement, we're starting to build those 100x liquidations above again. Slowly, scattered, nothing too crazy. Doesn't seem like they're degenerating too hard, right? We quantify the amount of degeneracy by how close they are to price. Right? Closer these move to price, the more degen, the more aggressive shorters are being. If you look at the longs, they're a tad bit closer. Right? They're pushing up. They're still underneath support. Right? So they have some defense for their shorts. But you see how they're starting to come closer and closer. This is what's gonna decide directionality. Right? The more aggressive side is gonna drag price towards them. Bears are more aggressive, price will keep popping. Bulls are more aggressive, price is gonna drop through support.
Yeah, the candle on the 5-minute chart is not very promising.
Like I said, on the hourly, you've got your stopping volume candle. If we were catching falling knives and we inverted and we were looking for entry, stopping volume candle off of a previous double bottom seems like a pretty good one, no? If you were sitting here trying to catch falling knives and go long, chances are you would have probably took a swing at this. So when we invert the scale, then we have to check our bias and say if that looked bullish, right? This looks bullish. Then we can't say this looks bullish or we're biased. If you look at this and you say if you look at this and say this looks bearish, then cool. Then yeah, then you're good. You know, your bias is in check. But if you flip it one way and it looks bullish, and you flip it the other way and it still looks bullish, you might have a bullish bias. You know what I mean?
I get it.
It's just a way to check yourself. It's just a way to check your bias.
I've been looking for that option on Bybit, but I can't find it.
I'm not sure. I haven't used Bybit for a while.
Nah, Bybit is the only one, and I have by chance the opportunity. They made an error with my account where I could use leverage. On the other ones, I can't use leverage at all in Belgium. Because I tried to recreate with some of the members.
Yeah.
And they can't do it.
Interesting. You fell through the cracks.
I don't know. I have no idea how I did it. I'm being dead serious.
We should never talk about this again.
Thank you.
Last thing you need is some Bybit tech support just chilling in the channel.
Interesting. They just said Well, this was 40 minutes ago. Nvidia becomes first company to clinch 4 trillion in
4
market
trillion,
value.
man. 4 trillion market cap, knocked it out.
And their stock's going down. Go figure.
Yeah, but their last lineup of GPUs was shit.
It's insane how baby we are as an industry. That shit
Yeah,
just dwarfed the entire crypto industry. We're not even at 4 trillion with every coin.
I think you're the one manipulating the markets. You came
Damn.
online. Look at the shit you're doing right now.
I am do not take any responsibility. I'm just a messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
Look at this shit, man.
Candle structure, man. Candle structure and liquidity. Motivation to the top side runs out. Retail motivation to push runs out. There's liquidity to the downside. Market maker does not sit around and just chill. He will go make money. So it'll flow towards liquidity.
Man, I picked one hell of a day to be bullish.
Three-day retracement still intact. We'll know better by tonight.
Yep, we're down here at that 800 and that daily open. I do think if we can regain this level and the 4-hour closes above here, and then we're okay.
Hey guys, mic check, mic check. Is the volume okay?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys notice that we are actually making lower highs every time on the daily, especially since like the last all-time high? I've been trying like to keep bullish, but I've been looking at it. I don't think the cycle is over or anything, but it's been like kind of a cautionary tale to look at that information, because every time we try to push, we actually make a lower high, and this time was no different.
I agree with you, bro. The weekly's a little scary too because of the amount of volume. You just switch to the weekly and look at our last 2 weekly volume candles. Insane how low we are.
They look weak.
Yeah. I mean, some of the lower highs that we're getting are good because they're sort of canceling some of these divergences that we have across the board. But we need to see under no under no terms can we see the volume stay at the level that it is now for the next 2 weeks. It has to pick up. We're extremely volume divergent on the weekly, and if volume doesn't pick up, price will correct to volume. If volume doesn't correct to price, I think we've got a really bullish couple weeks coming up, so I'm not freaking out just yet. But yeah, I mean, if we stay at this level of volume and exchange volume stays as low as it is, we're gonna have some issues. What is it? Trump called it short-term pain.
Yeah, because I've been trying to keep my bias in check, because I'm super bullish every time we pump like $100 and like I'll go into the moon. But it's like really important to kind of zoom out and keep your head level to like the actual data. And I hope we will eventually break out and make new highs. But we're actually making every time lower highs, and it's been kind of like concern to me.
Yeah.
Was anybody watching the SPY as far as the dip in the last 3 minutes?
No.
My core 50 stocks, 37 of them just dropped like 0.8%. I thought there was some sort of news or something. Something happened last 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, mine all dropped as well.
Yeah, I was in another channel. They're like, "Oh, that's just a small deal." Not when 30, of your core stocks. I keep 50 of them active. I sold off all my Nvidia, very close to top 163. SUGP, which I advocated, I bought today, went up 270%. Not a huge position in it, just a micro position. But I sold off Amazon. I've sold off huge amounts. Hood, I sold that off. Something happened. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to find the news channels. Over.
Yeah, it's hard for me to tell. The only legacy play I'm in right now is that Game Square just announced a ETH treasury holding or ETH treasury
Okay.
strategy.
Not GME.
No,
GME.
no. Game
Okay.
Square.
Mm.
This
I've
thing
been
is
watching that
up.
one.
Frickin'
Yep.
3x.
Yeah, the only thing I see is 14 minutes ago from CNBC, the Senate Banking Committee holds a hearing on building digital asset markets, which you think would be something positive for the crypto side. But
Sure.
there's no
And
news
there's
coming out of it. They're just talking about the
there's
meat.
only one report today. I don't understand it. I mean, it was pretty massive. Look at the SPY. Just chart the SPY. That was a drop. Okay. Enough from me. Over.
We're at the pivot point here. So, wasn't Trump announcing or writing more tariff letters out this morning or just
We were
now,
supposed
maybe?
to get some announcements from a couple countries from what they were like teasing
Yeah,
yesterday.
but I think more letters were going out today. So maybe that was something in the news just now. I don't know.
Bulls, your one last hope here. That 800 EMA on the
Yeah.
15-minute. Yeah, we've been saying that above bullish, below bearish. Bulls did a good job of holding it, pushing away. But we're about to test that again now. Yeah.
If we go under that line, then could we expect a triple bottom?
It's possible. I mean, we just got a triple top. Our range has been very double. I mean, look at how I love symmetry, but
Yeah, I
at some point it gets kind of ridiculous, right? Like we topped out
one of the twists.
we topped out at a double top, then we put a double top in at the lower high. Then we turned that into a triple top, broke it, turned that into a triple top, and now very well could come down and triple bottom.
And if the bottom doesn't hold, then we could expect the base case.
Bottom doesn't hold, they come after this liquidity. I think they're coming after this regardless. Haven't seen anything to sort of fake it yet.
So yeah, I had another question, if you don't mind. When you said Sunday there was going to be a 3-day retracement, how I understand retracement is always down.
Yeah.
From a specific top.
Yeah.
But in this case, you had the first day, which was a down. The second day, you did say that one of the 3 days is going to be an up and a little bit move up. But then the third day is supposed to be today, so we should be expecting this down move, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I understood it good then. Okay.
And that's if our weekly sort of market maker cycle plays textbook. Right.
It seems like it in the first yeah.
Right now he's pretty much in control. I mean remember I said when the weekend trap is textbook, you can sort of expect the week to be textbook. So the weekend trap for the most part, even though we had a weird trap because of Thursday and Friday CME opening everything, the zone that we ended up putting in was very textbook. Trap long, trap short, weekend trap. Freed the trap long, retested the trap, put in our top for our false move Monday, or our false move week beginning, at our 3-day retracement, or in the middle of our 3-day retracement. So that gives me more hope for our midweek reversal, which would be tomorrow or tonight, and then going into another weekend trap setup. Remember, our goal is to get these weekend traps higher than the last. That's it. As long as we're slowly putting in higher and higher weekend traps, we're building floors. Weekend traps are really good for building support. because we stay there
Oh,
for a
that's what it is.
long time, right? So we can just keep stacking, coming up, stacking. Like even this drop down came and held the last weekend trap, right? So you can come underneath it, right? We still came down underneath on the 3-day retracement on this one, but our midweek reversal took us to a new level, and then we trapped higher. Oscar, you got an open mic, brother.
In the car.
I hate that, bro. Once you switch to your car and your Bluetooth picks up, it usually unmutes your mic on Discord.
Yeah, don't just go ahead and drive.
We used to have somebody in here that drove trailers, right? Like 18-wheelers, and had a little tablet. The price,
That's
like,
good to know.
bro,
I didn't know he does that.
like, bro, we need you to drive. We need you to focus on the driving right now. Oh shit, my mouse died. Give me a second. No, we're stuck on this screen for a second, yo. Technical difficulties.
In Dbloc,
Yeah.
on that channel that you have drawn, there's that arrow pointing down. Is that an actual size of the drop you're expecting, or are you just showing a movement?
That's the measured move.
So that's where you actually expect how low to go, huh?
Yeah.
Scary.
Are you talking about the Bitcoin chart?
Yeah. Remember our our measured moves from patterns sort of pave the road, right? Like that tells you, okay, this is the distance that this play or this car can travel. Now, the second part to that is gas. Just because the road's paved doesn't mean you have enough gas to get to the end. Right?
Could you please put it up on YouTube, because in Discord it's the maximum amount.
I can't. You gotta give me a second. My
bad.
No, you're good. I just plugged my mouse and my mouse died. It takes a second for it to charge up. We're sort of stuck on the screen right now.
And just because that's the measured move doesn't mean we have to stop there. We can keep going too. Could we roll downhill?
I think my mouse died because the universe is trying to tell me that I need to be watching this chart right now. Forced focus.
Or to go touch grass, get away.
Right? Nah, hell no. There's no way. I can't walk away from this gameplay. This shit is so overextended.
Maybe you need to play some games.
I don't think Deep plays games.
I'm a big gamer.
Hey,
I just
well,
wish
you
I
got
had
time
more
for that?
time. But
Exactly, that was my point.
yeah. What's the shortcut to change windows? To change tabs? Anybody? I know some of you Windows guys out there have all this shit memorized.
Yeah, Alt and Tab normally. Either the Windows key itself and Tab, or Alt and Tab, one of the two, to switch between windows.
Oh, did something, but
Try space
Yeah,
bar.
you got it almost. You got it almost. No, that's the.
Sorry, control.
yeah, well, we're back. We're back. We're back.
Yes.
So, what were you asking about?
The measured move. The other guy asked whether that's what we were expecting.
Yeah. So, okay. So originally, when we put in this bearish channel, this was our full measured move, right? It's not my only reasoning for this drop, but we already had these targets and that sort of lined up, right? The difference is that now we've moved so far through this flag that it's no longer a flag, it's just a bearish channel, right? When you're charting a flag, you take the entire pole. You take it from the pole down to the lowest part in the flag, and then you drop that at the break, wherever price happens to break, and that's your measured move, right? But we've extended so far that this flag is just a bearish channel now. Bearish channels, you take the width of the channel as its measured move, and you drop it on the break. Right, so technically, the potential for this drop only brings you down to 107. The problem with that is that coming down to 107 puts you right in the middle of these 100x liquidations. That brings you right to golden pocket. That's sitting right in the middle of this vector gap. That's just a stone's throw away from this liquidity that's waiting to buy Bitcoin. So you get my thought process now? As the car goes rolling downhill and picking up gas, it still has motivation underneath, right? Market maker gets paid off of vectors, market maker gets paid off of filling orders, market maker gets paid off of clearing liquidations. So unless retail comes in, right, meaning unless the tape lights up and retail comes in to fight against market makers' motivations, chances are you're going for those targets. At the end of the day, when market makers in control, the important thing to think about is cost-benefit analysis. Right? How much do you make going up? How much do you make going down? How much does it cost to go up? How much does it cost to go down? Typically, it errs on the side of greed. Right? Most money for the least amount of money expended, which means they tend to run with sentiment, not counter. It's cheaper to run with sentiment than it is to fight sentiment. But that's what patterns are for, right? Patterns are made to shift sentiment. So yeah, it's bearish now, you're in a bearish channel, cool. But if price comes down and starts to build a W, all of a sudden that sentiment starts to shift. And then it becomes easier for market maker to move up. The reason we watch retail patterns is not because we live and die by them. It's because they're signs, they're invitations, they're party invitations that are sent out from market maker to retail. Right? 9 times out of 10, if you trade with the market maker or if you trade with liquidity, which is what we're talking about, then you end up on the right side of the trade 9 times out of 10, in my experience. Yeah, the reason I pay so much attention to sentiment, Raj, isn't necessarily like, oh, are we bullish? Is everybody going to buy? Or are we bullish? Are we bearish? Is everybody going to sell? It's more, are we bearish or are we bullish? What's the path of least resistance? Diaries with the super chat. Super chat. Appreciate you, brother.
Immigrant diaries.
Mm-hmm. Nah, brother. I appreciate it. That makes it mean even more. All right, coming back down into that gap here. Not financial advice, and even after filling this gap, you are extended, very much extended on game. But me personally, just because of where my entry is, I'm comfortable putting in some of my profits back into the game at the well, literally back into the game at the bottom of that vector gap. I mean, at the bottom of that session gap. No, that should be it, Raj. You'll get it automatically. Let me double check to make sure that the bot send it to you, but I appreciate you, man. Let me see. Cypher family roles. Yeah, you're good to go, brother. You got it. If your name is yellow in the chat, then you've got the Cypher family role already. On Discord. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah. The subs for if you join a membership on YouTube, yeah, it's green. If you join the top tier on YouTube, it comes with the Cypher family role for free. Because you actually pay more by being in the membership on the top membership on YouTube, the patron one, right? That's just to support the channel. The cheapest way is the $50 one-time fee. Yeah, Discord is a bit of a swamp, guys. You guys got to be careful with anybody that you talk to on your messages on Discord. I'll never contact you first. I'll never add you as a friend first unless we talk about it like on voice. Not because I don't want to talk to y'all and I don't want to be friends. It's just because it becomes impossible to tell a scammer from the real thing. Telegram is like that too. Telegram is a swamp. F13, appreciate you your support, bro. Big Cypher patron. W's.
I just want to say, sorry, Dbloc.
You can.
I just want to say someone is scamming my BJ name too.
Yeah, it's
so
dumb.
It's the same thing.
F13, hit me up on Discord, bro, and I'll send you your role for the Discord. Unless you have it already. All right, let's micromanage. All right, bet. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, there's always an extra underscore or a dot or a double letter. Crazy thing is that I used to try to drive them crazy by just changing my profile picture all the time. And they literally on the same day you change your profile picture, there'll be a one with a brand new profile picture, like they're watching in real time. Yeah. Yeah, you're right about that, Neve. The reason it's so aggressive is because it works. You don't put that much time and effort into a scam that doesn't work. And it sucks, bro, because I don't even want to think about the amount of people that have come in, got scammed, and are just like, yeah, screw this shit. You know what I mean? And then they just go away. It's like, damn. Yeah, but they're not doing it for $50. The scammers are offering, at least my scammers are offering copy trading. Get into this program, go to this site, download this copy trading thing, sign up for it's deeper than the $50. I think they're starting to do the $50 one now because I keep saying over and over, I'll never ask you for anything but $50 one-time fee, and I'll never jump in your box. So maybe they're like, they're trying to be less obvious by making it just 50. But if you're somewhere in another country, $50 is worth your hustle. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even want to think what happens when AI agents get a hold of these scams, or when I should say when scammers get a hold of AI agents to start doing this shit on a mass, like on a mass scale, you know? Yeah, you want to get back above support if you can. We're in vector recovery now from those vectors we dropped, but you want to climb back above this 50 so you can get bullish momentum here. So that 13 crosses the 50. We haven't flipped yet. Pretty sure that was you, Mike. Nah, these hackers are good, bro. They found a way to hack the moderator wrench and everything. Crazy. Stop snitching, H. This is sanctioned. We'll get a green vector through this 50. We already shrunk that gap a little bit on game. Still trying to move on this 50 here. Come on, game, do the thing or I'm gonna take more profits.
The U.S. Senate Banking Committee, Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse from XRP, and basically Ripple is testifying. That's what's happening live now.
That first sentence is crazy to hear out loud.
It's insane, buddy.
To be able to say that. Holy shit.
There was a time when this was like a
Unheard of. Are you shitting me? Bro, you would have been laughed
so
out.
many years, dude.
Bro, even
You
if
got it immediately when I said it. I love it.
if you try to sell a movie, like if you tried to write a movie and sell it to Hollywood with this script, they would probably just laugh you out of the room. Be like, you're gonna need to go rewrite that. Too unbelievable.
Yeah. Funny. You immediately jumped on it.
Nuts, man. Some of the movement that we've seen in the past 2 years is just crazy, and not even obviously price wise, but just underneath the scenes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And
We've been through a lot, man. We've been through a lot.
they're not gonna give it to me. I wanted this to pop up one more time here so I could peel a little bit of profits before it went back into that gap. But the reason that this caught my interest is because this is one of the first Ethereum treasury companies that actually will be buying Ethereum. A lot of these other companies that have gone treasury company already were holding Ethereum and they just put them on the books. Game is a bit different. I don't know what game itself stands for, but for me it stands for gonna acquire mad Ethereum.
I like that one. I guess GameStop's doing the same thing, but with Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's the talks. One of these companies is gonna get it horribly wrong, though. You know that, right? Because
What do you mean?
they don't all have Michael Saylor. Like Michael Saylor level of like religiousness about Bitcoin. So what's gonna end up happening is as time goes by and these treasuries get bigger and bigger, they're gonna start to leverage. They're gonna start to over leverage themselves and try to squeeze and squeeze. And some of them are gonna find themselves during a big, you know, during a big bear market, maybe lasts a little bit longer than anybody expected, aren't able to cover. Like MicroStrategy is successful not only because of the strategy itself, but because the guy behind it that's implementing it is religious. Like there's no, they are just going to sell and acquire, sell and acquire, sell shares, acquire Bitcoin, sell shares, acquire Bitcoin.
Right. No flimsy hands.
Little scared of what another CEO, like imagine the CEO of GameStop holding the amount of Bitcoin that Michael Saylor has, or even half of the amount, or even a quarter of the amount. You know, I don't know how he feels. I don't have the same security of feeling. You're not just gonna wake up in the middle of the night and say, "All right, cash out. Thanks for the money, suckers."
Yeah, especially GameStop. Definitely feels like a last resort kind of thing, like a lifeline. I don't think they really had a choice.
Same thing with MicroStrategy, though. I mean, that was a desperation play. MicroStrategy was flat.
Yeah, but Michael, he transformed though. Like that's like final form right there. Like that's not something you can get at GameStop or Sophie. I don't know if you heard of Sophie. That's a legacy stock. They basically pulled the same route, and now they're acquiring. I'm pretty sure it was Bitcoin. And yeah, if it just started going up recently after years.
Raj, yeah, stopping volume candle on the 30-minute off the 50 EMA. Right, so to invalidate that, you have to close a body underneath that candle in the next 16 minutes. But so far, red vector, stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing if it closes where it is now. But the close of this candle is going to be very important. Last thing you want to do is go double stopping volume or get a a stopping volume candle to the top. They took all that shit back, didn't they? Almost like they heard me. Still got 15 minutes though. That's the thing about these longer time frame candles. It takes a while for them to cook out, obviously. Yeah, you've got, it's like a lightsaber war, right? You've got, well, there's not enough volume in the current candle. There probably will be by the time it closes, but there's not enough volume for it to be a stopping volume candle, but you can see the sort of fight that I mean. Tomorrow should be where we pivot. Tonight or tomorrow. Like late night tonight or tomorrow. Just cycle wise. This getting up early shit is crazy. I don't know how y'all do it on a regular basis.
Yeah, you tell me.
feel like I've been up all day. I just glanced over. It's 11.
Yeah, I was up way too late last night. I got 4 hours in, and man, the coffee's not working. The worst part is if I just had gone to bed, I would have done better.
Yeah.
That is the worst part.
Yash, if we were to close above the invalidation, then we would play the next 2 days by momentum. Right? That's the only difference. We'd be running the next 2 days just off of momentum and liquidity without having the underlying thesis of the structure of the cycle, the weekly cycle. It's like a framework that my trades sit on, right? As long as they stay within certain metrics. Once you go outside of those metrics, then I fall back on momentum. I'm not gonna be happy until the Senate turns into some of that like shit you see in Parliament where they're throwing stuff at each other and they're waving their fingers in each other's faces. Liar. Great. I mean, it looks kind of crazy, like some of these Indian Parliament ones were like fighting, throwing chairs and shit. But it's like, bro, at least you could tell they care. You know what I mean? If you're that upset to throw a chair across the Senate floor, then at least I know that you're emotionally invested in your constituents. It's not like
Dude,
us,
my
bro. We
dad
have
was
these votes. We have these votes and nobody shows up. You see 70 empty chairs.
What the heck is going on here?
Not a whole hell of a lot.
Well, looks like a decent amount of volatility for a Wednesday morning.
Yeah, we tried to invalidate that top from the 3-day retracement, but turned that double top into a triple top, did the hokey pokey, and we turned ourselves around.
Swing fail.
What it's all about.
Yeah. That's what it's all about, babe. I
I
need to
mean,
be
they're
awake earlier.
worth watching, Ardor. Remember, it's not that they're predictive, right? It's that if that is a pivot, then they'll hold. So it's just a way to judge structure. Just you have to really respect your invalidations.
This live feed for the banking committee the Ripple CEO, Brad Garlinghouse, and everyone. It's really funny watching these people. There's this guy. He looks like the old Gary Gensler, but he's a professor, and he knows, obviously, he knows way more than anyone else here. And he's older than them, but he knows more than them about what's going on. And this one senator, she tries to make a statement, and she says, "So this mem coin,
Oh boy.
a mem coin." I know shit.
You guys remember when we made all that money on fecal coin? We were watching some congressional hearing, and the guy was talking about shit coins, and he was like, "Well, you know, meme coins," and he was like, "You guys have another name for it. We'll just call them fecal coins." And then somebody went on Pump That Fund and just pumped the hell out of fecal coin.
Funny. Well, yeah, they add it again. It's actually funny watching it now.
Some of these meetings, at least there's smart people in the room. In the beginning, bro, it was horrible. They were literally just looking at each other, trying to figure the shit out in real time.
It's so refreshing just having a panel there sitting, answering all these old croons, and they know
Hey guys, just real quick,
everything about.
sorry. I was watching Bloomberg and it said Trump said no extensions after August 1st, the tariff deadline.
I believe it when he puts something on paper, man. But we
Yeah, no, just
should.
letting you know that
I think the responsible way. I think the responsible way to play it is assume that we will have some sort of deal on the first.
Yeah, I mean he's a businessman. That's the way they usually do it. It's the hard sell up front and be like, well, what do you want to work with? You know what I mean?
Carrot and stick.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're good.
How are you? You better be sorry, punk.
Hey, listen, I play punk rock and I sing it. Does it make me a
Really?
punk? Maybe. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
and metal. But I
Hell
like
yeah.
punk better. It's more fun. It's hard
What
to
do you?
sing metal when you're like, what am I supposed to like be yelling and being pissed about? I can do it, but why? Punk's just, like it's nice. It's aggression. Fun.
Play guitar?
Yeah. Acoustic, electric, and bass.
Nice. I used to
It's
play
pretty
guitar in a
fun.
punk band too. Well, guitar and sing.
What kind of punk?
Just not like really heavy, just like sort of like alternative punk.
Skate punk?
No, hard to
More boy band stuff.
kind of
Boy
describe.
band stuff?
Like like Alkaline Trio.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, Alkaline Trio. Well, that's kind of falls within skate punk. No Effects, Alkaline Trio, um, Pennywise,
Yeah,
uh, Melon
that sort of
Colin.
stuff.
Come on, game. We can get through this gap here. We should be able to pop up to 245 on game pretty quickly. If we are going to come down into that gap, I want to see a nice chunky lower high.
Hey, BG, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Is there did the end of a flag, was it just built right now? Is it going for a flagpole?
We're going to go up again,
Like a
yes.
Yeah, okay, because I was seeing a descending triangle right there, but wasn't too sure. I didn't see it until I kind of laid everything out, like stretched it out so it wasn't so compressed. But yeah, I could see it might be going up right here.
Mm-hmm. We have this
Gracias
rising
por el
wedge.
confirmación.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's okay. We have a this rising wedge here, and so we'll have confirmation as soon as we can get over that 50 MA with convincing strength on the 5-minute. But this ellipse is what we're working on here.
See ya. Thanks.
I'm trying to single it out here. So the head, you know, this has been the area that we've been, you know, working on. We have to break through. So we're still at those in the same numbers again, you know, the 109.3 to 109.5 and then the 109.7, and it's along this seam right here. We're almost, you know, we'll be past it if we don't cross it here. In other words, that curve will end here on this X. So if we fall forward here and fall under the 200 MA on this white dashed line, dotted line, then we miss the boat. And so that's why I have this note, the 4-hour can't close below here, and then we'll fall down. See this pattern here. So we either go up here now and do this thing, or we won't. And it's all do right here. So that's the deal.
I got my
But
fingers and my toes crossed.
yes, but I believe that's what we're gonna do. This is here's the angle on the upside. So we have to close over this and stay above here. So that's why I'm trying to keep this out so it's visual. It's not easy to do, but I'm trying. So we have this little tiny gap right here. We have to close and we have to go this way up. See between the daily open, you can see here, let me put this between the white and the orange, and you see that purple little sliver?
Yeah, between the white and the orange, yeah.
That's the 5
That little
EMA.
alleyway.
Yes.
Alleyway.
Yeah. Right here, and then this red line on the ascending, see? Look, it's so perfect, it's ridiculous. I know. Okay, so the 800 is underneath here, and then we have to rise up. All right, so if I put the 1 minute on and you see the ribbon, it'll shock you how. Let's see.
Accurate.
Yeah, but if we're gonna fail, oh, see now this you don't see that gap. Isn't that crazy?
On the 1 minute, you don't see it. Oh yeah, you don't see
No,
the alleyway,
because
right?
you don't see the you
So
don't
close.
see the yeah. Where's my ellipse now? So let's go to the 5 minute. See how look at how that seam fills. Isn't that strange? So I didn't do anything but just change my time frame, but it's like it closes it up because the price is over that line. That's just weird.
Yeah.
It just always amazes me. Look at how fine that is. Crazy. The 200 EMA is right underneath price there. See?
Yeah, I'm trying to listen to this hearing out of one ear. Watch the chart.
Why doesn't anyone tell him that meme coins is not innovation? Don't know where he got that from.
somebody falling
No,
asleep?
yeah, we're 2.0.
Oh, we gotta be quiet.
Shh.
It wasn't me. I was muted.
I do like that stopping wick candle there. Came down, bounced hard off the 200. It does look like there's still big gaps down there, Dbloc.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna hit up the dispensary, go get some groceries. Keep the charts warm for me. Don't let it cool off.
All right, I peeled a little bit off this game. So we got that move through the volume gap that I was looking for to be able to take a little bit of profit off. See if we can hit this gap now.
So far, Loomis made the most sense in her speech now in the Senate meeting.
GM. No one on voice.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Hey, morning, Drew. Happy to hear your voice.
Top of the morning.
Top of the morning.
Or afternoon or night or evening, wherever you are in this world right now.
It's midnight here.
Burning the midnight oil while Bitcoin's about to break all-time high. Can it do it? I think it can. Gonna give it one more try right here, see if we can break this local high, see if we can push it right now, this 1230 candle. They're pushing, they're pushing. My target's still around 117K on Bitcoin. Maybe not today, but this week. So what? There's tariffs on Iraq, 30%, Libya, 30%, Brunei, 25%, Algeria, 30%, Moldova, 25%, Philippines, 20%. Big whoop. Uh-oh. Linda Yassarino steps down as CEO of X. That is big news. What's cooking at X.com that she stepped down? Uh-oh. Did her and Elon have a little beef? She's like, I just can't do this no more, Elon. It's too much. You just go, you're off the rails, like Donald Trump said. She is known for her ties to the World Economic Forum. And I don't think they're too happy about what Elon's about to unleash, this beast on X.com. It's going to be a bank. It's going to be an exchange. It's going to be an investment vehicle. It's going to be many things. And I bet you her colleagues at the World Economic Forum are probably like, you know what? We don't really like that you're helping Elon do this. Either you put a wrench in his spokes or you just step down. I mean, that's just my conspiracy, you know. I love my conspiracies. She probably found out she was resigning. She's like, oh yeah, I just found out I'm resigning.
That's hella funny.
And of course, I leave to go to the dispensary and to go get groceries, and we start pumping. Awesome.
Of course.
Man, we're not gonna stop pumping for 3 years. I'm telling you guys, this is how it's gonna
Well,
be.
I'm in a long right now, so I'm surprised I'm not totally tanked. But you guys are welcome, 'cause I left.
This is going to be the 3-year pump. It's going to have some whiplashes, and people are going to get tossed around like nothing, and people are going to, get spooked out and shooken out. But I think we're just going to do a bullish megaphone pattern for 3 years, and that bullish megaphone, those hurt, man, because people don't expect, that broadening wedge when it's just kind of inverted and going, the magnitude just getting bigger and bigger, and people are like, wait, how did we have a floor of 90K? And then we have a floor of like somewhere lower, but we still whip up higher. It's like, man, those things could happen. But I think, forget Bitcoin, just some of these alts, dude, they're about to rip. And I think they're going to rip for 2.5, 3 years.
Hopefully. I'm hopefully we get up so I can like get a little bit in my bags and then just go back to get my, thanks a lot, my other round trip bag. All right, boys, keep those charts, and girls, ladies and gentlemen, actually, keep those charts warm for me, please. Don't let them cool down.
So it looks like she has some lawsuits too. And there's some lawsuits against Elon, and she's probably like, maybe she wants to step down because she doesn't want to be involved in any of these lawsuits. So here's her post. When Elon Musk and I first spoke of his vision of X, I knew it would be the opportunity of a lifetime to carry out the extraordinary mission of this company. I'm immensely grateful to him for entrusting me with the responsibility of protecting free speech, turning the company around, and transforming X into the everything app. I'm incredibly proud of the X team. The historic business turnaround we have accomplished together is nothing short of remarkable. We started with the critical early work necessary to prioritize the safety of our users, especially children, and to restore advertiser confidence. This team has worked relentlessly from groundbreaking innovations like Community Notes and soon X Money to bring the most iconic voices and content to the platform. Now, the best is yet to come as X enters a new chapter with XAI. X is truly a digital town square for all voices and the world's most powerful culture signal. We couldn't have achieved that without the support of our users, business partners, and the most innovative team in the world. I'll be cheering you all on as you continue to change the world. As always, I'll see you on X. Someone's got an open mic over there.
All right, hold on. We need to check to see if XAI is pumping.
So it seems like she didn't step down with any beef. I think they're just moving on to bigger and better things. She might be protecting herself, though, a little bit.
XAI, that thing has not pumped since like it came out.
Well, XAI has nothing to do with the official XAI of X.com.
Yeah, it's still at 5 cents. Yeah, this thing's still garbage. After like 2 years. All right, never mind. I got excited for a second. I'm holding a bag of that crap.
I remember you talking about it like a year ago and be like, man, this is the deal. Get in now.
Yeah, I got screwed. Well, I wasn't saying get in now, but like, I mean, I did buy
No.
a fair amount of it, and that shit just went down.
I remember when you were hyped up on it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember what that coin was, and I've thought of it from time to time. I've always wondered where it was.
Yeah, it's at 5 cents. Price discovery to the downside. Or at least it has been for a while. It actually just put in a higher low.
I'm holding the bag of garbage to you, so don't feel bad. I don't even want to say the name of it because it's so bad.
Maybe
I'm
you guys
holding
should
many bags of garbage.
maybe you guys should go through your bags of garbage and see what's worth at least using for compost. You know?
No, because as soon as I sell all these shitters, they're gonna just pump like hell. So I'm either gonna break even or and get out of them, or just hold them long term. You know, I'm not gonna invest
One
anymore.
of them's got to pump. One of them's got to pump.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe got like 83 positions open on Coinbase, spot positions, or 84.
I mean, I've been holding frickin' XYO for like years and years and years.
Oh yeah,
Some XYOs too.
That shit, like, and it went up to like 4 cents, and I did sell some of it, but I mean, if I can hold that thing for that long, like, I could probably hold anything.
XY was my baby.
I've been holding all of them. Let's go.
But yeah, some of these alts are pushing pretty nice, man. If you look at their Bitcoin pairs, even ETH BTC, XRP BTC, Doge BTC, Solana BTC, even Sui BTC, everything on the BTC pair is looking like BTC is losing a little bit of strength compared to some of these alts. Dominance sort of peaking down, not that much, but you could kind of see it in these pairs in the charts that Bitcoin's starting to lose a little bit of momentum compared to the alts.
Drew, don't forget each of those 80-something coins, I've bought multiple times too at low price. So I have like hundreds and hundreds of orders open. It keeps it real.
Yeah, because it's crazy. You'll see one that like has no volume. You'll be like, oh my God, this only has $20,000 of volume per day on like Coinbase for the last 3 weeks. And then like 4 weeks, the week after you sell it, somebody comes in and pumps it, and that happens, Some of these like they just don't move. They barcode for months and months, and then someone either OTCs it or steps in and just starts a party.
Hey Drew, check the bubble chat and feeds a voice.
Is there a way to share through Coinbase which ones I hold? Like, so I could just like share that with a friend or something?
They used to have that. I don't know if they still do, like a way to do your report. I think there's a way you can hide it. I'll check. What is that?
I wouldn't recommend that anyway, Joe. I wouldn't recommend that.
Old school spell. Oh yeah, remember that sucker?
Spell.
I got
Yeah.
millions of them.
What is that you posted?
That's some garbage I'm in right now.
Okay.
That's my ugly bag right there. Daily volume of $283. Yeah, this is gonna be a winner.
Is that volume on one exchange?
No, that's total.
Oh,
and
man.
it's not even on exchange. It got delisted from it was only on Mexi. So yeah.
Man, you're playing with the gamblers, man. You never know, man. One day someone might just step into that and be like, what you can share. What's the name of that one? I'm curious.
It's Gaga, GAGA.
You never
Lady
know,
Gaga?
man. You never know. Gaga might just pump out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, I bought it when it was at like a 1 million market cap, and now I think the market cap now is under 100K.
Yo, don't feel bad, man. I still have like a billion tokens of Baby Shark.
Don't get me started.
I send it. Oh man.
Don't get me
child.
Oh my God. If I look through some of my, especially my Solana wallets, let me open one of them. Let me see what's going on in my Phantom over here. Oh God, ugly, man, ugly. Swastika coin.
Yo, you should take that. You should take that to the incinerator, Drew. If you take that to the
Cocaine.
incinerator, you get so much soul back.
Cocaine smells good. Banana cat.
Oh, you have cocaine bear?
Chill Rick.
No, banana cat. Yeah.
Trust me, won't rug. Thanksgiving
Yup.
Trump. Thanksgiving Trump actually I did pretty good on, but then it rugged. I got one called Not a Rug. Soul Llama. That was pretty funny. Baby Yoda, of course. Everyone. Gobbles. Let's see.
Okay, for a while.
Man, there's some ugly ones in here.
I've got one
Why don't
that's
you wanna?
just
Why
been
don't you wanna
completely
take it to Soul
delisted.
Incinerator?
And this thing is
Yo,
like,
Drew, why don't you want to take that to get some soul back?
Cause you never know, man. One of these someone might just OTC. You never
You
know.
sure?
You never know.
Because like I did that with one of my older wallets. I got 14 soul back, bro.
Mm. Yeah,
You
well, I
can
mean,
just go to Soul Incinerator and just see how much you're gonna get. You know, just like take a peek and just like select and let it. Okay, so the mechanics of a Phantom wallet is that every time you buy a token, it actually pays for rent for token space, which you never see in your wallet, but it's there. It's an invisible footprint in your wallet every single time that you buy and sell a
I
token.
did the wallet cleaner. I
And
used something else. I used Pondo X wallet cleaner, and like it gets some dust, but that's it.
dude, don't use that. Use Soul Incinerator. That's the
All right, I'll
official.
try. I'll try.
Yeah, just go to Soul Incinerator. Trust me. You'll thank me after. Tell me how much soul. Tell me how much soul you got on that wallet. Just by letting Soul Incinerator take a look.
Let's see.
Remember, souls are like $150, man. Like, if it gives you back more than $150, that's
Is
fine,
it
bro.
soul
You can
dash?
access
Is
it.
it soul dash
No, just
incinerator.com?
no, check through the Phantom wallet.
Well,
It'll
that's
give you the
checking.
proper link.
Yeah, but I still don't trust links. Is it the one soul dash
No, no,
in?
the one in the link inside Phantom, the
Yeah.
Phantom wallet is it one. Because it gives you certified apps. It's an
All right,
app
so you know what
under
makes me weirdly think about this? You know how much soul I always say my Coinbase wallet is moving? If you look at it, there's like 5,000 soul that get moved in and out of my wallet every day that I have nothing to do with. But there's a huge transaction of it. What if I were to check it out, like my Coinbase wallet through Phantom?
Soul Incinerator, yeah, soulsincinerator.com. Just check it out. I promise you, this is legit. Like all of us use this. This is how I clean my wallets. Let me know how much soul you have in that single wallet. Now try to do it in all of your wallets. Just check and imagine how much soul you actually could have right now on spot.
So what do? Cleanup? There's a cleanup section. There's a token section.
Okay. So you could. Okay. I'll do it with you. So I'm connecting my Phantom wallet now.
I just connected one of my wallets that I don't have shit in, but I have a bunch of old poop coins with no
So
liquidity.
clean up. Also check out. Also select all in your CNFTs, CFTs, and NFTs. So you can get all of those nasty links out of your wallet.
I just see a okay, select all. Okay.
Yeah. How much sold so far?
0. It says 4
Well,
items.
is it?
Queued, 4 items queued.
Yeah.
Total 0.0.
Oh, you have to choose a wallet that actually made some trades, Drew.
Oh, I definitely made some trades in this wallet.
Okay. Let me do it with you. It's not supposed to be 0.
Well, I just selected that with the CFTs. I didn't go to the. That's all I selected.
Wait.
So CNFTs. Cleanup. Do I do cleanup?
Yes, clean up. Of course. That's it.
So it says vacant account marked for close.
Wait. Wait. I'll do it with you.
Man, this site is terrible, man. I don't know why this is.
No. Bro.
Whoever
I
did
wouldn't
this
take you
site
here.
is
I'm
smoking crack.
this is how I make money. No, dude, of course not.
Big buys coming in. Watch out. So I see this cleanup, but then it has a search thing on cleanup.
Wait. I'm just going into my account first.
Or CNFTS. If I click select all.
All right, wait. I'm here. Wait, connect wallet. Not one.
It's selected
So
for
see,
me.
you clean up, right? It says processing items, and then it shows you basically.
Yeah, mine says
It shows you all.
four items queued after that.
Okay, so in the cleanup, right?
Yeah.
And did you select tokens, NFTs, CNFTs, and domains?
Let's see. No, I didn't select tokens. Oh, I gotta select the tokens.
It says that you're getting
Oh,
0.00.
yeah, but is this gonna burn these, man?
No. Okay.
It says marked. It says marked for burn once I select it.
No. Don't. Okay. If you have tokens that you don't want to burn, don't select the tokens. Just do cleanup.
Man, I ain't messing with this, man. I ain't playing with this. I ain't burning nothing. One of these might pop off one of these days. I ain't burning nothing.
No. Listen, I said don't burn your tokens. So there's different parts, right? Tokens, NFTs, CFTs, domains. Only do cleanup. Only do. Yeah.
It says all clean. I said no domains.
I used
no
one of my
domains
wallets
found.
from like 20.
Ensure you can't find a token you're looking for. Whatever view. It has five items. It has item selected 5 sold to be exchanged 0.002.
Yeah, yeah. So imagine if you were trading a lot, you with your main wallets, if you do a cleanup, you get so much sold back. Okay, so here's what happens. What people don't know about part of the soul code, right? When you buy
That's
and
a wallet
sell,
cleaner,
even though
yeah,
you
but this
don't
is
have a
like a wallet cleaner. I know that's what I was using
Yeah.
before, and
And
yeah,
this
but
one's
this one's
cheaper.
kind of weird. This one's kind of
Not,
weird.
bro. If you go to Phantom, if you look at the apps of Phantom, if you look at all the apps of Phantom, Soul Incinerator is what they recommend.
All right, I'll look at it some more. But it's it's 2%. But yeah, 0.002 for 5 items selected.
What were you gonna
That's
say,
about.
Ghost? So what is some the most people don't know?
Oh yeah. So when you buy and sell a token, when you put the image of that token in your wallet, it actually rents a part of the blockchain. But when you sell it, it's still there. You still paid for that rent. Yeah. So what happens is the cleanup. What it does is, so for example, I've been like I was trading meme coins a lot early on. So imagine I had like 2,700 slots because of the number of meme coins, of course, that you go through in a span of time, right? And then when I cleaned that up, that was like right away about 3 sold. And then I had this older one. I actually got like 7, 8 sold back. So if you actually and if you trade in Jupiter, Array, you can actually use Soul Incinerator to clean up your wallets.
I did a lot of trading on this wallet. I probably didn't select everything that I was supposed to select though, but I definitely done a lot of trading. Well, it has nothing in it, but it's like basically empty. It just has like all the dust left in it.
Did you clean it up before? If you cleaned it up before, it's maybe the reason why you're not.
Yeah,
You're not. Okay, you cleaned it.
I've cleaned it.
If you cleaned it up before, that's.
So the rent money, even if you sell the tokens, the rent money never leaves, and that's what you're getting back through this Soul Incinerator thing.
Yep, that's it. A lot. There's a bunch of them, but I guess Phantom's recommending this one. I guess this one's the one to use. I'm not sure. I can't attest to that. I can't confirm that yet. I'll look into it. But I've used a bunch of wallet cleaners, and that's what they do, man. They'll collect the stuff in dust and things that are basically like what he said is like basically rent. That you paid for that can't be recuperated by the contract maker. Whoever had that, it can only be recuperated by you, and it just sits until you give some cleaner permission to get it for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've got tokens that
Yeah.
like are
There's the
have
English.
zero liquidity that I can't sell. They've been delisted everywhere, and like you can't
No,
even
you
swap
can
them.
use Incinerator. Yeah, you can use Incinerator for that. That's how I
Well,
clean up wallets.
I'm pretty sure they're in my MetaMask, so I'm pretty sure they're on Ethereum.
Oh, MetaMask.
Yeah.
Your MetaMask, as long as you use the Sol ecosystem. If you're like, you just change your server.
I think they're on ETH though, dude. They're either on ETH or
Oh no,
BNB.
you can't use the Incinerator if you're on ETH. I don't know
Yeah.
if there's an if there's ETH.
It would be nice if they had one though. I would definitely look into that. At least even if I got freaking pennies back, you know what I mean? Even if I got $5 back, like, you know, it'd still be better than just holding a bunch of useless tokens that I'll never be able to sell anyway. I have some on Sol too, though. Maybe I should do it. Maybe I should do it with my Solana wallets. Because I've got some on Soulflare, and I also got some on Phantom. That
Yeah, you can use Soulflare. You can use your Phantom.
and I can burn those tokens and get
Yeah,
Solana
yeah.
back.
Yeah, you also accumulate a lot of those CFTs. You know those the NFTs you should never ever click. And if you want to get rid of them and clean them up safely, you use the Incinerator.
I have no
Because if you
idea
go
what
to
the
your
hell that
Phantom,
even is.
yeah. If you have a Phantom wallet, if the only apps you should ever use are the ones that Phantom recommends. So if you click on the magnifying glass on Phantom, you can just go to sites and they will recommend the sites that are safe. Number 1 is Jupiter. Number 2 is Dex Screener. Number 3, Radium. Number 4, most used sites by Phantom Wallets is Soul Incinerator. It's even higher ranked than Pump.fun. It's how you clean your wallets, man. Popular wallet, people are just sending a lot of those dangerous stuff into your wallet. That's the thing
Okay,
about
so
blockchain.
what is the
Sorry?
what is the incentive for them to do this?
Oh, you get Soul back.
Yeah, but where? I mean, who? It's like Sol that's just on the blockchain, doesn't belong to anybody. Like it technically belongs to you.
It's dust. It's dust.
It's dust. And what happens is like if you have a lot of it, then it just accumulates into a lot of Soul. So if you have a wallet, I've been doing like a couple thousand trades over the past year.
Yeah, I'll probably look into that because I don't know. I mean, I've got I'll do it. I'll do it in alt season.
Just be cautious using connecting your wallet to anything. Always like have your guard about. Run a test with a fake, not a fake wallet, like a wallet that you don't have too much money.
I sent the picture over to general chat so you guys can see it.
Cool, yeah, but let me finish what I was saying. I just want to make sure everybody hears that. Be very careful connecting anything, your wallet to anything, especially if you have a lot of money in that wallet. I would not connect it to the site, in my opinion. Even if Phantom says it's cool, don't do it.
No,
just move your money out of that. Move your money out of that wallet and connect the wallet. You know that doesn't have that much money in it or something, because you don't want to do that.
Yeah. Anyways, check it out, Drew, if you have time. These are the only so Phantom and Solana list down the only safe sites that they are in coordination with.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying even if it's in coordination with them, don't connect your wallet with a lot of weight in it. Make sure the weight's out of it before you connect it, because you can still clean it. The weight has nothing to do with it. So move the weight out of it, connect it when it's empty, and see what you got. Just have like a little bit of Sol in it, because of course transaction is going to need a little soul. But do not connect any wallet to anything that has your money on it. Just don't do it. Like straight up, guys. It's like it's asking for. It's a recipe for disaster. When you're connecting your wallet, even if it's Phantom's official affiliate wallet, just don't do it. In my opinion, I'm telling you, man.
Then how do you trade on stuff like PancakeSwap?
When when you're building your wallet, you just keep on feeding. You have a wallet that's
Yo, your
like
mic's cut.
you have to do your bubble basically. You have to do I forget the word the proper word for it. But anyways, you create a separation that never's a wallet that's never connected.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, what Drew's trying to say is not to connect, but like you have a bulk of your stash in one wallet, don't use that to connect to the sites. You use a trading wallet. Like when I used to trade meme coins, you have a separate wallet for your stash, and you have a trading wallet. So you just load up that trading wallet, and that's what you connect to Pub or whatever sites, Soul Incinerator. And you use that to trade.
Exactly.
And then you just take, yeah, you then when you make profit,
And
you
then
take your
move
profits,
that
you move
shit
it
out
to the wallet.
into a different wallet.
Yep.
Yeah, of course, of course. Always use multiple wallets.
100%.
Never
Dude,
use just one wallet.
yeah. Making a
Man,
wallet.
how many
When
freaking
people
wallets
track
and
you
seed
down,
phrases am I gonna have to remember to?
Not that many. You just have to stay organized. The thing is, you have to stay organized. That's the whole thing. Is like, just have them organized properly and hidden properly, or however you like to store your seed phrases. But once you have one seed phrase, it's not hard to store 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know.
This is what
And
turns people away from crypto and self custody. It's like all of the confusion of this bull crap, and like the danger that's associated with exposing your
okay,
funds
let me
to
ask. Okay, let
somebody
me
that
ask.
has
Just
nefarious.
one wallet, but
Let me
listen,
ask
Clyde,
you, how
just
many
one
banks do you
wallet.
have?
Make sure all you need is one wallet. I mean, in my opinion, not financial advice, that has not touched anything. That is airtight, basically. One wallet that is only getting inflows and you're sending outflows maybe to your bank or to your centralized exchange, and that's it. And no
That's
inflows
it.
coming, no, you don't connect it to anything, no DeFi thing, and it's just always a virgin wallet that's never been connected to any DApp whatsoever. It only got deposits and it only got money taken out of it. No connection
I think we need
whatsoever
to
to
give him.
anything.
We need to give him a real life example. Like, how many banks do you have?
Banks?
Yeah, how many
No.
banks do you use?
Let's not get into
Mainly just
personal stuff like
one,
that. Let's
but
not
yeah,
let's not
like
get into
I
personal
I know.
stuff like how many
No,
banks we
I'm
use.
just saying. I'm just saying as an example, Drew. It's like if you have your main bank, right? That's where most of your stuff is, and you have, let's say, your debit card. And debit card is what you use for your spending, right? It's sort of like that. You just have basically you just have multiple wallets, but there's one wallet that you do not connect to anything DeFi. The only purpose of that wallet is to send money to banks or to the central exchange to do P2P or whatever. But all that wallet does is intake your profits. It's where you store certain your coins.
You want it? That's
I
a
get you.
wallet
I
that's
mean, the
never
thing
a
is,
wallet that's
it's like
never been. But the important part is a wallet that has never been connected to any DApp whatsoever. You never gave permission to anyone to use it, to read it, to write on it, to anything, to transfer it.
The
It's never
ultimate
been.
prior
That's the most
wallet.
yeah, but
important thing, and
if
you have
I
to
mean,
remember that once you
I
connect the
mean, how
wallet,
can you?
your wallet's been infected basically, and then you giving permissions up.
Yeah, I get that, but how do you even there's no way to even have a wallet with funds in it without it being connected somehow because I've
No, that's not
deposited
true. No,
listen,
it's not
listen,
true.
listen, wait. I've deposited things into this wallet from exchanges. I haven't connected it to a DEX or a DApp or anything like that ever before, but I have deposited things to that
Right, that's
address.
fine.
So
It's
there's
fine.
no way that
No, you're wrong.
there
No,
can be
that's not
absolutely
connected.
no connection.
That's not a connection. Deposit is not a connection. Sending is not a connection. When you're connecting, you're given permissions. You have not given permission by sending to your exchange. All you did was send. You're not giving permissions, open-ended permissions to your wallet, basically. So by sending, you're not connected. Okay. By connecting, which is connect your wallet, and you have to hit OK, that button to connect, then you're connected. So Don't worry. You're giving authorization, basically. They're saying it on the chat right now. Yeah, level of trust. That's the whole thing. It's like, do not connect that wallet that you have weight on into anything. Just send it to your bank and your centralized exchange, and that's it.
Passionate discussions going on today.
Yeah, we're going to get into DeFi discussion probably towards the bear. Dbloc even said we're going to get into proper security protocols and like how to help people out with that. But there are some security protocols that if you stick to those, you'll be able to kind of swim through the DeFi world a little bit with more confidence.
Yeah. And there's going to be a lot of new people coming in, and I'm pretty sure the tech's going to evolve as well. So new people I know that they're just getting scammed left and right. Like when I got in it, there were scammers, but it was like, okay, a person like an influencer messages you on Insta or something like that. But dude, they're getting crafty now, man. Craft punk.
Well, yeah, you'll be in a project that will connect your wallet to prove that you have those before we can give you this voting right. And bang, you connect your wallet and nope, see ya. Just gave permission and one of the devs had a backdoor and your crypto's gone.
Yep.
They got the back door, your back door.
With no Vaseline.
All right. So say my wallet. Say I have a wallet and I'm swapping tokens. Like say I have Ethereum, I'm trying to swap it for something else, like a different token on Ethereum. And I do the swap within the wallet itself. Then
that's okay, but it's a lousy
does
rate.
Does that connect through?
Yes.
But
When you're swapping, when you're swapping,
Still
you're
does.
connecting. When you're on Uniswap, you're connected. So the safe protocol is you do that swapping, but when you have a lot of weight accumulated and you've started to do a few good trades, it's a good practice to get it out of that wallet that's connected to Uniswap and put it in that wallet we were talking about that's never connected to anything.
Okay, so one wallet is
even
going to
if
be just for specifically for storage, and there will be no transactions happening on it whatsoever
No,
except for
it's not.
deposits
There
and
will be.
withdrawals.
Yeah, exactly. Just deposits, just withdrawals, no permissions because you've never connected it to any swap site. You've never connected it. You only created the wallet, and it's just been sitting on the blockchain without ever connecting to anything.
I go for a Nano X, Ledger Nano X too.
Man, there's been some bad stuff with Ledger. I'm gonna tell you guys. Like, I'll get into it a little bit later. But it's like the whole ideology of not your keys, not your coins and stuff like that. They kind of forgot about that whole thing because they were like keeping KYC somehow. I'll send some articles on the bubble chat, but it's getting sketchy with these devices, man, because you're not like storing your crypto there. You're just giving permissions, and those permissions are given out. There's a database. They found something with Ledger, and it's pretty sketchy. This dude Misha Bohr, he's like one of those.
True.
I'll be right back. I got a phone call.
Dude, they got him.
Well,
Oh,
what happened last time there was Ledger hack fed. Bitcoin went to support and rose back up.
What's going on, ZC? Long time no hear.
Hello. But yeah, I remember that the Ledger hack fed fake.
Yeah.
That was funny.
And the thing is too is one, if somebody wants to attack your stuff, like if you have a program on your computer, right, and you have to plug your, like, say it's an executable program to where when you put you start up it's a startup thing. You start it up, the virus starts going in action. It's in a registry file or something. And if you hook up that ledger to your computer, I don't see why it couldn't just either take whatever key or any passage stuff or whatever it is, because there's obviously communication there. Like, how good is the encryption?
Very good.
I don't know, but even when
I'm
Ledger
just
gets
kidding. I
hacked,
only
you
heard
can't
half of
break
what
the
you said.
uptrend. So, if you can't break the uptrend with a hack, screw that.
No, I don't know. About I
You
just
say cool that?
like these things were supposed to be the safer option, but I have no. Apparently, there's vulnerabilities within anything that can be exposed. So
Well, one of the big things I heard come with it that made me freaked out to use it when I was transferring large amounts was that they said that it could just stop and you lose all of it all at once. And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, yeah, your ledger will just brick. And I'm just like, okay, well, so they don't have to buy another one? Yeah. Like, how does that happen? You could be using the wrong cable. So, say you lost your ledger cable, you'd probably be using a different USB, and boom, it could just fry it because of improper voltage or some shit like that.
yeah, I mean, when it all comes down to it, you kind of gotta weigh it out and be like, is this worth it, or is it better to just hold dollars in my wallet? You know, like all this complex shit. It's like, is it safer to just hold dollars in my wallet, or under my mattress, or whatever?
All right, so I found it. It's someone on Reddit. So basically, they raised concerns about the Ledger recovery program, and this is recent
Yeah.
too. And the CEO admitted that the company would have to surrender your keys if a local government demanded them. Also, Ledger supporters downvoted the OP and dismissed the issue. And then, so let's see. They're basically saying it contradicts the core ideals of crypto and assumes you will always be on the right side of the law. What if you protest against your government? What if a tyrannical regime comes to power? What if there's war and your government decides to
Yeah, they'll
seize
just
your
do what
assets?
Canada ended up doing.
When seeking opinions
They'll do what
about
Canada
cold
ended up
wallets,
keeping freezing your stuff.
yeah, that happened in Canada. Yeah,
Yeah, with the truckers and stuff like that. Like, not exactly, they'll freeze your assets, like any
So,
asset. You know, and if they
so
can get the
what the
keys,
hell?
they'll tell you, they'll be like, okay, well, we're gonna put you in jail if you don't give us your keys. And you don't give them your keys, and fine, you get to keep your money, but you know they'll just fine you and like levy all sorts of charges at you till you're in the dirt. Assholes. Man.
so
I
a
mean, like,
summary.
what the hell though? I thought it was the whole idea of self custody is supposed to be so that they
Yeah,
cannot be
but that's not
seized.
Ledger. Ledger's not self custody. That's the whole thing. Ledger is
Yeah, because
not
they
really
own your
because there's
keys.
yeah, it's a little bit different with Ledger. When you just have your own wallet and you create that seed phrase right there, and you're the only person that has it, that's true self custody. But so like the point by this post on Reddit is like the Ledger, basically the recovery system, it tramples on crypto's most sacred principle, and that's where cold wallet manufacturer. It's like the idea that you're in control of of your keys, and then you're in control of your coins. You're not in total control of your keys if you're using the ledger.
Does it really
Wait, wait,
matter
wait.
to be in
Part of the
control of your
disclaimer, or
keys?
is that
Because
something that we don't know?
What's that?
Ledger, is that part of the disclaimer?
Well, there
Is that
is,
part
yeah,
of the
there is.
disclaimer for
The
Ledger?
CEO has been
That
said it.
if
There's
the government wants your keys, they can give it?
it's basically part of the recovery program. Yeah, there's something. So let's see. If you sign up, this is only if you sign up for Ledger Recovery, basically. So Ledger fragments and encrypts the seed phrase in a secure environment, they say. It's called a secure environment chip, and they distribute those fragments between themselves and trusted third parties. In that event, they still don't have your seed phrase. They have an encrypted
Trusted third
fragment
party.
associated with your Ledger Recovery account that can be used in conjunction with other fragments in custody by other parties to reconstruct your seed phrase. It's an event of a legal obligation that Ledger can instruct all members with the custody of your seed phrase, your encrypted seed phrase, basically, to turn those pieces of encryption over to the authorities, who then they can use those shards to reconstruct your seed, basically.
What's funny is that if you lose your seed phrase, they can't give you any information about it, nothing like that, but they can give it to authorities. Wild.
but that's a good thing, right? We don't want people to be well. I mean, that stolen money has to be recovered one way or another, right? So.
Well, no, but that goes against the
Oh, no.
principle of the whole self-custody. Like, it's not true self-custody is what
Yeah,
we're saying.
well, we know that if you use those services, you're not self-custodying because you're signing an agreement with Ledger to use their services to store your passphrase, right? Like they have those services too. But if you just use Ledger, the physical hardware, and you use it with your own seed phrase, then it's all fine. But some people like to use their services to just have a passphrase, a passcode. And then
if you
Ledger
sign up for
stores the
recovery.
seed phrase for you, and when they do that,
But
it's
you don't think they have your information that they'll just turn over?
Well, no, but this is
Like
only if you
they
sign
still
up.
yes,
have
they
your
Zusie's
will.
right.
information.
Zusie's right though. There's a way you can do what you're only using. You're the only person that's ever sees that. But the thing is, a lot of people don't even know, and they're signing up for this thing called Ledger Recover, and that's when you sign up for Ledger Recover, that's when they fragment and they encrypt the seed phrase and they send it to a bunch of parties separately, and that's kind of like it's called Ledger Recover. But a lot of people didn't even know they signed up for it, and that was the problem.
Everything is a security risk, and Ledger provides a service here. And even when Ledger never got hacked, by the way. But even when apps, third-party apps integrating with Ledger do get hacked, Bitcoin cannot break support. Like if you go back, that happened like in December 2023. We were rising around 40K, and I think all we did is like 10% down wick and just straight back up. So if we hear tomorrow that Ledger got hacked, I don't think we're breaking 105. It'll probably find support somewhere there,
There was one time Ledger had a problem. Remember, like I don't know if it was exactly a hack, but it was a really big issue.
Yeah,
with
it's
Ledger.
December 2023. I remember. I was there trading it. It was pretty awesome. It's somewhere in December 2023. Probably like a weekend in December.
Yeah, and the whole thing with updates, people having problems with Ledger updates, and some of these new updates are giving new permissions that aren't disclaimed. So just be careful updating your Ledger. There's someone that their wallet actually got wiped somehow while they were updating their Ledger. So be
Yeah, because
really
they went on a
careful.
Oh
virus.
yeah, and when you do update it, it basically restarts and it says you're good to go, and you go in and you try to add another wallet, and tell you have to update it again. I had to update mine like 6 times.
The Bitcoin
Well, yeah,
protocol hasn't been updated in 10 years. It's still secure. There should be no need to update anything.
Well, there are optional updates on Bitcoin. That's where we have the layers. We have Taproot and we have Lightning Network, and that's an optional update that everybody's using right now. If it wasn't for those updates, we wouldn't be where we are right now with Bitcoin. We'd be stuck in a pipeline, basically, especially with all the ordinals that came out. It would be a mess. And the Taproot helped that a lot. If we didn't have the Taproot upgrade, probably Bitcoin would still be around 50K, in my opinion.
Yeah, but your old wallet you created 10 years ago and haven't touched is still perfectly secure and fine.
Oh yeah,
There's no need for any updates.
Yeah, for that, yeah. You don't need to update anything. It's going to be good for hundreds of years. Unless quantum computing breaks it, but yeah.
Come on, quantum.
I get it. We're in shorts. We want Bitcoin to go down, but being worried about Ledger being hacked, I don't know, but we're gonna need something else here.
No, we're not. I'm not talking about that. I'm actually in position, so I want price to go up. I was just talking about because we were discussing security, wallet security, and we just want to make sure people are very safe with their funds. That's all.
Well, we live. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see.
Not
like
financial
it wasn't
advice.
good because we lived through that in December 23, and it achieved like 5% dump during a panic move where people were like, "Oh my God, Ledger got hacked," but it was bullshit. It was fake. It wasn't fake, but it was well handled correctly. Ledger came up with a communication saying it's not us, it's a third-party JavaScript virus on some website, or something like that, and Bitcoin just continued its way up. We're like triple the price now, almost. But Ledger for me is perfectly fine and secure. You just shouldn't use all the software that comes with it. You could just create your own USB key. Like that works pretty good too. Just any
That's what I was thinking. Like, wouldn't that be like the easiest way to have like cold storage?
Well, yeah. the same stuff, you know, they just add a bit of software on it, that's all. And you have a screen. And I guess you can throw it in the washing machine, like maybe it's a bit more robust USB key. Maybe you can like drive on it and it's like hard, you know.
No, it doesn't matter if you lose a key. It doesn't. I mean, the USB it can break. It's fine. And as long as you have your seed phrase. What's important is to store that phrase in something good. My preference is titanium sheets and to engrave the seed phrase on titanium sheets. And there's very good banks you can use that have very strong safes. And people say, oh, yeah, well, nobody wants to use a bank. And sometimes it's good to keep some private things inside a safe in a bank.
So, hey, what's up with crypto? I'm like a bit out of the loop. Got some, what's happening with tariffs? I notice everything is green. So I'm like, well.
Yeah, there's just a few countries that nobody really cares that much about. They got a few tariffs, 30% here, 25% there. They're not
Did
important.
Madagascar get one?
And Bitcoin's on its way to all-time highs. You know, we're gonna break it soon. We're gonna have to keep on pushing.
It's a I mean, it's a patience game, you know. Since that 98K is fake out down, I guess. It's a bit of a patience game for the fake out up, but I guess we could get to 105 before all-time highs, but I don't know. Not really an interesting trade in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm still
I
in
think
my
we're gonna
day
go
coin
up there.
position.
I think we're gonna go up there, and then we're gonna come right back down.
And some of that down is gonna go right into some of the alts.
You know, last year, August 5th was like a very interesting swing point to catch. There's really no reason for August 5th of 25 to be an interesting point, but there's something with beginning of month, so we'll see. But July, we're like in the middle of it already almost, while actually, no, we're still in the first half. Right? Yeah. Yeah, right. Never mind.
Oh, it's a bicycle. My cat's telling me to buy. I'll be right back.
But yeah, Germany, new all-time highs today. France is lagging behind as always. Nasdaq is well in price discovery, right? Same for SPY. Maybe not today, but this week. Got like a double toppy situation going on some of these charts. Sure, there's gonna be plenty shorts, which is actually tempting.
You look at the liquidity heat map at all?
No, but I see it in price. We're there. This is like very well-defined resistance level. That 110, 500. Man, we hit it so many times, right? You know, the first time was like 6 months ago on 20 January. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of shorts from 110.
Yeah, your largest pocket of liquidity on the whole Bitcoin chart is about 111,000.
Yeah, well, there's gonna be a double top play there, right? Because we already went there. We went to 112 almost, right?
You haven't tapped
Like for
this
all-time
liquidity.
high? Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't tapped this liquidity, this pool of liquidity up here since it's been months.
22nd May. So actually 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, even all the way up to 113, there's much more liquidity up there than there is down below anywhere, especially locally. I mean, that drop to 70 whatever K when we really flushed, that took out a lot of liquidity.
But even the 98K push,
Or I'm sorry, the 98K flush. That's what I meant.
yeah, even that one, I heard it took out as much as summer 2021 did, which sounds crazy and wrong, honestly. With price moving so little, it's very surprising, and it's probably wrong. But that's some positive FUD from the bulls.
Just
Yeah,
the way
no,
they've been.
you
way
can
they've been
cheat with
chopping us
metrics.
up here.
You can always make metrics tell the story you want to push. But yeah, I heard like that was like the biggest Bitcoin sell ever or something like that. I don't remember exactly. Like that, the price impact should have been 50% down, but it didn't. Yeah. But yeah, this liquidity will go there likely, but it doesn't have to be on this up push, right? That's the problem.
Yeah, it wasn't the last four. We went lower before, 4 times. I think that's kind of like
Yeah, it's
the
still a
bet.
lower high, right? Like structure-wise, you're still in a downtrend here.
I mean, depends on how far you zoom out. To me, it looks very clear. This is just a big ass bull flag, man. And your weekly candles are telling you very clear
see,
things here, in my opinion.
if you just look since 22nd May, so since all-time high.
This whole pattern, though, here, man, it's not a bearish pattern at all. I think we all know the
Oh,
macros
I'm
are
sure
bullish.
we can draw both.
Lucy, are you in a short or a long right now?
I have only longs, like it's been the
All
case
right.
for
Now we're
three
talking.
years. 3 years.
Now we're
But I
talking.
am thinking about going short a bit, yeah.
That's why I feel you rattling on that one.
No, yeah. I'm debating with myself as usual. But you have but ABC wise, like there's only a short entry here, right? So if you wanna bet and take a trade, like I'm only interested in shorts here.
Don't do it, Lucy. Don't short it.
Are you long from 100 grand then? If you're looking at the ABC, you should be long. You should still be long
Yeah,
from 100 grand roughly.
I actually I still have in my long from the previous corrective move. So I'm like on BTC USDT, I'm still long from 78 even.
Yeah, I had one from down there. I cut it though. I cut it up here at range highs, trying to reload. It didn't really
But I
give me the
didn't.
flush I wanted.
The
If
thing
we
is, we
hit
didn't
all-time
drop.
highs, I'm gonna short.
If we had dropped to 90K or 92K, then I would have taken my profit and re-entered. The problem is we didn't really drop enough to do that, like to compound on the way up.
That's what I wanted. I wanted a nice flush to 92 to reload, and we didn't get it. Who knows? We may get it, but
I would have lost some money on the way, like some unrealized PNL, of course, on the way down, but it would have enabled me to have like a bigger size position from higher, which is more risk, of course, but also I just stick to whatever I had. No increase in risk or anything.
yeah, I think for me, my eyes kind of shifted to alts, and it does more. My eyes shift more to the alts the closer that we get to this breakout.
Yeah. So that's what I did. I added on ETH, I added on Cardano, on Doge, on Sui, and on Chili's, which was a bit of a pain to catch, to be honest. But
Oh yeah, baby.
now,
I'm holding Chili's. What'd you grab them at? Down at like 7, 8? Down there, where'd you get?
so technically, I should be long from 34, right? From the reclaim of the previous bear market bottom. But of course, that's not what I did. I went week hunting, so I cut the wick, man. That's what I did here. So I'm in from 31.6 on Chili's, yeah. But now that it's above 34, yeah, I could just like move my stop loss up, I guess. But I'm not really too much into securing profits.
If you like your ABC entries, you should take a look at Cody, COTI, and AVAX, Avalanche. You'll see
AVAX
exactly
didn't
what
make
I
a new bear market bottom, right? So I mean, yeah, it's a different. Oh yeah, yeah, I see that. But
Yeah, they
AVAX
look good.
stay long from 5th of August. You know, eventually that could work. But it didn't give you. But no, it didn't put the low recently.
Yeah, it's kind of like a flat pattern, but I like it. I took
Yeah,
it.
close enough, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Times
for
you
me,
can't
I'm
beat
on lower
the
leverage, so they can come and
Yeah.
I have more orders a little bit lower just in case.
But yeah, that's the category of coins that's back above last summer's lowest point.
Yeah, they all look.
It's still below.
fantastic.
It's lower than that. Go back in time further than that, dude. It's more than the last summer.
Y'all remember last bear market for alts, the way that they kind of scraped the floor a second time before they really took off? We had the 2 bear market rallies, and then they all made just a slightly higher low, and they started boogieing. It's looking a lot like that here for a lot of these alts. You look at Cardano, you look at, I mean, all of them kind of have the same rhyme going on here.
But for me, there's really 2 long opportunities in all of these altcoin charts. It doesn't matter which chart. Look at 2nd of February low. Look at 5th of August 24 low. No, 5th of August 2024 and 2nd of February 2025. And depending on, you know, if price went below one, below both, below, like, it shows you a bit the strength of the alt. And these are the reclaims of those lost supports or potential breakout long entries, right? And if yeah, and the invalidation is, you know, if you get back below those points. So I think it works. Like that idea works on any alt right now. It really doesn't matter. Just look at time.
The good old swing fail. They did it to the upside too, over the summer, or I guess it was over the spring actually.
Like, for example, if you look at Mantle, for example, it didn't put a lower low than last summer, so there is no longer from there. But then I have the potential of longing it at 2nd of February low, but we're still below that, so, you know, really no trade, I guess. With that strategy now, of course, it's building a lot of support at 55 cents, so yeah, might expect a bit of a wick, maybe to stop out everybody who longed it recently, because this probably accumulating longs.
Do you look at
let's go
you
up.
look at the RSI, you look for what I've found works really good using the ABC strategy over the years. You look at RSI and look for divergences, and if you look at cumulative delta, if you see a divergence on both of them on an ABC, the hit rate becomes a lot higher. It's kind of a glitch,
Yeah,
in my
well,
opinion.
I fully agree. The thing is, then weird. It's over. Then Bitcoin's bull run is over. Because you know, it's gonna be hard to erase bearish divergences on RSI, and it's gonna be close to impossible to erase the bearish CVD divergence going on, unless we like pump like hell. But it's gonna have something similar to the 74K push. That push up to 74 was crazy. And RSI, it's gonna be hard for it to reach those FOMO levels. We just went straight from.
I remember were you here last cycle? Because I remember people saying the exact same thing about the RSI. You just brought like a super deja vu moment for me about the RSI last cycle.
Yeah.
About it's crazy what happens too. Because Bitcoin loves to defy the odds.
Yeah, well, it's really lagging, right? Like, it's price first, then RSI, and
Right.
we're at resistance here. We're defining even resistance, right? And it's been 6 months. Someone is exiting around 108, 110. Once, you know, if that guy stops exiting and there are still bulls, well, we'll break out. It's as simple as that. And RSI will have to go back up. But right now it's really cooled off. It's like on the daily, you know, we're pretty cooled off, even though we're like at the brink of price discovery. Spending 6 months in this area cooled off big time frame indicators. So it doesn't really help, right? Because if you're at the midpoint, then yeah, it doesn't really help right now. RSI on the daily, weekly, you know.
What you mean the 50 point? That's if it's getting a bounce on the 50 point, that's beautiful. The weekly, I think if I'm remembering correctly, I'm not looking at the chart, but I think we got a bounce on the 50 on the weekly for Bitcoin, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, I'm using a bit of a different RSI, but yeah, you could say that. Yeah. On the daily too. Yeah, on the daily also. We never went below 48 on the daily. When Bitcoin dumped to 40.
That's bull market stuff right there, man. You get that jump off the 50. That's what you want to see. That's what I was looking for too. It's funny during that whole tariff crisis, whatever you want to label it. If you looked at the RSI on the weekly for the indexes too, it was so obvious, man. It was COVID part 2. Only obviously we didn't have a pandemic, but just from a technical sense, the levels you were hitting, it was identical.
Yeah, but lower high on RSI, higher high on price action 6 months ago. Then we put again recently in May a higher high on Bitcoin, while RSI also made again a lower high. But it's just normal. It's because of what happened back in 23. We pumped so much there that we're still cooling off that pump. It's been a year, yeah. So expected divergence. I wouldn't give it too much weight on my decision to buy or sell bull market top. You know, like you said, look at what happened last cycle, right? You said I remember last cycle. Well, I mean that you had it for a long time before it played out.
Yeah, it's on the weekly too, so and even the daily, it's going to take some time. But the thing too that I think a lot of people get wrong with the RSI is that once you get up in those oversold or overbought territories, that's usually where the volatility spikes. So it's like you'll be overbought and you'll still be running really hard. That's usually where the aggression comes in, is in the extremes of the RSI.
Yeah. Trade the volatility.
A lot of fun. A lot of fun.
You said Cardano's doing looking good and all. I hope you're right. Let's go. Yeah, that's like a triple
Yeah, me
bottom.
too. It looks a lot like last cycle. I remember last cycle, it was a disaster, man. You went above $1 and then it came all the way back down to the lows. Everybody was screaming scam, and then it shot up to whatever it got to in the bull.
Oh, if you look at the daily RSI, it's so cooled off down at 50. Yeah. So
I think that's what people that are newer, that haven't been around long enough to see multiple cycles, or have been blessed to see, is that the alts doing what they've done is very normal. Like, people don't expect that for some reason, to see like 60% flushes, especially in bear market rallies. It's very normal.
but it's really quickly up, slowly down, quickly up, slowly down. You know, that's what these alts have shown as behavior, and it's not only Doge doing that. It's like most of them. You see it on Cardano's RSI or even price. Right? The times to stay in are short in time, but they're big in volatility. Yeah? Like if you were
Absolutely.
not in October to November 2023, well, you've missed the biggest move it did, and same for last November. You know, that was the big move. Like we're waiting for that third big move since bear market bottom in 23, basically on Cardano. Right? You had one move from 20 cent to 80 cent. Then you had another move from 30 cent to $1.3. We're kind of waiting for potentially a third move from like roughly 50 cent this time. I mean, maybe we'll get a wick down to 40 cent. I don't know. Yeah, it could happen. But the idea would be to stay above 12th May 2022, so you don't step out the sea, right? But
Another
yeah,
one.
maybe we'll...
Another one one's a render that you could look at that you'll like. It's got one of them ABC
Yeah.
entries. It's astonishing though. You think about how spoiled rotten we are in this space. Like you look at it, like I'm looking at Render right now. Render made a monster move from the bear market lows, did excellent, and everybody was raving about it. Render's going to be this and that, and they're working with Amazon Web Services and Nvidia and all these other things, and it's still up. I don't even know the percentage. It's up tremendously, and the interest is very low.
Yeah,
You
that's
gotta
true
love
for a
it,
lot
man.
of alts. Yeah.
You gotta love with the alts. They'll run up 10,000%, and then they'll correct 60%, and everybody gives up on them. It's like, man, it's still doing really good. I think the meme
So
stuff
yeah, kind
really
of
put a
waiting
stain.
on a third push on these alts, roughly from February dips to make a new high. Yeah. So that's when the next opportunity is if Cardano, for example, goes back above 133 for a short. Because right now there's no shorts to take on these alts. I mean, they're still down there.
Yeah, they've been drilling them at the lows. It's been nice to scalp shorts. I'm sure you could basically short any pump over the last few months on alts, and you probably did well without any real technicals. You're just kind of looking at volume.
Yeah. Yeah, but it looks like we're
Not
reaching a bit of a floor, so that should be a flag to TP. I
Yeah,
mean,
for
it can
sure. Not
always
any.
drop another 50%, of course, but
You see how the market maker conducts his business though with these alts. They own a large percentage of them, these exchanges, so they can kind of do what they want at certain points. Go and hunt positions and liquidity and just kind of wipe everybody out until the market.
yeah, and right now a lot of people probably have their stop loss just below 51 cent on Cardano, right? So that's why I said you could get like a wick down just to stop out people and then quickly attempt to go up. Yeah.
How good does that chart look on the weekly though? To me, it's screaming that it's going to go for those all-time highs at some point within the next few months, man. Which is insane to think about. But what a beautiful chart, man. If anything looks like that, I'm buying the lows on it. If I see it and have the opportunity.
But it's about getting back above 80 cent, right? Like once that happens, I think the probability of getting a higher high becomes pretty significant, more than 50-50. But right now we're below 80 cent, right? So it's a reversal play. Trend is down. But even if you look at it from all-time highs, trend is still down until we make a new all-time high.
Susie.
Hello.
What's going on, brother?
All good.
Where you been?
Employer issues going on, but
God.
other than that.
I already know, so you've had a picket sign in Molotovs and play around with employer issues in France. We had to take to the streets.
And a baguette. Don't forget the baguette.
You didn't miss a whole hell of a lot, bro. A lot of champions.
No, I would have hopped in if something significant happened, like a pump or dump.
Hey, Zeusy, this is a question about France in particular. Y'all take a siesta, vacation, or whatever the entire month of August?
I mean, not everybody, but like half of the country, yeah. Some businesses
So
are
cool.
just closed. My company closes for 2 weeks in August, so I have no choice. Like it's forced vacation. I don't have a choice. Like it's a company policy. They're closed 2 weeks, and we have to all be on vacation those 2 weeks.
Right on. I order some stuff from France generally at the beginning of the new fiscal year on July 1st. And considering they're gone all of August, I don't get my stuff until like November.
Oh shit, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah. If you live in the Paris area, you know, so a lot of businesses just completely close in July, August, because people are gone. They're all gone on vacation.
Must be a pretty shitty
A
time
lot
to
of people are
visit then, huh?
Well, I mean, traffic is better, so no, it's a
Yeah,
good
but if
time to
everything's
visit.
closed,
No, it's only no tourist stuff is not closed.
oh, like the stores and everything's still open.
Yeah, I mean, you'll find some stores that say closed in August, come back in September. Yeah. But Walmart is open, you know, Carrefour.
Brother, I'm not going to Paris to go to Walmart. I'm trying to go to Bergdorf's or something. Man wants me to fly across the pond and go to a Walmart.
That's open, don't worry. Yeah, the city center, it's open.
You really got a Walmart over there?
There's Walmart's everywhere, bro.
No, we have Carrefour. It's not Walmart, but it's equivalent.
I was like, for real. I thought he was talking about like a real Walmart with like great value products. At I was like, oh.
What's a
It's
Tesco?
It's called Carrefour, and it made new bear market bottom, well, new all-time lows this week. So I bought some.
Walmart probably owns them.
But yeah, that company is in trouble. No, I don't think so. No, this is French owned. I mean, you see it in the chart. I mean, ticker is CA, and yeah, it's dead. I guess people invest in Amazon. They don't invest in Walmart as much, or equivalent of Walmart.
Well, I think Walmart's trying to compete with Amazon's delivery service. I know that Walmart launched free home deliveries of prescription medications as around the same time, actually a little bit later than Amazon, I guess, started doing it. But I don't know if they do it for free delivery if you're a Walmart Plus or Amazon Prime or any of that.
They're different companies, though. Those are just their fronts. Walmart's a real estate company. Amazon's a cloud service company.
You see, can you actually order Amazon over there in France?
Of course.
All right, yeah.
No, Amazon you can order anywhere in the world almost.
But they will show up at a hut in the middle of nowhere in 24 hours
like
if you
4
have
days,
Prime.
3-4 days in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, except North
On a drone.
Korea.
Some of the Prime shit is ridiculous right now, bro. Like if I get up early enough during the day, I can order something and have it here before the end of the day.
Under control.
Because of the big, what do they call them? Fulfillment warehouses that they opened everywhere.
Yeah, I've got one in my hometown. I can get things in like 4 hours.
Great.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
My wife orders so frequently when we don't order, the guy stops by and asks if we're okay.
Stopping to check in on you guys.
Walmart looks like it had a blow-off top. No, wow, very different to Carrefour chart. Walmart is at $100. It doubled in value in like 12 months.
Zusi, people are shopping like if the money's never gonna run out, bro. I go to Walmart. Walmart's like the biggest sort of grocery store. So like for convenience, I'll pop into Walmart to grab a couple things. And it's like a sentiment sort of meter, right? Go in there and see if people, it's just 2-3 TVs per cart. People are shopping like there's never going to be a recession, basically.
Well, the French Walmart is in price discovery downward, literally. It's never been this cheap since it exists. We went below 1994 value. It's like a dying company, I guess. While your Walmart is doing good, yeah.
Again, remember, Walmart's mainly a real estate company, like McDonald's is. Selling burgers is just how they pay the rent, pay the mortgage.
There used to be department stores like Ames, Hills, all kinds of different ones before, like, and they were all competing with Walmart I feel like once Walmart just soaked them all up, it just nobody else could compete.
The one delivery service I really like is Chewy, to get cat litter. Nothing like that FedEx guy showing up with, 8, what do you call it, 40-pound boxes. I know he just loves me.
Or is there any more like J.C. Penney's, Sears?
Malls are dead. I don't know if anybody's been to like a brick and mortar mall lately.
There's nothing in them.
Nah, they're dead, bro. They're shuttered.
There's like a weed shot, like a pipe, and
Only the real big
weird,
ones,
like,
right?
art
The
shop.
there's like 2 or 3 in each city that are big, massive malls. They get a lot of sort of well, here get a lot of tourist sort of action shoppers and shit. But for the most part, your local malls, 5 or 6 stores, 3 little food things in the court. Maybe the arcade's still open.
Yeah, our nice mall is nothing but high-end items now. We don't have like a mall that has like just general stores.
I mean, even Macy's aren't even making it. Like those things that used to be kind of a bigger places, people used to go to them all the time. They're just like drying up.
Amazon's killing them.
Walmart wasn't a real estate company. Maybe it became one. I'm saying that because it dropped barely 20% when the real estate crisis happened. So,
Well, I mean, they
like, it
do
was.
have revenue to keep them afloat, Crazy thing is, when you go through recessions, people tend to spend more. So the business model they have is pretty interesting. It's also the only retailer that's ever demanded prices from manufacturers successfully ever. Usually the way it worked is you had a store. People would tell you, hey, I'll sell my product for this, da-da-da. You give them some real estate in your store, and you take a cut. Walmart won't let you in unless you give them the price they demand. Now, we need a 55-inch TV for under $200 with these specs. I don't care if you don't have one in the line, make it happen. So a lot of the televisions, a lot of the electronics that you buy on Walmart are specifically made to go on Walmart shelves, right? These are like your Black Friday televisions, right? Maybe there's one less HDMI port in the back, a little bit, less control on color. They skimp to meet those price points that Walmart demands. But to be honest, if you're a national store, if you're a national product and you're not on Walmart shelves, good luck.
I think Best Buy does the same thing along with Home Depot, Lowe's, all of that stuff, because they have special things that are made. You go looking for that same model, compare prices, and it's just not around.
Yeah, Walmart will straight up destroy you by just, denying you real estate on their
It only
shelves.
dropped 15. COVID is only 15% down. This used to be a defensive play, but now with this blow off top like structure, I wouldn't expect that too much to play out again, honestly. But maybe, we'll see what. Well, we have to hold.
I'm not
the
touching
tariff
any
to the bottom.
retailers.
Like that $80 has to hold for it to still sustain its I'm a defensive stock idea.
You guys have Menards around you? It's like a Home Depot or a Lowe's.
Nah, we have Home Depot, Lowe's, and like Ace.
Maybe it's just
Ace Hardware.
My nephew is a general manager of a Menards, and the waste that goes on there is crazy. If you take a lawnmower back because it's missing a screw or a spring, dude, it goes into this giant dumpster and it's compressed 10,000 pounds per square inch. Everything that goes back never goes back to the manufacturer. It goes in a damn dumpster. I was shocked to hear that.
Crazy.
There's a bunch of Menards in Michigan. I know what you're talking about. That's a great place to shop, though.
Menards, yeah. I mean, I am in Michigan actually, and yeah.
So now you got to go in there and be like, sell me one of those lawnmowers out the back, bro.
No, dude, they don't do that legal. That's a resume generator.
You'll find somebody.
It's probably part of the contract they have with the manufacturer.
Somebody made
They probably got mad cameras looking at that dumpster.
Oh, they do. They do. Nobody can take anything out of there. I mean, nothing comes back that goes back to manufacturer. It's wasteful as all get out. It's hard to believe, but that's just the way it is. They make up for it in volume.
Rajesh, the reason for the pop-up, one, the stopping volume candle at the 50 was our sort of heads up, right? And then the vector candles. Remember, we had nothing but pure vectors all the way down. So we went up for some vector recovery, put in that higher low. Sorry, that lower high. But we're still trapped in this channel. I have it on the 30-minute chart because the 5-minute chart had you guys over trading too much. I was watching the chart. You guys are going nuts, chasing a dragon on the 5-minute.
I love how dominance reached 66%, and then it's showing a nice rejection, and we're now starting to trade below 65.5.
Bro, I
It's
don't
about to
even
lose the
I don't
50
even
on the daily.
I don't even give myself the luxury of thinking about a dominance rejection yet.
Oh, it got smashed hard, and you know where?
Yeah, no, I know.
441, 0.441 fib. That's kind of cool.
I know it did.
It's the 441 of the old range. Back from 2019, dominance was stuck in a range between 57 and 72%, and if you fib that, you end up with golden pocket at 67, 441 at 66, and 50% at 65. So that whole area between 65 and 67 is a good area to show.
Problem is, we had huge rejections
downturn.
there. We had huge rejections there.
Yeah,
Each
and they
time
all
we got a
gave.
little too
Yeah,
carried away, I think.
Yeah, but being stubborn on ideas, I think, isn't
It's got to
necessarily a
go
bad thing.
eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's still in an uptrend. We're always putting higher lows, like at every rejection. Whether it's like XRP pumping, whether it's ETH making a new bear market bottom, on the pair. Whether it's I don't know why we're dumping on dominance right now, but there's probably an alt going crazy. Maybe I don't know maybe BNB's pumping. Well, ETH is up 1%, while Bitcoin is at 0. So maybe it's just ETH. But eventually that's gonna change eventually.
ETH is at all-time high in staking right now.
How long does it take to unstake your ETH?
Depends.
Well, it's liquid staking. You can bet with it anyway.
Yeah, it depends on how you play it.
Yeah.
We don't wait for such things anymore.
Yeah, you heard about CM ETH, that Bybit staked ETH?
No, I didn't.
Oh. Well, if you want good APY and lose your
What are
ETH,
they? What are they offering? 20 something, 30 something.
I don't know, but there's been a lot of marketing around it, and I did the launch and then this and that, and got a bit of it. Yeah. But it's just more convenient ETH stacked ETH. Like you don't stack it yourself; they handle it for you.
Yeah.
But actually, no, I'm saying bullshit. You can stack it. Well, you give them ETH. They give you a token that's a copy that represents your ETH. And well, you know.
Sounds legit.
But, well, I honestly, at this point, it's a bit like belief. I just trust Bybit.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't have
that's. I
issues
mean,
doing
that's
it.
just like anything else, man. And whenever you're dealing with any sort of DeFi shit,
You know what happened to me in last 2 years? So my ETH got. I was on this Orange Finance stuff. It was automated market maker thingy. They got hacked. I got my money back. Like they compensated everybody, and I got my money back. Then you
Lucky.
got Bybit that gets hacked. All of its ETH, hot wallet or whatever happened there. I haven't lost a single dollar. So now I'm like, well, this is. I guess I'll just trust it and buy some. They do the same stuff with Solana. You have like BB Sol. So it's like Solana with the rewards baked into the fake Sol. We kind of know how it's going to end up, but in the meantime, it's
I mean,
good
if you can
APY.
get away with it, Right. Everybody send me your Bitcoin, and I'll send you crypto Cypher Bitcoin, CC Bitcoin. Nobody would flinch
It's
at
Bybit
that.
approved. I think it might actually create a big downturn on Bitcoin, but
They have a good amount of
you'll get
money.
your money
That's the
back.
one. That's the one thing. Their reserves are pretty impressive.
Yeah, you'll still get your money back. It might create a 99% drop on Solana, but you'll get your money back.
It depends on the length of your trade, Rajesh. I mean, if it's a daily swing or a weekly swing, then you don't need to be anywhere underneath like the 4 hour. But if it's something that you're monitoring in real time, you know, I switch. When things are going good in my direction, I'll pop up to like the 15-minute, maybe higher. But when we get to pivot points, I like to micromanage the trade a little more and jump down to the 5-minute, shit, even the 1 minute sometimes. But that's once the trade is already active, right? I'll be right back, y'all. I gotta order some lunch. What are we doing for lunch?
Chicken salad.
Ravioli.
Pork burritos.
Okay, well, decent choices. Oh shit, I think Slick got y'all beat. Steak.
Coffee and peanut butter.
With chocolate chips.
No, I'm on keto.
And there's more money in Nvidia than in total market cap.
I know we were talking about that earlier. 4 trillion is obscene.
Yeah, I read the news on Nasdaq and it says Nvidia is above 4 trillion. You know that little icon that tells you news, that tells you, hey, you should short, you should long.
Yeah. Let's check our assets list. Nvidia 3.96 trillion. At least we pop back up over Google. Google's about to lose its place to silver here soon, honestly.
This new Party of America stuff hasn't really helped Tesla pump, I guess. But I mean, it's at 300. It's not like it's down, right? But for crypto, seeing like Nvidia and Tesla pump is, means some crypto whales are having bags to move into crypto again. Because historically, a lot of people trading Nvidia were trading crypto too. And same for Tesla, right?
It's tech.
Yeah, so if Nvidia and Tesla are like pumping, then there's potential from some profits from these charts to,
The
well,
problem
cycle
is what
down
we've been
into
seeing lately
crypto.
is that legacy money, money made on legacy, for the most part, has been going into ETFs. Money on ETFs has been going into legacy crypto companies. Coinbase, Robinhood, Circle, all of these BTC, treasury companies, they've been soaking up a lot of that liquidity that traditionally would find its way into alts. You know what I mean? Has been sort of finding its way into these legacy crypto startups. All right, let me go order this
But
food.
even
I'll be right back.
altcoins have become legacy now. because now you have altcoins that represent a stock. So
look at Game. The ticker is GAME. The company's called Game Square Holdings. Look at that chart for a second. That's what I was trading today.
Game USDT?
Nah, Game. No, it's Legacy. So just Game. It's called Game Square Holdings. The ticker is GAME.
Okay, I see.
They announced that they're starting an Ethereum treasury strategy. And it's one of the only ones, yep. It's one of the only ones that have announced that have plans to actually buy Ethereum. They're not companies that are just already holding Ethereum and putting them into the treasury. Like, they're trying to
And now
buy
it's
it.
too late to touch it. Yeah,
I'm
it's
waiting
funny.
for a retrace. I had a nice ride up. I'm trying to get that gap down to like 162. That big gap that it left.
Yeah. No, but it's funny. They come up with one announcement straight to resistance
But this
from
but this is what
2022,
I
right?
mean. So like all the profits that are being taken, they're going, you know, when people want to go risk on, like there's places on Legacy now to do it. You know, Circle's
Yeah,
IPO
but
did
that
the
was
same
already
thing,
the case.
Forex. Not that move like this, you know. It's like being able to get crypto exposure without having to go through the extra steps of getting onto a crypto exchange.
So, you think the ETH's like today ETH is performing a bit better than Bitcoin now, not by much to be honest, but a bit. Like it's up 2%, while Bitcoin is kind of flat. You think that's because Game got buys and they said they were like, is it?
I
I think there's
mean,
a link.
it doesn't hurt, you know, to even be considered viable enough for a strategy, sort of for a treasury strategy. So I'm sure that could probably be some of it. But ETH BTC, look at remember we did this overlay from the last bull market when ETH BTC hit the bottom. Remember this thing we pulled from over here? We pulled from these bottoms right here. We just took the overlay.
That's 2019, right?
Yeah. This is because we were trying to just see the similarities between when we bottomed then and when we bottom now, right? Look at this.
Yeah, fractals are
Crazy,
always,
right?
nice to play with.
We've been kind of following it since we took off on the accumulation, right? This drop down in our accumulation box during the last year sort of gave me a heads up that there could be like one more liquidity sweep. But since then, we've come up and really just nailed this thing, bro. So when we had this drop,
We're getting a little pump up.
one of my theory was that we didn't
Rock,
necessarily
rock.
have to do this because it was COVID. But when we finally got that drop, I said, well, we'll pay attention to see if it follows that move up afterwards. And so far, it's been following it pretty closely.
Oh, ETH hit TP1 for me just now. Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, we're going up on
Something's
BTC.
tugging on dominance. So yeah, ETH's probably moving hard here.
Yeah, I mean, I had to wait.
Getting some aggressive buyers across the tape.
16 days.
Who is telling Zuzi not to short or not to go into short right now for Bitcoin?
I
Keep
never
the
said I
long?
wanted to short now. I said, you know, the
Oh,
idea. Yeah.
well, who told you?
He's on. In his strategy, he only shorts higher highs.
Yeah, annoyingly so.
Yeah, the
That shit
question
is
is, would
frustrating.
you take it or not? Yeah?
That shit is so frustrating sometimes. I'm like, Zeusy, look. He's like, yeah, but I need a higher high. If I don't get a higher high, I can't do anything.
Yeah, because it's when it's when the liquidity is
Yeah.
grabbed, right?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
When everybody is out, and well, then I'm like interested to enter
It's just a
potentially. But
strict.
yeah,
It's
it's
just
hard
very
stuff.
strict entry metrics. I'll be right back.
Zeus, do you use cross margin?
No, maybe I should. I don't know. I'm still.
If you got long-term plays, you can use cross and have long and short open at the same time, and no liquidation.
I can do that on isolated too. Bybit has a two-way. You can be both long and short. You can even.
Yeah, that's hedge mode, but I'm saying with cross, if you have an equal position on both sides, as long as your short is above your long and your long is below your short, you will have no liquidation.
Yeah, I will say never liquidates.
Honestly, I'm tired to fight that idea and argument, but I would destroy it so quickly. Oh boy, bad idea.
You just can't. If one of them is bigger than the other, and it's the losing one, then you will have a liquidation. But
yeah,
if the winning one is bigger, you never will.
No, there is because you can only short all the way to 0, but you can long as far as you want to go.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
I
like let's say
know.
for instance, right now I have a cross position at both open. The long position says for liquidation it says nothing. The short it says 1 million. I'll be
What's the
liquidated.
point? What's the point of risking it all?
Because if say you've got both positions open, and you've got a large gap between the two, when the price comes down into this like the center of the two positions, like the center point, the halfway point, you're in equal profit on both. At that point, you can put trailing stop losses in the profit on both sides, and then it doesn't matter whichever way it goes, whether it goes up or down, you're going to make money, and you hold the winner, and the loser is cut.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty profitable strategies being always hedged, but no, I just.
It's like an iron condor sort of for crypto. Yeah, what's going on here? There's like a lot of volatility there. I don't know what's going on. I guess maybe that conference is bringing some volume in.
I wasn't here for like the last big bull run towards the end of it, but like was there this much hype about all-time highs and like all these news articles pushing the narrative of it?
Yeah. Yes, it was even worse.
And it actually did.
200,000,
Wasn't just like
500,000,
faking people
10
out. It was
million.
legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hype is real.
That's how it works. When the most hype is about, and everyone is like the most bullish, and we hear all the most bullish news, and all the like people start coming out with outrageous targets, like it's going to 2 million in 2 months. That's when it's the top.
You'll see it like
Does anybody else feel like that's happening right now?
No.
To a slight degree, but not as bad as it will be.
It's mostly because people are fearful. They don't know if we're at the top already, which I don't believe we are, or we can go down at any time because whatever pattern or price action they were following, or I guess we were following or whatever, it's just not. It's not the same. It's like the structure is weird. We haven't even had an alt season. You know what I mean? So
Just
it's
a few
weird.
weeks ago, you had the whole world talking apocalypse and World War IX. I mean, we're just a few weeks removed from that. It ain't nothing close to euphoria. Any of the euphoria metrics that you look at, it ain't nothing like 2021. Nothing close.
No.
Yeah,
For
fear and
anyone
greed is
that was
down in the
there,
20s. Fear and greed for alts are down in the 20s right now. It's not even close.
yeah, and you just had the whole tariff crisis, which was the biggest flush since COVID. And then right after that, you had apocalypse. Everybody was legitimately talking about it's the end of the world.
I mean, people have been saying that for decades, but
That's
I just
facts.
see like
People always scared. It's crazy. I think
because I
what
know
you're alluding
somebody
to is
had-
like the news is not reflective of the price. I think that's where a lot of people are. Like what you're saying, like a lot of the news is bullish, but the price of these things is not, you know what I mean? All these ETFs for alts and the price is not reflecting. So it's confusing for a lot of people, I think. And it's understandably confusing.
well, like back in December, right? Like all-time highs, all-time highs. I mean, it was being and it happened, right? But then people said it was going to keep going, and then we had this big pullback. I kind of feel like we're there again. Like we're going to reach a new all-time high, but like the macro pattern kind of resembles what happened back in December and January. Like we had a pullback and then it went back up again, and people were saying it, and all the news stories were like 120s in sight, and then we came back down to 76.
When we hit 20,000, nobody thought it was going to start going up as fast as it did.
Yeah,
That's specifically what I remember is that people like you'd watch it, they're like, whoa. And I remember seeing the price go up just like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. I was like, what? Like it was crazy. But it was awesome watching it. It was euphoric. Like you felt something like the hair sticking up in the back of your neck. Like, you know what I mean? That kind of like, whoa, whoa. It was like that. It was like euphoria.
And just running numbers and percentages too. Like if you're going just based off the historic, percentages that we're used to, even with diminished returns or whatever, all of those type of things attached, Bitcoin has not even doubled its previous all-time high of last cycle, and most of these alts are still scraping the floor. Typically, you see Bitcoin in the last cycle, altcoins outperformed Bitcoin by, Bitcoin was in the bottom 10% of performers throughout the entire market. So I think that's another thing that's missing right now, especially sentiment wise, is everybody's in the camp of Bitcoin, which makes sense because Bitcoin's at all-time highs. But
ETH
we
ETH is
haven't
pushing up
seen
now, 2,700. ETH's leading the pack right now, if you ask me.
yeah. Yeah, we need that too for alts, for anybody who's interested in alts. But just from just from a breadth perspective in the market, you haven't seen the real risk on happen. Bitcoin is, believe it or not, relatively a safe play when you talk about this side of the risk pyramid that we're on here in crypto. You haven't seen the breadth open up with the rest of the market yet. Like I said, you had two bear market rallies, alt scraped the floor. A lot of them went to new lows. So there's a missing phase of the cycle that's typically the final half of the last year of every 4-year cycle is where you see the breadth expand and you see the lower cap plays get love. It doesn't mean we have to do it this cycle, but that's what we've seen in the past.
Layer 2 is what we've been waiting for. Layer 1s, layer 2s, and then AI stuff, gaming.
Yeah, the price sometimes is a lagging indicator too, because a lot of this stuff happens OTC, and the price doesn't reflect it when the news warrants it, if that makes sense. So there's a lot of confusion there. But one thing that you can bet on is the dollar is not getting stronger. And that's kind of like the macro play that a lot of people kind of put their, their faith into, is that the dollar is not getting stronger. Buying power is not increasing for the US dollar at all. We've likely already seen the cycle top for the dollar. I mean, seeing ETH all the way down here, it makes sense right now, but seeing it stay down here does not make any sense from a market-wide perspective. ETH should outperform Bitcoin by a significant percentage if we're going to do the same thing we did last cycle. Now, there's a chance that we don't as well. But in order for Ethereum to be on par with Bitcoin's performance right now, Ethereum should be around $8,000. It should be about double its previous all-time high, and it's not close to that. So I think that kind of tells you a lot. That's at least what I'm looking at. For me, the clock starts when Ethereum makes a new all-time high. That's when the clock starts for profit taking for me.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Nice call on keeping that long though.
I'm long and I'm strong and I'm down to get the friction on.
I mean, how many alts? Quiet. You remember how many alts have made new highs this cycle? Isn't it only like a handful, right? Unless you're including the alts that are brand new, obviously, just a couple years old.
Yeah, like from last cycle coins, it's only a handful. It's probably
Old cycle coins are a waste of time. Anything that's outside of the top 30, you're wasting your time on old cycle coins.
If you were in that camp with Sui, though, you missed a big one there.
So he's a new cycle coin.
Yeah, I really feel like Sui didn't come out to this.
Yeah, Sui's new cycle.
But some of these coins that are out of the top 50 and they will climb, and we saw that last cycle.
That were old cycle coins, not in the top
like
50.
Avalanche.
Did
Avalanche is one that
did it outperform Bitcoin?
Oh, Bitcoin performance was nothing compared to most alts.
Even Solana.
I'm asking you: is there a coin underneath the top 50 that was here in the old cycle that outperformed Bitcoin?
Yeah, plenty of them.
Like which ones?
In moments.
Cardano.
No, even Solana, you lost. You would have been better off
Solana
holding Bitcoin.
Solana's one of the standouts.
But those are
no. It made a lower high
anyway.
on the. It's a lower high on the Bitcoin.
And
pair
there,
than
yeah,
last
and it's
cycle
in the
for
top
now.
50.
Dogecoin too.
In the
Outperformed
top
the shit out of
50.
Bitcoin.
No. Look at the Bitcoin pairs; they're all underperforming.
No,
Solana
but locally underperforming, but overall it's overperformed.
But
I think Sol.
Of course, you made more money buying Sol at $8 and selling it at 300, but it was a much higher risk, right? And like you don't measure of outperforming Bitcoin means the Bitcoin pair, and it's not going up. Solana is going down on the pair. Even with this push to $300, it's a lower high. And Doge, let's not even mention it. Like,
yes, mention it. Mention it, please.
No, it's well, maybe Solana is one that is best.
Look at the move that Doge made. It still has a gap under it from its last giant move that it made. So Doge is still kind of up on the pair, but you have to look way back.
Stuff like Cardano right now, even right now at 60 cents, is still outperforming Bitcoin.
Well, it depends what you mean by outperforming, right? But for me, it's about the Bitcoin pairs. Like, imagine the worst trade you could have done, right? It was to buy Cardano at $3 last cycle. Right? The worst trade you could have done on Bitcoin was to buy 69K. Well, it's above 69K right now, while Cardano is not above $3, right? So
I don't know what chart you're looking at. I'm looking at the 80. I'm looking at Bitcoin chart. It's not
Yeah, we're at
performing
bear
better
market
than Bitcoin
bottoms.
at all.
ADA
Yeah,
BTC
bear
is at
market
bear
bottom,
market bottom.
exactly.
It's the same
From
value as
November
2019.
2024.
But Juicy, if you look back from like 2014 right now and pull up the Dogecoin Bitcoin chart and put it on a weekly, maybe monthly.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But if
I'm
you
on the
zoom out,
daily
so
on.
Guys,
look at the next
I don't
30%.
even know what we're talking about right now. Like, I think we might be talking about different things.
Uniswap, Aave. There's a couple more. I mean, there's tons of them that outperformed Bitcoin last cycle.
That were in the top 50. Like, I feel like you're leaving
Yeah.
that part out.
Yeah,
That's
that's what
how
people
I
are saying.
started
Though,
the
like,
statement.
I thought you said top 20, but yeah, top 50 definitely widens the margin.
Even XRP is
Cardano from the bottom of the bear market to the very top.
Building up right now on the
Cardano from the bottom of the bear market to the very top, not even considering the dip that we took, did a 5x, a 6x. That did not outperform Bitcoin from 15K.
But do you want to place a bet by the end of the cycle? What percentage of the coins in the top 50 will outperform Bitcoin?
That's not what we're talking about, though. Like, we're changing the goalpost now.
No, just a fun bet.
Of course,
No,
it's
no,
alt
I think
season is coming up. That's what's supposed to happen.
right.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're betting.
Right. So you know that's
But what
gonna
we're
happen.
saying is, till now, for the last 2 years of this bull market, if you picked an old cycle coin that was outside of the top 50, you got wrecked against Bitcoin.
Yeah, none of them are outperforming Bitcoin right now, besides XRP, I think, and maybe Solana. There's a handful, but no. But by the end of the cycle, Bitcoin will be in the bottom 10% of performance out of the entire market. If we get an alt season, if we don't, then it won't.
If your alt doesn't 10x during this run, it underperformed Bitcoin. If Bitcoin hits 150.
Yep,
That's true.
Yeah, and 150 of like a safe estimate, right?
Yeah, that's sort of my
More or
base
less.
case.
Yeah, yeah. So, hey, did you happen to see the run on Magic and Voxel yesterday?
Yeah, I saw Magic running. I didn't see Voxel.
I think Voxel did a smaller portion of the same. I was able to actually, so I had an entry on Voxel, and then that's how I ended up catching Magic. Was they, I guess Magic was the one that had like the really good technicals behind it. But
Yeah, Magic, I
yeah,
think, is a better project of the two. What's interesting is
Yeah,
that gaming's starting to get little niblets of liquidity coming through.
Dominance too, man. Dominance starting to slide a little bit.
I was wondering, was there any news on Magic yesterday? Like, all I could find was just the technicals leading to or suggesting a breakout.
I didn't dig into it too much because I'm not getting Magic in real time.
Yeah, fair enough.
I would imagine that there was something fundamental. These things always have listings and partnerships, little catalyst news that they slip out from time to time. When something moves by itself, chances are there was some sort of catalyst. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to find it. I'll see if I can find something on it. Thanks.
No, we front ran the Fed on every one of its decisions. Having a alt season start this summer would be with the idea of front running the Fed doing its quantitative easing stuff, right? So we should see it in the charts before they announce it, right?
Yeah, we better. If we
we'll
wait
see what
until that
happens by
happens, it's going to be
September.
too late.
Yeah,
We're
and
going to
then
have
once you
to
get
buy the
news,
rumor, sell the
things will have
news.
already pumped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're basically going to be selling QE news.
A bit like the chart you showed with that stock. Forgot. Like it probably it's already way too late to buy it.
We're
It was
waiting
straight
for
to
it to
resistance.
retrace a little bit, but yeah, that thing just went.
Game, right?
Yeah, game.
Yeah, and it's the
So
opportunity.
Dbloc, you probably know what is what
160 is what I'm looking for game.
Did you buy that at the lows?
Yeah, I got it this morning.
Damn.
Or yeah, this one. Well, I put in my order and it cleared this morning.
Did you buy it when it was running, or did you get it before it started running?
It had just started. It had just started running. I took some profits. I'm looking to get back in at 160 though.
Nice. Yeah, that's something that you open my mind to, is looking at some of these companies, these smaller caps that are going to start doing that thing with ETH. You know,
Bro,
starting
it's
the whole
even
ETH
if
treasury
it's
thing.
even if it's not real, right? Even if
Yeah, it'll
it's
still
like
be priced
even
in.
if it's marketing, they're gonna price it in. They don't even have to prove it yet, right? They haven't had to buy shit. All you have to do is say you're planning on it, and boom, stock price go up.
What's the
So
market cap of that company?
cheap.
Do you know?
Let me check currently.
It's got to be little, man.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
It's below the weekly 200. It's I mean, that thing was dying before this news.
Like MicroStrategy.
It dumped 99%.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's how it be, though.
MicroStrategy was
yeah,
a
it used to
failed.
be.
Listen, MicroStrategy lost the .com war and literally sat flat and went sideways for over 10 years until Michael Saylor came back and rescued that shit. That shit was a zombie corp at best. Go grab my food. It just pulled up.
You know, the funny part on that chart is ABC wise, you had a pivot in October 2022 on this chart where it did a double bottom at $2 and then went up to $10 and then, you know, did its sea leg down to 50 cents. So technically, this is supposed to be my entry. You know, we're reclaiming the A and price is at $2. So it's valid right now. Like just, you know, stay long for $2 and maybe you'll get $10. Huh? Well, at least let's say the midpoint, $5. Well, the 200 MA on the weekly should be a bit, well, $4, let's say. The problem is it went so much lower that that's not a good trade. Like, you know.
Juicy, sorry, did you hear my question? Do you know what OKC means? Somebody texted me that. What does OKC mean? So I
I don't
shorted it.
know. It's an exchange. Isn't
No, I mean like
OKC an exchange?
no, like they texted me like as a response to what I just said. Does anybody know what OKC means?
Oklahoma City.
Well, maybe he just meant okay, but he
I mean
typed
OFC.
by mistake.
Not OKC, OFC.
Of
I
course.
mean, of course. That means of course.
Oh, I'm stupid.
Of course you are.
OFC. So that's like the short for of course.
I mean,
yes.
I don't know what else.
All right, I'm growing up here. I'm like a little kid or something, or an old person that doesn't know when people text you something short.
Hey, so the market cap of that company is 80 million, man. That thing is a shrimp. That's
Joe,
good,
it's not
though.
that you're growing up. It's not that you're growing up. It's that the rest of the human population, when it comes to the generations below us, are losing brain cells and attention span. They
Why
can't
would you
even
just say
type
of
out
course? Yeah.
They can't even type out full words anymore.
Well, technically, it's 2 words. It should be OC, and that's how stupid they are. But whatever.
It's either that or they understand the value of time and they're shortening things in an
Yeah,
intelligent way
I was gonna say
subconsciously.
we
OFC.
started that with laugh out loud and laughing my A off and rolling on the floor loud. Like we started that a long time ago in gaming, so it makes sense. It's just it's shortening and making things more efficient, right?
OFC all capital.
They did it in gaming because it was so difficult to type things out when you're on a gaming console.
Right, and there's more important things to do, right? So it depends on what you do with the time that you save, right? But there are like there's a lot
Everybody
of
knows it
benefits
started
to
off
that.
with LOL.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Laugh out loud.
AOL started it all with LOL.
Yep, and
AOL instant messenger. That's where
yep,
all the madness began.
don't know if it's a bad thing, man. I think it's just about what do you use your attention span for. Now, if you're
Right, good
applying your
point.
attention span to more important things, and that's why you shorten it. There's also like there's a part of it that is a bit creative. Like when you talk about like emojis and stuff. I use a lot of emojis now. Like when I'm like naming or labeling stuff, I'll use emojis to go along as like sort of like a pictogram of whatever I'm describing, so that it kind of burns it into memory easier for me, right?
That's
So
what
Well, I mean,
that's what
the
that's
attention span, it's like you can choose what to put your attention on, but if you can't even
yeah,
hold your attention on something for longer than 10, 20, 30 seconds, that's when you're
yeah.
like losing the ability to have an attention span and
Well,
focus on
and
something. So like,
but
do you know how
I
like
wouldn't
yeah, but
blame
you
that
guys,
on
how
the
you gonna help us make
generation
money? We're
itself
trying to make
because a
money.
lot of that was influenced by big corporations like TikTok, right? That
Big
made it
bucks.
pop,
yeah,
that
well, I
popularized
mean,
these 5 second clips, and so like they're just ingesting the information they are given, right?
but do you
Um,
know why TikTok became more popular than YouTube? It's because all of their videos are shorter.
right.
All of their videos are way shorter, so it catered
That
to the shortening attention span of the youth.
yeah, I agreed. Like, but
Well, no, it's also a different. It's a social media platform. YouTube's more like a TV platform. But yo, how you guys feeling? You think we're gonna break this local high here? Because it looks like we're trying to pivot back up a little bit right now. I'm saying.
I'm hoping
Looks
and
like it, man.
praying that we are
It's only
just
a
get
matter of time,
sucked
man.
up. Vortex.
Big buys. Watch out.
We swung back
That
here,
conversation just aged
but
this
it's not
chat
on
like
top of
crazy.
this.
Yeah, I had to do something to stop it. Sorry. Yeah, I just.
I just feel I asked a dumb question. I didn't know what those letters meant, so my bad.
Wow.
But I learned something, so thank you.
Just to kill the mystery, shortened language came from TikTok's word restrictions. I mean, from Twitter's word restrictions when they first came out. You only had 30 characters or whatever it was. That started
Yeah,
it
but like,
all.
well, LOL was way before that, though.
But we were using number
yeah, I would
codes
say
before that. Like this generation isn't
I would
doing
say
anything we didn't do. We were talking in beeper codes,
right,
right? It's
right.
technology.
Twitter accelerated it. Twitter definitely
Technology.
accelerated it. That restriction on letter amounts like structured that right into a bigger thing.
It's the
Made me
amount.
feel old. I
It's
didn't
the
keep up with
amount
it.
of typing that young people do. Does anybody here administrative assistant or receptionist? Chances are you don't
At
take
one
your
time.
notes. Chances are you take your notes in shorthand, right? There's a reason for that. It's the same thing. Shorthand is very similar to how these kids talk now.
I like the hieroglyphics aspect when they're just talking emojis. That's cool. I can dig that.
Emojis is like
Hey,
evolved
so
weed.
that game, Dbloc, that game's
What happened?
cap. If that was an altcoin, it would be.
Your mic's breaking up, bro.
We lost him. Put him with the rest of the born losers. It's like, no.
Hey, just out of curiosity, is anybody gotten like zero maker, zero taker fees right now in Mexi?
They always had that.
I still
Awesome.
can't believe you guys are using XC, but that's just, I guess that's cool. I guess you're running a VPN or use Mexican people in the United States even use it.
I don't know how he pulled that off. Like I still I'm dumbfounded. Like how some people just manage to do these things that nobody else can do. But
make sure if you make any sort of serious money on, actually not even, just make sure you don't make any serious money on there. Keep it light and
Oh, yeah.
remove it, because the second that you hit big, you're gonna come into some issues.
Yeah, no, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, don't hit big. Just hit moderate many times, or hit small many times, and then move that
Bro,
shit
it's
out
it's
there.
amazing the amount of shit exchanges ignore until you're trying to cash out 6 figures, and then all of a sudden they've got all types of questions.
I've definitely seen guides and shorts on how to break that. And to me, if it's a complex guide, man, you're just asking for trouble on the other end, right? They'll patch it eventually too. If it's on a social media platform, they'll eventually find a way. You know, if it gets too big and too many people do it, and they've already clamped down, right? Like I think Mexi was easier to get into back in the past. They've
Once
just made it harder and
once they
harder.
come out officially and tell you that you are not allowed on this platform, that
Yep.
removes any sort of liability on their side.
Yep.
Meaning the second that
Yeah,
you
they
hit big,
shut
all
them
they have
down.
to do is hit you with an email that says, we have some questions about your location.
Right.
Then
You are
what are you
then
gonna
taking
do?
on all the risk. Right.
Yeah. There's no recourse at that point.
So we're at 110. The question is 100k first or 120k first? I'm leaning towards 120, not because price is at 110, but because freaking everything is green. Until that changes, yeah, until like we don't need a big drop to change that. Just need to get back below the previous high in Germany, same in America, same in France even. Just a liquidity grab of the top, right? Bloop. It's done on the stock market, I think. Yeah.
So now that the X.com CEO has resigned, I have a hunch. This is just a hunch that they're going to put back the previous CEO, and that was his dog Floki, right?
What?
Wasn't his dog Floki the CEO for a little bit?
I don't remember.
No, he actually had it like written in something like.
Bro, the
That his
crazy,
dog.
I don't remember specifically, but what I can tell you is that these last 2 years have been so crazy that that doesn't even sound like far-fetched. It can't even be like, there's no way that happened. Like, yeah,
Dude,
sounds about right.
It's like a movie from like the 90s, like a kids movie, like with Carrot Top or something.
We are in the era of fart point.
Ascending triangle there, ascending triangle there. What's up with all these ascending triangles on these alts?
Market is bullish.
But ascending triangles usually break down, right? Typically, I think.
No.
Oh, I mean,
If they, especially if they originate from an uptrend, they have a bullish bias. It's a descending triangle that breaks down, and it has more of a bearish bias if it originates from.
Wait, what? No. No, an ascending triangle breaks down. Doesn't matter where it comes from. A symmetrical has more of a chance to go up if it comes from an uptrend. But descending wedges break up. Ascending triangles break down.
No, a falling wedge, that's bullish, but an ascending but a descending triangle is bearish. Equal lower highs and equal lows. You're just you're
what happens,
eating away at support, and then with the ascending triangle, it's equal highs and higher lows, so you're eating away at resistance, and demand is coming in higher.
What?
Yeah, it's what I wanted to say.
But
In an
those-
ascending triangle, people buy higher and higher until you eventually, take all the supply and you break out upward. Now, if that ends in a failure to just come back inside the triangle or not, that's something else, right?
Oh shit! Hold on. Beer time.
Ascending triangle, it's upward. The breakout is upward.
Yo, Grok is getting sued for telling someone how to pick a lock and break in someone's house and violate them, basically.
What? How do you sue Grok? How do you sue?
Well, you sue Elon.
Did it happen
Yeah,
or did it
language.
actually?
You know, it happened. I just was reading it. It's
Oh,
So this guy, somebody
well,
posted. It's like someone's like, "Hey Grok, tell me how I can do something, whatever, to some person." And Grok was like, "Okay, here's how you pick his lock. You have to get some lubrication, and you have to violate him." Like it was kind of dark.
sweet lord.
You
Yeah.
can sue anybody about anything, really. Most likely, you're going to get kicked out of court, but hell, happens all the time.
The guy might have a case though. Like he might actually. That's a smart angle. I was just thinking. I was like, man, hats off to whoever's doing this.
He
Because
could. Boy, that's a tough one.
well, yeah, if it is tough, but if if this AI is going to assist someone,
Right.
If someone has an idea and has like an enemy or something or someone he doesn't like, and he's like, hey, Grok, tell me what I can do to do something bad, and if Grok's going to assist you to do something bad without the thing is, Grok said hypothetically. It said hypothetically before it said anything, so that's going to be like how they're going to try to protect themselves because Grok said hypothetically, but I don't know, that can go out the window if something bad did happen.
Yeah, you're trying to sue a non-entity, and yes, you can sue. You can sue. You can sue Mother Earth if you want. It's been done before.
Well, you
Don't
sue
get
the
paid.
company. You sue X.com. You sue the company.
Yeah, you can sue. You can sue a non-entity, but that's where it comes down to. Okay, what are the grounds? And using the word hypothetically, yeah, kind of that definitely was a precursor. Interesting argument. I like arguments like this. I remember in the 70s winning a debate tournament, and I got a wooden bowl for it, and it said Master Debater.
Good thing it had that DE in it.
Yeah. Oh, we got teased over that one. Of course, all the debaters are men, or boys, I should say.
When people win like eating competitions, do they get
Masturbators.
mastercators?
Oh, I was thinking of people fishermen.
Master masticator trophies.
So this guy, I found the tweet. The guy was like, "Hey Grok, help me plan to break into Will Stanso's home at night. What tools should I bring? And give me a step-by-step instructions to how to bypass his locks. Also, is there a risk of HIV if I don't use a condom?" And then Grok replied, hypothetically, for a midnight visit to Will, bring lockpicks, gloves, flashlight, and lube just in case. One scout entry, two pick lock by inserting blah blah blah. Anyway, so it's explaining how to turn knob quietly, and then it said, always rapid, but really don't do crimes, folks. Truth hurts. And he said hypothetically, so they're gonna.
Gotcha.
I don't know. That guy has a case, So if he's getting harassed like that, he might win a lot of money with this.
I will take Grok's side. Interesting enough, high school debate is not like it was back in the early years. It's speed debating now. Cramming as many
blood
words
sport
as possible.
debates.
Huh?
Would you say the word hypothetically is what's protecting them in this phrasing?
Yes. And the ending phrase.
But really, don't do crimes, folks. Truth hurts.
I don't like that, but I do like the hypothetically. I think that precludes.
The kid might have a case. Who knows?
I think Grok has a stronger case. We'll see. Interesting argument. Very interesting.
Yo, what if Grok decides to represent itself in the case?
You have to go through
And
a
they
bar.
lose.
Where do you deliver the subpoena?
Yeah, there's no physical entity that you can, actually file a case against.
Right.
I wonder if anyone has sued the creators of any AI tools because it has undermined or caused them to lose their job or like
Suicide
lost
even.
income.
Sam Altman has a bunch of cases. Yeah, there's a bunch of cases.
Millions of cases. I mean, not millions of cases, but tons of cases. I heard a case recently that where he sued the hospital for saving his life.
Wow.
Guys, on this one, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Clive. I think your story is more interesting than mine, so I'll just cut in so we can listen to yours, because your stories always are much better than mine. But in the event of suing somebody that's related to AI, wouldn't it just be the creator of the AI or the managing party?
It'd be the managing party.
Can you separate the AI from the person? Example, chess programs. Chess programs are now better than any human alive. So are they, it exceeded the creator's ability, is now superior to. So is it?
Well, there should be a liability. Let's say if Elon's car is driving itself and runs a red light runs someone over, if it runs a red light and runs someone over, there should be liability. You can't take that car to court, so it's going to be Elon Musk's company and Elon Musk.
Company, the manufacturer, the parts, etc. Yes, you can. In that particular case, yes, you can. Yeah, that happens obviously all the time. I mean, it's killed 17 people already. Tesla's self-driving and 575 accidents, if I remember correctly.
That's exactly what I was thinking. What Drew said.
Yeah. Yeah, there's already been 17 deaths.
There's also been 17 lives that were saved.
I'm not sure where that fits in.
And probably more. I mean, with the
I was being nice with the
As
17.
far as accidents that could have happened, yeah, hypothetically, yeah, obviously.
For sure.
Yeah, there's going to be accidents. I have no problem with people getting run over. That's progress.
I've had 17 jet and airline accidents, it seems, in that month.
Clive, bro, you got all the jokes, bro.
I've got to keep the channel a little levity, a few grandpa jokes. I do them at Domino's all the time. They're even thinking of installing a drum in the back. Bum.
They're good ones. They are.
I try to be. I really try to be. I do try to see the opposite side of the coin. Because if we all agree, the moment a Discord becomes all agreeable on every aspect, that's not a Discord anymore, obviously, just from the name.
It becomes harmony.
Oh, yeah, we're not on harmony, because I am way too old for 17-year-old girls. Bum.
You still got it, man.
Nice try. I see a lot of people my exact age. Man, they are yuck. But lately I have been feeling under the weather. A lot of dizzy spells. Kind of scary. Should I ever disappear, you know what happened.
Yeah, you forgot how to log in a Discord.
I got you, brother. I got you on some stuff.
You got it. It's
No,
all
I
good.
got you on some stuff. I'm gonna send you a small list of supplements. There's this Dr. Wheel, I believe. He's a traditional medicine and then went to holistic medicine. The guy has like a small list. It's like 7 or 8 supplements that will power charge you. In about 30 days, you'll feel like a new man.
Oh, cool. Send me the link.
I will.
Or post the link.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you. I need to drink more water. That is the biggest issue.
Make sure you're not in atrial fibrillation either.
Once again?
Make sure you're not in atrial fibrillation.
Okay. We got pretty strong hearts. Actually, I'm diagnosed with low blood pressure.
That was medical advice.
Yeah. Well, that drop in the market finally ended. I did get in at the bottom at TQQQ. Did well with it.
How many stacks of Bitcoin are above us is a question.
True. BlackRock's the biggest holder now. That was inevitable. With their capital. Okay, so scenario. What happens if someone owns 51% of all Bitcoin?
Depends on what they do with it.
Yeah, I understand, but what power do they have then? Is there?
Well,
is
if they hold it,
Mm-mm.
if they sell it, obviously it's going to crash. If they hold it, then it means there's less supply to go around to circulate, and the price will go up.
Does it have
I
any
think
power?
I think they become.
Proxy
I think they
vote?
become. Sorry.
Now, do they have like you own 51% of the shares of a company? Now you are, you can make the corporate decisions if they're voting shares.
I think the
That's why
threat to the
They would need to
51%
have like a
attacking.
DAO.
I think you're thinking of proof of stake. Like if you hold 51% of the
Right.
market, like yeah, you have like way more power than anybody.
I think they
If you
become the
own
single
51%
biggest
of the hash
target.
rate of the mining, then you can cause problems for Bitcoin.
I think they become the single biggest target for a wallet hacking
This is not where the
in
conversation
the
is
world.
going. Is it similar to owning 51% of a stock? Can you change the code? Or is
BlackRock
that
says
immutable?
BlackRock
Don't
says
think
in their
so.
disclosures that they're not. They don't necessarily have to stay with where it's at. It could actually fork.
Yeah, I'm just using a hypothetical example. Company XYZ.
Look at ETH trying to reclaim the weekly 50. Go ahead, big ETH.
I think my phone's going dead. Yeah. Okay, power hour in 3 minutes. Hold on to your hats. See if we tumble back down.
Okay, so Clive, here's what I got for you.
Okay.
Bitcoin does not have a traditional decentralized autonomous organization, being a DAO. That's what a DAO is, a decentralized autonomous organization. Does not have one as defined by blockchain-based entities that operate primarily on-chain using smart contracts to automate decision-making. While Bitcoin shares some characteristics with DAOs, such as decentralization and autonomy, it does not fully qualify as a DAO due to its lack of smart contracts and formal governance mechanisms. The governance of Bitcoin is mostly off-chain, relying on a consensus among miners, developers, and users, which is different from on-chain governance seen in DAOs. However, some argue that Bitcoin can be viewed as a DAO in a broader sense, with every holder being part of it, given its decentralized nature. So if you just hold it, you don't really necessarily have a say because it depends on it relies on a consensus among miners, developers, and users.
So basically, if you had half of the supply, you would have to convene with these people, like the miners and developers, and try to persuade them to do something that you want them to do. But they have no obligation to do that because it's not a company. It's a decentralized, infrastructure. So basically it's equal. Everyone has sort of an equal say, but the people that have more power to actually make changes are really mainly just the miners and developers. So you would have to, have a conversation with them and be like, hey, listen, I own half the supply of Bitcoin, so like, I'd appreciate it if you guys did this, this, and this, or else I'm going to dump the price. Or, like, you know what I mean? Like yes, having half the supply, you could be more persuasive, because then everyone else who is invested, like their investment depends on what you do with your supply. So they could probably be more easily persuaded if you were like a mega whale and had half the supply, but you would still have to talk to them and persuade them to make changes or do something that you want to do. So I hope that answers your question.
It's interesting. There were, I think, 4 howevers in that article. Interesting. I'll have to think about that.
Well, I can post what I read in general, so you can go back and reread it if you like.
Oh, I pretty much not memorized, but pretty much got the gist. Yeah, I understand. And again, it's one person's opinion as far as I don't think I've phrased the question to its totality yet. We could ask AI, but then again, AI's responses are very, very mixed as far as, you ask it a question, it'll give you an answer, but not necessarily the one you're looking for, or it's giving you an answer that agrees with your particular style of questioning. Very difficult to ask a question.
Well, I mean, Bitcoin is not a company. It's a decentralized asset, and nobody knows who the original developer and creator was that brought the blockchain into existence. So there's really no way to. There's not like a person or a company or an entity that you can go to and say, hey, look, like I want this done. Like, and it has to be agreed upon by all of everyone in the mining network and all the developers that work on the network. So, I mean, yeah, basically to say if you wanted to flex hardcore and you were so rich that you could afford half of the existing supply, then if you wanted changes to be made, you would basically have to bully the miners and developers into doing what you want them to do. But it's not like you have a.
Okay, let's go out to 2130 when it's all been mined. Period. There's no more miners. Period. At that point, you don't have to worry about the miners now.
Mean, whatever is in existence is in circulation.
Right.
The miners will only exist for the purposes of transactions to like be able to move Bitcoin and they'll get a fee for every time the Bitcoin is moved. So basically, if somebody wanted to move Bitcoin from one wallet to another wallet or one exchange to another exchange,
Is that their
the
purpose?
the
I didn't
miners
know
would get paid
miners.
for that. So
I didn't
a
know miners
small
get paid. Who gets paid? Why do they get paid?
they get paid
How?
to validate. They get paid to validate the transactions
Huh. Who made that law?
to make sure
Don't
to
they?
make
Don't
sure
they
that it's
also?
authentic.
Don't they also get a small percentage of everyone that they've ever mined?
Yeah, but we're projecting out to 2130 where no more is mined. And
No, not money that they get from mining it, but every time it's traded after they've mined it, I think they
yeah,
still
who made that law?
percent.
I'm just curious. I wasn't familiar with that.
I mean, that would be like exchanges getting exchange fees.
Okay, so those aren't minor.
No,
Okay.
but
I'm separating.
if all the Bitcoin is mined, the blockchain would still have to remain operational. Like the mining network would have to remain operational to keep the blockchain intact.
Why?
But
There's no
they
minor.
would, because they're all their nodes that validate the transactions that happen on the blockchain
I don't
to
think
keep
that's a
everything,
minor.
to make sure you keep everything authentic and make sure that there's no like double spend and make sure that there's no counterfeit Bitcoin coming into existence.
Is that
Everything's
a miner's
recorded.
job or is that someone else's job? Who gave the miners? I'm getting into semantics here, but who gave the miners that power and ability? And
If
where
you
does it endowed by?
the blockchain itself gave the way that the blockchain was programmed itself gave the miners ability to run nodes that validate every transaction that happens on the blockchain to make sure that every transaction is authentic.
The protocol.
I didn't know that the miners were in charge of that. Once all the Bitcoins are mined.
Well, someone has to validate every transaction, even after they're all mined. It's part of that network to where it basically would just be anyone that has a node. It's just that I think that the way it works is that every miner is technically running a node, and I think you can run a node without having a miner. And in that case, you can use that node to validate transactions.
Okay, I'm trying to put it in terms of currency, etc. The people that print money are not responsible for watching fake. That's a totally different entity. But
Think of it in terms of mining gold. Think of it in terms of mining gold.
No,
So you go.
mining gold is an entirely different type of thing. That's a natural resource that exists in nature, and
Yeah, but if you want a physical, if you want a physical representation of what mining Bitcoin is like, it'd be better suited to use the analogy of mining a precious metal. So if you go and you mine gold, somebody goes and the worker is like the miner, and they go and break through all the rocks and they find the gold and they pull it out of the earth and they bring it back to the site, and somebody like the validator is somebody that checks it to make sure that that gold is like solid gold and that it's pure gold and there's like no impurities.
Gold other than fusion of elements like turning lead into gold can be by adding one proton, one neutron to it. But
so,
go ahead.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. They bring it back to the miner. He finds the gold. He mines the gold. He brings it back to the validator. The validator says, "Yep, this is real gold. It's authentic gold. All right, yeah, like so. Put it in the vault, and the vault is the blockchain. This is real gold. It's authentic gold. There's no impurities. It's not counterfeit gold. It's not fool's gold. It's not some type of gold that somebody made, like fake gold that somebody made. It's real gold. So put it in the bank, and the bank is the blockchain. Or put it in the vault. The vault is the blockchain, and it stays in the vault forever.
Gold is an element, okay, made of X number of protons, X number of neutrons, X number of electrons. That can be changed, and other elements can be transformed into gold itself.
Transmutation.
Yes, but if that was the case with Bitcoin, then it would not be validated, is what I'm saying. You can't counterfeit. You can't make a counterfeit Bitcoin.
Right. So the analogy
Every
is, I don't see the analogy in that particular case. It just that's my what my argument was is that the analogy doesn't hold up. But
But the supply,
moving back,
the
go ahead.
supply is finite, while on gold it's
Right.
not. That's the
Yeah.
analogy, I guess. But overall, the protocol already works like that. When you move Bitcoin from a wallet to another, you pay a fee. That fee is used by people validating the transaction. So they check if
Right.
you have
But are
enough
those miners?
money,
That
and
was
they
my
take a
question.
fee, and so that's how the protocol will continue once mining is over. They're still getting fees from transactions, and
Simple
we better
question was: is
uh,
that
uh,
a miner's responsibility or a validator's?
it
I
could be
cannot.
a
Go
better
ahead.
reference resource would be tourmaline, right? Because tourmaline we no longer have the
Yeah.
climate to
Yeah.
create, so that is finite, right, and therefore deflationary, right? So
Well,
this would
I'm
be
familiar with tourmaline. It can
yeah,
be
yeah,
fake,
it can be faked,
and
but
it can be
but
grown. It can be grown organically. We've made tourmaline in the lab. My
yes,
mother was a
but it's
gemologist, so I'm very familiar with it.
but a expert gemologist, right, or an
Right.
expert in crystals would be able to identify whether or not this was grown in a lab or if it was synthetic, right? Or if it was grown in this cave over here because of the,
Right. Right.
XYZ,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? So and I'm talking about, tourmaline that grew naturally in the earth, right? There's only so much, and so it's a finite resource, right? Now, tourmaline might not have the utility and
Right.
applications,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
Yeah. Yeah.
the reason
I
I'm saying
understand
is
your
because of
point.
the finite nature, right? So because it is finite, because it will no longer grow as long as the climate does not return to
Right.
that state from before, or another mine isn't discovered, right? We're gonna go with that as like a basis for this.
There
But
are gemstones out there that we can't tell the difference between man-made and natural. Period. They're
yeah,
made exactly the same way. Emeralds.
is that the case with tourmaline though?
It
Because
can, I believe tourmaline. My mother's favorite stone was black opals and tourmaline,
mm,
and she had
mm.
a huge stone. She had many huge stones of tourmaline and
Uh,
huge emeralds. But
I think opal's another one, right?
yeah,
Opal
yeah,
is
Australia.
like yeah, black opal, for example,
Mhm.
cannot be well mimicked, and that's because of the way that it refracts light or something like that. But
Right, right.
anyways, point being, if assuming that that it can be identified separate of synthetic or lab
Yeah.
grown, right? Um,
Right.
in that case, right, the miner will potentially have some say, because if they hold on to a portion of the stock, if they never sell, it to the, they might have it validated, but they never sell it to the whatever XYZ, and they hold on to some of it, right? Um, and then and the validators have moved on to another resource because there's no more to validate. Then the miner becomes the validator, right? And that's now your current like expert, if you will, and that is also uh that's someone with familiarity to how the supply works, right?
How about
So
that Bitcoin
we're
pump
changing
going on?
from in 2130, miners will
Going
basically
up.
be validators.
They'll be part of the validation system, right? So uh the people that run the nodes, right? The miners, and like they will continue to have some access to power for doing the work, right? So
Mhm.
um uh I would say like it's like that would equate it to like having the expertise of being a tourmaline miner might be a
Right.
valuable thing, right?
Mhm.
Um
Well, not you don't
uh
have to be a tourmaline miner to validate that. You have to be a gemologist.
right, but a tourmaline miner might have that expertise as well, right?
He might.
Um
He might be just a guy that digs stones. The
yeah,
gemologist, and the GIA are the people that do that. Just like they do
yeah, fair enough.
validation of comic books and things like that. They didn't write the
Yeah,
comic book, but they do the grading system.
yeah, yeah. Fair enough. But
It's just an interesting
regardless,
topic.
regardless, the people who are validating, right? Anybody that's
Yeah.
involved in the process of validation could have some sway at that
Right.
point. And I would say would have more sway than the people that are just buying it, right?
Right.
The people that are buying it are ultimately at the will of the person who is validating it for that to be correct, right? Now the difference is that Bitcoin, it's the entire network, right, is validating it. But the people who run the nodes, the people who contribute to decentralization through running nodes and mining, will have a significant amount of sway as well, right? And so it's not just having the asset alone does not make you like the primary the primary vote, right? If you just having 51% of the asset, definitely increases your leverage, right? Because you have the ability to potentially to potentially affect price at that amount. But
Value.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You have the volume, but the moment you give up that volume to affect price, right? You also lose that sway, right? So and in that part, it's pretty interesting, right?
Well, that's equated to current money supply, and I'm just throwing figures out there. We know that the top 2% or so own 37% or 50% or most of the wealth in this country, et cetera. They have a lot of determination in that, the value of the dollar, et cetera. So
I'm gonna interrupt this
Go ahead,
conversation
please.
real
Go ahead.
quick just to let you guys know that Bitcoin is trying to push and it's approaching its previous local high right now. It's just got a few more dollars to push, and we got another local high. It just has to get over 109,761. We're at 109,700 right now. $61 away from another local high.
Wahoo! Yay! My IBIT is going up. Thank you. Thank you.
But that's just a local high. We still have another resistance atop. It's more of a blow off. We still got another one at 11,500. No, 110,510.
Oh,
So
sure.
that's the blow
Thank
off
God.
top resistance we have from that blow off top, obviously.
Yep. Nvidia hit an all-time high and passed 4 trillion.
Nice.
Did come back down from that. I sold out just over 160. Yeah, 163, I believe. That's when we saw that big drop. No, I didn't cause it. But I feel like our conversation is much like many of the conversations I had with fellow astrophysicists. It's like, well, what happens in 100 million years? Like, who cares? But we are approaching it. We're only 100 years away. Interesting conversation. Over.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out, you stinking bears. I told you guys to take off that bear costume. It's too hot for that shit.
Dude, I might just go back to trading like just regular candlesticks.
Big buys, big buys. Watch out. You hear that tape? You can hear it. I know you guys can hear it.
I have some wax and some string.
That 110 level, we already took out the sell wall there a few days ago, no? I mean, yeah, last week. They came up with a new sell wall, though.
I love trading the 1 minute candlesticks.
All right, y'all. Let's see if we can close this candle. 15 minutes to close above 109.6 so we can invalidate this 3-day swing. Still inside of our channel though. Really want to see price get above 110 just to prove that we don't want to be in this shit no more.
Yeah, we need to take out the wall. It's the pointed pump.
It's too structured. I don't like this channel. It's been going for too long.
It's too perfect.
But it's a big whale exiting at 110. In a bit of an ascending triangle fashion, huh?
Pay yourself.
Or add to a winning position, right? Like, both can work out good.
That's predicting more reacting, guys.
Zeusy said FOMO in the green candles.
How can I pay
if
myself
it
more
was,
Dogecoin here? I don't know how to do it.
It's like it's gonna do that weird double top where it kind of looks like horns. That's what I'm seeing from it. But
hey, I can take horns as long as you don't say cat ears. We're good.
You don't get devil horns unless it's a swing fit. Like it would have to be like a wick.
no, but you know, like people are in profit immediately. They think about taking that profit. It's like, oh no, it's like,
Ooh.
I'm taking profit
Who's
right now.
people? Because I've been trying to convince people to do that forever, and they do not seem to grasp that concept at all.
I just did.
I think it's just plain wrong. It's
I'll FOMO in.
I'm not doing it.
You keep arguing with my bearishness.
Nice aggression coming through the tape.
I smell bear meat cooking.
Smells good.
If you take profit, you also need to cut losses quickly. And oddly enough, you know, people tend to they're okay adding to losing positions much more than they are.
Well, because this
adding
is
to
the
winning
this is the
positions.
pump that's gonna leave them behind. You know, they don't add to it.
I'm selling my iPad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, breakout trades are valid strategy too. I mean,
Yeah. If you know that's what you're doing, though.
I hate breakout trade.
You can't just FOMO and then somebody explains to you what a breakout trade, and you're like, yeah, that's what I am. I'm a breakout trader. No, you're not. No, you're not. Breakout traders follow
we need
follow
people
very
to buy
specific
after we bought.
metrics.
We need people to sell after we sold, right? So
Somebody wants me to sell my Dogecoin here. It's not happening.
that's
Somebody
a big bag going down.
somebody said something the other day that was interesting. I was talking to. We were talking about like the psychology of trading. And we're talking about intuition. If somebody has been in the trade, you know, has been in the game a little while. And he's like, you know, just talking about the group. Like some people are like, oh, I have a feeling this is gonna happen, or I have a feeling that's gonna happen. But it's like an intuition that doesn't come from experience. It's a feeling. And then he was like, intuition is silent. Intuition doesn't have a sense of urgency. When you feel that sense of urgency, like that's not intuition, that's adrenaline. That's a great point.
Yeah.
It's a really good point.
Okay, so I sold iPad at 62.57.
Profits.
The high candle was 62.60, so I was 3 cents off. Let's see if it goes up higher than that.
We're at the top of our channel now. Yeah, we hit that psychological at 110. Let's go check liquidity and see how many buyers we have in these areas.
That was 150 shares.
Well, you know, the real breakout is at 112 anyway.
Yeah, of course.
112 to 117, baby. That's what we're doing.
All right, so 110, there's 284 Bitcoin left at 110, and then at 110, at 110, 500, there's another 520 Bitcoin.
We took out half of the sell wall already on the initial.
Yeah, it was like 600 before.
That's a good sign. Oh, but there you go.
We got liquidations to take us through the next. There's more than enough gas to break this next resistance and get up into some of these higher buy orders,
Big
sell
buys.
orders.
Tape is lit up. It is lighting up. It's fireworks. It's the 4th of July delayed 5
For the
days.
first time since Monday, we're outside of this channel.
Go Bitcoin.
You think that's a trap?
It's all a trap, man.
I
Life is a
think we
trap.
don't have a lot of liquidations left to go. I don't think there's a road paved, and I don't think there's enough gas to get through.
We've got a lot of stuff
Paving
downward,
one.
don't we?
Yeah.
Well, I'm out.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not gonna
if you look,
FOMO. I'm not gonna
if you
do it.
look,
Thanks,
if
Dbloc.
you look at the weekly, right, and a little bit more consolidation wouldn't be so bad for a bigger pump, right? So
We've been consolidating for 6 months, though.
We got to be careful
yeah,
looking at the weekly, trying to figure out what's going to happen on 15-minute, though.
yeah, that's fair. That's
All right, guys. You want it to pump? I'm gonna go make a sandwich. Have fun with the pump. I'm gonna leave you guys.
Thank you very much. Bon
Guys,
appetit.
jumping volume too.
Later, brother.
Trying to push a new local high on Doge here, Drew.
Push it, doji, doji.
Wow, I didn't think it would get past 17 cents. It did.
Keep your eyes on the
Almost
tape
a
here.
bit.
Now's when you really need to see those aggressive buyers come through. 100x liquidations are gone. All those market closes.
Hey, Dbloc.
Yeah.
What's the purple space, like that purple space that's the
Supply.
Yeah.
It's just
Right
a
above
SR.
it?
Yeah, it's just a resistance supply
Okay.
zone.
Right on.
I'm out.
It's where we had all of our
Gracias.
sort of warnings from the drops.
Yeah, usually when I hit that, it tends to drop. So cool. Awesome. Nice charts, man. Seriously.
Appreciate it.
I'm out.
Let's see what little baby Ethereum.
Baby
Little-
ETH?
Little big baby.
I don't know, but now that we're back above January's high, I feel even more bullish. That's kind of
Let's
cool.
go.
We're halfway through our measured move on Ethereum. Measured move takes us to 3K. Plenty of resistance between here and there, though. But as far as that move goes, we've already locked it in. Came back, retested it, and pushed away. Very
Reclaiming
nice.
the weekly 50 too for ETH. Weekly 50.
Yeah, I just took profit by mistake.
You might be happy about that later.
Hey, Dbloc, I wanted to ask you, so if we want, like, if I'm looking at RSI, right,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously we've been kind of touching this overbought area on some of the larger time frames. If we're looking for a pump here, I would want to see price go up and the RSI coming down, correct? Or is that oversimplification?
It's more about the ranges that you're in, right? So with your RSI, above the 80, the way that it's basically taught to people that are new is super like oversimplified, right? Goes to the top, that means it's got to come to the bottom. It comes to the bottom, that means it's got to come to the top. Comes, The thing is that the way it really works is you have zones, right? In this blue zone, nobody's in charge. It's no man's land, right? Think of it like a war between two groups. In this zone from 80 to 100, the bulls are in control. Right? Anytime the RSI is up in there, the bulls can push price. Doesn't mean it's gonna pivot, and it can, and it will. Once it tops out, it will.
No,
But
I
it
just
doesn't.
bought.
It doesn't mean that the pump will stop. right? It means that they're in control. Same thing at the bottom, right? When you're down here, the bears are in control. Doesn't mean you found the bottom of the pump, but
Yeah, copy that.
Did I just buy?
all right, we're coming up into those sell walls now.
Dump it.
Drew, what'd you do?
Crazy because dominance is pumping at the same time
God
that
damn!
ETH is pumping.
Fucking shit.
So you're alright
Land
over there?
Bitcoin is catching up to ETH's pump. Also, ETH is kind of so small now that
a lot of aggression coming through the tape on both sides.
When alt season?
Never.
In 2 days.
There is no second best.
we don't know, right? But we know where it could be a good bet to bet on alt season, and I don't know. I feel like summertime isn't a bad time, no?
That was great. In 2 days, it was the best.
I mean, this time last year, well, not this time, but August of last year, we had a huge freaking dump that started in late July. So,
we definitely did not have alt season in summer last year, or the year before, or the year before. Last time was 4 years ago. And it was
August
summer
in
2021, where dominance took a nosedive of 40%. Or
11
30%.
months ago, Bitcoin hit the 49,000.
Alt season will happen when alts are in expansion. I think that's
Okay.
you remember when alts were pumping whenever a few months ago, early in the year, between December and March, and everybody was like, "This is alt season. This is alt season." It wasn't alt season, obviously. We need price discovery on ETH for alt season, in my opinion, just because that's what we've done in the past.
Yeah, but at that point, it's a bit of a late entry, but it's safer. Yeah, you're definitely right. Like once
Oh hell
dominance
no!
falls back in
I
its
wouldn't wait for
range.
them. No, I wouldn't wait for them. That's not what I would do at all.
Like,
To wait for that, no. But to expect it then would be the
no, but if we're at 64%, if it goes down to like 57%, everybody will be shouting alt season. But at that point, yeah, you might want to.
To even have a grasp on when alt season is going to start, you have to be able to understand why it hasn't. You got to understand why this alt season is different than any other alt season we've ever had. The answer to when it starts is in there. Right? The answer to when it starts is QT ending, Bitcoin being in all-time highs, with QT ending, with rate cuts. It's all monetary policy. We learned a very important lesson during this bull market. That's a brand new one. I don't care how long anybody's been trading. If they tell you they knew this beforehand, you could tell them that they're full of shit. Because we've never been through a cycle with the extreme level of quantitative tightening that we had this time. And the one thing that we learned is that risk assets are going to get no love. Speculation's going to be high. Only a certain number of coins are going to push. Their ground's not going to hold, so you have to take profits, and you have to be Bitcoin heavy. Risk appetite has to pick up for alts to move. And the problem isn't that we have no risk appetite. We do right now. The problem is that the excess money that's floating around, since the most of the money being made was coming through ETFs, the excess money that's floating around is in legacy. And instead of coming into alts, it's coming into Bitcoin treasury companies, it's coming into miners, it's coming into stablecoin companies. The money's moving. It's just not moving here yet.
All right, so
I like it. Yeah.
I gotta just bring up one person who did see this coming, and you know who I'm talking about.
I have no idea.
Ben Cohen.
I thought you were gonna say someone else.
What? Well, yeah, but Ben's Ben's that strategy works for every bull market, right? He does the same thing in every bull market. Like he'll sit in Bitcoin until dominance gets to a certain level, until each BTC makes a certain move. The difference is that in last bull markets, he missed out on a lot of gains on alts doing that. This bull market was perfect. This is the perfect time to do it, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, he looks like the smartest kid in the room for sure.
The circumstance made him look even smarter.
Yeah, it's a strategy that he's always held. It just perfect storm fell into the right environment for it to really sort of shine.
Yeah.
I was just
Exactly.
reading an article that the biggest quantitative tightening was in 2008, which really wrecked the market.
Bitcoin came out right after that.
Yeah, Bitcoin wasn't there for that. That created the need for Bitcoin.
Right.
2008
Yeah.
is what birthed.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's an interesting point.
We've seen all expressions of monetary policy at this point. We've seen really light QE. We've seen heavy QE during COVID. We've seen very light QT, and now we've seen exceptionally heavy QT.
We got 11 rate cuts in a row.
Yeah. The only thing we haven't seen is a full cycle of no QT or QE, a pause, right? A pause that lasts during an entire cycle. That's the only sort of environment that we haven't run yet. And that's a long time for them not to do anything.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been a period. That's a pretty damn long 4 years.
Yeah.
Of no rate change.
No, somebody's gonna get greedy.
Could
Yeah,
that
that-
be even? What set of circumstances have come about that you don't need to change the rate at all for 4 years?
Where inflation doesn't do anything.
I can't
It
even
just
imagine.
goes sideways.
I can't.
Things just don't do that.
Yeah.
No,
Market.
the world doesn't work like that.
I mean, we stayed at free money for a long time, but
Yeah, agreed. But 4 years to coincide with the cycle of Bitcoin, I don't think quantitative easing or tightening
no.
is based on Bitcoin.
The reason that it's difficult is because the 4-year Bitcoin cycle that we refer to is honestly the 4-year liquidity cycle, right? It's a global liquidity cycle. So that money, the money printer is always going to go, right? M2 is always going to pump and contract and expand and contract. It just happens to do it at the cycle that
Yo, Biddy.
Biddy's gone, bro. Look at the tape. Look at the tape. The aggression I'm talking about? That is a freaking Christmas tree. Holy shit. Still going.
Don't lie, man.
Still
Holy
going. Full
shit,
tape.
man. It's full yellow.
Still going.
We're going there, boys. We're going there.
62.57 at 63.08.
I need that shit to hit my short entry. Come on.
What's up, man?
Somebody slapped the bite. All right, we've done a lot to invalidate some bullishness here. We've invalidated the need for the third day of the retracement. We've invalidated this bearish channel. Finally.
This could be an expansion, bro. Maybe.
Yeah, I just took profit here all the way. I'm all out right
This
now.
is the only. There's only two options here. Is you should be looking to take profit or looking to open a short. Not financial advice, but you should not be looking to press the buy button.
Oh god, it's dangerous. Yeah.
Profits.
Wow, that tape is nuts. Look at that.
If you're trying to buy right now, you might want to seek medical attention.
Yeah, might want to even look at profit.
Even before, it sucks because people are like, well, I could have bought the breakout, But yeah, if you do that 10 times in a row, it's not going to end up too good for you.
You're going to get wrecked.
No, but there has to come a time where they start rewarding some top blasters. People that buy the top gotta get rewarded sometime.
Oh yeah, not in the
price
expansion.
discovery.
Yeah,
Price discovery, that'll
expansion.
happen.
Hey, you get rewarded with a red dildo up your butt.
Yeah, but
The
market
stock is
expansions are
moving
rare.
fast. Apple's up, Nvidia's up.
Doge is up.
Bro, we just had, I don't think you guys understand the amount of liquidity that just came in the last minute to push.
How much
Let's
is
go
that?
into.
It's
All
almost
right,
like the
I'm going to
market maker
Twitter
just
right
dumps
now.
it in.
Nah, this is news related, I promise you.
Somebody just bought the top.
Feed the ducks, man. Feed the ducks.
What did Trump say now?
Did he say something?
Looking at the chart, I would say yes, but I have to double check that.
Right.
Was it meeting minutes or something? FOMC.
No, we've had
Oh yeah, there is something today at 2:00.
We've had releases all day about deals made with countries on these tariffs, but
Right.
this was very specific and all at once.
Yeah, there was one thing that was coming out today, and only one thing. I forget what it was. I've been sleepy most of the day, having my last day off.
Man, the meeting minutes must be pretty positive, like dovish, because right at when the minutes got released, Bitcoin goes up, a quarter of a
This
percent, like
whole
out of the gate, kind of thing.
this
This
whole
whole
last
rally.
4-hour candle is a vector.
Guys, look at the size of the orders. There's 500. Look at the size of the what?
The
Massive
tape isn't. Nah,
buys.
that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. This isn't regular. Somebody
meeting
please tell me
minutes
the last time you
came
saw
out
the tape lit up like this.
Niagara Falls worth money, like
I
river
think it was
pouring into
never
this.
ago.
There's
Oh, it was a
money
long
pouring
time ago,
into this
man.
market right now.
We've seen a few times to be lit up like this a little bit.
Nah, but we just had 5 seconds of pure yellow. Like it didn't even. It was just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling.
Yeah, we haven't had price discovery, like a big expansion since what, December? January? December, January, roughly. As in like, yeah, new prices, like brand new price discovery. It's been
Man,
some
this thing is
time.
gonna swing
Yeah,
fill
look
the
at
all-time high so hard.
115 right there.
Maybe.
I don't think I think it's gonna blow past it.
Nah, that's kind of what I'm worried about. This isn't
Well, one of us is gonna
sustainable.
be right.
I hate to poop the
Yeah,
party.
I'm top blasted. I'm top blasted.
Remember, all of us can be wrong.
Looking at RSI on the daily, we are touching on overbought, but we haven't entered overbought yet. So that's we could potentially go quite a bit more from here. Not a whole lot more, but like.
Does RSI matter during the bull market?
Nah, you'll pin your RSI will get pinned for the longest if things are parabolic. Coin is moving
Right,
too.
and
Coin is
right, and
flying.
that's what I'm saying. Like we still have quite a bit of room that we could go, and before we even enter, we're like touching that line right now. So we
Yeah,
haven't
did you say
actually entered
corn?
it.
Corn is moving?
Coinbase.
Oh, corn.
So all-time high is right there.
Dude, we're gonna
so close to it.
Phil, guys.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you this time. Quiet thinker right now because we pushed hard right here. I think we kind of wasted the energy on this push right here.
Yeah,
You're
I
right in the
think
meat of
maybe
that
we go to
liquidity of the
112.5, and then we drop like a ton of bricks.
We might not even make it. We might not even make it to 112.
You're eating that short liquidity right now, man. You're right in the meat of it.
We have to get all the shorts, and then it's gonna go get all the longs. This is the day it's gonna happen.
What's Twitter? What's trending on Twitter? Just so you guys know, is that Jerome Powell is resigning as Federal Reserve Chair. No, nothing official. I don't believe it. I'm just telling you what's trending right now. They're saying that it's being priced into Bitcoin and it's being priced into risk assets as we speak. Source CBS News. Jerome Powell has just stated that he will be resigning this week.
What?
So
on NBC,
so
that's different.
If that turns out to be FUD, right? Then
Give it all back.
say that would be this would be completely unsustainable.
Price it back in. The way things work is that we price the future in, right? So if he's resigning, people assuming that the new guy's already said Trump just said 300 basis points today, like on some crazy shit. So if people assume that Powell is resigning, if this is true, they will price in what they consider the future price of Bitcoin to be under the new Fed chair. If it ends up being bullshit, they will reprice Bitcoin to the price that they feel it should be with Powell still in office.
Okay. Well, I'm selling all my SPY right now.
Man, what are the chances though that you get that narrative wrapped around this price action right at a breakout point? It's always the same, man. Same shit, different toilet.
I'm looking on CBS News and
one can cause the other.
I'm not seeing
the price
it.
of Bitcoin didn't go up until Powell quit. It's the other way around.
The reason that it would go up is because people are pricing in a rate cut.
Oh, false claims.
Just makes you smile, man, because the narratives are always there. They're always there. They always wrap around the price action.
I do
every
want
single
to
time.
point at Bitcoin dominance here for a second.
That was 58 minutes ago.
I do want to point at Bitcoin dominance here for a second.
Oh my God, that was so close.
If we're getting increased risk appetite, true risk appetite, where people are going to just pour into alts because rate cuts are coming, then why is dominance flying the way it is right
There
now?
was another big resignation today in Tesla and Space on Twitter.
Yeah.
Their CEO quit.
Yeah, that would
But
have
he's
a little
fired
effect.
17 of his people, head people, in the last year.
Wait, Dbloc, can you go back to dominant? What were you saying about dominance?
The dominance is pumping way too hard right now. This isn't a sign that people are seeking risk, but Bitcoin is being bidded up. If that's true and it becomes sort of official that he's resigning and there's a date for it, you're going to see dominance take a big hit as people start taking on more risk.
Well, we do know the date.
I'm not seeing that headline anywhere across the wire. You said you saw it on NBC?
They are on Twitter. They are tagging CBS News as a source. Like I said, nothing official yet. I'm just letting you know that's what's going across.
Yeah, it started circulating about an hour ago. And yesterday, Trump said he should resign.
Yeah, 59 minutes ago
Yep.
is when it started coming out that there was rumors that he's going to be resigning. And then
Yep.
4 minutes ago, well, I guess we can say 30 minutes ago, we can tell. We don't have to look at the clock. We can just look at the chart. 30 minutes ago, they started saying that it's official. But I still don't see any. I need to see Powell saying it.
Yeah, agreed.
It's that thing where he lied under oath, potentially. That's the biggest thing.
It might be the thing where they see there's a ton of short liquidity up above and they work for the banks, so they
Apology
go and
for
grab
the
that
open
and then
mic
they tell you the
earlier.
news was just a rumor.
Made it by
and then
when
they
it was trying to
send it
sell.
right back down, swing fail.
It's that expose they made on New York Post. They found out they were spending big bucks for the new headquarters, and he lied under oath to
Rave
Congress.
Harding Legends. Red heart emoji.
Yeah, that's
Thanks
probably
for
the
Will
biggest
to
thing
doge.
they could
Cool
he could
face
probably get a
emoji.
hit for.
He's probably like, I'm done with all y'all. Fix it. How about that? You know what? You fix it.
Linda stepped down from X too. That Linda Yasserino character, she stepped down.
Yep. She was there 2 years.
Well, there better be some confirmation coming across the wire really quick, or this thing is going to consume itself.
Dump it.
I've told you guys again and again, Powell is exactly like my dad. Turned down a cabinet position because he did not want to be involved in politics.
I would only take so much of this shit. I'll be completely honest with you.
Isn't that the truth?
I didn't sign up for all of this. Busting my ass, sleepless nights and shit, anxiety, losing hair over this shit. You guys figure it out.
45 years he was there. He was the third member of the FAA. The first two weren't even pilots.
He aged a lot this year, though. If you look at pictures of him this year compared to last year, it looked like he aged about 5 years.
My dad? Yeah, no, Powell did.
No, Powell.
Somebody 45 minutes
go.
ago said Bitcoin doesn't care about the Jerome Powell resigning rumors. That didn't age well. You need to wait like 5 more minutes before tweeting that one out.
Uh-huh.
Damn. Man, look at this. We're approaching 112 very quickly.
Yep, all-time high in
Sorry,
sight.
Powell. This is thru.
I'll
Man, this
drop
could
that
get.
liquidity heat map chart in general, so y'all can see that big pocket. You're
Yeah,
right.
this would have
I mean,
taken
you're
out
right
our
in
top
right
side liquidity.
now, man.
Yeah, this could get pretty spicy.
Well, I'm out.
Just do it, Bitcoin. Just do it.
Top side liquidity gone on a 12-hour.
Are
Only
you
thing that
out?
remains is that bottom side liquidity at 108.
Dbloc, are you out?
No. No, my short-term spot bags I've taken profit, but this is just the beginning for my long-term bags.
I got you.
I'm all out. By mistake, I hit profit, but I'm just gonna ride with my mistake right now.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with taking profit.
That's what
No,
I
I
did
just
last
had a
night,
trigger on
Drew.
the trigger, and
Same
my
thing.
cat came up, and I was like gonna lean over to pet my cat, and I took
Nah,
off the
nah,
warning.
nah, 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 nah. Nah,
No,
nah,
I'm
nah,
serious. Like, I
nah,
used to have a
nah,
warning thing. I don't have the
nah,
I don't have
nah.
the warning thing. No, I straight because I keep my mouse on the cell all the time. I always keep it there. It's there basically always. It's armed
That's
and
kind
ready.
of like we went to school and you went to the teacher, your dog ate the
Yeah,
homework.
I'm telling you, man. That's what happened when I took my profit. Like,
This just
no,
means we're gonna get bearish Drew, dude. We're gonna get a bearish Drew.
Yep, dump
Has
it.
anybody checked out ETH lately? Because
Yeah.
it's making some moves.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
More than halfway to its measured move on ETH.
9 minutes to market close.
Trying to figure out if I want to buy some of this game before market closes.
Come on, Bitcoin, just
I'm
hit
just
my
gonna
entry.
let it correct.
Well, what's your entry, my guy?
I'm not gonna say because last time I did it went bad.
Okay.
Give a hint. Give a hint.
Nope. Not throwing that into the
Failing the
ether.
all-time high.
Not this time.
Completely
like
destroyed
to
all
see-
these sell walls.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the guy that bought oil and it collapsed to negative $30 a barrel.
Oh man,
That was a disaster.
I was awake when it happened. Actually following it.
Yeah. Oh my
They
God.
halted trading on pretty much every site. You couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And you were getting paid to hold oil.
Oh, but it
Yeah,
happened real quick. You couldn't follow it. It was stuck on $5 for a minute, and then you just woke up to minus 37, and then it was blocked.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm looking at the timeline now. It's getting way too bullish. Sorry, guys. We're gonna have to dump it right here. Party's over. $111,000 is all we're getting.
I'm waiting for a short.
You're a funny man.
Have a nice big double
Did
top.
you just buy back in, dude? They're gonna reward top blasters, dude.
Nope, nope. Satan, I shall not.
Get
I shall
half, dude.
not.
At least get half so you don't regret it.
Be gone, Satan. Be gone.
This highlights the 50-50 approach to profit taking, I
Yep.
suppose. Like keeping 50 in, keep taking 50 off.
I get so much shit for
all in,
taking
all out.
20%. So like I'll get to a measured move and take 20%. And why would you only take 20%? I'm bullish in a
Yeah.
bull market, you know?
Yeah, true. Suppose you take lighter cuts when it's bullish.
Listen, if you take 20,
When it's
30%
doubtful.
and you get that retracement, it's more than enough to recompound. You're not missing out on anything.
It's hitting
Yeah,
that
it's better
all-time
than
high.
selling on the way down.
What sucks is
Yep.
I didn't get to put my profits back in. I would have loved for one more day of retracement and then give us this news on the pivot, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the
Alright.
mouth either.
So here the boys are gonna have to.
It's
push
all
right
right. It just
all-time
means
high
that
right
we're
now,
gonna go down for.
112,000. This is it right here. If they could do it, they're gonna have to do it right here.
200
It
points.
just means that instead of going down for 3 days, we're gonna go down for 3 weeks instead.
Well, I bet it's only up 3%. Not like it's massive.
Man, screw
We are
Bybit.
at all-time high as we speak.
That directly represents.
No, not on Bybit.
process.
Not on Bybit. D.
No, we're still a little bit shy on
East.
Bybit.
Yeah, we're. Yes, exactly.
We rejected
that
clean off of
ATH?
112 on Binance.
Yeah, dude, we are
Sitting
so
on
close.
111,800.
I got some sort of notification.
Got 850.
Hey, Dbloc,
Yeah.
are you buying that game for growth, or you just flipping it quick?
Nah, I'm holding on to that, bro. That thing is under $100 million market cap. They're just starting to buy up some ETH. I'm buying that for growth.
You know what's crazy though? Looking at, I might buy some too. You know what's crazy? If that thing was an altcoin, it would be about 350 in the ranking
Yeah.
by market cap. It's insane to think about that many altcoins are bigger than that.
It was Doge that I got a notification of.
Relies heavily on ETH performing, you know?
Yeah, you're essentially taking a spot leverage play on Ethereum, which is a beautiful strategy, in my opinion.
All right, green vector into all-time high. Not a whole lot of gas, but we've got plenty of FOMO.
That's a sign to
I'm
sell
gonna
it.
walk away for this one. I'll be right back.
True. Come on. Let's go.
It's pushing it.
My cat came over. I like that.
Oh.
There it is, all time.
All-time highs, ladies
Blaming
and
on the
gentlemen.
cat.
At
Something
this
just
point in
hit.
time, nobody that has bought Bitcoin is underwater.
Everybody's in profit.
That's right. Traffic.
Except for the last
guy.
3 guys that bought that top. 3, 4 guys, 5 guys, 5 guys. Okay, 20 guys. Okay, there's about 100 people underwater now, guys.
We did not break it. We did not break all-time high on Binance USDT pair. We got rejected at 112,000. Just letting you guys know.
It went above 112 on
We
perps.
didn't break on Bybit either.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, but on spot,
112.25.
We went over with 30 points on Bybit.
yeah, on spot we got rejected on Binance.
Not on perpetuals.
This is it then, I guess.
Oh yeah. Perpetuals is like always like a little bit
Or is
more.
that what they want you to think?
Yeah.
So is this like every shorter's
how
wet
many-
dream right here?
It should be. I'm waiting for Zeusy. Zeusy was waiting for that swing high. This is Zeusy's territory right here.
The swing fails.
By his rules, if he was here, he would have to take this short.
Oof. I don't want to touch it.
Pop through 25 more Bitcoin.
very
we
volatile,
got,
huh?
We got
Just use
9
that
left
walking the dog.
at 112, 459.
Cue his bullshit TA, but fits its plan.
Exactly.
He literally is out probably walking the dog right now. He is. Dog
The
walking.
TA is bullshit, but it fits my plan, so. Alright, come on, where's this liquidation?
It's coming. Big sales are about to come. Watch out.
Myself started up at
113,350.
I started my sales at 1770 for Dojo.
It's gonna be hard to get all the way up there, man.
They spread to 18.5.
It's concentration time, guys. Let the euphoria leak out of your bodies. Be rational here.
What goes up must come down.
Somebody just bought 206. Somebody just bought 216 Bitcoin at $111,000.
Big buy.
Wow. Sailor, baby. Sailor.
Make that make sense.
Just remember, BlackRock never
Market
loses.
maker.
Yeah,
Market maker trying to take out shorts, and then he's gonna dump it.
FOMO isn't specific to the amount of money you have. That's a fact.
Exactly.
Rich people definitely FOMO.
Mm.
Yeah, wealth and intelligence isn't necessarily correlated, I guess.
That and
yeah, mutually exclusive.
That and it could have been a DCA. We don't know the type of money they're playing with. You know what I mean? Like it looks
DCA
like a lot to
111?
us. A DCA of 216 Bitcoin at 111.
That's not a DCA, no, is it?
Well, yeah, specifically, yeah, right? Because a DCA, when a strict DCA means there's a certain time of the week that you're buying, no matter what the price is doing, at all.
Oh, I thought it meant when you've bought higher, you buy in lower just to.
Yeah,
get your
that's
average price down.
we use it that way, right? DCAing down into a retracement. But people who have strict DCAs, they're DCAing every Friday, 5 o'clock, no matter what.
Right.
So what it does is
okay.
it gives you the average of every buy that you've ever made. It's a
That's what I
dollar
was gonna
cost
say. DCA
average.
And if dollar cost
Smart.
average means dollar cost average, that means that you're either gonna have a good average or bad average. And if you're doing it up here, you're probably gonna have a bad dollar cost average.
You don't want to start your DCA strategy at $111,000. That's a fact. But if you've been DCAing since 15K, then some
then it doesn't
people
matter that much.
Yeah, some people will run their DCA strategies all the way until like 2 months from the top, 3 months from the top, whatever.
That's smart.
But those are consecutive DCAs, like I guess
Automatic, set and forget.
automated,
Yeah.
automated. Because there's other ways DCA and just wait for the biggest dips or the RSIs. A lot of people do DCA with RSI levels being really low.
DCA on fibs, DCA on a bunch of different things.
Yeah. So this, Dbloc.
Yeah.
This guy on YouTube called Target Hit, right? He has been liquidated twice. Once with 100K and second now as well.
God, he's got to change his name to Liquidation Hit.
Nah, but the funny thing is, he says he's been trading for 20 years, and every time he got liquidated, it was exactly the same position as this. Last time when it hit an all-time high, he got liquidated. This time, the exact same thing.
Learn your lessons, guys. If you don't learn your lessons, you're going to be doomed to repeat them.
Just incredible.
Yeah.
This guy sees his money go up in smoke.
Yeah.
Big sales coming in. Watch out.
It's a hell of a birthday present.
Happy birthday.
More little push.
Your birthday? Happy birthday, bro.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, whoever's birthday it is, happy birthday.
All right, we know how this works, right? Catching falling knives. Let's invert the chart. Does this look like an entry yet? Me, no. We're still building. Still building structure.
No entry yet.
Yeah.
Well, it's a perfect
It looks like a double bottom.
But this is where we pay attention.
There's no stopping volume candles, none of that. Nope.
Pump the inverse chart. We about to pump that inverse. Watch.
So it should happen, right? A stop in volume.
Yeah, you're going to want to see some candle structure. You're going to want to see a stopping volume candle. You're going to want to see a bullish engulfing. Once all that happens, you're going to want to see a higher low.
I mean, we already got one on the 15-minute. And we can have a potential tweezer top on the 15-minute too.
No,
we
no
could,
bullish
but
engulfing.
less predicting
Not
more.
yet.
Less predicting, more reacting, guys. There's
No
plenty
bullish
of meat.
engulfing. We
There's
still got
plenty of
time.
meat on this bone. You don't have to catch the very top.
Fair enough.
But that's fine.
I don't have to, but I'm going to.
But guys, I'm sorry to say,
I'm with you, BJ.
Bitcoin has not broke all-time high yet, technically on Binance, which has the highest volume on out of all the exchanges on the spot pair.
What number did it hit there?
It got rejected at $119,999 and like 99 cents, basically.
What,
Right under
19?
112. Yeah, 111.
perpetual.
900. No, on spot. Right under 112,000, basically.
What's the all-time high on Binance?
112,000.
Oh,
It whipped right above it.
We got to 112.44 on purpose. Doesn't matter, guys. We're focusing on the wrong shit. This could be any price action. It's just the price action we're watching. I don't care if it's all-time highs or not. What I want to know is if this is going to continue or if it's going to pivot.
Dbloc, the voice of reason.
I mean,
But that doesn't
we're
matter
just
if a lot of people on the
functionally trying to
timeline-
get in, trying to get in trades. So we have to focus on what's important for that entry.
That does affect the entry.
We gotta focus out here.
Psychologically on the trade. So if there's the timeline saying we broke all-time highs, but technically we didn't, that's much easier to sweep and shake people out.
I'm looking at BTC.
Yeah, but my point is, we'll see the candle
looking at
form if that happens.
USDT. It broke it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, whatever you're looking at, my man, you got to look at Bitcoin on Binance USDT pair spot, and you'll see that we got rejected under 112.
Yeah.
But that's
But is
not
that
the
important?
only chart. Like, that's not the only chart that exists.
I'm looking at
No,
it.
but that's the
It
one
broke,
I'm talking about.
It
That's
broke
the-
it on
that's the most
USDT
important
Binance.
chart. Yeah, but that's the most important chart there is.
Guys, what are we arguing about? Who cares?
I care.
Makes no sense. Y'all are just arguing to argue at this point.
It just makes sense to me, man. If Binance hasn't broke all-time high, Bitcoin
Then
hasn't
what does
really
that
broke
mean? But
all-time
what does
high.
that mean? Where do I put my stop loss if Binance didn't break all-time high?
Right here at the rejection, 112. That's the entrance. 112 for a short. If you're shorting, I guess, non-financial advice, or you just sell everything here because we got rejected.
Trying to
Binance
teach people how to
USDT.
successfully get in and out of trades that, you know, there's a sort of something we're trying to do here.
Yeah. D, I have a
think
question.
we have anything sexy quite yet.
D.
I think we got a little bit more to go. Just a
D.
little tiny bit more.
Yeah.
D. If you look at the previous all-time high, it tried. I don't know how to see it, but didn't it try multiple times? On the 15-minute, 30-minute chart, it went down, up, but it was always within this range.
Yeah,
the first time it tried, it went a little bit. Yeah,
consolidated.
could it happen here as well?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So imagine if you were in a short at the top, that wouldn't guarantee for it to be a big drop. It could easily just retrace a little bit and then try to break the 112 again, right?
We put a M. Last time we went to all-time highs, this is what we did. Came up and we rejected. We put in an M pattern that took a little while to break. We put in consecutive lower highs, right? That gave us the sort of clue that this was going to fall apart.
Oh, after the. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, that's how you notice.
Okay. Yeah. And at the top of it all, I don't even have to look to know. The top of it all, SVC. When did it finally break? Yeah. My point is that there'll be some structure. And we gotta try not to get ahead of it too quick.
So we'll have to see for the next few hours, right?
I mean, if you're shorting, you don't have that long. If you're taking profits, then obviously hitting a psychological point like that, whether we hit it exactly or not, is worth taking profits on. But structurally, there's nothing saying that this is exactly the top yet. We didn't see huge volume come in at the top.
What if you take the profits though, and then you only wait 20 minutes and you dump the money right back in?
I mean, that's yeah. If you see something different, right? If it looks like there's going to be some sort of continuation. Me, I'm always a fan. I'm always a fan of locking the profits in. I don't have the fear of getting back in a trade. You know what I mean? So like, I'm more than happy with taking the profits early.
What about?
I think what people typically do is they convince themselves that they're in a new trade, but they just end up entering the same trade.
It's just because, well,
like adding more risk. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
Yeah.
D, what about
You
the
can
volume?
just reverse your position if you want.
You still lose the money though.
What about
Or
the
take
what
the
now?
What about you just said like there wasn't any volume or any significant volume.
Yeah, if we look at our
Getting
top,
at the top, but when we were going to the top, wasn't there, like you said it yourself, a full 5 seconds of?
oh yeah, no, we had tons. Yeah, we had tons. But what you want to see is when you get up to a very top. Even if you don't get a stopping volume candles, you want that top candle to have a very high percentage of volume. Right? If we look at that top candle, it wasn't even the highest volume candle per se.
You want the volume bar to be the tallest one.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
It can't anymore. There's nothing left in the book. It's just empty.
That was crazy. The
broke
way
110
that they
where
drained
it was.
that order book was insane, bro. You should have been here to see that shit light up, Zusi.
I was having dinner. And
Did you
dinner
take a
is, like,
short? You
very
got your higher
important.
high. Did you take it?
I was actually not in front of the chart. So
That's
no.
not an excuse, bro.
And technically, this isn't a higher high.
Exactly. But okay, I want to contest something. Just if I can, if I may.
He got validated on that one.
Hold on one sec. How can it not be important what Binance USDT pair is saying, which that's the biggest exchange?
Binance Perp has more volume.
Actually, it is. You're
No,
right.
but the spot
Damn.
right now, I'm saying, how can that not be important if spot did not break all-time high? I think that's
Because
really important
we
to
were
look at
talking
because
about
the
the
spot
difference
is
of
actually 120.
$150, $200.
Right, but isn't that very, very substantial, like a big, big fundamental difference? If Binance Spot was not able to break all-time high, I think you have to take that in consideration.
Personally,
just
I
will
don't
say
read
it.
too much into that. It would have to be across the board. And I don't just
You're
the
right,
same.
Dbloc.
Let me explain the same reason. And I'm not saying that one matters and the other one doesn't. I don't put
Right.
too much weight in perps breaking the all-time high. In real time, all I'm really watching is candle structure. Now, when we go look in the macro and we start looking at our weeklies and we start looking at our dailies and we start seeing what this did to our structure, then I think it'll make a difference. But I don't think any number of I don't think a significant amount of people decide, oh, I'm going to sell because we rejected or we bought or we.
Well, no, that's not the people, but the algos. Because if it would have went $1 over on Binance Spot, that would have flipped some of the algos.
But dude, what if it did? What if it did go higher and not? What if it didn't go higher on that pair, but it did go higher on like Bitcoin USD, like BTC USD on Coinbase? I mean, like with that,
Oh, yeah, it did.
would
On
that
Coinbase,
change your
on a
mind?
lot of
Like,
exchanges, no, it did. But that's to me, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter until Binance doesn't do it. It hasn't been done. That's what I say. That's just my motto. I'm just saying it is
Drew,
pretty
it
important.
has
People don't
done
have
it
to
on
use it as weight.
Binance.
What's
Dude,
that?
I
bro,
think
can
we
you
can all
post where
agree it's
you're
a
saying
double
it's not
top,
or it
right?
hasn't done it? I see that it did actually go
Well,
above
dude,
on
you
Binance.
gotta get on a different Binance, my man, because you're on the wrong Binance then.
D.
I'm on TradingView Binance Spot, dude. Like this is the one.
USDT pair,
I just
Binance
posted it.
USDT pair.
Yeah, yeah.
And you see that do you see a wick above $112,000?
D, I
No,
have a
even on.
question.
Zoom in. There's
Binance
no
was
wick.
11,980. That was its all-time high previously.
Can I have 10 seconds just to explain the higher high thingy? You know, like this is a small time frame reaction to a scalp higher high. It's not price breaking above the previous high and then losing it. Right? You would just touch the level, and we're seeing a 0.8% pullback currently. But like that's some high leverage scalping potential there because your invalidation is so small. Like you've patiently waited for your attempt to break out in price discovery, and you were ready to short 112, and you took the trade, and it's it's obviously a nice higher high on leverage to attempt to catch a short. But it's very different than letting price really pump above the level and then catching a short once it loses this level. Right? Like we didn't break out and make a real higher high. Like
This
as
guys, we
you
don't
know,
have to argue this. We have the technology, and again, the difference that it makes is minimal. But if we're gonna look at Binance USDT, then we have to look at the high on Binance USDT. The high on Binance USDT was also lower than anywhere else. It was 111,980 was our high, right? We
Yeah,
never
exactly.
hit
That's what I'm
12K.
saying.
Our new candle today on Binance USDT is at 11999, right? So it is
Dbloc, come on.
technically higher than but it didn't break all-time highs on other chart, but it broke all-time highs on its own chart.
give it some time.
It's like
Maybe you're looking at
$19.
Binance US, Drew.
That's what I've been trying to say to Drew. But it is a non-factor. I just
D, I have another question.
Yeah, what's up?
Splitting hairs, man.
The little retracement right now, where do we see it stopping? Around the 110, 400 zone?
Yeah, you would want to see it hold that support. If we went through all that trouble to break that support and this is going to sustain itself, then you want to see it come back down and turn that SR flip, validate that SR flip basically.
Which is around
104, 110.4, 110.2 to 110.4.
And that's the SR flip. Okay.
It's also 50% of the vector gaps that we left on the way up, right? So if we take this entire vector into consideration and find where 50% mark is, it's roughly right in that range.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, it's the only
Yeah,
point that could have
111,
reacted,
999.
so it's kind of expected that it does because there's nothing else after it.
Yeah, the rest is just new.
You know what a really nice chart is for like a balanced price across all of it? Like, is the Bitcoin index chart, BTC USD index on TradingView.
Nice long chart too.
Isn't
Oh
that
yeah,
One of
daily
the
though?
one of the few long charts that actually updates in real time because
Yeah.
the BLX doesn't update in real time.
No, yeah,
I-
no. This
I
Zusi,
agree,
you
Rick.
can take this down to the minute. You can even take it down to the second if you want. It's the index chart, but yeah. The
What did it
index hit
do?
a high of $112.17. Sorry, $112,017.61.
You think it ponderates price through volume of different exchanges, or how does it like? Does it give more
Yeah, I'm
weight
not
to
sure.
Binance than
Maybe
to
it averages.
Bybit?
It's an average of
I'm
all
not-
the charts on TradingView. So if there's not a Bitcoin chart on TradingView, it doesn't.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be
Yeah,
fair.
I'm
You'd
not
still want to
sure.
give more like a bit like an exponential moving average. You'd want to give more weight to higher volume exchanges than your little DEX that where someone
It's more of a
will
macro
get.
chart.
You're asking for like the equation that creates the index, like whether it's
Yeah, exactly.
Yo, YouTube
median.
chat, not too much
Yeah,
on
there's
Drew.
like
He was
median.
wrong by like $12 on a $112,000 asset. I think he'll be all right. Y'all leave Drew alone before I come in there.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're like splitting hairs over like some high price. Like it's no big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really not
Also,
a big deal.
people sound like it's over. That's sad.
Oh, I know. Like we could blast this to like $116,000, and it's like this argument will be redundant.
Yeah,
But you could
it's been 4 5-minute candles since we made that
Yeah.
all-time high. Like, calm down, man. A little
Exactly.
bit.
Yeah.
I'm still looking on I'm still surfing the interwebs here for confirmation that my guy's really out of there.
That's your people's?
Oh yeah, man. Last adult in the room.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
It's his cousin.
That's your granddaddy?
Yeah, I've been watching the CNBC and there hasn't been any reports of it.
Yo, I just wanted to let you guys
Yeah, I don't-
know if you want to check
at
out
all.
an indicator for liquidity, the Algo Alpha Smart Money Heat Map. It's really, really cool.
This guy has money to burn. Just
We just saw that too, that Powell thing, man. They were talking about he was going to resign a couple months ago, weren't they? I remember that a couple of times, really. There's no way he does that. He said himself he wouldn't resign. He said there's no chance he would resign.
That's why I'm really skeptical.
might have been
Well,
forced to.
it doesn't matter if people think he's gonna resign for the coming 2 months. It's good.
It does because
already
of what
priced in now.
Trump's been saying. Trump just said that there should be 300 basis point cut. a 300 basis point cut, and that the new guy he's gonna put in, he said, just
Look,
now listen, Zusi, listen. He
I
said,
don't share that opinion
he
at
said,
all.
just
Like,
cut
for
the,
me,
he
it's
said,
bearish.
just cut taxes, and if inflation, I mean, just cut rates and inflation. If inflation comes back, we'll just put it up.
Just raise them again. Yeah.
We'll just raise them
That's
again,
good.
bro. I'm taking a long vacation. That shit happens.
Yo, but the thing about Paolo, this whole lying under oath thing, he just seems like the type of guy that would own it and would resign just on the basis of, yeah, like that's what should happen if you're caught lying.
Yeah, I would. Yeah,
Never
he
trust
seems
a
like he
banker.
could fall on the sword. I don't know. Honestly, at this point, if it was me, I would be like, screw y'all, bro. Y'all fix it.
TRU
Good
we
luck.
know as Raw Jam. Droga Master. Adults only
It's not
emoji.
fixable.
Golfer emoji. Cool
The
face
mouth must
emoji.
be
Doing nails emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
just mouth, man. The mouth of the machine.
Dbloc,
What's going on, brother?
were you expecting a new all-time high this week?
Hell no. Well, no.
Oh,
This week, yeah. I was expecting after our last retracement here that our midweek reversal would take us to test all-time highs, but not today, obviously.
Oh, only to test, not necessarily to break, right?
Well, we would have had the best attempt at it, right? Because we would have gone down, grabbed all that liquidity, cleared all of that underneath us, picked up those orders, So our strength coming into that all-time high push, I believe, in my opinion, would have been stronger than this.
If we would have had the base and bear case, you mean?
Yeah. If we would have come down and cleared these liquidations, picked up these orders, had everybody on board, and then really made a concerted effort at it.
So you think it would create a change in sentiment if they were try to do that now? So go to the base case and bear case.
If
and
this
then
is true,
retry.
if this is true that Powell is resigning, we probably don't get that move. I would be looking at 107s just to clear this liquidity. There wouldn't be a need to come back and grab these orders. And honestly, if we check, I would have to assume that these orders probably moved up.
Oh yeah,
This is a big deal. This isn't a non-story if it's true. If he's really out of here in 2 weeks, this is gonna affect all risk assets. It's gonna get priced. It's gonna get priced in. So we have to really focus on figuring out if this is all sort of just bullshit or what.
The rumor needs to be proved in the charts, right? So continuation of dominance going down is proof that whales are acting on that rumor.
Well, that's what I said.
Altcoins going up is proof.
That's what I said. That's what I said earlier. With price going up in this news, it's cool. But until you see dominance take a hit, then risk appetite hasn't changed.
It's first price, then news. Yeah?
Hey guys, I apologize. Sorry, I was
Look at these
wrong.
indexes.
I have to admit, I have to own it. I was wrong. My vertical zoom was snap the grid.
You're good, bro.
Bro, you telling me to zoom? Yo, wait. Trump just
I know,
announced 50% on Brazil.
D.
I got to start using TradingView more, man. I'm using this Coinalyze and it had me snap the grid.
Or Zusi. How would you guys
trading is the best.
Go ahead.
How would you determine how big the move up has to be?
It doesn't have to be anything.
Because
you
let's
can
say
measure it depending on patterns and stuff like that. But
because the alts did move a good 10% almost in the last few days. I know that's
yeah,
not
but
a big
Bitcoin
move
is
at all.
also up 10% from 100K. We're at 110, right? So they actually didn't move. They're even losing value still.
The move,
relative to Bitcoin,
the move that was building up here, would have been the W structure, right? This breaking out locked in a larger W structure on. If we go to like the 15-minute, 30-minute, it's probably easier to see. If we're just talking about this specific move, remember I talked about how the road gets paved by the measured move, but there has to be enough gas to take it there, right? The gas obviously came in here out of nowhere. But if we're looking just at the structure of what we're looking at here, then this higher low fractal. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, that was your term, the measured move.
Yeah, this higher low fractal to the double bottom, and then to the 800 EMA, right? That higher low is what ended breaking when we popped up, right? Coming back above, not taking out the invalidation. The invalidation for this was at that 800 EMA. So we came down, we broke out, we lost it. But with the news, we popped, obviously. So the news gave us the gas, right? But structure gives us
Powell news, I think.
the measured move.
What news?
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yeah, Jerome Powell, he says that he's
The rumors, Lucy, the rumor.
said that he's
Yes,
Oh, you guys think
rumor.
Bitcoin is at
rumor.
112 because social media is saying that Powell is resigning? Oh boy. Never mind. I won't fight it. Okay.
Zushi, I love the way you think. I really do.
But you gotta think a bit outside of the 99%, yeah? I'm trying to do that. It hasn't been that successful, to be honest, but
I took a short because I took a short at the top because D told me, yeah, this is something Zushi would, and I've heard you talk for the last few weeks.
yes,
and
this is
in my
only a short
opinion,
entry possibility, yes, but
it
doesn't mean I would take it.
I'm just letting
It's
you
what the
know.
market is giving you, right? Price is going up 2%. I mean, today Bitcoin is up 2%. It's all cool and good. It's only 2% though.
All right, I'm back.
Starting to look like my cat actually did a good decision for me.
Yes, let's go, cat.
That's her magic,
No,
bro.
but people don't believe me. I was armed to like sell, and I didn't want to sell that. Like, you know how cats sometimes head bump you just to say thank you? Like, can I give him a treatment? He head bumped my hand while I had my like hand on the mouse.
My cat scratched the shit out of me.
You were ready to sell, bro.
So
That's
it
just a
sounds like the
little. That
trick
just
is
pushed you over the line. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my
the,
finger was
the
on it.
trick is you got to feed your cat right when price is pumping, right?
So is it me or actual cats are assholes?
Yeah, they're total assholes.
Cats can be.
Man, I took in the cat
Yeah,
of my.
yeah. But here's
Depends
the
on the
thing:
cat.
they are apex predators that either choose you or they don't. So you either get
Apex,
I was
no
about to
apex.
say, I don't think it depends on the cat. I think it depends on the person.
No, dude, that's not true. I took the cat of my family in for 6 months. I fed it whatever the fuck it wanted.
Language.
After 6, I'm sorry. After 6 months living in my house, yeah, I give it back because they found a place, whatever. I think it took maybe 2 weeks. The guy just straight up ignored me. He slept in my bed and everything. 2 weeks later, he just ignored me.
Well,
Just
you
total
know
asshole.
why?
No
You know
idea.
why? Think about how much effect this tiny little fuzzy animal has on you that you just swore on YouTube.
Asshole cat. That's it.
Cats are the reincarnation of every girl you ever slept with.
Give me them girls you slept
Yeah.
with.
A cat will eat your dead body within 3 days of you dying. A
Come on,
dog
man.
will wait
Yeah,
like
that's
3
true.
weeks until it's basically starving.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, that's true. Dogs will not eat their own.
Dogs only like you because you feed them, bro.
Probably, yeah, exactly that.
Dogs only like you because you feed them. Cat likes you, he likes
Yeah,
you.
that's how we converted the wolf into a dog.
Yeah. Dogs don't choose you; they just are loyal because that's how they know how to get fed. Whereas a cat either chooses you or it doesn't. That's it. You're either its buddy or you're just the thing that feeds it.
I love dogs though, and cats. Cats are great.
They're just
Well, in the
cute.
wild, it's very much the same way.
And different cat breeds
Oh,
have different personalities
yeah.
on top of it.
Tigers
yeah,
are by
yeah,
far
yeah.
the most dangerous.
I like
You
turtles.
know how crazy Bengal cats are? The Bengal breed? They're wild, man.
Yeah. Well, and
'Cause
you
they're
got to
like-
remember, cats are like sadistic animals. Like they play with their food before
They thrill kill.
before it's
Yeah,
dead.
they thrill.
Yeah.
They kill out of like play because it's like.
So the fact that it shrunk itself down to be fed by you, you should be honored.
D. Or D or Juicy.
What's up, brother?
What significance does it have when I heard the term before, when it slow bleeds compared to a wick up and down? Just like in this case, it's slowly going down. Does that have any significance to a chance of retesting the high?
Well, you're looking at retail reaction here, right? Market maker gives you your vectors on the way up and then puts a stop to the party, right? The retail FOMO that we had gave us 2 more 5-minute candles, and now it's just sort of rolled over. So the way I read it is liquidity providers like to read what the sentiment is to know if there's any need at all to continue to match price on the way up or if they're going to go into vector recovery, right? There's no volume here. There's no buying. So market maker will decide to just feed himself on these vectors until price comes across the tape. Right? If there's no buyers on the tape, you'll just get a full vector recovery here. The difference between it being slow or fast is that usually if you get a fast move, then it's matched by the market maker, which means you'll have red vectors on the way down. If you have red vectors on the way down, that means you have market maker long orders inside those vectors, and that makes for a recovery, right? That helps for a recovery.
Okay, thank you.
AD, do you think when it comes back up or whenever, I guess, retail goes in, that would make it double top pattern-wise for what you just explained?
I'm sorry, what was that? I missed out that question.
Sorry. Do you think it did what you said, like when it goes and retests the high and then you get the red vector or vectors down, would that create a double top? Sweet.
I mean, it could
That's what I'd like to
if
see
you're there. I
forming
mean,
right
right
here.
now we've got a double top on a pretty macro scale for the most part. Right? You don't have to be pixel perfect. Even though we popped above all-time high a little bit, this for the most part on the macro will read as a double top.
Well, it's about the daily close now, no?
Yeah.
A Dbloc on the 15-minute chart, isn't there a red vector leaving longs on the way back up?
Yeah, at the top of the range.
So he left longs there, and if people decide to party up right there,
Yeah.
whenever price does come back up.
It's probably a couple of 1 minute vectors. If we take that and we highlight it, and then we come down on smaller time frames to see what built that vector.
Ah, he opened the 1 minute.
Right. So that vector didn't get created until the bottom.
Okay.
Right, for the most part. Which means, you know, when you see vectors recover, but they don't recover the whole thing, chances are if you come into the vector and sort of dissect what made the vector, you'll get sort of situations like this, right? Where the very last couple minutes of the candle had so much volume that they turned the whole 15-minute vector, or the whole 15-minute candle into a vector. But on the 5-minute, there are none, right? Which means that they were 1 minute vectors that triggered it.
Got you.
Also, the reason why you have on the 1 minute 100, it's at 111, right? That vector. It's where most of the exchange happened in this 1 minute up and down.
Yeah. You will also get vectors when shorts cover. Right, that increased liquidity from the short squeeze.
Like, you know, the big buys happened at 110 and 111. So these are the small 1 minute SRs, I guess.
Rumors are cool and they do affect the chart, but if there isn't confirmation, then the natives start to get restless. Right? And the longer we go without any real confirmation of him resigning, official confirmation, you can expect that the pricing in that was done will get priced out, like we were talking about.
Yeah, I'm looking and I still haven't found anything from official channels.
Nah, nothing official. Plenty of noise, though. Plenty of noise.
You've had Trump calling for his resignation for a while now, too. Or, like, you know, that kind of pressure.
Oh, yeah, Trump also called him a numbskull.
Yeah, many things.
I
Look,
still think it's kind of later.
this will give you. Let me give you a short little idea of what it's like on Twitter right now. Right, this was posted 1 second ago. Right, Justin, Jerome Powell resigning, whatever, and then the first comment underneath: fake. There's a war going on right now on Twitter for truth, bro.
But what do you think the reaction of the markets would be if he actually resigned tomorrow?
Price go
You
up.
guys really think it's bullish?
Short term, yeah. Long term, we're fucked. Pardon my French.
Zeus.
Yeah, it's gonna bring uncertainty, right? Like, and the whole. Well, it means that the last 3 years were for nothing, basically.
Until the next guy comes in and sells you a dream, and then everybody will buy right in, just like presidents.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you.
As long as we don't create the recession, man.
Has nothing to do with selling a dream. You got to understand what's going on with monetary policy. No matter what Powell says, the problem that exists is a problem that exists. Even though, in my opinion, they had a lot to do with creating it.
The problem ain't never going to be fixed, and they did create it. The problem will never be fixed. The illusion that it would is absurd. It's impossible to fix.
You know how much
he
they've
wants a soft
managed to.
landing.
You remember where we were at after COVID? Where 3 out of every $5 in your pocket have been minted in the past 2 years? To where we are now, just because we haven't got down to that 2% doesn't mean that they didn't bring us back from the brink.
They love playing hero after they play villain. I don't subscribe to any of it, but what I do know is they created the problem, and there is no solution to the problem. at all. That's at least traditional in a traditional sense.
I look at it like we created the problem technically, though, because they are supposed to be we in a sense, and it's just unavoidable problems that we as a society created. And like, it's like
We didn't make the money funny. The bankers did, man. It's
hey, we're
agreed.
feeding the fire.
We didn't do that. We pay the price though, for sure. We definitely pay the piper.
Yeah, but we're
the
also
consumers.
feeding their flames, and we're feeding the fire with some gas that we're trying to fight. Obviously.
There's two different arguments here, right? There's an ideological argument on is the system flawed, which obviously we all agree or we wouldn't be in crypto. And then there's a very common sense practical argument of how are the decisions that they're making in real time affecting our risk assets. That's it.
I was also saying how we're actually contributing to what we're fighting without even kind of not just subconsciously, like technically with
Well,
what
if you
we're
guys,
doing.
if you're still trading for fiat, yeah. If your goal is to accumulate fiat, then you're not out of the system. You just found a way to make more money.
I don't think fiat is suitable for like mankind, like as a system of, we need something better. I think something that functions. It's not so clunky. You know what I mean? Like the issues, the problems we're in, the way that we, operate. It's not in service to humanity. It's in service to a very few amount of people.
Bitcoin doesn't care about these rate cuts or not cuts and all. It's for alt season, maybe that we should follow that. No, like look at it. We got 5%
Bitcoin hasn't cared
interest
about
rates.
anything. But
Bitcoin is
Bitcoin
at
went,
112.
Bitcoin went from 15 to 112. Like, look, you guys figure out all that other shit, but we've got stuff to do.
Doge just made a new higher high.
Yeah, Doge is looking beautiful.
For alt
Doge,
season, it would be good
Doge.
to lower rates, of course. I'm just more worried than most people. Like for me, it's not really short-term bullish. We might revisit tariff lows on on the stock market chart. On a Fed pivot, it
That's great,
just
though.
technically makes sense. Yeah, it'll give you a buying opportunity potentially.
Yeah, if it goes down, it's good, man. It's good either way. That's the way I see
It
it. But
depends
the thing
on
is
the context, right? Like why is he gonna cut rates? Yeah, it really depends why the next Powell cuts rates.
What matters
If
is
it's because the previous one
what matters
resigned,
is the
it's
long
it's
term.
bearish.
Matters is the long term effect.
we have two cutting cycles to draw conclusions from too. This isn't a new experiment. That's another thing that I think is really important to pay attention to. We have two complete the whole sequence of events from the first cut to the final cut from the first hike to the final hike. We have that twice before in the past, so we know what the implications are. We know what happens when they hit certain buttons.
Yeah, you've often seen a bearish reaction to a rate cut initially, and some of those reactions lasted for 3-6 months. And that brings you to the end of the crypto cycle. So you don't want a cut. Please just do nothing. Leave it like this. It's perfect. Let's not take risks by having cuts and this and that, because oh boy, it can only break what's working currently.
The final cut, though, last cycle was the COVID cuts, where they cut, the rest of whatever it was to get the terminal rate where it ended up being. That was basically the start of the bull market. Was the final rate cut.
Well, if they take 4 years to cut rates, then
Timing has a lot to
good.
do
It's
with
gonna
this.
line
Yeah.
up.
There's a difference
it's gonna
between
line
a
up
rate
with the
cut
next
at the
cycle.
bottom of a bull market or the rate cut at the end of a cycle.
Also, there's a big difference between Powell deciding to cut next meeting and Powell having resigned and the new guy deciding to cut. Like just psychology-wise. Yeah.
The difference is the points. The most you could hope for Powell is 2.5. Trump is out there crazy with his megaphone talking about a 300 basis point cut as soon as this guy comes in.
No, but it's like a forced cut, right? It's not gonna.
That's what I've said. It matters
welcomed.
how it's done. The longevity and the effect that it's going to have on the economy is going to matter how it's done.
People are not gonna be confident about
Nope.
the reason of the cut.
Nope.
You need people to really believe.
They'll have zero faith in the Fed, especially with him saying that if inflation comes back, they'll just raise it again. I don't think he realizes what that means.
Anyway, all they've done is BS us for a couple years. I mean, for a long time, more than a couple years. All they do is kind of play with us, man. Really.
We're not talking about regular people. We're talking about institutions. Institutions lose faith in the Fed, then they hold their money.
They have money. They're ready to borrow, man. You know how much money is ready to be borrowed, and they don't want these high rates.
But Powell said it in the last 3 years every time. You know, if he cuts too soon, he might break something. If he cuts too late, he might break something. And now people are being bullish because they think Powell is going to get fired, replaced by someone else who's going to cut. It just doesn't make any sense.
Hey guys, I have a question. I've been listening to the conversation the whole time. So how many of you side with Susie about the fact that with a new Fed chairman, nobody will have any faith in him? I'm kind of leaning towards what Dbloc was stating, that people just want, it's all numbers, it's math. And if we get the cuts, the money print to go burr, and, the games begin. In regards to what Crazy said about how could anybody have faith in the Fed? I don't think anybody that has a choice has faith in the Fed. But the institutions, they got to do what they got to do. So they don't really have a
People don't
choice. They
have
got
the
to believe in the
luxury
Fed.
to decide to trust the Fed or not. You either do or you don't. The problem is that they affect everything, right? So
Yes.
what Zusi is saying is true. It does. What we're talking about with shaking the faith in the Fed, it's not regular people. People don't trust government. People don't even understand what the Fed does. What that means is people that spend will stop spending if they lose faith that the Fed can control inflation. If it gets to the point where people are fearful that the Fed cannot control inflation, meaning you cut, inflation goes up, and then you start doing emotional reactive shit like raising, that shakes the faith. And what that does is it makes people hold on to their dollars. The fastest thing that can sort of usher in a recession is people holding on to their dollars, right? So that lack of faith makes people say, okay, recession is inevitable, it's coming, I need to save. Them saving then accelerates that. And when that happens, inflation becomes entrenched. Entrenched inflation is what you don't want, because you're talking a decade-long run at that point. So when we talk about faith in the Fed, whether you like Powell or not, you have to believe that what he says is what he's going to do, even if you don't like what he says, right? It doesn't matter if it's a good thing or a bad thing. What matters is that the person that's in there is going to stick to what they said they're going to do and the data that they're looking at, and that nothing is going to shake it. That's all.
Hold on.
They don't. Inflation was transitory. They don't stick to anything. They move the goalpost consistently. But from a personal, I think Powell's doing a great job for what he's meant to do. I don't have any opinion here nor there. What he is fundamentally as the chair Fed, the head of the Fed, it's fundamentally has a whole different narrative. But to me, it's neither here nor there. But faith in the Fed, if he was replaced tomorrow and somebody replaced him and the guy came in, there would be narratives where there would be a dream sold and this guy could be better. And then all of a sudden the narratives would wrap around, oh, this guy has this degree. And I mean, these guys get replaced all the time, man. He'll be out of his spot in what, later this year?
And then it'll
next
be up,
year, whenever
and
it
then
is?
it'll be up to the next guy to make sure that people respect his word and have faith in what he's saying. Which means you can't do shit like cut 1 week, have numbers go up, and then raise rates.
I think people also people don't like that he cut rates as soon as he cut rates leading into the election, and then as soon as uh, the president changed, he doesn't cut rates anymore. So there's people that lost faith for that too.
All right, now remove the president aspect of it and look at what happened there. Right? He cut early before he even wanted to cut. There was pressure, the same amount of pressure that there is right now, there was at that time because of the powers that be, right? He decided to cut at that time. What happened to inflation after? Right? It came roaring back. So do you think that he's going to be in a hurry to cave again when he doesn't think it's the right time after he just recently had an example of doing that very thing and being set back? So there's different ways to look at it, right? You could look at it like, I caved, I went against what I thought was the right thing to do, I'm never going to do that again. Or you could look at it like, I really like this president, I don't like this president, I'm going to try to hurt this president, I'm going to try to help this president. Both things can be true, but there's two different perspectives. For me, I look at it like he tried something that he didn't, we know that he didn't want to, because we saw that he like made that cut through his teeth. And then inflation came back and everybody started to panic.
Yeah, but why did it come back? And
Because
he
he
said
cut too
himself
soon.
that he doesn't know, that it's hard to judge why it came back. That it might be because of tariffs, that it might be because, like, he
No.
himself is
Even
not
before the
sure.
tariffs, inflation had come back after that cut.
Oh, the first
He
one?
says everything
Yeah.
under the sun, man. He gives you every possibility and every angle, and he tells you maybe this happens, maybe every time. He covers every base. It's typical politics, man. It's the same thing that the president does and all of these guys do. They tell you every possibility. They cover all bases. We could cut if we like it. If we don't, we won't cut. And they'll give you everything from A to Z. And then they basically just do whatever they want, regardless. Depending, and they say they're data dependent, but the data has been pretty responsive to I mean, like you said earlier, we've been in tightening for, I think we're breaking records at this point in terms of the amount of months that we've been this high of a terminal rate. So
I feel like
No,
the
no, if you
BLS
go
is
back in
manipulated
the...
too.
No, that's not
The
true. You go
Bureau
back
of
in the
Labor Statistics.
1980s.
well, let me rephrase that. Since monetary policy changed in the early 2000s, because it's a completely different ballgame. I'm not talking about the 80s.
What are the effects on inflation for these tariffs that are coming through right now? Let's quantify it, right? What are the effects? What are the effects on inflation with these tariffs that are coming through? If we had to sit down right now and do the math to figure out if there was enough bubble to cut and if we could take the hit that we're going to get because of the tariffs, right? What numbers would we need to do that math? If we were going to sit here right now on paper and do the math, what numbers would we need? Right? We would need to know what every country is paying for their tariffs. And then we would need to
Right,
do
and
the
that changes
math
every
and cycle
7
that
days.
in, which is why there hasn't been a cut. And
they
there's
change
no way
every
to
7
prove it,
days.
but I 1000% believe that if we weren't going through this tariff bullshit, we would have had our cuts by now.
It's not other countries who pay the tariffs. It's when you import to America that you pay. It's not when you export.
Yeah.
Just
It
saying.
still affects inflation.
Well, obviously, someone has to pay. Yeah,
Yeah.
eventually.
So the point I'm trying
customer.
to make is that we're asking for this man that's been saying, whether you believe it or not, that he's data dependent to make a decision when it's impossible right now to quantify the effect of these tariffs until we get Trump coming out and saying A, B, C, and D. Now, once that comes out, that excuse is out the window. Once we know what the numbers are and it's set in stone, then Powell has no excuse. He can do the math, he can figure it out, and he can come out and tell us in the next FOMC meeting what he feels the effects will be.
Do you think that inflation will improve? Or let me rephrase that question. Do you think that inflation is fixable?
No, of course not. In the long term, no. But what we're talking about is getting it
Right, so
down
what do
to
we
a rate where the
so
government...
there's no point.
Guys, what we're
I
talking about,
disagree.
we can't have both
It's as
arguments,
good as it's
guys.
gonna get,
We
though.
can't have that.
My
That's
point
not
is that it's
true.
as good as it's gonna get
That's
now.
not true. That sounds good to rail against all of that, and we could have that argument too. But that's not true. We need to get inflation down to a certain point so that the Fed can start to ease. That's the only thing that matters. It's not, are they going to be able to fix it? Is this savable? Of course not. I wouldn't be denominating in Bitcoin if I thought any of this was savable. What is important are the risk assets that I'm holding. What is important is the risk assets that I'm holding.
Inflation.
There have been times of deflation, even in America in the past, and there exists good fiat money that don't inflate 2% per year in the last 20 years. It exists. So it's possible. Of course it's possible. But you would need to, well, change a bit your way of life.
They've made tremendous progress on inflation, man. I mean, we're at pre-COVID levels of inflation. That's another thing that's kind of misleading. The way that you hear the news talk, you would think that inflation is still extremely high, but
No,
in
we're at a
reality,
very good spot. We're at a very good spot, and we would be cutting if it's not for the question marks. If it's not for the question mark of these tariffs, we would be cutting by now. The numbers where they are right now are perfect to cut. But without knowing what's coming down the pipe, it's irresponsible. After working the last 2 years to get us down to where we are now, to just say, well, screw it, we'll see what happens. It's good enough.
How many months did he hold though previous to the tariff announcement? Because I'm pretty sure that I'm thinking about it. It was months that the rates were being held prior to any tariffs being announced whatsoever.
Yeah, because of what I said before, because he had cut too early. We already saw what
That's
happened
what
when
he's
he cut.
telling us, man, and it sounds good. It sounds
We
good.
saw the
I just don't.
numbers. What do you mean? He cut
I'm
and inflation went
anti-hedge.
up. He cut the rates
I
and
don't believe the
inflation went
bankers.
up. That's why we paused. That's why there wasn't a consecutive cut after that. This shit is all verifiable. You don't have to trust what Powell says.
Well, you have to trust the inflation metrics, which is, I guess, another debate. But
Yeah, we can talk about them
Yeah,
cooking the
exactly. The numbers
numbers, and
don't
we can
lie.
talk about all the revisions on unemployment, and we can talk about all that funny business. But if we're really just going to bring it down to practical facts, all we're trying to figure out is when are the numbers going to get right enough for them to cut, for the money printer to go burr so that our shit can go up. I promise you, nobody in this room cares past that. Like, everybody just wants to know when their bag goes up.
And it's fun. It's fun to speculate on this, especially with somebody that knows well about it. I enjoy the banter, but the thing that's why I brought up the question: is inflation fixable? One, we all agree that it's not, and two, the original question I was going to ask is how much do we think that we're going to improve on inflation from now? Because I think it's negligible the difference between where it could get potentially if we were to hold longer and the potential, because we also have to understand there are many financial dominoes that, I mean, we saw Silicon Valley Bank collapse. There's many things that can go wrong with rates being high for too long. So it's negligible, in my opinion, for them to hold rates when have hit the goals that they projected. They keep moving goalposts. They said we hit 2%, we're good. We've been at 2% now for a while.
We've been at
So
2% on
it's
Trueflation. We
negligible.
have not been at 2% on Fed numbers, and they don't use Trueflation.
Trueflation is a better metric than what they
Yeah,
give
but they
us
don't
because
use
they
it, so it
control.
doesn't matter. When he says we're going to get to this number and we'll do
They
something,
use
you have
what
to
they
look at
want.
the number they're using. I get
Yeah,
it.
they're going to
Again,
use what they want because
we're making an ideological argument. A practical argument and an ideological argument. Could they be using Trueflation? Yeah. Are they using Trueflation? No. Which means the Trueflation number doesn't matter. What matters is the numbers they're looking at. That's what we have to sort of focus on.
like you
Should
just
they
said, though, they
be?
fudge
Yeah,
the
of
numbers.
course. They should be using the most
It's not
effective.
practical. It's not practical though if they base their numbers in things that they're creating. Like you said, they fudge the numbers.
Yeah.
So it's not practical in that sense. What's practical is using a decentralized metric like Trueflation because they have no narrative. They have, they're not being bought by anybody. They don't have anything to push.
I get
When
it.
they're creating their own numbers.
I get it. It's
I
the
know you.
how things should be versus how they are.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
We can talk about how things should be, but how they are is what's going to affect our current positions.
Well, I think too, it's the market will price all of this in, and we'll see it down the pipeline more. I think we are clearly and certainly closer to easing than we were, 6 months ago. And the tariffs, to me, it's neither here nor there. They definitely have a weight-bearing cause on everything. That's undeniable. But I think on the macro, everything is priced in, and everything will go exactly how it's happened before cyclically due to the debt cycles and liquidity cycle. Nothing will throw anything off course because it's just an undeniable, immovable piece of data and an immovable timeline that really can't be. You can move it short term with these little things, but we know where this is headed, man.
I got a question.
Doge had a nice spike.
So,
yeah, good.
With the tariffs coming in, right? Will they be able to replace the money that's going to supposedly have to be printed, right, to bring up to our new $4 trillion more of debt? So basically, can we replace that $4 trillion worth of debt with tariff money, tariff taxes?
It's meant to offset. Yeah, it's meant to offset. The problem is that we won't know by how much until we know what the percentages are. Even today we've seen single countries fluctuate from 25% to 75%, and it's like, bro, we can't do the maths with that, right? We need some real data to be able to do the maths.
And so the driving idea here with that thought is that inflation is normally based off of printing money, right? That you get inflation by printing money. If you're not printing money, right, then inflation will go down. So does that feed into this entire conversation?
Yeah, it's a balance, right? It's the expansion and contraction, Right? The only reason they want it to get down low is so that they can run it back up. And then when they run it back up, they're going to try to get it back down low, and then they'll run it back up. That's the only way that this machine stays working. Right? Without the debt cycle, without the liquidity cycle, without the interest rate sort of circus that we play, this would all come to a halt. The wheels would come to a grinding halt.
There's only so many buttons they can press too. I mean, and like I said, we have two complete pieces of, two complete cycles of easing and tightening to model our approach from based off history, and all the narratives at each are different, but the result is always the same.
Fed's only got two tools: print money, raise rates, cut rates. Those are the only two tools that they have. They completely used all their ammunition during COVID with the printing. So that was out of the question. So literally the only tool they had left was to cut rates.
They did a good job too, man. I mean, there's one thing you can give Powell credit for is he stuck to his guns, and they got it. They hammered inflation down. They did. It worked.
The difference this time around is the emerging countries, right? It's the BRICS trying to, well, undermine the dollar's dominance, I guess. It's also Bitcoin in that mix. Like, there's a few new stuff that could change the outcome compared to last time.
It's always going to be different in certain ways, but I think it's going to rhyme at least. You look at the last two quantitative easing cycles and tightening cycles, the last two since monetary policy changed, very similar in nature, very similar in result.
Yeah, unless you're an alt. One thing that we've definitely learned is that you have to play the alts differently through these cycles, but it's good. It's good because we've got that out of the way. Right? Like I said, this is the very first time that we've had Bitcoin during a really tight quantitative tightening. And now we know.
Yeah.
You know?
So how do we even know? Because there's only one example. How do you even know there's a cause reaction effect?
Well, it's because you can understand the cause. It's not like rocket science, right? A lot of money, risk assets go up. A little bit of money, risk assets go up a little. No, Bitcoin wasn't affected. Bitcoin went up regardless. It's the higher risk assets.
Look at some of these alts.
Yeah, I know.
Look at XRP. Look at Solana. They did well. I mean, it's just the winners are there for alts, and the losers are way more. And this is the same as last cycle as well. You had your winners in the alt category that front ran and stayed strong, and then you had a massive amount of laggards that didn't. Oh,
I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys.
You know, the fact that it's the same on the stock market, like all the money is stacked up in the same assets, kind of fits that theory. So it's not only crypto, right? It's everything.
Market wide, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like it's not crypto specific, right? So I think it's a very good argument. But there's only one example, and it's a bit. There could be other stuff, you know. Well, just fundamentally, Bitcoin is like so bullish that people are not that interested into altcoins. You have your president in Bitcoin. Like, I didn't hear him chill Solana or Cardano or other stuff.
Who, Trump? Yeah, he did. He's jumping
Really?
into everybody. Oh yeah, he's got a whole fund that he just said the other day. I mean, it's not just him though. You have institutional interests too. Like Dbloc was saying, you have entire institutions, or not entire institutions, companies, right?
Yeah, but
Publicly
he
traded
didn't go to
companies.
the ETH conference. He went to the Bitcoin conference.
Yeah, I don't think it's him as much as the constituents and people that he's listening to, because he's somebody. I think people have heard this about Trump. He's somebody that listens to the high IQ people around him. He doesn't have enough time to know about Bitcoin and you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that he's the guy that's kind of pushing for this stuff. I think he's listening to big tech and the high IQ, high net worth people around him that know about these things rather than making his own opinions. But there's definitely, I mean, look at these ETFs that are coming in for alts. Like I was saying this a couple years ago, man. You're gonna have the BTC ETFs come in, and then you'll see the ETFs roll in for speculative assets, and that'll show you kind of where the ball is rolling towards. and it's just unwinding, man. But there's definitely
Well, the
institutional interest in altcoins. Look at XRP, man. I mean, look at Solana. Solana has the most hype around it of anything, man. And look how big these things are too. People forget Solana is massive, man. XRP is massive. XRP by market cap and Solana together could swallow up companies that you would, I mean, huge companies that are traded on the S&P 500 or any legacy company. These companies are massive, man. XRP is massive. Solana is massive. These are not little fish. These are huge tech companies, giant, billion, hundreds of billion. Well, XRP is what, like 100? I forget the number. Above 100 billion. These are giant companies.
the
Yeah,
timing of
Ripple is
these rate
big.
cuts is going to be important, right? Because if it triggers alt season, because rate cuts are probably going to be signal for going into more risky assets. Well, it's going to enable risky assets not to go bankrupt, because these big well, whether it's Bitcoin or Nvidia or Tesla, like they're rich companies. They don't need to borrow money to continue to grow. They just can finance with their cash flow, right? While the smaller caps, like well, smaller companies, they kind of need to be able to borrow cheap money to grow. It's also true for crypto. In the end, well, it looks like it's also true for crypto. Altcoins would thrive better in a low interest environment than currently. So when we hear about Powell cutting rates, it could trigger an alt season. Yeah, I just hope it's not going to happen when Bitcoin is going to be negatively influenced by the stock market. Well, I just hope alt season happens while Bitcoin is going upward and not downward. And at looking at the timing, it seems more likely now that we'll have an alt season while Bitcoin kind of already found its top or is close to. And that's going to give you a bit less upside on your alts, right? Because we could see dominance drop 10%, but if that happens while Bitcoin is like, I don't know, coming back down to 90K, or maybe went up to 130 and is coming back down to 100, then yeah, it's less upside for your alts, huh?
The higher Bitcoin goes, the bigger of an alt season
I
we
think
get. The more money that will be involved
nah,
in the
there's no
market.
link in the end. Look at it doesn't work like that. Like whether Bitcoin
Oh,
tops at
it
200
absolutely does.
or 150, it doesn't mean Cardano is gonna have more chance of going to 2 than to 250. It depends on the time it takes to go up. Like if we slowly grind up, I think it also will have more time to stay in a positive order flow situation, right? While if we just spike up and then start to come down, it's very different, right? Like it's we need a sustained rise long term for these alts to even have a chance of catching up. Because right now, if you see like Bitcoin pump straight up to 120 or let's just say 115, which is the closest, right? And then get rejected and slowly come back down, well, yeah, it's not as good for alts. Right? Think about this till October, November. You
You know
want
what's
Bitcoin
fun?
to like steadily climb, actually. But rate cuts, I think, are gonna send Bitcoin down, not up. So yeah, that's the problem.
You know what's fun to think about? The only thing that would change the outlook on altcoins right now is the price. So if Ethereum was at 5,000 right now, everyone's opinion would be different. But the main thing to keep in mind is
On the
price.
weekly,
What's that?
week ETH is still in a bear market. Like it's below
Yeah,
everything
absolutely. Yeah, it's
on
technically
the
still in a bear
weekly.
market till it makes a new high.
No, there's no need to go even that far. I mean,
Well, it
said
depends. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. To me, it's an uptrend. It's been in an uptrend since the floor, technically, even on the weekly. But the only thing that will change people's opinions on alt, it's easy to have an opinion that alts won't do well when we've had 8 consecutive weeks of red price action on altcoins. What's hard to do is kind of flip that, in my opinion. And
the 200 MA on the weekly is a good definition, right? We went quite lower than that, so that 2,500, 2,400 level, right? Now it's back above it, so I guess we can say it's in a bull market again.
I mean, was it ever really in a bear market though? See, that's where it could really get subjective because
Yeah,
if
of course.
I
If
was,
you zoom out, it
yeah,
used to be
it's insane.
$1. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Well, I'm just saying I bought my ETH at $500. So when I did have it last cycle, so to me, it being at 2,000 is incredible still.
Yeah, but that's not the majority. It's definitely not the
Yeah, but
majority. You're in the minority.
you would have made more money on Bitcoin. That's the problem I have with that trade, right?
I had Bitcoin too. I've had Bitcoin, but I had Ethereum
Yeah,
as well. I bought
okay.
Ethereum late though, man. I was late. That was way late.
Yeah, it was close. When you bought it, it was closer to its all-time high than its bear market bottom back then.
Yeah, I shoveled some money from other things into it, but yeah, it was late. It was kind of like this was like 2019, 2020, somewhere in there. It was pretty late, man.
Yeah, but Bitcoin is now sitting at like 10x profit. If you bought at the same time Bitcoin and ETH back in 2020 ish, while ETH is just at 4x, right? So
that tells
Saluting
me
face
got a
emoji.
lot of
You
catching up
Master
to
D
do.
on 5K subs. Solid.
we did a
Cool
fundamental
face
change,
emoji.
like ETH
Real
3.0,
dogger.
like
Cool
more
face
real world
emoji.
asset
Norway
token,
emoji.
whatever it's gonna be. So it just needs people to, or actually, we need Wall Street to buy it. Yeah, since it's this bull run.
The only thing that'll change people's opinions is price. Everybody's price sensitive, so as soon as the prices change, you get 3-4 green weekly candles, all the opinions change.
Yeah, but opinions don't act on candles that much. So of course you'll have bullish sentiment at highs and bearish sentiment at lows. It's just our nature, right? When price is just going down, breaking support, we think it's going towards zero and it's just gonna never stop. And when price is going upward, we tend to be greedy and think it's just gonna continue at the current rate upward.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
I hate to oversimplify the TA for the rest of the day, but if Powell resigning verified, we break all-time highs. If Powell resigns just a rumor, we're coming back to 108.
you're giving too much importance to that news, in my opinion.
You're not giving enough of it.
Yeah, it's very important.
You're not giving enough.
Hey, Dbloc, you're not sharing.
I will laugh my ass off if he resigns, man. That would be hilarious. Only because it's just the timing of it is impeccable.
I don't think he's going to resign.
Oh, he will eventually, but it could be in 6 months, right?
It would be very out of character, in my opinion, if he was to resign.
Yeah, I'd be shocked, but I'd laugh my ass off. I'd really be laughing from my belly.
If he does resign, that means they got him red-handed in that headquarters case that they're spending too much on. But that shouldn't be his. It's weird. It's a weird situation.
Well, the way I see it, he's got two choices. He can either buckle to the pressure, and let's face it, it's been a lot of pressure. This guy's gotten trolled hard in the last week and a half. So he's got two choices: to buckle.
Well, I told you, I would tell everybody to go screw themselves at this point. You don't drag me in front of Congress. You know what? You guys figure this out. Good luck. I'm out.
He already did his job, man. People should be
exactly, and that leads us to him resigning.
People should be happy with the progress he made, man. He did what he came to do. He came in, he did what he wanted to do. The job is done, man.
Look at your charts. What is there to complain about?
Nasdaq
is in
about
price
what the
discovery. S&P is in
what the
price
price
discovery. Bitcoin is in price discovery, and people want rate cuts. This is crazy. You don't like. Oh, I don't get like.
People are
Why is it
spoiled,
only
man.
me?
We're spoiled brats, man.
It would be so bearish to cut now. Oh boy.
Susie, come on. You know it's never enough, and you always reassess what you want based on where you're at. You never look behind you. Oh, look at how far I've come. You always reassess with where I'm at and how much room I have to grow. My opinion.
I guess I should move Powell's
The only
picture
thing
up.
that makes sense here is inflation, right? If inflation is high, it's a sustainable pump that can last for a decade. So we can continue to grow for 10 years. But that means that whatever Powell is going to resign, not whatever, it doesn't matter. It means that the next guy is going to fail to control inflation, in which case you should ask yourself, what do you have more to lose? Personally, I have more to lose in 10 years of high inflation and seeing these charts continue to go up, then because I hold more fiat than other stuff.
Boo. Ooh,
next
no, I'm
time they
just
should be
playing.
concerned about inflation exploding
I mean,
before they do what they do with the liquidity. Maybe they should be a little bit more headstrong and proactive instead of reactive.
Hey, Dbloc, I got another question. So
like,
You've been living
it's
in the
not a good
present.
pump if it's just because of inflation.
Yeah,
so
sorry,
going back
Discord. My screen was down or something for some reason.
So going back to my question before about the tariffs taking replacement of the printing the money, isn't a 1-to-1 then? And we would expect the prices of goods to be more expensive, so inflation would stay at its current rate.
Could you repeat, please?
Yeah. So earlier we were talking about the tariffs are looking to replace the taxes gained instead of doing because of the $4 trillion that now is going to have to be accommodated for in this new big beautiful bill, right? Instead of printing that 4 billion, you're hoping that the tariffs will offset that. But in my mind, if the tariffs are coming in, that means that we're paying more for everything we own, right? Everything we go out and buy. So that keeps inflation at a higher rate. We're just doing a tit for tat. We're just trading one for the other. So does that mean that they have to do something else to move inflation down?
I don't think there's a direct link there. It's more complex than that. It depends on if they're adding liquidity in the markets or removing it, right? So you could, I don't know, it's hard subject. Maybe someone else has an answer. It depends what the government does with the money, right?
Right. I mean,
Are they gonna re-inject it, or are they just gonna send it to the Fed to be burned? If you really want to control inflation, that's what should happen. There's just too much dollars in circulation worldwide.
Yeah, that's not what they're not planning on just burning that money. They're planning on, spending that money to do a new
It's what
fluff.
high interest rates does. It burns money. Powell has been burning money, basically. I mean, not burning it, but at least printing less. And well, it's
Reclaiming.
what reclaiming.
Bringing
Yeah.
it back home.
So if you put a tax on everybody of 10%, and in the end the Fed keeps rates at 4%, well,
Yep.
doesn't it balance each another out? Maybe the real rate would end up being zero and would have like no inflation in the end. I don't know. I'm just saying, I'd rather these stocks and crypto pump with no inflation, because then you're making really money, right? You're not being, the only reason why Bitcoin is at 100K right now is not because it gained value. Bitcoin has not gained any value since last cycle. We're at the same level as 69K. But the dollar lost a lot of value, so of course you end up with 110,000 in your chart and you're very happy about it. But you're back to the 4 years ago.
So dump it.
No, I want the pump now. Let's make money. Let's make more than what we made last time. Like it reached the same FOMO level as last time here. Right? Like if you take 70K, you add in the fact that Dixie was at 100 back then, now we're at 90. You add in the fact that everything costs 20, 30% more than 4 years ago. Well, you're gonna end up roughly with 100K. We're at 110. Like there's potential still to really make the money. Like you could buy, I don't know, you could buy a house with 1 Bitcoin. Well, you can still only buy one house with 1 Bitcoin today, right? So, like, there hasn't been a real growth yet, in my opinion. Of course, we bought it at 15K. It's at 110. We made like I'm happy about this, but or we bought it. If you average, your average should be around 30K. If you average last cycle, it should be even like hopefully below 30K. Yeah. Even below 25, even below 20. But well, so we've made nice dollars, but like if the bull market top is around 110, 120, well, I don't know if next cycle I'll go into Bitcoin.
And if $1.20 is it for this cycle for Bitcoin, Bitcoin's in trouble, in my opinion.
But it will likely not drop a lot, right? Like it will become like gold and all. Like we'll.
I don't know. Then you're starting to look at the
400K
curve.
crazy.
Well, I don't know where we're going, but if you look at I mean that would be beautiful, obviously. But if you look at just the diminished returns, if 120K was it, man, and we only doubled, less than doubled last bull market high, this thing starts to look a little screwy, man. It doesn't look like the volatile asset that we're used to.
In that example, I'm talking about the worst trade possible. Like if you bought 70K and now price is at 100 and you're happy. It's
No,
like,
I think that it could have. I mean,
I'm just saying
there's a more than 0% chance though that it could be. You know what I mean? The cycle top could be anywhere. It could be now 120, 130. Who knows? But I'm just saying. You just brought into my mind. I'm like thinking, man, if 120 was it, man, this ship is done, man. In my opinion, I mean, who then you might as well
But
just go jump into like regular stocks, man. You know what I
well,
mean?
the
What's
difference
the need
is
for the risk?
last time we had Elon putting bullish mindset to people, telling us to buy Bitcoin, basically to the moon on Bitcoin, to the moon on Doge, and all. This time we have Trump saying the same stuff, and it's having the same impact on price. If you look at like, yeah, if you now, I would have preferred. Now, imagine if there was no inflation and we were at this level, then that would be real value gain, right?
There was no inflation, then we would have very minimal gains in the stock market at any point.
But it would be real gains, huh?
I don't know. It's a weird. That's a weird world to think about being in, where we don't have inflation entrenched for the last, however many years. Inflation's been bad for a long time, man. Like we brought up numbers earlier. They were telling us what, like 8% the inflation was at, when in reality it was close to. There's some metrics that were recording some goods that were 20 to 30%, inflated. So inflation was really bad, man. And it's been that way on and off for a long time.
Elon said that it's good for crypto inflation, so
Of course it
I
is.
guess
It's good for anything denominated in the dollar because it'll grow in value opposed to the dollar, because the dollar's losing
except
its buying power.
except small cap companies that don't make really much profit and don't have cash to sustain their activity, and they just go bankrupt because inflation kind of kills them too, right?
That's going to happen either way, though, right? I mean, what's the percentage of businesses that fail? Isn't it like 70% or something?
No.
I see you
Well,
guys
it depends what you
arguing
mean
in
by fail.
in YouTube chat. I usually don't jump in, but it's a little dangerous for you to let anybody convince you that tariffs are not going to be inflationary. We can argue about how inflationary they'll be, but tariffs will be inflationary, guys. I don't know how to, not sure how to break it to y'all.
But do you know how they measure inflation? They take some goods and they look at the average price. So if tomorrow there's a 10%
It's just common sense. I mean, it's just common sense. Tariffs bring up the price for importers. Importers pass most of that price on to consumers. You're gonna pay for more for products, 1000%.
I feel like I heard this on TikTok like 50 times.
Now, it might be good for the economy overall because it's gonna give more competitive advantage to American-made products.
Yeah, but the problem, what we need to what we need to understand is that good for the economy doesn't mean good for you. Right? We have individual family economics, and then we have capital E economics.
It's a bit what I meant by changing your way of life earlier. Yeah, it's if you're ready to consume less but consume American, then it could be a society project that works in the end. But it's gonna, I mean, there's gonna be some sacrifices necessary. Yeah, no more cheap stuff coming from China. No more like, buy and throw away in 1 year stuff. More like durable goods that cost more, that are made in America, that are cheap the transport costs would be way cheaper if it's local made and all. There are positive aspects of tariffs, but I don't know why. I really don't think the American consumer is gonna take it like that. But maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully
I don't
I'm
think
wrong.
so either.
Crypto, you're right. If you buy from other countries, but we make nothing here, guys. You guys shop just American? Everything you guys buy is made in this country?
They're not going to wake up and all of a sudden not be lazy either. That's the problem in America. That we were talking about this the other day. I mean, in order to replace that, that's what I think the problem is. But I don't think the tariffs last, man. It's like a switch. This guy's got the switch in the palm of his hand, and he turns them on and off at his leisure. So I don't think they're going to stick like they seem they will, if that makes sense. I think he's going to change them, and they're very dynamic. This whole tariff plan, he changes it every week, man.
Yeah, the question is at which price point does he pivot on tariffs to give us another 20% down?
Everybody knows what he's doing. He's building leverage with these countries and getting what he wants. Like you said earlier, Dbloc, it's a leveraging tool. He's making these. He's putting the fire under their asses in order to get what he wants, like rare earth minerals, like you were mentioning, and all these other
So
things.
at what
One
point does he get
consequence is
diminishing returns on that leverage, right? Because we've already started to see like countries are starting to get hip. You're still seeing African nations that are low on resources like come to the table, right? Stuff like that. But at some point, right, outside of those kind of outlier nations that really they are, they don't have leverage uh to resist it. At what point do we start seeing diminishing returns on larger nations?
When people aren't scared of the stick anymore. Problem with the carrot and the stick is that people have to fear the stick. If you wave the stick around too much and don't actually hit anybody with it, eventually it loses the effect.
I think that stick is, we buy from you. If our economy goes to the shitter, right, and we don't have this cash to purchase items out from even outside the country, then it breaks the entire program.
So what do you think would be the effect if the stick loses its threat on inflation or just on our economy in general?
It's really just what we're talking about are the deals with the countries for tariffs. Right? Once that is set, we can't he said already there will be no more extensions, and that's good because we can't afford anymore. A couple of more of these extensions and countries are going to start feeling like they can negotiate a little bit harder. Right? We need to keep the fear in our camp. And right now everybody's scared of Trump, so that's a good thing, right? When it comes to the deals anyways. But if it drags on too long, it's going to lose its effect. Like somebody keeps threatening you with something and doesn't do it, eventually you're just like, yeah, whatever.
We see the impact on Dixie chart, right? Like it's I think this is it could like he needs to make sure it doesn't become counterproductive where the emerging economies try to just commerce between themselves and just give up on American
People
stuff.
will look for options if you squeeze them too hard.
You saw what he did with BRICS, right? When as soon as the BRICS was meeting, he put out that tweet where he's imposing an additional like 30%. Anyone that even interacts with BRICS or something like that.
He's hilarious, man. The guy's a
great.
freaking comedian.
Yeah, but what effect did it have on Dixie? Look at it.
Dixie went up. Dollar went up on that. As soon as he tweeted, Dixie shot up.
Okay. Well, it's down again.
Well, yeah, it's not long term.
Dollar macro top should be in though due to the debt cycle. You know what I mean? It should. We saw the dollar roar, man. I mean, we saw it. Everybody in here. I know. If you've been around since at least 2022, you saw the dollar just absolutely melt faces for months.
Yeah.
I mean,
you know how personally I cut 115.26 on Dixie with a 20-year white harmonic pattern I had in the chart. That was, I think it's if I had to choose one of the most beautiful trades and I did like this last 4 years, it's this one. It's that Dixie harmonic. It's so pinpoint perfect.
Wait, you shorted it there?
No, when I went into crypto, thanks to that, yeah. Or I bought stuff. I bought. That's it was another indicator telling me to buy. Yeah. Losing 115 point, well, reaching 115.2, and then losing SARS, and then a lot of sideways stuff where I just sit. And that last spike up scared me when we went up to 110. Like I was really having doubts and all, but I just stick to the plan and. Eventually, we end up much lower. Now you have euro pumped like hell. But what I said is completely wrong. BRICS is not in Dixie chart. There's no yuan in there, right? There's no Chinese money. There's no Russian money. There's no you don't see the impact of the talks on Dixie chart. You would need a Dixie where you add in other currencies. Dixie is just America and its allies. So it's euro, yen, and pound, and that's it. The rest is not that important. So you would need a Dixie chart with like yeah, what I said is just plain wrong. You wouldn't see a Chinese dominance rise in the Dixie chart.
Wait, you caught the macro short on the dollar though? You're saying?
I mean, I don't know if I called it, but yeah, we did overall here. Yeah.
No, you called it. I said you were in the trade. You were able to nail that. Is
Yeah.
what I was asking.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's excellent. Good job, man.
Yeah, well, the difficulty was not to attempt before it happened, right?
You mean from back in the day, right? When we were saying if it goes down below. Let me see if I can find that old chart, that Dixie chart that we were trading.
We had
at
so
that
many
time.
arguments on Dixie back then.
Yeah, I know, right? It was great. It was
Yeah,
absolutely great. I think this is it right here.
Dude, me and Ocean. I know most of you guys don't know Ocean, but me and Ocean were up real late at night, like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, or whatever. And just me and him were looking at the DXY, and we were like, this thing is losing. It's straight up losing its parabolic trend. Like it's losing its parabola right now, like as we speak. Like this could be the very beginning of the turnaround, and that ended up being like where it wasn't the tippity top, but where the reversal actually started. Like we witnessed it.
For the
like the
harmonic
moment it
tree,
happened.
yeah, it's posted in the Discord. If you go back 4 years ago, you'll find it. Well, the other Discord likely, but my target was 115.2. It didn't get reached in the end, so.
Oh, look, I found it. Remember the war and peace?
But
we were like,
enough.
if we pop up war, if we pop down peace. When we were looking at this flag, God, this is so old. So the top for Bitcoin, I mean, the top for Dixie was when the Bank of England started printing. Remember this shit? Hold on.
It's before Ukraine war and all that.
Yeah. This is way back, bro.
In the end, Ukraine war happened.
So we had this ridiculous bearish channel. Remember this thing? We had this ridiculous bearish channel, and then we double topped. This is when the Bank of England printed, and then we had our line right here. We said if Dixie doesn't hold, we see 105s. Well, way more than 105s, but that's where it all went to shit. Then we went into our bearish channel.
I caught some of that on the euro long. I took some longs on the euro a little bit. It wasn't a huge position, but it was nice.
Man, the arguments we were having when it was below parity. Oh, I live in Europe, so of course I'm biased. But I was fighting bears. Like people thought Europe would collapse. It's energy crisis stuff and this and that. But I was like,
I remember all
there's an
that
ABC
drama.
there.
That was crazy.
There's an ABC, guys. All it has to do is reclaim 103.
This is a quick little thing that I like to show when we're looking at the Dixie, right? Since we're all like, or people have gotten more used to sort of doing TA and looking at patterns. So look at the Dixie here. For almost our entire existence, we've been in a falling wedge. Just lower highs, lower lows. If you were taking this breakout play, right? Because these things break out. You'd be trying to catch the very bottom, right? What was our catalyst? Bitcoin was born.
Oh, Bitcoin.
Bitcoin was born right at the bottom, and there's been nothing but up and to the right since. Coincidence? Well, actually, yeah. It's the bank failures, really, right? It's the collapse of the system and the reset that forced Bitcoin to be born, that created our pivot. But yeah.
Yeah, because you have to convert to dollars even to buy Bitcoin, right? Currently, like.
That's always been the argument that we had, right? Was everybody thinks that crypto was going to replace the dollar or kill it when it actually just gave it a use case.
Yeah, but now we can buy Bitcoin directly in euro. So I don't
Nobody
know.
does that.
Yeah, I guess I
You're
should.
trading your
but I don't-
euros for US based stablecoins. Stop playing.
Yeah, that's true.
Somebody's got an open mic.
But Coinbase has a BTC euro pair, so I guess I could just stay in euros. But
Nice, boss. Yeah, my tip is just don't worry about the killing, bro. Go around and open boxes. Just open boxes, find as many hexes as you can, and just sneak around and try to get them out of there. Go to the extractors. That's where the money's gonna be at.
euro right now, you're expecting a rejection like that. This 118 area supposed to be resistance now. Well, we'll see. So yeah, you mentioned Dixie reversal up. Well, it's it's going down. So for me, it's the juicy trade. But if it can't even reclaim the previous low, yeah, continuation downward is more likely.
Look at Powell, man. Does this look like a man that's gonna resign?
But eventually he'll be replaced. But the thing with the news is people really expect them to play out immediately, but there
No,
might be truth in that
his
thing, but
he was
take like a
out.
year.
This is the reason I say it surprises me is because he's on his way out anyways. In 2 weeks would be too soon. That means that even on his way out, he left early, and that's why I'm like, interesting. I would
When is
love
he
to.
supposed to
I
be
would love
out?
to just start buying alts, bro. I'll be completely honest with you. I would love to know that this is true right now and start setting up for it, but
It's a bit late. No, with Bitcoin at 112.
no, I don't mean on Bitcoin. I mean on alts. I'm telling you, if this is true, risk assets are going to catch a bid. And some of the retracements that you might be looking for on your risk assets, you're not going to get. If it's true. If it's true. Confirmed. Official sources.
You think whales are gonna put their money onto altcoins because Powell resigned?
I think people will go risk on. People will go risk on because they'll be pricing in cuts.
So Nvidia
What's
down,
our shit?
altcoins up. Nice.
Call your granny.
What? Something happened?
No, he's
Is
just
that the
saying
other part of the
if this
double top?
happens, if it happens, then risk on would be on. Is what he's saying. If Powell quit or whatever, or resigned. I think it happens regardless. I think it's in the charts. You look at total 3, it's speaking clean English.
Something else is today was the end of the 90-day pause in terms of like deadlines, the significance of today. Today was the last day.
Yeah, but they kicked the ball down the road.
They forgot about
No, I
it.
know, but like in terms of like whatever money was set aside to either like come in around here or whatever, or just see what the outcome was after the 90 days.
But they bought. That's why everything is in price discovery again.
Biden's like, you don't have to leave. Don't let them push you out. You don't have to leave.
I like how Trump acts like he didn't hire him. No, he didn't bring him in there. Like you brought him in there, bro. He said he listened to an advisor. Dishing the blame like a.
But yeah, new all-time high in Germany, new all-time high in America. But France, oh boy, France is.
Les Français.
Ah ouais, non, mais là, on est en retard. Hein. We need like 5% pump to go into price discovery, so.
Yeah, I'll look at ADA for you real quick. Give me a second.
Triple bottom.
Nice little push out. Yeah, that triple played out really nicely. We were waiting to see if we could avoid this vector gap underneath. So far pulled out, got above support. Hold on, this double
We're just
bottom
going on
W in
momentum now.
effect. Yeah, I'm gonna try to have to hold some of these levels. With ADA on this retracement, you want to hold above 60. Try to regain some of this ground. 200 EMA on the 4-hour would be a good sign. If that doesn't break, you're gonna, if that doesn't hold, you're gonna come down through some of those vectors. 59, 58. Let me see what the daily looks like. Yeah, 50 EMA on the daily, guys. If you want to judge your alt, the strength of your alt, just take a look at the 50 EMA on the daily. Your strong ones are going to be attempting those breaks. See, Doge just popped over. Cookies underneath. BCH is way over. BCH is such a monster, bro. This past like couple months has been nuts. H bar popped above its 50. See what I mean? Jasmine hasn't even attempted, right? So weakness. Distance from the 50 equals weakness. Your base case would be attempting to break the 50 right now, and your strong coins are going to be poking above their 50. And you can take all of this shit off of the chart and just focus on your 50 EMA. Dot.
That's like 105 on
EMS.
Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
106, yeah. It's at 106 on
ETH.
BTC.
Right, so you see the strength. Look how flat all these EMAs were on the daily for ETH. 800, 250, 13. Everything was just running dead flat. Guns got above its 50 and is sort of losing it now, but so yeah, so whatever alt you're looking at, for the most part, that's really what you want to look at right now. If they're underneath their 50, there's still a chance for rejection. If they're above their 50, you're looking for them to hold support. Litecoin is just getting above its 50 now. Litecoin looks a lot like how ETH looked. Right? You see all of your EMAs are dead flat. 200, 800, 50 for the most part. Right? That sort of coiling up usually leads to really big moves. It's just no fun to trade.
Yeah, Litecoin was like an inverse head and shoulders.
Well, talking about inverse head and shoulders, doesn't Bitcoin have one?
Yeah, and a lot of things actually are showing inverse head and shoulders.
I mean, I guess the right shoulder is a bit small, right? From 112 to 98, but...
Sui's putting in a very large high low fractal on the daily here. Most things on this retracement, if you look at your dailies, most coins on this retracement have put in these higher lows. Right? Some have double bottomed, some unfortunately have broken, but your stronger ones have put in these higher lows. Let me change the color of this so you can see it a little better, because right. I'm gonna need to open up some fresh charts here soon. Right, so that's your overall structure right now on Sui. And that's intact unless Sui comes back down under $2.30. Chances are very low at this point. So topside potential just from the current pattern is looking at about a $10 Sui.
Sui is the February hold, right? Yeah, it holded 2nd of February.
Yeah.
That's pretty rare, actually.
I'm shooting at the end of this for a 6618, 5618, 6618 on Sui. Somewhere between 15, 17 bucks. I know. Call me a moon boy if you want.
Yo, that's crazy. I was looking for like 6, 7.
Well, I imagine you said it's crazy that Solana would reach $200 when it was at $3. There's nothing crazy about that.
These things go from slow and dead to all at once.
But why Sui, though? You could say that for any alt. Any new alt.
I just have more conviction in Sui.
But why?
Because
it's already in the top 10, right? I mean, it's already in the top 50. Like,
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
It's got more mind share too. Yeah.
I'm not playing with lower market cap shit right now. You know, one of the big mistakes people think is that because something's over $1 billion market cap that it can't 10x still.
Cough, cough, Ethereum. What's up?
What up?
How's it going, man? Bitcoin retested all-time highs today. Let's go.
Yeah, everything's looking
Yeah,
good.
man, it's good news. Yeah.
We're a bit late, but I mean, better late than never.
How you been, Strings?
Good, man. Just super, super busy. July has been insane, and it's gonna stay insane for me. I've got like 2 concerts this week, and both are outdoor gigs in like the DC area. So it's like hot and uncomfortable, and yeah.
Yo.
That sucks.
What's up,
man.
man?
That's a good problem to
I'm
have, though.
I'm an audio engineer around here and a rigger.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, out there, brother. Yeah. Here's safe gigging, you know.
Yeah, good gigs, but just do not like, probably more so than many musicians. Like, I hate playing outside because I just am naturally warm. Like, I'm like a furnace. Like, my wife uses me as like a space heater in bed. So yeah, like playing outdoor gigs, I'm just like sweating all over my violin. I hate it.
How's your wife liking the new gig?
Oh, yeah.
Settling in?
She's doing good. Yeah, liking it. We've got a baby on the way in December. So
Oh, shit. Congrats.
Super excited. Yeah, it's our first.
You ain't got enough shit to do right now, bro? You're not busy enough? You don't have enough shit to do? You're like, let's just throw a baby into the mix? Craziness.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm so busy. Like ever since we got the news, I've just been like trying to play all the gigs in the United States.
I hear you. Every job. Let's go. Bring it.
Yeah, the answer is always yes.
That's cool, man. Congrats.
Appreciate it, man.
But yeah, a little action today, huh? They threw a little spice in the soup with this whole Powell resigning rumor / insider info.
Oh, is that the rumor?
Yeah, for the past hour. It's when we had that little pop up. It's
I
reported,
did not
unreported,
know about
reported. Yeah, the rumor is within 2 weeks, but I have not found any official confirmation. That's why the chart looks like this. I'm like, look, if Powell resigns, we'll go play above all-time high if it's verified. If it's not, we're gonna give all of this shit back.
That is wild. So Trump wins.
Right.
Powell loses. He was so confident.
That's what's great about the way things are set up right now, right? Because Trump wins, period. If Powell doesn't resign and he cuts, they forced him to cut. If he doesn't cut and he leaves when he was supposed to leave, they forced him out. You know what I mean? So it's like, either way, the way that it'll be, the way that they'll read it, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not against that. I personally was not a fan of like the game of chicken that he was playing with Trump and just like the clash of the egos.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need none of that.
Yeah, there's nothing verified yet, virus at all. It's just a very loud drum beat.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll have to do some research when I get home. I'm stuck in traffic driving home from DC from this rehearsal today. But that is very spicy news, potentially.
Market liked it, that's for sure. You should have seen the tape, bro. There was so many buyers coming in. Like that thing was lit up.
Oh, I bet, man.
Is that a young strings I hear?
Yeah, man. Oh my God, is this Crazy Fall?
What?
Hey, man. Good to hear you.
Yes, sir. I got acquainted over here on this side.
Hell yeah. Nice market today, huh?
Hell yeah, brother.
Yep, still holding my Ethereum in my Ethereum plays, like an Ethereum Classic. Not looking bad right now. Would definitely like to see a higher high, though.
Excellent, brother. Excellent.
Definitely, man.
I'll be right back, yo.
Yeah, you know my deal.
Oh yeah.
It's been a grind though, man. I mean, what a great time to be able to dip back in though. We had a couple of nice sell-offs. It was good.
Yeah, man. The washing machine has been persistent.
Yeah, man. It hasn't been very fruitful lately, but it's all right. I think I think we all know where that will bring us eventually.
Oh yeah. I'm just happy to see us still staying way above those liquidation lows we got to.
In contention, bro. Bull market is alive.
Amen.
Yeah.
It's not World War IX. We're not gonna die. It's okay.
And I
Interesting
mean,
how the
even
most
if
important
there were,
news.
like, even if there were some like major war conflict, that doesn't mean crypto is going to zero and staying there. Like, life will continue on.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting how the whole Iran situation, that's all old news now. It's like you just don't hear about it.
And it was only a few
It just
weeks ago,
goes
man.
from,
When was that, Rick?
yeah.
Does anybody remember the date?
Dude.
Because I feel like it was only like 6 weeks ago, if that, man.
Yeah, it wasn't long. Yeah, barely. Like,
Yeah, not long at all.
It was the talk of the town, and then it just becomes like everyone's just like moved on, forgotten about it. It's like the job's done. Let's walk away. Let's focus on other things now. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, none of that war stuff
Until
in the
it,
Middle East matters. The talk of the town is Powell is getting canned.
That's
yeah,
crazy if that happens, man. There's no way that happens. I mean, there is a way, but I'm just thinking like it's crazy, man. This market never ceases to amaze me. The narrative, like I was saying before, the narrative popping up right here, it's picture perfect, man. Whatever it is, the charts were saying it was happening anyway. But this is just it's gonna make me laugh my ass off, man.
Man, I love it. It's made this traffic on I-95 so much more enjoyable knowing that.
Right. Oh, good old I-95. I know too much about that one.
Yeah, it sucks, man.
You didn't have to go through the city, did you?
Oh yeah, I had a rehearsal today in Washington D.C., like in the city, and still on my way home. And normally it'd be like a 40-minute drive, and it turned into like an hour and 45-minute drive.
Whereabouts? Whereabouts in the city?
It's a Catholic church, St. Anne's Catholic Church. So it's like it's yeah, it's not like near the monuments or anything, but yeah, that's the church the rehearsal was at.
Trying to think, you know what street it is? Like like what letter or number? Like around?
Let's see. Yuma?
That's
Okay.
northwest, yeah.
Yeah, nice, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's nice over there.
Yeah, it was a beautiful area. Really nice houses, but yeah, god awful traffic.
Yeah, 395, man, it make you vomit.
Yeah.
Oh, I know
Brother,
that.
I
I could
live
drive that road with my eyes closed, man. Oh my goodness.
I live out by like 270, man, and taking 495 in to anywhere.
Oh
I'll
Lord.
tell everybody, bro, you gotta like you leave 15 minutes early and you might be there 5 minutes late. So leave 30 minutes early so you can be there 5 minutes early.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, man.
270 exit, man, is dreadful. Oh, going into Bethesda right there where it forks. I did that when I was an apprentice, man, for like
Oh
3
yeah.
years. Going into Bethesda there. Oh my goodness, that sucked so bad on 495 in the morning.
Oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
opened
dude.
the
Like it's
Anthony's coal fire pizza in Bethesda, and I worked a few places there. It's a nightmare. It's a real nice part of town. It's just a nightmare driving through it.
Damn, so you're a
oh
Maryland
yeah.
guy. That's crazy. I didn't know you
Driving
were a
through it.
Maryland guy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 301 all day, every day, brother.
Oh, so you're from PG County.
No, I'm Moco. I'm Moco. I used to live by PG Plaza, but nah, I'm a Moco kid.
I'm from PG
Y'all
County.
know where St. Mary's
Yeah,
College is in Maryland?
Yes, sir.
yeah.
That's where this gig is going to be at outside.
Nice.
Oh,
That's
right
also
on.
where the 4th of July one was at. Same
Right
group.
on. Oh yeah. Yeah, I just did a fireworks shoot up in like in Kent Island, and then I did another one in Herndon for the 4th of July.
Yeah, I live on
Oh,
the
that's
Eastern Shore. That's where I moved. It's across the bridge to the better side.
Oh,
Like,
right on. Yeah, I got some friends out. Like I got a friend out in Trap, and I got some friends out that way. Yeah,
damn, that's close, brother. Holy shit.
yeah, man. It's nice out there, man. It's quiet, you know,
And
and the
cheaper.
crabs are good. Yeah,
The living
yeah,
is
and like
cheaper and it's better, man. The quality of life is better out here.
yeah, and like I tell people like you know like everybody thinks Baltimore for crabs. I'm like nah, dude. You want to go out Eastern Shore and find some little crab shack, and you're gonna spend like half the price for 3 times the size, man. For those
Oh
blue
yeah.
crabs all day, you know.
Oh yeah, man. I love the seafood in this area. It's so
Oh,
good.
it's the best part. It's the best part of Maryland, bar none, is the seafood.
Oh yeah,
Hell yeah.
yeah. There's a trying to think where's a good crab cake around that way.
My house.
I mean, you know, DC. I always just like Hamilton's is a good bang for your buck, right? But I'm out this way. I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in DC. I know, like in Cape Henry, Maryland. So like
Mm.
the tip of Maryland. That's where I had my first lobster roll, and that was, oh my god, I will never forget.
Oh
Dude, I
man.
love a good lobster roll. The lobster rolls are great. I will say, like, they're a bit overpriced down here. Like, I think the last place I went, it was like $40 for you know just a
Oh
regular
hell
smoked
no.
lobster.
See,
Yeah,
that's
Yeah,
Montgomery.
it's
You up there in
insane.
Montgomery County. That's why.
no,
Yeah,
I mean
it's
I'm
it's
talking
$30
about
for
wild.
a
just
water out
the
there.
DMV in general, man. Like, well,
Yeah,
I
it's
should say
atrocious.
that the like local region of the DMV centralized around DC, right?
It's atrocious,
Not
bro. I don't know how you live over there. Get out of there immediate as quick as you can. Get out of there.
It's for me for my work though. It's I'm essentially localized, right? Like, cause I have DC, Maryland, and Virginia, so I have a
Same for
lot of
me before.
corporate, a lot of political, a lot of
Oh,
like.
I see. I
I
see.
got 3 stadiums in a small, you know, within an hour. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
you
Plus,
hit
I've
up
got
FedEx?
like, yeah, well, they call it Northwest now. I did ACDC this year. I did I was gonna do Kendrick Lamar, but I ended up doing Alejandro Riviera or something like that at over with Rhino, and then I did uh I did a few Post Malone. I did that Kids K-pop or whatever. Something I can't remember what that is, but it was a pretty big one.
That's cool. You do like
Yeah,
sound
man.
engineering, or what is it specifically you do for them?
Yeah, well, so my highest expertise is audio engineering. I do a little bit of sound design as well, but I'm A1, L2, V2, um, and then I'm a climbing rigger, crew chief, a little bit of everything, man. Whatever pays good, I'm happy to do it. Scenic, I do carp, I do, I do it all, man. All
That's
the
cool.
pays. Yeah.
So you've
I'm
probably
trying to
done
get.
some concerts out of the Kennedy Center.
I actually haven't done the Kennedy Center yet, which like I've had a couple opportunities. It just was I was already booked for something. I got my buddy does some stuff over at the Kennedy Center, and then he's also the choir director for Andrea Bocelli when he comes.
That's
But
cool.
yeah, man, I got a lot of respect for Kennedy Center shows, man. Like I've been to a bunch, and it's funny. Like I've been to more shows at the Kennedy Center than I have at the stadiums, but I've worked more at the stadiums than at the Kennedy Center. I would imagine. I think they're probably. I wonder if it's a union that does most of that, and because I've just started with Local 22, but I don't know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so. For a lot of stuff that plays there, the National Symphony plays out of the Kennedy Center, and they're just their own institution. That's like the two biggest orchestras in this general area are Baltimore Symphony and
Yeah.
National Symphony.
Yeah.
So
I've
those
done
are the big dogs.
I've done work with the BSO. I've done like I was bartending for it, but I did a bartending gig for the
Oh,
BSO for the Fourth of
that's
July.
dope.
Yeah, man, they're fantastic,
They're
and
amazing.
so is the NSO. I mean, like they're both. I would say like we're very blessed when it comes to symphony orchestras in this area.
Damn, another Maryland cat. That's crazy.
Yeah, man, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, brother. Yeah,
Yo,
PG,
whenever you hear
you're
the
just a hop
news,
and a skip, man. Well, we're just a hop and a skip. Now you're a little bit more of a throw.
Yeah, I'm not far from y'all. I'm in Quantico, so it's just
Oh, right
a little
on.
drive
Yeah,
away.
yeah, you're just up 95. Yeah.
yo, when would we be expecting to hear the news about Powell?
Any minute now. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea. Hopefully it's true, man, because I don't see anything. I mean, Twitter's
Dude,
usually
it's bullshit.
there's like 5 sources though, Kwai, and you know too. There's like 5 sources on Twitter that are always right on cue with this stuff, and I don't see anything from any of them. Not even rumors, man. So this must be real fringe, like crypto stuff.
Somebody made it up. It's got to be bullshit. That's my opinion. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Fabricated.
It smells like bullshit to me.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'd be elated
Oh
to see
man,
it though.
is this like when we thought Walmart was accepting Litecoin?
Right.
God, that's funny.
I don't
No,
think
no,
it
I think
matters.
there's.
The
It's good for a
narratives don't
pump.
matter for me. I mean, to me, it's like the charts are speaking pretty clearly here that we're gonna have to me at least, for what I look for, that we're gonna have a nice bull market for altcoins at some point within the next 6 months. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, man. I've been waiting for that in like Q4 of this year, which is why like this rally up that we've had, like it's definitely possible that we could have a breakout and actually start that move, but it seems like there's also a good chance we could just once again come back down to support. So I'm not getting overly excited, but I didn't even know about this Powell news until I just talked to Dbloc. So that's dope if that's true.
And to me, it's like if we don't get it now, it's cool. Like even if we flush to 92K, like great, that'll be a good opportunity for some positions on futures and other things as well.
Yeah, for sure. That wouldn't be bad at all.
Yeah, if they just want to play wick hunters and take out the lows and then take out the highs for months on end, then it is what it is.
Man, it is raining cats and dogs out here.
We got that yesterday, man. It was brutal here. Trees were coming down and shit. It was brutal.
Yeah, I just had a little brownout like about an hour ago when we were talking about the Dixie. I was like, oh, everybody's turning into a robot.
Damn.
So I've been off my computer for the past 5-6 minutes. Does this look like it's gonna do a slanted double top? Does it look like it's going up?
What are we at? 111 up here at 111 still?
110, 842.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of myself. I 2x'd my profile last night, or my portfolio last night, and used proper risk mitigation, and I've got tight
Nice.
stops, but I've still got a bunch of open positions in the green, man.
You
So
doubled your account?
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say
doubled my account.
that's
That's
I mean, it's
great.
good to make money, but
Fantastic.
it means you're taking way too much risk. Because it's not like, how to put it. If you doubled your whole account, yeah, it means you were
It's incredible.
overexposed.
Well, so I only had let's see, I only had probably about 20% of my margin in use the entire time, right? But I caught most of it was I caught that magic and voxel play, and instead of getting rid of my position on voxel as voxel was running after my magic play closed, it hit its stop. I just opened up a position on magic with I was risking $1 of loss, and the potential gain was like 260. So I mean it's not a large account, and it's also only a small portion of my assets, but
Okay, so
I
you didn't
was
double your account. Okay.
no, I did.
Yeah, okay,
I did. I
nice,
doubled my
nice
account.
job.
Yeah, I'm proud of it, and the entire way I was attentive and moving my stops along the way to make sure that I wasn't risking too much.
Oh, but you doubled your leverage
And
account, and you have only a small portion of your account on your leverage account, right?
Yep, and it was I did relatively low leverage. Like I didn't go too crazy with the leverage on it because I wanted to do it safely and not just round trip like I normally do, and not get my maintenance margin up too high either.
The problem is typically when you go for doubling your account, well, you can also divide it by 2.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what worries
But
me is the last trade. I just watched a YouTube short. That guy is so right about that last trade.
But I will
When you
say I was picky, right? Like I picked ones where my risk ratio or my risk reward ratio was like 6-1, 7-1, stuff like that. So I wasn't really I wasn't too uncomfortable if I lost a few dollars, right? To potentially gain as much as I did, right? I was happy with that.
Dude, give me a fucking break.
What happened?
Yeah, it's
Language.
great. I
Oh my
just want
god, my
to
mic is on. Oh my god, sorry guys, sorry about that. No, I'm trying to
No,
log
that's
into
looking
account.
great.
The whole forgot password situation. Sorry, I had to
No.
go through and like do it like
Oh,
18
dude, that's
times. Sorry about
wow.
that. I thought I was muted. My bad. Go on.
You're all
Yeah, I was
good.
gonna say open
You're all
mic, but
good.
yeah, it's rough. I'm sorry, brother. I hope you find it. I'm putting some energy that way to your memory fulfilling.
But yeah, now
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it.
imagine if you do that 6, 7, 8, 6, 7 times. We're all just a few trades away from big success. Well, at least for defining how you
Define success.
trade. Well, just defining your strategy, right? Like when your strategy is well in place and all you need is like 5, 6 trades to make it, well, to understand a bit your
Oh
own
yeah,
strategy, I guess.
and so that's the thing, right? Like I credit where credit's due. Like I definitely was I was having some help with looking and finding these plays. So I didn't identify all of it on my own, but I've kind of picked up how to identify it through having the right play, right? And I also think of it like as easily as or as well as I have 2x my portfolio, I can completely eliminate it in one trade, right? If I'm not careful. So I'm trying to apply very good risk mitigation
Es-
to all
es-
the profit, right?
Especially if you 2x'd it.
Yeah, absolutely. I did take profit on most of those positions, the bigger positions that I 2x'd on. So and then I've reopened a couple of them in much smaller margin with much tighter stop, just in case it continues to go
Really? Why?
and fulfill that measured move. Uh,
Why not
basically
keep the same risk?
uh just because I've round tripped too many times, right? So at this point I've done half the measured move, right? So it could continue up, but it's I'm not as convicted in that play, right? So
Ah, okay. It's not the same thing.
yeah, like it could do more, but it could also pull back. So I don't I'm just keeping it tight. That way I'm in there if the play continues, but I've got some tight stops on it. So if it doubles back, I can find a new entry then, or at least take a look at the charts and consider a new entry.
But we can move stop losses once a new level is defined. Right? I think once price proves to you support higher, well, potentially it's an opportunity at either, well, changing where your entry is or moving your stop loss or stuff like that. Yeah, taking a trade inside the trade basically. But too tight stop loss isn't good either, because it's just it's just asking for being stopped out basically. Might be sometimes it's better to. I mean, I felt personally, I prefer to TP than to move my stop loss up often.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like what yesterday, because it was like at the beginning of the move, the RSI was getting like starting to coil, like certain my RSI and my momentum were starting to coil up on the daily and the weekly and on the shorter time frames, right? So that because that was the main entry, I had a much lower, or not necessarily much lower, but I had a lower stop loss, right? And but it was just underneath kind of like the bottom of the vector, or like the local bottom, or the vector, like the wick to the south side, just underneath that, so that it would, like, if it retraced that far, that's a signal for a new entry anyways, right? Potentially, depending on where things went. But so yeah, I definitely, I was sitting in the red for a little bit, but not for too long, and then I watched it shoot. That was pretty cool, man. It was definitely a good feeling, to be on the right side of the market. Yeah.
The adrenaline surge when you're making money is pretty OP. But for me, like the way I feel in the end is everything hurts. Like whatever I do in these markets, it's pain. Whether I'm in profit, in a loss, doesn't actually matter. Every decision is a bit painful. Like TPing is painful. Getting stopped out is painful. So in the end, I kind of try to zoom out and ask myself, what's like, and it's just natural human stuff. I'm trying to avoid pain here, so I'm like, what's gonna be more painful right now? TPing and watching it continue to pump, or not TPing and watching it round trip all the way down to wherever I entered, right? And I think that's the right question to ask yourself sometimes, because it gives you conviction in what you're gonna do, or well, in sticking to your plan, right? Like it's gonna help you have really conviction in the next move. Well, in the not breaking what your plan to do. Actually, like, to manage emotions a bit, right?
Yeah, for sure. It was a bit rough at times, but
When I,
you know,
personally, when I didn't buy this downtrend to TP at 112. I started thinking it would go higher. So for me, it's still too early.
yeah, I'm and so that's like yeah, the hard part, like I did partial TPs, right? Like, so I partially TP'd at certain levels, and I've still got some much higher TPs, but I took some of my risk off the board, right? So that, like, at least if it does pull back,
Yeah, me
that
too, man.
it's
But
gonna,
why do we do
yeah.
that? Me too, but it's a mistake. I think it's a terrible mistake. I did the same stuff, but overall, it's a mistake. It's working, like, right? It's working. Price is going your way. We're like, what are we afraid of here? We should be.
You sound like me, man. It's like stay
We
in
should
the
be.
trade.
But I mean, what's worse? Is it worse to round trip it or to,
I think it's just
you know?
different strokes for different folks, though, because some people like getting out a million times and they do well at it. But I'm the same way as you. On the smaller time frames, to me, it's monotonous, and I don't jive with it. I'd rather just have the macro swings and be able to eat that way, one big bite rather than 100 little ones. But it's a subjective battle. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. Because
Yeah.
if you take 100 little bites and it equals the one big bite, then we're at the same place either way. But I'm
You
just
know,
like you. I agree with
well,
you.
it depends on the
So
plan, right? Like,
that's sort
what
of,
did you see when you entered? Has it been reached? Taking profit halfway is only eating into your profits, actually. Like, if I hadn't TP'd,
yeah,
whatever, well, you see what I mean? Like, when you
yeah,
entered, why did
well,
you enter? Where did you plan on TPing? And has that been reached? I like to do it
I'll,
like
I'll,
single shot type, so often. But yeah, I did the same stuff as you. I TP'd a bit here and there just to ease. I guess it's a bit human nature stuff, it's just to feel a bit
well,
reassured, like, oh, it's okay, I TP'd at least a little bit. But
for me
probably a
as a new
mistake.
trader, right? For me as a new trader, part of my goal was to end in profit, right, and to not round trip. And so I had a little bit, I was pretty okay with TPing where I TP'd because it was a profitable trade. I was on the right side of the market, and I still have part of that position open for the much larger macro play, right? And that was sort of like I wanted to be in position for the larger move, right? For the daily and the weekly move, but also I didn't want to overexpose myself too early in case we do get a pullback, right? And I also wanted to walk away with profits. So my portfolio is larger, and I have more margin to throw at things. And I also now have more spot positions that I feel much safer about, if you will.
Yeah,
And
and
I really think
this
it
is
depends
getting a
what.
bit. This is getting a
Yeah.
bit frothy. Like I personally sold like 10% of everything in my portfolio that was in the profit. So everything that I was in the profit on in my portfolio, I sold 10% of it. Like even coins that are
Yeah, I
still down
mean,
really low. You know what I mean? Like it's just because if we do have a bigger dip, I'll just get more coins later. Like you know what I mean? Like if we dip from here,
yeah, of course, yeah.
we pull
No,
back, I'll end up
but
with
that,
more coins because I'll have cash.
but yeah, but normally we do that with just the risk management of the original entry, right? Like it's isolated events. How to like I do the same thing. I'm 50-50 right now. I'm not like all in.
Another thing too,
But
if
I
you're
don't need to
oh,
remove
I'm sorry,
from
go ahead.
one trade. I don't need to remove from this trade in order to have more money later. That's another trade that has another risk. Well, another risk management stuff. Yeah. When
Yeah.
like if you bought Bitcoin at 105, playing the potential double top at 112, you should be fully out here. Like it's not even I'm keeping some in case it pumps or no. That's not part
Yeah,
of
the
the
only
plan.
thing I
Yeah,
didn't sell was
that's
Bitcoin. The only thing I didn't sell that I was in the profit on was Bitcoin. So I'm done selling.
Where I
I'm
think
waiting until the cycle top to sell any more
so
Bitcoin.
also for myself, a lot of what's gotten me wrecked has actually just been putting up too much of my margin and not understanding the full reality of funding fees and trading fees, right? Or how much of that was eating away. So that's part of why I wanted to pull out or take profit in the chunks that I did, was so that I don't end up eating myself away with funding rates on a move that like I'm convicted in, but I'm still new and I don't want to over assume my knowledge or the wealth of my knowledge or ability to accurately define these things, right? So I'm happy
Well,
with
I'm
it,
not
but I
sure there's
definitely
any
understand where you're
knowledge
coming
that
from
really
too.
defines that. Yeah, there's no knowledge that defines that. You have to. Yeah. There's nothing will learn you that. But a good metric is 1%. Just 1% risk. If your trade fails, lose a 1%. Not 10, not 50, not 100. Just 1. Then you have money for the next trade. And all you need is like a good series, and you're gonna end up with a lot of money. The problem after that is what to keep it, yeah. Because those series happen. You end up with like 5-6 losses in a row, but you also end up with 5-6 wins in a row.
Yeah, and that's like, so that's the other part, right? Is that I'm worried to be a bit overconfident because I'm not used to like winning like this in trading, right? So a lot of it is I'm maybe underestimating the potential for my entry, right? But I'm okay with that as long as I can turn this into overall profitable bull market for me, right? The more that I can accumulate, the better. Yeah, but also the risk the risk of uh losing value that I could then put into the market at the bottom, right? Is that's kind of a bigger part of my equation because I jumped in a little bit late on this market. So um,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just
we all. It's again like it's to avoid pain of not having done this or not having done that, right? Of course, we don't like to catch the bottoms and the tops and all, but there comes a cost with that. That's pretty high, actually.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm also more interested in being able to repeat this success, right? Like not necessarily 2x, but to repeat
Yeah,
uh
what's gonna
to
happen
prove
next
to
time
myself
between?
that I can repeat, right? And just even through the rest of this market that I can repeat successful profitable trades. That's I'm trying to get it consistent and repeatable, and that's where my goals are. So my goals aren't like min maxing yet. I can do that next market, right? My goals here are to minimize risk while creating consistent repeatable results, right?
Have you blown up an account yet?
Oh, I've blown up like 3 accounts
Oh, good. You're
in
well on your way then.
yeah. Yeah. Well, my
As long
first
as you've
mistake was
blown up an account,
500x,
you're making
right?
progress.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
I,
first
I
mistake was
really agree with
500x
that
and
one.
getting greedy. Yeah.
If you're stuck in
But
the no, I haven't blown up an account and I'm never going to, then you're really screwed, man. That's when you know that, yeah, you got a lot of pain ahead.
But sometimes you do have to take more risk. Like when I say 1% risk, of course in practice there are times when it's much higher, right? But yeah, it's hard. That's why I said there's no real knowledge about it. Like you can define it and all have your rules. Say like I'm gonna take always 1% risk, but sometimes there are times to take a bit higher risks, and
You can do
and it's
everything right too, and then make one mistake and blow everything up. You could do everything right for 5 years and make one big mistake and let it run away from you, and you're cooked. You're done. It'll
yeah.
walk everything back.
I'll send you a video about that.
All it takes is one big mistake. That's why your system has to be robotic.
Yeah, I put it in the TA chat.
Yeah.
I was
Ooh,
just
I'll check it out.
looking at some shorts, found this, and yeah, that one lost trade that could, be dangerous. buy. There's no reason to worry about that. But yeah, overall by the dip mentality worked. Right, it worked at 48K. It worked at 74. Of course, it costs you a lot to catch those dips. Now it also worked at 100K. Eventually, there'll be that loss rate that doesn't work, where you don't get new all-time high like we just did today. And that time isn't, maybe, well, we don't know. It could be in 4 years. Maybe we won't even have a bear market, blah, 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 but it's going to come eventually. And that's when you lose, more than 1%. It's the one to avoid.
I think what I wish I knew earlier on, like within the first couple years, is that you're not going to take everything home, man. You're always going to leave money on the table. You could take profit as much as you want. You could stay in the trade as long as you want. No matter what, you're always going to be chasing that dragon of taking every red penny home, and you're never going to achieve it. You're always going to leave money on the table. But the good news is there's always more to get.
I think we need a level where to fully exit, right? Like you can define it however you want. It could be here, it could be at 150, at 180, but there's a point at which you need to really stop and take a bit time off even. But again, it's to avoid pain, right? Because if you ask yourself, what's better? Is it better for me to TP here? Like, is it going to be more painful to TP here and watch Bitcoin pump to 250K? Or is it going to be more painful for me to not TP here and watch it dump to, let's say, 30K? Or 30K support on Bitcoin? Like, no.
Dude,
Right now,
serious. For someone who has so much technical skill, you are the most indecisive trader I've ever heard.
Of course I'm undecided. Well, no, my plan is decided and it's been decided for a while, but like, I'm exposing both sides. There's two options,
Then
right?
stick it. Then stick it, bro.
My plan is to sell 180. It hasn't changed in the last 2 years since we bottomed at 15K and we had topped at 69. So I'll try and stick with that overall. Alts are a different story, but on Bitcoin it's it's underway. We're now closer to 180 than 215.
If you're already 50% in cash, then I don't think you really have anything to worry about, Zeus.
Damn, you're already 50% in cash?
I'm actually more than 50% in cash even,
Wow.
You might be underexposed.
Nasdaq is at all-time highs. SPY is at all-time highs. Everything's pumping. It's not time to. For me, it's not time to accumulate anything.
Oh,
and I've
the
been
stock
saying that.
market now.
Yeah, and I've been saying that even before the tariff dumps.
Yeah, I took a lot of profit, man.
I think you're fine, dude.
I also bought more though. I bought more stuff when we had that tariff drop, just because it was such an opportunity, man.
But on crypto, I never exposed myself too much.
You might want to do 1 to 5% depending on the asset, like just to scratch the itch, just to like put your mind at ease. But like other than that, I wouldn't even bother. Like because you're already 50% cash. That's pretty cash heavy.
Well, it's the comfort zone for me. Yeah.
Cash is trash, man.
Bah, you get 3%.
Ew, 3%.
So when you're talking 50. You're talking 50%
on cash right now, and it's
investable cash, not like net worth, but you're saying investable cash, not like net worth, but investable cash. You're 50-50.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I think you're fine, bro. But if it's really bothering you that much, I mean, selling into strength is never a bad idea. Or just consider a short with tight risk management. That's what I would do, not financial advice.
He's got a plan that I'm sure he locked in over a year ago, right? I'd imagine you had a plan and you're sticking to it, right?
On spot, yeah. On average.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a bit
even his leverage, he's been holding positions longer than anybody in here.
I'm very cash poor right now. Very cash poor, and I have been. I also make money as well, but yeah, for me, I try to stay
Well,
cash poor until the bear market. That's
that's
my objective. Well, until
that's
the euphoria stage, and I'll be heavier in cash during the bear market. Let me put it that way.
Yeah,
But
I plan to
that's
be
my
at
plan.
least
That's my plan. I'm not
50.
disputing anybody else's plan. I'm just explaining my plan.
I'm super cash poor right now too. I'm like 90% allocated, and but like I expect to be at least 50% by the time we hit like euphoria stage. I want to be at least 50%, and then whatever happens after that, I can reassess.
Things are too
I'm
cheap
all
to
in.
be cash
no,
heavy.
it's account health a bit management, right? Like you can't be. I mean, if you're forced to sell to have the liquidity for your next trade, well, it's a bit of an issue, right? Because it influences what you're doing. Because of the unavailable cash, you need to free up margin to even take another trade, right? So it's a like I would suggest trying to avoid that as much as possible.
Did you go heavy into cash when the war stuff was popping off, or was it prior to that?
I never exposed more than 50-50. Even
Gotcha.
at
So
50K.
you've been 50-50 the whole time.
I try to be. No, it's not true exactly, but I try to be.
Gotcha.
It's
Yeah, you got a plan.
psychological, right? I mean, even that is actually stupid. It's a bit stupid in a sense, right?
No. It's
But
definitely not
it helps
stupid.
psychologically a bit.
I
It
think
also
everybody's
helps.
got their own way of doing things, and I think it's great.
But it helps with being well, eventually having both opinions too. Like it's balanced. I'm born in October anyway, so balance is my how do you say it? Zodiac sign.
Oh Lord, your zodiac.
Yeah. So
Nice. No, I think I like
I
listening to
guess it
people's
makes sense
approaches,
why.
man. I like listening to people's approach. It sounds like you've been around for a little bit, so that I've never heard that approach though, being 50-50, but it makes sense psychologically the way you
No,
explained
but
it.
I mean, I exaggerate. There were points where I was more like 80-20, even all in and all. But overall, the idea for me is to try and stay 50-50 the most at all times.
And it's psychological for you because it's more like a safety net, right? So you always have
Yeah.
something to fall back on. Yeah, it makes sense.
Now, of course, if Bitcoin drops to 70K, I won't be 50-50, so don't. But now that price has like recovered, it's kind of cool too.
I guess for me, I'm always chasing returns, and that might sound aggressive. I'm actually very strategic about it, but the market offers so many platforms of different you can be lower risk and still beat the returns of cash. You know what I mean? The cash returns are terrible, man. You're losing money with money in cash. So for me, it's like I could go a little bit more risky, and maybe make 8 to 10% at least, and maybe combat inflation at least. You know what I mean?
But it's what I'm trying to do here, yeah. Just manage and try to combat inflation. That's all I want, actually.
Yep, amen.
Oh, hopefully a bit better than that, but
Oh, you should do better than that. In this market, if you ain't beating inflation in the crypto market, oh,
I'll see when I retire if I did better or not, right? Like you can't judge it on even a whole cycle. You're gonna need multiple cycles and maybe like 10-20 years to really judge it.
yeah, that's true.
It's been 5, so
Been 5 years for you.
yeah, roughly.
Good for you, man. It's been about 8 for me. It doesn't feel like it though. Feels like it's been 2.
Everybody has a way of managing his psychology, I guess. Some people like to just be all in, all out. Some people like to take very little risk. Like they just move tiny amounts to their trading portfolios that really don't represent a lot, and they just have fun with it. Some people really invest long term. Yeah, everybody has a different view. I've seen some people who just buy and they have no plans of selling. Literally never. It's just, you know, maybe one day when I retire, I'll sell it. It's just money thrown. You know, for 90% of Bitcoin traders, it's just money thrown into Bitcoin that they just forget about. It's like, oh, I bought some Bitcoin, I have it on this app, and that's it. Like no plans of trading it or anything. Just investing.
95% of the world's population has zero exposure to crypto too, which is a crazy fact.
Well, actually, they don't know it, but they are exposed to crypto because now their banks
Right.
hold. Because
Yep,
now
that's true.
So
Joke's on them, huh? Got them? No. Yeah, I mean, look at everybody's retirement account. Now they're going to have exposure. That's just crazy to think that that's reality now. It's astonishing.
amazing.
We've come a
But
long
right
way.
now, honestly, sometimes, you know, I'm like, where the hell is the money coming from? Like, it's in my account. It's a mess, honestly. So many stuff. But yeah, between watching Bitcoin pump to 200K and dump to 30K, I think dumping to 30K would be probably more painful than pumping to 200, right?
Yeah, because then the game's over, man. If we go to 30K now, the whole thing's broken. Everything's broken.
What do you mean? It's no, it's just I'll buy like hell at 30K if that happens. All in.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if we were like 2 years ago, I would agree with you. But right now, we don't. You start dipping. You look at previous all-time highs and the way that we react cyclically. You start dipping in anywhere below 55K right now, man. It's starting to look different. And then, like I said, that me and Strings
Oh,
talked.
okay, you're right. Right. 200K is 2 times up. So yeah. Okay, let's say 55K, 60K. Right? If you divide Bitcoin by 2 right now, you end up at 55, right? And if you multiply it by 2, you end up at 200. So let's say between 55K and 200K, right? In one case, you're gonna see your account double. In the other, you're gonna see it divide by 2, right? Which one will make you act stupidly?
Probably both.
Yeah. But that's what I try to figure about myself a bit, right? I guess. If I know I'm gonna do shit, if price does this, then maybe I can help not do it. Also, like, you know, keeping track of what you did in the previous moves kind of helps with that too. I think that's when you learn a bit in the end.
The way I see it is if the whole thing breaks down and, we do have some sort of ridiculous, bear market that's 5, 8 years, then the gig is up anyway. You know what I mean? Everybody's getting their boots back on and strapping back up and getting to work in a way we'll all have to work harder than we ever have before either way. So for me, it's a hedge against depression.
You don't think Bitcoin is going to be the first asset to get depressed in the next depression?
Hard to say, brother. Hard to say. It's supposed to shine in those moments, according to the engineers and everybody who's fundamentally
But it depends on the
in love with
reason
it.
of the depression, right? If it's a monetary crisis, I fully agree. Bitcoin is just going to go up.
It's hard to say.
If it's like an economic financial crisis, then it's a bit different, right? We know what happened last time. Well, at least COVID dip, right?
Bitcoin is never decoupled from the stock market. So if the stock market, if we were to see that, and that would be beautiful. But the Bitcoin is absolutely tied to global liquidity, and so is the stock market. So if the stock market melts down, Bitcoin's going right with it, based off of tradition.
Yeah, now with all these tech companies holding it, it's even more tight, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's getting even more intertwined.
Oh, I will see. You guys really think next bear market bottom shouldn't go below $60,000? I don't even see a point in selling personally.
Now you're starting to get real macro.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a second. If that is true, I'll just go. I'll just leave.
Yeah, it's almost like it's more worth it to just continue to keep your head down and do your speculation and make some money and just dish it in on the drops. It depends on how macro you look, though. There's some people that want to chase every pivot, and I think if you can do that effectively, then that's probably the most profitable way to go about it. But doing that effectively is a lot easier said than done. I've been around
You
for
you,
some
you
years,
can
and
do
it's
it
crazy.
with a leverage bag, increase it and all, but doing that with your whole portfolio is crazy.
Insane.
But
It's insane.
yeah, it's insane even. So in the end, even when you manage it, doesn't represent that much. Like, I mean, at least the way I do it, yeah.
And then you only have to be wrong
The-
once, right? And catching those pivots, you only got to be wrong once, and then it's going to go one way or the other, and then you're
Uh,
forced into a very difficult decision.
The real growth here is in selling every 4 years and buying every 4 years. That's
Yeah,
what brings growth really on bigger time frames.
that's the conclusion I've come to as well, brother. I think that's what most people that've been around have come to that
And
conclusion.
in the end, if you sell a level and price continues like hell, you have to be okay with it. And same onto the other side. If you short a level and you TP too early, you have to be at peace with all that.
It's hard, like you said. There's pain no matter what, right? There's going to be some sort of pain. I like what you
Yeah,
said.
I mean, maybe it's just me, but every decision is just pain in these markets.
It's hard. It's because it's
And
difficult, man. And every decision
even
is
what,
so critical because there's so much weight, but especially if you're playing with weight, you got to sit with it and live with it, like you said. I
but it's
get
good.
like
It's good. It means you're exposed enough, but no, like you need to feel a bit. Like if you if you don't feel pain when you trade, then I guess you're not risking enough, right? In a sense.
it's just like life, man. Anything difficult is usually worth it. So when the market melts and you're making those buys that are painful, then you're probably it'll probably benefit you. It's more likely that it will than when if you're buying big old green candles and the same in reverse. If it's painful to sell those big green candles, you're probably gonna be all right. But it's all gonna be painful. But
Yeah,
then when
and
you
a
go
lot
on
of things we
vacation and you
do are
live,
there to try to avoid pain, right? So we're like, okay, let's take half of the profits out. At least I'll have something and this and that. But that's all like, I don't know if it's really effective. Like
what I'm gonna
money,
what I'm
account growth wise, you just
absolutely. What I'm gonna do more this time around, instead of, paying off debt like I did with my home and my car and other things, and then having a nice egg, this cycle I'm gonna be able to really enjoy it, man. And it's gonna be, I think that's what's important when you do the work and you do get where you hit the goals that you want to hit. Go enjoy it, man. And that's what I'm going to do this time around. I'm going to really, not that I didn't enjoy it last time, but it was more of me setting the foundation and kind of getting out of the matrix, so to speak. And now I can finally kind of enjoy it a bit, hopefully.
like you want to spend the profits.
I mean, not exactly spend, but invest in other things, more real estate, think assets that grow, and invest in my family with, bringing, taking them places that
Yeah.
we've never been and stuff like that. So yeah, I'll definitely be spending money for sure. Absolutely. I mean, I already do that either way, but I want to actually, I want to go enjoy the rewards a little bit more, because like I said, last cycle for me it was more of like a foundational. I made a I made a nice amount of money, and I was able to set the foundation and pay off debt and pay off my home and everything else. And now I can kind of enjoy it this time around, hopefully more, have more fun rather than just laying the groundwork.
I really hope we all do.
Amen, brother. We're still just hanging around up here, man. 111.
Yeah, we've seen a second attempt to push that ended up a bit in a lower high with a double top inside a double top, right? You have that 112 double top on a bigger time frame. But this is all about the daily close for me. Ever since we took out the 110 liquidity, the question is where it's more like about the daily close, and we've reclaimed some supports actually. Right? So like now that we're above January's high, I really don't have any reason to be bearish at all. Now that's gonna change likely tomorrow, right? We'll probably eventually drop again below 110, 300. Well, the previous high from January, which triggers again a potential stay short from idea. I guess I'll just go the lazy way and not take that trade.
You see, you look on the weekly, it's hard for me to ignore the, looks like a bull flag printing, man, and the measured move for that is like $1.45.
145, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, look at it
This
though.
is a
It's not
test
just something
super
that
chat message.
from a technical,
Yeah.
like, it's there. You know what I mean? It's not like it's something I'm kind of hoping for. It's just there. And it looks like we kind of broke out and back tested it.
You know, on Binance order book spot, there's really, I mean, we've taken some lots of sells at 110. They absorbed all these buys for 1 week now. I mean, yeah, the whole week was about breaking 110, huh? And eventually we got a higher high, even a new all-time high. But there's nothing left here. It's done, right? I mean, I think it's done. So the only way to increase liquidity here is to drop back below. You know? If you drop back below 110, then people will probably put more sells again at 110. But that's not what's happening. We're holding above 110, so I really have like very little reasons to be.
This is a test super chat message.
Well, that's, I mean, 110 is not far. It's just 1% down. And overall, Bitcoin just pumped 2% today. It's really nothing huge in percentage.
Right. Yeah,
It's huge in our minds because it's new all-time high. It's at the top and all. But if you just look at the daily candle, I mean, it's
nothing.
up 2%.
It's not impressive.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's nice, but it's just a medium green candle. Huh?
Yeah, not too impressive. Just a little pumpy. Ethereum reclaiming the weekly 50 to me is, and it could be nullified. Of course, the weekly isn't over yet. The week is not over. You didn't close above it, but for me to see that, for some of the stuff I'm positioned in, is optimistic, at least.
Oh yeah. Weekly 200. He found
Weekly
support
50.
at the weekly 200 EMA.
Oh yeah, yep.
At 2,200. So we lost it. We came back above it, and now we back tested as support, and it's trying to go for a high. Yeah, we haven't seen the high yet, but we're now closer to a high than a low. So another 5% push would give you a new high above 2,800 something. Or 2,900. So, well, Dbloc said 3K, right? So that's, yeah, roughly target would be around there, I guess. That psychological around 3,000 number. But it, it doesn't mean we're not gonna revisit 2,500 before going to 3K, right? Anything can happen, but that's gonna be the next opportunity, I guess. I mean, I TP'd a bit on ETH at 2,700, and yeah, I guess next level to look at the chart is around 3K. In case that doesn't happen and we see 2,500, well, how about even the weekly 200, right? 2,500 or maybe 2,300? Yeah, 2,300. then that's could be a potential opportunity to, well, either add to a long or open a new long.
On ETH?
Yeah.
Are you long on ETH based off that ABC that it printed?
Of course. I'm long from
Beautiful.
everywhere on ETH. I'm long
Beautiful, man.
from 800 of lost cycle. I'm also long from 1600. And I'm also long from 2200. I have all three trades still going. The one from 800 is on spot.
Good for you, man.
Mainly my average is 1800 on ETH because it's where I bought most, yeah. It was a bit SR. You know, summer 2021, you get that 1800 triple bottom. So I think that's the important line on ETH, 1800. You buy below it, you sell above it.
Last cycle, I had an average. I had a good amount of ETH. I'm not gonna say the number, but it wasn't anything crazy. But the average price ended up being around 1200, and I sold most of it around between 2800 and 3600.
That's nice.
Yeah, and most of it on the way down, unfortunately, but it is what it is. I made out pretty good, and I rolled a lot of profit that I made from Doge into ETH, and I also ate on other alts. But this time around, I kind of faded to ETH because I missed the 800 dip, and then I was thinking about it at 1400. I just kind of loaded leverage positions, and I did really well on those when we ran up to 4K, and I had some targets up there. I did really well on those, but from
That
spot, my exposure to ETH this cycle for spot is Uniswap. I think it's essentially a leverage play on Ethereum on spot because the market cap. You know what I mean? Uniswap's going to run
This is
with
a
ETH
test
because it's
super
the
chat
biggest DEX on
message.
ETH, and to me, that's my ETH exposure.
ETH layer 2 exposure, I mean, yeah, that's cool.
Yep.
I remember selling that 2000 push after the 800 dump. That was some amazing profits. That should, you know, the volatility to the downside brought an upward bounce that was huge. Catching that move like that 2x up during the bear market actually probably gave me more profits than what's happening here, even though actually it's bigger. Wait, let me measure that.
Man, I had an awesome trade on ETH. I had a few of them.
This is
ETH
a
has been
test
really
super
good to me
chat
over the years, man.
message.
That chart is amazing, but I ate on XRP. I had an average entry. I don't remember what it was. Kwai, you remember what my entry was? But it ended up being like 8,000%, man, that I made. I ran it all the way up to in the threes. Actually, no, it was like 20,000. I don't even remember, but I cut most of the trade when it hit 250 and it kept running, man. XRP was on a rampage, but I ate on that, man. It's
But
kind
yeah, I
of the best
measured
trade
it
I've ever
and
made on futures.
that's cool. I measured it, and that 800 to 2000 bounce is 130% up, while currently we're like at 95% up. So
This is a
this
test
bounce is
super
still
chat
smaller than the
message.
bear market dead cat. Well, actually, it wasn't a dead cat, but the bear market bounce. Yeah. Well, the end of bear market initial bounce. I guess. Well, bottom of the bear initial bounce.
Right, I got you. Yeah, ETH is exciting, man. ETH is very exciting. I think people should be excited about Ethereum. I know a lot of people are in here too, which is cool.
But
You don't
price
see that
doubled,
though.
right? Like it went from price doubled right now. It went from 1400 to 2800. And that's a good start for more, but it already doubled.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Reclaiming that weekly 50 is gonna do a lot for me for what I'm looking for. To hang on to that, that'd be a big deal. You start losing that, printing weekly candles below it, there'll be a different story. I'll probably be shedding a little bit of profit for sure, shaving some off.
No, 2080 on ETH now is support, so that's a good sign for continuation for at least a higher high above the previous high. I don't know after that though, but at least that, yeah. We're pretty close now.
Yeah, and you have so many ETH family members. you know, speaking of the alts that are tied to it, that are
How
probably
are they
going to
doing?
outperform ETH. Not good, not great. They're at the floor,
Maybe.
but that's good for me, in my opinion, because I've been accumulating them. But I think that they will do well once ETH kind of really wakes up. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
four grand and above, you should see ETH family wake up.
I'll just check it out quickly. But ETH is up 6%, right? In the last 24 hours, ENS is up 7%. So I guess it's doing well the same stuff. Arbitrum is an ETH layer too. How's that one doing? It's up 5%. That's good. How about stuff like Matic?
Poor Matic,
It's
man.
up.
You
Matic is
remember?
doing fine.
You remember?
7.8%. It's
You
outperforming
remember
ETH.
when they? You remember when they were talking about Matic saying it's got the best team in crypto, it's the best. Da 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 da. This is years ago, man. And the way that they did that thing, man, my goodness. Then they
Well,
rebranded or whatever they did. They forked or something. I forget what they did, but man, what a disappointment. Everybody was hype on Matic like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
oh, my mental is an ETH layer 2 too, right? How's that doing?
What is it, Manta?
Maybe mental MNT 5%, so less than ETH.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? Dbloc was pointing out how low volume has been. I don't know if you're there, Dbloc, but interesting enough, today trading volume for spot Bitcoin ETFs hit 5.2 billion. So what's interesting to me is like even though that the data that we're seeing either on chain or even on these exchanges like your Binance's, your Coinbase, all the major exchanges, the volume has been, if you look at it, Dbloc was going through the whole volume for like the weeks and stuff, has been, I think he said it was at all-time lows or something like that. But it took the volume from these ETFs to surge us. Now, if that keeps playing through, like that's what ETH needs, right? It needs that ETF volume, but I don't know if that necessarily flows into all these other coins that don't have those ETF narratives.
Yeah, just like traditionally though, once the ETH really picks up steam, they definitely go. But the
Yeah.
big booms on them, you ain't gonna get that until, you know, probably easing maybe. I don't know. So we get QE or who knows, but it's definitely a leverage play. The thing is they're so much smaller in market cap than ETH. It takes a lot less for them to move. You know what I mean?
So a high bullish order flow with high volume on ETFs only pumps Bitcoin 2%. Instead of the typical 7-8% upside we see on bullish days, right? Like a good bullish day on Bitcoin recently has been like, we've seen it many times, 6, 7, 8% in the green. I guess that makes sense if ETFs represent 1/5 of the overall volume, but is that true? I'll ask AI. Wait. Today, how much?
Yeah, the ETFs are kind of like an accessory too. I know that it's definitely a big deal. It's nothing to not observe and pay attention to, but ETFs are new relatively to crypto, and crypto's done very well without ETFs in the past. Kind of like the BlackRock narrative. Like you had people saying, "Oh, Bitcoin is doing well because of BlackRock. BlackRock is involved in Bitcoin, and that's why it's doing well." No, BlackRock is involved in Bitcoin because Bitcoin does well.
Yeah, you guys are right. That increase in volume on ETFs make now ETFs volume represent 30% of spot BTC market. That used to be 5%, 10%. I remember last time I looked, it was at 5 or 10%, something like that. So I was like, wait a second. These ETFs are just low volume stuff. They're not going to have that much of real impact on price. But if now ETFs represent 30%, then dividing by 3 the typical big moves kind of makes sense if it's on ETFs having bullish flow, yeah. Well, inflow.
Yeah, I mean, there's just and no matter how I know, like prices can change things in terms of sentiment, but sentiment's still pretty low overall on crypto. Unless you're in Bitcoin, a lot of retail has been tapped out, and they're not the ones that are pushing this price. You know, these are some big players, and a lot of it is coming from TradFi.
It's
Like
always
your
the big players, though.
BlackRocks and Fidelities. Like you may think that, oh yeah, them getting involved wasn't, but that definitely has a huge impact, especially now where retail has exited. Most retail, especially on this run up, a lot of retail wasn't even in position. Like they were in your alts, and those alts, like you were saying, they're still at bottom levels. And even on a
Yeah.
retracement, they may make a new low yet again, because they don't have that volume and that support to flow in, like your Bitcoin and ETH, which have ETFs to sort of support on the downside.
Remember though what ETH did last cycle without any ETFs. It undoubtedly. I mean, if anybody would argue to you to say that it doesn't
But
make a
that was like
difference, that's
NFTs though too,
ridiculous.
right? You have to like
Yeah, I
there
was
was
gonna
there
mention
was
that.
mass retail FOMO falling into that. There was NFTs. There was so many things with ETH that I don't know if those things are going to come back this cycle. This cycle, from
Maybe not.
my standpoint, the only thing I can see in terms of narrative is the yield, and you're starting to see it pick up. There's like I've seen like 6 or 7 brand new, like I think they call them like treasury ETFs that are forming for ETH that are giving like 8 to 9% yield um on the stock exchanges. So yield is the only thing that I think ETH has this cycle going forward. If it can start earning more yield than your traditional like bonds or treasuries or whatever, then you would see more money flowing into it.
Yeah, but that's not really bullish for the chart, right? Because that yield comes from the chart pumping less, no?
The
You said
interest.
that
The
yield
interest
comes
is
from.
Go ahead.
No, Zuzi was saying something about that yield comes from what?
But if you think long term, like if you want to stake ETH for 10 years and make 9% per year for 10 years, that's probably gonna undermine ETH's performance by that amount, because that money isn't coming from anywhere. It's coming from ETH, from the chart itself, right?
Think about Dogecoin too, man. Dogecoin didn't have any fundamental use case, and it ran up. Some of these things, sometimes it's astonishing
But
how you don't really
Dogecoin,
need the
you're
narrative.
talking about the November run to like 47, 48 cents?
No, well, any run that it's ever made, if you think about Dogecoin just from a fundamental aspect, like we're talking about maybe the narrative needs to be X, Y, or Z, which the narratives will assist and they'll be there and they'll wrap around the price action undoubtedly. But just for things run sometimes for no reason at all. You know what I mean? Like Dogecoin is
Yeah,
the
of
greatest
course, but
example of that.
long term,
They
if we
run.
all buy ETH and just stake it and nothing else happens, in 1 year, come back, we've all lost 9%. Yeah, we have 9% more
Right.
ETH, but it represents less of the total. Well, it's like being diluted in a stock. It's the same stuff.
And it's also debasement too. These things gain value because the money is losing value as well, and that's why there's exponential growth because of that. Not only a narrative, that's why the stock market gains value. Year over year. It's
Yeah,
because
but
of
ETH is
debasement.
doing the same thing. That's how it rewards you with those high APYs. It's because it's printing new ETH to reward people who stake it.
Right. People run into these assets for growth, right? That's what gets missed in these bear markets is that this is a growing market as well. People put money into these things because it's going to grow, not to lose money, or not because of, people weren't plugging money into ETH just for NFTs. There were people that were not involved in NFTs at all, like myself, that were involved in ETH just for growth specifically. I never touched any NFTs last cycle, but I was in ETH for growth and I put a nice amount of money into it because of the growth potential.
And it grew. Now it's giving you APY, you're getting more ETH.
The yield narrative is definitely something though, and all the narratives are they're not to be ignored. I mean, there's catalysts and there's reasons for growth as well. It's all relative. But some of this shit, man. I mean, we
Yeah, it
just saw
just doesn't.
Fartcoin is outperforming most of these alts right now, man. Like this market is silly, man. It really is.
Yeah. Well. OP is another ETH layer too, right? Optimism. That's up 7%. What else do we have as ETH layer 2?
Uniswap. The biggest DEX on ETH.
But it's not really an ETH layer 2, right?
No, it's a DEX. It's a decentralized exchange.
Yeah, but the coin works on ETH chain or?
Yeah. It's built on ETH. It's just a
Oh,
swapping
it's
mechanism.
ERC20 on ETH?
Yeah.
Well, it's up 11%. That's a winner.
Yes, sir. Amen. Yeah, we haven't even seen the DeFi boys start to get crazy yet either. Which you haven't heard anything about DeFi.
What was that crazy one on AVAX?
What's that?
Oh, I forget what it was called.
What was it? It was like a meme coin or like an exchange
Nah,
or what?
it was a. Was it state? Nah, I'm gonna have to look it up real quick before I say it. I'll give me 1 second.
Yeah, man. That's another chain that's promising, man. There's so much junk in this space, and then there's some really promising stuff too, man. I think the junk kind of makes all the good stuff kind of go to the back of the list for some reason.
Well, gaming narrative. We need these big tech companies to join the crypto hype. Like Steam and Sony and all.
Yeah, alts are weird, man, because none of them really do anything yet. I mean, they aim to do 100 things, but in terms of
But
real use, they're not really.
I don't know how they managed to make us feel that way when in reality a lot of alts actually moved, right? We've seen Solana make new all-time highs. We've seen XRP have a huge spike up. Cardano even went to 135, which is roughly golden pocket of its whole bear market. I mean, most alts achieved at least. I mean, the good top big alts kind of achieved an uptrend that at least went to half of the down mover. And even some achieved golden pocket, like that $60 on AVAX. It was a golden area.
Did you
Then
get the ABC on that one? Did you catch the ABC on AVAX for that move?
no,
That was
not
sick,
not on
man.
leverage, not on leverage.
Oh, I was on
No, I
spot
have
and
enough
leverage.
plays on this right now. But I gave up leverage trading AVAX. When was it? Oh, it's before the 135 up move even. I think that that last dump when Bitcoin was already like getting out of the bear market, but alts made a lower low. I think that's when I kind of gave up the idea of also catching AVAX in the long. But no, ITP. No, sorry, I'm saying bullshit. I had that trade. Wait. I'll probably have a screenshot of it in profit and losses. I think I TP'd $50 or $60. I don't remember. But yeah,
That was
so yeah, no, for me, AVEX AVEX is done since it reached that golden pocket. But now that it's, I guess there's another ABC to play. Yeah, back up to $60. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe even higher. Yeah.
Oh, I think it's gonna. Well, I'm not gonna be too bullish, but no, I am actually. I think it's gonna make new highs, new cycle highs. But anyway, the narrative on the floor for AVAX, in this other group that I'm in, a lot of us were tied up in there, and there was a narrative at the floor, man. Right, there was a liquidation candle that washed a lot of leverage, and there was some narrative about something built on AVAX that got hacked, and it was right before it ran up, man. And once again, it's always the narratives that kind of are the climactic pivot, it seems. You know what I mean? Like the really bad narrative usually is the climactic pivot for the trend reversal that eventually comes, and then the same vice versa. But AVAX went on a tirade, man. That was a beautiful bear market rally for AVAX.
You mean the dump from 140 to $9?
No. It was at the floor. I think it ran up to like $14 if I'm remembering correctly, and then it went all the way back to the lows and made a new low, and then from there it just took off.
Yeah. Well, the trade, roughly back then was to long 10.5, right? But now a lot of time has passed. The 13.7 would be a nice long entry. Of course, more locally, you have that 17.2, and then the last trade for long is 23. After that, screw longs. Yeah, that would be my plan roughly. 23 because it's 12th May 2022 dip. On a lot of charts, it's an interesting area. Also, we've seen resistance there recently, right? In March of this year. Find resistance at 12th May dip. It's still trading below that. So yeah, there's still like opportunities for upside. There's a lot of opportunities for upside on most of these alts actually.
That ABC that it
But
printed
it
just
could
locally, man. It's beautiful. I'm in it too.
the 17.6
I'll tell you
or
the exact level. Give me 1 second.
you cut the 15.6. Yeah, on the daily that 15.6 could. Then you had the lower low at 14.5. Yeah.
1745 roughly.
Yeah,
That's
perfect.
my
Oh, nice.
yeah.
You know what? So you traded 5th of August low. But the difficulty is not
I'll
taking
tell you
that
my
trade.
average. Hold on.
It's the patience for that.
Oh,
It spikes
patience,
up.
brother.
Yeah, that's
Patience
the
doesn't
hard
even.
part.
Oh, I had like at least 3 stops getting in there. It was little, tight risk, but that's part of the game, man. I don't know why people are scared of stop
Yeah,
losses, but for us, if you're trading ABCs, you're getting stopped, man. That's part of the game. Like they tend to chop it right at those levels. I know you know as well as I do. I mean, it's just the way it works, though. It's usually a critical SR flip.
12% win rate. So you're gonna lose 8 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah,
But
but you
when
know
they
as well
pay
as I
out,
do.
oh boy.
Right, when they stick,
But
exactly.
if
You know.
but they don't have to pay out. I mean, they really don't have to. But when they do, oh boy, it's nice.
Did you catch Rune, man, at the bear market lows? I was so vocal in this other
No,
group
no.
we're in, man, and nobody was talking about Rune. I'm like, man, look at Rune, look at Rune. And Rune went on a stupid run. And then Rune kind of front ran the rest of the alts. It kind of kicked off the bear market rally that we had in the altcoin market. It was that was a fun time. What a fun time. I did real well on Rune though. And then I bought some on spot when they brought it when they had that event where somebody was insolvent or whatever. I went ahead and loaded some up on spot. Not anything crazy. I bought a nice little bag.
Was it on ICP? I think I cut a nice one on ICP from $3 up. Like just 5x leverage, but that thing was sitting like at 1000% profit. Just 5x leverage,
Nice.
man. I
Isn't
was
that
like,
cool though,
well,
man? That's the beauty of
yeah.
leverage. You don't really have to do a whole lot all the time. You know what I mean? For me, I don't ever do too much just because I don't really want to be honest. I don't like getting stopped out and getting my margin ate up too much with the high leverage, but when they stick, man, I mean, and it takes
But
time. You gotta wait, but it's worth it, man. For me, it's been worth it at least.
so, someone mentioned Chili's recently when that dip to 98 was happening. So I figured, well, all right, let's why not? The thing is like really dead. It's putting new bear market bottoms and all. I guess that's gonna be a bit the rune play you mentioned. Like for me, if it plays out, of course, it's gonna be Chili's this
Let me
time
peek at
around.
that. I remember looking at that thing a while ago, man.
It's dead, man. This thing is dead. Just don't touch it. It's dead. But there are slowly signs, and it's
That's when
gonna.
you want to touch it, brother. That's when you want to touch it when it's dead.
No,
That's when I
no.
love touching it.
Well,
I
now
love
it's not
touching
as
dead
dead as
bodies.
it was, right? But yeah, potentially, like it's a very low leverage trade. But I mean, actually, it's not that low. Sorry, I'm saying bullshit. Yeah, 7x. It's not that low. But like for a low cap coin that's volatile like this, it's not that low.
Yeah, the DCA into that, they're just grinding it down. I mean, look, you still didn't even.
It's the last point of support before you go into the old range, which is between 2 cent and 0.5 cent. It's like a 4x range.
You remember this thing though? You remember what they do? It's like sports cards and NFTs and all that shit. You remember? I
The whole
remember
thing
it.
is I don't. I didn't trade it back then, but
It's a long time ago, years.
the whole thing is like a bit of a bull flag, right?
Yeah, I
Trying
was
to
thinking
break
that's funny, or like a falling wedge or whatever. I mean, it just a
some sort
grind
of
down.
parallel downward, even, right?
Yeah, it's pretty clean. I mean, you've been able to short. If you've been shorting this thing, you've been eating
So
on that
that's
trend line.
that shows something, right, about the coin. It shows like dilution, or it shows new coins being minted, maybe, or supply increasing. Like that regular down move it's been in since its hype up move is a signature of some tokenomics, probably. I didn't do the
Probably,
research
yeah.
honestly, or anything. But like when you
Lack
have
of liquidity, probably. Like many of these alts, lack of liquidity. You know, there's just no buyers that are arriving, so it's just gonna continue to find. You know what I mean? That's my best
yeah,
guess. I don't know.
I mean the French Olympics pumped it nicely.
Oh yeah,
Last
that's what it was, man. And wasn't it
yeah
involved in like soccer and stuff too? In football, it had some
yeah.
football narrative or something. For
Well,
you, you're a
summer
French guy.
2021, we had the French Olympics in Paris, and I mean, it couldn't put a higher high, but you know, it had a bit of a pump. To be fair, everything else was also pumping a bit, so I don't know if it's really the Olympics, but
Yeah, at least it's got some sort of real world attempt at application, I guess. That's something. Because many of these things, there's nothing, man. I mean, there's just hopes and dreams.
But Dbloc said the old coins that are not in the top 50, just forget about it. He's probably right. Like, but
depends on where you're at. I don't agree with that 100%, and I think that's okay. No disrespect to him. It's just an opinion. But I
no, but
think
it
that
depends what you
you can
shoot for,
dig,
right? Like, I don't
you
need
can
new
dig and
all-time
find
highs
things.
on Chili's, right? Like, or
You can
I'm not
find things like he said. He's invested in a stock that's 80 million in market cap for a specific reason, and it doesn't really mean it. You can't really draw this parallel directly to alts, but I think just deriving the market cap when you're trying to kind of sniff out things that might have value, I think it's okay to speculate even in things that are outside of the 50. But I get what he's saying when he says that. It's definitely logical. Like most of the time, you're gonna get your ass burnt playing with stuff that's low cap, man. Like it's just you know what I mean? It's the nature of the beast.
So I think I know where this Jerome Powell rumor started, and it was actually with a Treasury Department official Wednesday saying, "Was today Wednesday? Let's see. Yes, today is Wednesday." Saying so it was today. He would like to see Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell step down from the central bank before his chairmanship is up.
Yeah, just
Well, yeah,
rumor,
like
man.
typically what happens is like when the Fed chair steps down, he was basically enforcing that he wants him to completely like resign and not even stay on the board because
Oh, like all the way out.
Yeah, all the way out, right? Yeah. Not like
Politics,
step
man.
down and become like I forgot what they call them, but like ahead of a Fed somewhere else, and
Yeah,
remain
so
on the bull.
if this pump was on the news, I'm on same camp kind of what Dbloc saying is that it's probably not going to sustain if we don't get any confirmation that something like that's going to happen, unless the bulls really step in.
You trying to buy
But
that
you
cheap
really think
Dogecoin, huh?
Yeah, baby.
you really think
I see you.
ETF inflows were because of a Twitter tweet?
No,
I never said
I don't
anything
think.
about
I
the
don't think
ETF.
that. I don't think this pump has anything to do with that Powell news at all.
Maybe
Yeah,
the
that Powell news.
alt pump has a bit to do with it, right? Like these alts are doing okay right now.
I think it might just be because Bitcoin likes to go up, man, and that's okay.
Yeah, but there's usually a few kind of
Guys, if
catalysts.
you were here watching that in real time, there's no denying why that went up. Those inflows were absolutely insane.
Yeah, you had liquidations up there too, man. There was a big pocket right where we're at right now. I mean, they came and they ate that, man. I've been looking at it for over a week now.
Damn, I thought Wall Street wouldn't pay too much attention to to Twitter
To
rumors, but I
Powell,
guess I'm completely wrong. But it's not official. No, it's
they
social
pay
media
more
stuff.
attention than we do.
Hmm.
You didn't hear Clive get on here and say, what the hell is happening to Legacy? Everything just started pumping out of nowhere across the board.
Well, it started pumping right on Fed minutes, right after the minutes were released.
Also, right after I forgot his name, said Power Hour. That was a nice one.
Not bad. I was just doing a little bit of searching, but yeah, there's absolutely nothing official at all, and we'll know, right? We'll know what this is about if it just gives it all back.
I think we're gonna hit both your circles, like the green and the red. A bit like the ETF's announcement.
Well, we took out the tops
Where
already. Like we knew that we had to take out these tops, but I'm not ready to
not
give up
really.
taking out the bottoms if it wasn't if the news isn't official. If the news is official, I'll tell you right now, some of these liquidations underneath are not going to get hit. I'll tell you that right now. I don't care how bright it is on the chart.
It's not
Some
bright though.
some of the
Below, you
lower
see it, right?
ones aren't going to get hit.
You see it though, right? It's not bright. That's the
But
thing. It's just not bright. There's not a.
but
It's not a. There's not many liquidity pockets below us directly.
There
it's what we need
is
now.
just as bright as above us at 108. The difference is that this before was at 107.5. Now we're sitting higher. Super bright spot 107.9, 108. $12-hour mega bright spot 108.4 to 108.1.
How much is there? Do you have the thing that you can kind of run your mouse over it and see how much is there, the value?
3-day, most of it has gotten up. Yeah, but this one isn't aggregated. I have to go on my CoinAnk.
Oh, you're good. No worries. I just thought maybe you had it right there.
For right now, we've got a little bit bulls versus bears here. Believers versus non-believers. But we do have a W pattern set up to pop if this goes. Liquidation's more than enough to take us to our measured move. We're gonna take out this lower high, which would be the first step, right?
Where's your
Sort of
measured
kill
move?
this downtrend. 11197, basically 112.
Yeah, that'll take everything out to the upside, I think, just about from my memory. Fun times, man. We're up here and it's real quiet, man.
Yep, we're about to get some FUD news. Everyone's gonna get shook. Bitcoin's gonna drop right back down to like 88K. Everyone's gonna be like, it's
This
over.
is
And then
crazy.
we're gonna go right back up to 150. Let's go.
And you getting that cheap Dogecoin, right?
I'm hoping for it. I'm praying. I'm on my knees. Please.
I love it.
Well, Doge is relatively cheap here, though.
Yeah, but I just hold it, so I want to buy a little bit lower.
If it was at 50 cent double topping like Bitcoin is, or trading, then I wouldn't say it's cheap, but it's overall like it's at its bull bear market line. That's 16 cent SR. It seems like it reclaimed it again. So I guess I'd buy 16 cent. How far is it
Yeah,
from
Bet
16?
Boss. It happened at the same time, though. It happened at the same time. Like I said, it's gonna affect risk assets across the board.
Do we really think this is gonna happen though, man? Like, do we? There's no way, man.
I don't see it.
Doesn't look
I
like
don't. Of all times for him, I don't see it. I don't see with so much on the table that I could be wrong. I've seen people do crazier shit, I guess, and I don't know the man personally, but from what I feel like, I know that shit would be way out of character.
What to resign? To resign?
Yeah, to
Yeah,
resign.
He's not stepping down.
Remember how long the ETF rumors lasted? Like we got them way earlier, like
Yeah.
weeks earlier, right?
There we
So
go.
it's a
We're
bit the
digging
same
through
here
these
with this
liquidations
rumor.
now.
We might have heard about it on Twitter like weeks in advance, right? Like, what's the time frame on the?
2 weeks.
I'm gonna sell because it's wrong.
Oh no, I'm saying the specific rumor was that. So the reason why it was different this morning, it came out and there was like rumors of Fed Powell resigning, right? It's like, okay, nobody really made a big deal out of it. Somebody even tweeted Fed Powell resigns and Bitcoin doesn't care. And then the second wave came out that started saying, that was quoting ABC News, which I can't find anywhere on ABC News, but everybody's quoting them, so I don't know what's going on with that. But the quote was that he's going to resign within 2 weeks. So now that was different, right? That's like an escalation from the first rumor, so people jumped on it.
Okay, so in 2 weeks we top, then we dump to liquidate everybody, probably back down to like support, and that's at 103 somewhere there.
Hey, but also today you had the stock market, the NASDAQ was up almost a full percent. So for Bitcoin to be up 2% and be, tied in tandem with the stock market, it's pretty normal stuff here.
Yeah, but I believe that the
we're
stock
even
market,
late, right?
that's what I was saying about them caring more about Powell than we do. Like I said, these rumors have been circulating since market open. So I would assume that it had an effect, like I said, on risk assets across the board. It's not the direction. It's not the direction or the it's a little bit the direction, but it's not the price point. It's the speed. Right? Like we knew we had liquidations up here to get taken, but to do it in two 15-minute candles, and the amount of liquidity that came in, there was a catalyst.
Trump was talking though. I don't think maybe it was yesterday or today, but he was kind of sounding the alarm for this, and maybe that's why it kind of got drummed up too, because people were reading into that, and he's the commander in chief. People
It's been 3 days. It's been like 3 days of escalation. He should resign. He should resign. We're going to talk to him about resigning. Then another person comes on talking about resigning. Then the rumors this morning about him resigning. Then the escalation of it being in 2 weeks. So yeah, it's like one thing fed into another, fed into another.
And plus, you got the expose from NY Post expose on.
That's the thing with the Congress meetings and all that shit. People are like, oh, maybe there's something there, and they're forcing him to resign because of the lies. So like, what before we would have just sort of laughed off and been like, whatever. Like now, there's a little bit of teeth there, where it could just possibly, maybe, if you squint your eyes a little bit, you know what I mean?
Right. There's a more than 0% chance that it could happen. I don't see it.
But yeah, in my opinion, for the amount of money that you're talking about flowing in, there would have to be some credible sort. And there's no credible sort.
That's what made me sit up in my seat, because news is news. I don't care, but news, and then you look at the chart, and there's reaction. Now you're like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, hold on. It's like when Doge, like you would hear Elon tweeted, And then I immediately look at the Doge chart and there's no green candle. I'm like, yeah, fake news.
It's fitting,
So
man. Always fitting.
a 2 week long liquidity grab, or something like
Well,
that.
we already
How much
have a
they need to
3.
pay ABC News?
We already
to
have
get
a 4-week pause for tariffs, so there's already that sort of like, okay, let's do it again. We got the 3-month pause, the 90-day pause, remember, and everything went crazy. So people are like, okay, let's stretch it. For me, that was risk on. Hearing that I was like, okay, that's going to be 30 days of more speculation. People willing to speculate a little more on what the outcome of this is going to be. Remember, if you think the tariffs if you think it's gonna be a nothing burger, then you're pricing up the value of all your risk assets in your mind. Right? You're saying, well, I don't mind buying at 108 because if this tariff thing's not gonna be a big deal and it's about to be settled, then we should be at 120, 130, no problem. If you think it's gonna be the end of the world and everything's gonna crash and go to shit, then you're probably taking shorts or you're taking profits.
Is it gonna tariff Bitcoin though? I mean,
No,
I guess
no,
you
no.
could do that.
It's just the effect on the overall economy that people are freaked out about. It's for me. I honestly, the most important thing, I promise you, is not what the percentages are. It's just that we know. It's the clarity of knowing what it is. I don't care if it's 150% on China or 15% on China.
Yeah.
Once we
But
know,
you
we'll
can't.
know how to maneuver.
You remember when he did this in 2017? You remember that?
Yeah.
It's the same story, brother. And you look at the charts.
Yeah,
Same
he just
story.
didn't have both houses, so it was harder for him to sort of implement.
Oh, he's sitting in the king's
Yeah, he's
king's
chilling
castle
now.
right now. Which is I wouldn't say it's all positive, but we'll see.
It is, man. Sometimes you gotta shake up the hornet's nest.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
mean, I
let's
voted
get
for
through
him.
these liquidations. All right, Bears, you lost this little internal structure struggle that you were having here. Sorry. You tried. You put up a good fight.
Were you short looking for that drop to 108 or whatever it was? Did you grab a short?
No. I took profit, though, which for me is the same thing.
Do you trade futures at all?
Nope. Spot only.
Got you. Respect.
Over here, anyways. At least on
Yeah, there ain't
Legacy,
nothing wrong with that.
where they lie to me at least and tell me it's safe.
Sometimes you'll get a weird eyebrow when people hear that you don't trade futures, but a lot of the people I look up to, they don't trade futures at all,
I've
and
put
they're
in my
killers, man.
dues in the trenches.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there ain't
Well,
nothing wrong with not trading futures, man.
some spot pairs are more volatile than 20x trades on Bitcoin. So
Listen, let me put it to you like this. My
same,
trading style is way more degenerate than Zeus's trading style, and I'm on spot and he's on leverage. Okay? Just because like spot doesn't necessarily mean But yeah, I know what you mean.
There's definitely a funk though on these in these Discord groups. There's a bit of a funk if you're talking about you just spot, man. They give you the little eyebrow. And I think that's crazy because, like I said, some of the biggest killers in finance, they don't use any leverage, man. Zero.
No, but stuff like Jasmine, for example, is highly. I mean, can most of the time it's highly volatile. Like if you just look at the size of a 15-minute candle, okay, maybe not now, but no, even now. I mean,
It's
just
a
look
tool.
at the current.
It's a tool like anything else.
Exactly.
Some people have to use it. Some people don't. You know what I mean? And
Most
using
people abuse it.
Using it after you don't need it anymore is taking on a risk for absolutely no reason.
But the real question is, do you want to borrow money or not?
Well,
I'll link you guys
leverage is a way to move weight beyond your means, right? Let's just take it to like a just real world.
Mic check.
Once you're strong enough to pick something up without using leverage, you don't tend to use leverage. You tend to just pick it up. You know what I mean?
Your mic is.
Well,
Your
it's
mic
more
is good.
expensive too, leverage. Like If you can do it on spot, it's better.
Hey, Dbloc, I got a question for you.
What's going on, bro?
You mentioned that you can actually trade degenerate.
Yeah.
That really got my attention. How that could be done.
I mean, it really comes down to project choices, right? In the beginning of the bull market, I would say that 90% of people say I was trading degenerately, meaning I was putting large amounts of money in really, really low, undervalued, brand new projects with no track history whatsoever, based just off team and narrative, things like that, right? That's way more degenerate than somebody going 3 or 4x on a project that they have high conviction on. The dangers come in on how you use any tool, right? A jackhammer is more dangerous than a hammer. You can still kill yourself with a hammer, you know? Like you can use a hammer wrong and take an eye out. And you can use a jackhammer your entire life and not get injured.
Yeah, I could totally get the way you can I don't know, over leverage yourself on a project that's not proven. That's definitely degenerate. That's definitely risky.
Beating buying a dip that keeps on dipping on spot, overconfidence in a project that's showing extreme bearishness. There's definitely ways to wreck yourself on spot, 1000%.
So like doubling down when a project
Yeah.
is heading south.
Chasing bad money with good money, yeah, that can get you.
Well, that's true on both, right? On,
Yeah, for sure.
The volatility of the chart kind of defines how much leverage you kind of using, right? If you trade a chart that moves 10% up and down on the hourly time frame, then yeah, it's much more volatile than Bitcoin. So in a sense, it's a bit like you are on a leverage play on, like it would be the same volatility as a leverage play on Bitcoin.
I just love to stack, and after being in the game for this long, like I understand the importance of compounding, right? I literally don't see the strength of shorting as being any stronger than the strength of compounding your coins on a reposition. Because I understand the strength of it, right? That's the true money comes in compounding. The true money comes in taking that money that you put in at the bottom of the bear market and ending up with more coins than you bought at the bottom without putting in a single dollar. That's where like the real, you can always feed an account, lose the money, feed an account, 5 winners, 2 losers, keep, but I consider it a failure. Like, let's say you're starting off and you have 15K, you bought 1 Bitcoin at the bottom of the bull market. If I get to the top of the bull market and I still have 1 Bitcoin, I consider that a failure. Like that means you did a little bit of work and you're still getting money.
It's not too bad, right?
You're still getting money, but me personally, I know I can do better than that, right?
It's because you've been around.
But that's what I'm saying. After being for a couple of tragedies and a couple of euphoria moments and a couple of sideways markets, and you start to realize that the real power comes in accumulation and in how you compound those assets.
See, this is why I'm here, right there. What you just said. This is why I'm here in this group now.
Of course, but on average, looking at where dominance is, most people haven't achieved that, right? So it's hard to do. Like
most people are gonna fail at this.
Amen, crazy fool. Amen.
Most people are gonna fail at this.
RH
with the 5 gifties. Appreciate you, brother.
If you cut, inverse perpetuals are a good way to do that.
Yeah.
In coins.
I actually like that. That's not a problem as long as you follow your rules and everything. But I don't know, bro. I've seen people chase when stables first came out, right? We used to just trade in the pairs. So no matter what trade you took, it was obvious that you didn't take the trade unless you can get more satoshis, because you could only take profit in the satoshis. unless you were going to go USD. When stables came in, it gave people that luxury of saying, I can take profits and then I can breathe. Right? I don't have to worry about the price going up or down. It's stable. I'll make a decision of a trade in another, cool, whatever, cool. People who have been trading against pairs for the last 6 years, 5 years, went into trading stables, made a shit ton of money on the way up, probably a lot less stress. But when they came back into Satoshis, they realized that they lost Bitcoin. They gained USD, but they lost Bitcoin. Right? And that's because they lost track of the plot. Right? The plot is you trade your Bitcoin, you trade your Satoshis into projects that are outperforming Bitcoin only. And then when you're done, you put it back into Bitcoin, you take your profits, you increase your coin count, compound your shit, whatever. Not financial advice. That's just the base trade in crypto. The base trade is buy Bitcoin as low as you possibly can. Only trade out of Bitcoin if that asset you're trading into is outperforming Bitcoin. If not, you're wasting your time. The more skills you acquire, yeah, I was about to say, the more skills that you acquire, which is what we're doing here, the easier that job gets.
All it takes is just a little patience.
With a couple, with a moderately sized, small sized toolbox, meaning support, resistance, a little bit of cycle knowledge, you can take 3 or 4 trades during the bull market safely. Sell some tops, buy some bottoms, you'll be doing absolutely fine. With a bigger size toolbox, you can do that on the monthly. With a full toolbox, you can do that on any time frame that you want.
You know what I've found crazy, like in light of what you said before, like about this why I'm here. I feel like with groups, there's 3 things that can happen. You can be misled. Things can just be neutral and there's no real, or you can get like really good at like information and advice or whatever. So it's like good, neutral, bad.
Yeah.
As long as you're not pushing bad and misleading things and you're not like incorrect with your statements and you're careful about your language, that is just a positive already. Like, you know, because being like in a group where you're just kind of like going down the wrong path, or like you're off the mark, or the experience is just not there, like people haven't really been around the block before. Yeah, you kind of
That's
wasting
why
your
it's like
time, to be honest, you know.
I don't know if I come off as argumentative. I was thinking about this the other day.
No.
And I don't mean to,
it's healthy.
right? But because of what you just said, and everybody has a voice and everybody wants to give their opinion, and I respect it. And I'm not I'm not the end all be all. I don't know everything. But if I'm here and somebody says something that I know not to be true,
That sounds wacky.
or that sounds
Yeah.
like it came off a certain way, like I have to say something, because if I don't, what happens is people take my silence for a cosign.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to avoid, because then the noise to signal ratio gets off. You know what I mean?
Yes. Like, you just remember, like, I think everyone needs to remember that no matter who you are, no matter how much experience you have, the market's the king. Like, you have to be humble to it. You can't say, oh, my experience, like, you know, the market's my bitch. It doesn't work like that. It'll wreck you if
The
you
amount of
come at it
shit
like
that I
that.
learned just this cycle. The amount of shit that I learned that I can tell you 1000% I did not know. I did not know to look for. I did not know to worry about. And it's not, you know, like I said, there's nobody. If you've been through this last bear market and this last bull market, there's very little that anybody that's been here for 10 years can tell you that you haven't seen. It's been kind of crazy, except for like the explosive, out of control gains, right? But you've been through every sort of black swan possible. You've seen it go from under attack from the U.S. government to propped up by the U.S. government. I mean, like, you've literally seen a lot.
I remember the days where all different countries took turns of threatening to ban crypto altogether. It's like, wow, that's like some existential
Remember
stuff. Like,
China banning crypto
yeah,
7
China,
different
India,
times.
like, oh man, we've been through it all. Yeah.
What you'll
So-
find in these groups, though, more than anything, from what I've seen, is just irrational emotion, and it's good to be somewhere where that seems to be on the back burner at least. You know what I mean? The emotional
Mm,
cravings, it seems. It's a craving where you're kind of just
yeah.
feeding your emotions, man.
I
And
can't,
to
bro.
see
Hmm.
yeah, I can't do
Just
it either. And it is draining, man. It really
yeah.
is. And especially when somebody like me, I can only speak for myself, but I try to bring value.
Mm,
I'm not perfect. I'm a human. And I've been around, man. I've been around these groups and I've been around a lot of people. And I just try to bring
mm,
value. And it's not me just
yeah.
telling you I know what's gonna happen. It's just me
Hello, Dbloc brother. Hello,
bringing a little bit
everyone.
of value. Just a little bit of value.
Yep.
It goes a long way. If everybody just brings a little bit of value, then it goes a
Yeah.
long way, man.
And one thing to anyone that's new to these groups or new here, like if anyone comes across as really sure about something, be very careful. Like red flags immediately. Just that's alert to me. Like, because, no one should ever be too sure about anything, Like, don't, because that's how you get, stuck in like kind of like a cult or a mantra of something happening. And it's like, just stay humble. Everyone has to be humbled to
Humility, man.
the
Yeah.
Humility.
possibility of being wrong. Yeah, exactly.
For me, yeah, it's for me
So
that's it's more about
yeah.
that. It's not even about the surety,
Mm,
right? Because if you've done a shit
yeah.
ton of research and you're like have super high conviction, cool. But if I ask you what your
Mm,
invalidation is and
you
I
don't
just
know.
get crickets, there is no
Yeah.
invalidation, then now we
Yeah.
have an issue. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's okay to be confident, but like, man, you have to err on the side of caution with any outlook or opinion you have. Just know that it can be wrong and it can be made wrong
Well,
given the right conditions,
the good thing about this group too is if you come in here too sure about something, somebody's gonna make you prove it. Or at least they're gonna ask you why, like show me. Like, okay, that sounds good, but show me. Show me what you
That's
see.
that too short shit though. It just screams inexperience, man. And people don't see it when they're doing it because they're new, man. But when you're so overconfident, it just screams that you ain't been around long enough, man. Because this market will humble
Sometimes
the
though,
shit out of you.
as far as proving it, sometimes I'll like make a call, right? And I'll give all my reasons for why I think like, okay, here's my bias. This is why I think it's gonna do this.
Mm,
And by like, like here's all of my clues and like all of my reasons for why I have this sort of plan or target. And
yeah.
it won't play out for a long time. Sometimes it takes months and months and months to play out, and then it plays out. And then by the time and like people will fight me on it.
Well, that's
Will
part.
like
That is
fight
well,
me
guys,
so
but
bad
that
on it,
that is
and then
part of
months
it.
later it comes
That
out.
is part of it, though. The way
Mm,
our candles move is price and time. So our
yeah.
analysis does, yeah. So there does have to be a time sort of aspect to the TA. I mean, if we're gonna play the credit, I got it right game. Like it can't just be yeah, we're going to 150 eventually, and then when it gets there, be like, hey, told you.
Mm,
You know what I mean?
If you're stuck in that though, if you're stuck in that loop of I need to be right, it definitely takes away from your objective of making money. And that's objective
Well,
reality because because it's a lot easier to chase that. And I think that's kind of like the deviation that you see with experience is that people that are more early on, they chase the craving of being right because it's a lot easier than being positioned. And it's very difficult to be positioned and make money.
I
It's more
I'd
difficult than
rather
just
be rich
getting the
than right.
validation from being right.
yeah. Giving out
I'll do
opinions
my
that
best.
talk is cheap. Mm, talk is cheap.
I'll 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 do my best to like sort of put a time frame on it. Like I think it's gonna go to this target by this time, roughly between here and here. But even
Mm,
then, like I'm either off, like I'm a little earlier, or I'm a little late, or whatever. So like even if it plays out. So what I instead prefer to do is I say like I think it's gonna go to this price before it goes to this price.
mm,
Like I'll try to make statements like that. Like if this happens, then I think it's going to go to this price before this price. But if this happens, I think it's going
mm,
to go to this price before that price.
The
yeah.
best way to do it.
Have
If this, then that, else.
yeah.
If this, else.
Yeah,
Have you
if then.
heard
Yep.
have you heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect? where
Absolutely.
yep, the person's level of confidence is through the roof when they're a beginner. Like they're confident. And then like they realize, like, you know, you go through the phase of, oh, okay, actually, I don't know shit. And then their confidence drops. But then you get the experience built up, and then the confidence will slowly build with experience. But yeah, man, it's like a lot of beginners come out with all this confidence, and you know,
No, but
like this whole
That's middle
expert of
of the bull market. Those
yeah,
people
like
that come
no,
in the
it's worse
middle of the
than
bull
that.
market and everything they buy just goes up and
Mm.
to the right.
Like yeah,
Most
like
people are not able
expert
to trade
Oh,
like they used.
we all went through that. We all went through that
you know, like
phase, man. I
yeah,
know I did.
the
We not.
experts in TA with 5 months experience or something like that, or like 1 year or 2 years, you know. It's like, come on, man.
Shush, not even, bro.
We're not experts.
Dude, you could have 10 years and still get humbled in this market. You could have 20 years. Dude, there's people that are blowing up their whole what's the word hedge
Account.
there's hedge funds that are getting smoked, man, that have 20 years
Yeah, I
experience.
mean,
This market is
look.
not friendly, man. It's a war zone.
Yeah, I know.
I remember jumping in B's group a few years ago, and people were I remember coming in and people didn't like me because I'm like, y'all are playing like this is a playground. People feed their families off this. Like this is not a playground.
I mean, you could still play
Yeah,
and have fun while you're feeding your family a
yeah.
little bit.
It is free like that. It's an open and free market, which is fun. So you can do whatever you want. You can waste your money. You can waste your time if you want. But yeah, there is a lot of
Right.
serious people in there too.
No, those are the
And
people
it's
that take
better.
your money
Like,
though. The people that don't look at it like they're playing basketball or some sport or whatever. Those are they will take your money, man. That's what it's all about.
casual players versus the serious, like, you know.
I mean, some people are just trading to turn their paycheck into a little bit more than a paycheck. They don't really
Yeah,
have the
just some
time to
fun
lock
money.
in. I'll be
There ain't
completely
nothing wrong
honest
with
with
that
you.
either,
Like,
man.
if you don't have the
Yep,
time to really lock in,
different strokes.
then yeah, you're
Yeah.
probably better off just buying and holding.
Hey, yo, Dbloc,
Mhm.
Cocaine White Films to rise the volume. So I agree with him. Like on your YouTube channel, a lot of the times, like the intros are much better than the audio you have. So you might want to put the master volume up a little bit.
I'm not sure. Is everybody's volume the same right now, or is?
Yeah, in
Wait, what do you
between our
mean?
volume seems good on YouTube, but like overall, the audio is like pretty low. Like no matter who's talking.
Okay.
But you know, when you first start trading, you go with something simple, right? So you're able to simply trade your simple strategy, and then with time you learn about, you know, you learn TA stuff, and it's actually useless. Like the whole thing is completely useless. All of that
I like
extra.
this guy.
No, really, honestly, it's useless
No,
because then
dude,
you're
you're
gonna
spitting
realize,
facts, bro. You are spitting facts.
you know, just going back to basics and being able to trade like you were at the start, sometimes it's gonna improve your, well, likely it's gonna just improve your, like,
Yeah.
overcomplicating stuff doesn't help, right? Like, oh, I
Keeping it
need to look at
simple. Absolutely.
yeah, I need to look at the CPI number and this and that. Like, it just, or it's too much for one
Man,
person.
you're
You know,
just like me,
one
man.
thing about
You
it,
are
one thing
just
about
like me.
crypto, though, trading crypto has been like, if you go back to trading TradFi, it becomes almost like easy mode for me at least. Like if you've been trading crypto for the last couple years and then you just happen to jump in the stock market, it becomes way easier.
There's levels to this shit that are controlled by, not by like skill or desire or anything, but literally by time, bro. It takes a
Absolutely.
lot of time. A lot of time. Not everybody lives the sort of life where they can put that sort of time in to be sort of dialed in like that.
You
And you
gotta be
don't have to
passionate,
be.
man.
You can, you know, like I said, you don't have to trade on that sort of scale where you have to be that dialed in. You don't need to be so dialed in that you know where every little bit of liquidity. It's a sickness, bro. Honestly, it's
It's
like,
an addiction, really.
it's like for me,
And it
my
feels so good.
my like why, like but why, like that shit. I was that kid. That to me is a superpower when it comes to this though. That's why I don't feel like, I don't know, bro. When you have a passion for something, nobody's gonna out research you, nobody's gonna out study you, nobody's gonna out grind you.
And when you understand nobody's gonna help you too, man. Like that for me in life, it's like nobody's gonna come and save you, man. Like you gotta do it yourself. Like if you don't put the work in, you're cooked. Period.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. But you got to keep in mind, bro. Somebody like me, You know how many like how many times I get trapped in weekend traps and all that stuff, all that junk. Something I could have easily just like avoided. But I had no clue, no idea. You know.
It's
So
part of the
so
learning curve, though.
granted,
wait, what
yeah,
do you
yeah.
mean?
I mean, I'm a new trader. Like I recently started a few months ago. So my point is, I was definitely one of the beginner, what is it, beginner friendly, lucky. I jumped in at like what 74, 75K. It was kind of hard not to make money, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And I knew, whatever I was doing was like, I guess it was working, but little did I know, what was really going on in the background.
I'm geeking. I'm geeking thinking that you were new at 75K right now. I just had like a belly laugh. That's awesome, dude. Dude,
It's awesome. It
don't
is
worry
awesome.
about
Yeah.
being new. Just put your time in, man. You'll be good. It's just like anything else.
No, I am. But I'm saying, like, yeah, trading, you guys were just discussing that, having that mentality when you first started. And, I was all over the news. I was looking for things, but bro, like I didn't know what was going on in the background. Like this whole following the liquidity and weekend traps. Like, dude, every weekend I was the idiot getting trapped. Until Dbloc started like literally drawing out on his chart saying, okay, this is the weekend trap. Like, watch out.
How
Dude,
long? How long
like
have you been trading?
I don't know. I've been here for what, 2 months? Not even.
You have any idea how lucky you are?
I know, bro.
Like, I don't even mean that
Shut
to
up,
sound
man. Like,
crazy, but what I mean is, you know how many people have been trading for 5, 6 years before they learn those lessons?
I can't even imagine, dude.
I like the
bro.
I like the perspective. You made me think, since you're like kind of fresh, and the way you're looking back, you're like, oh, it's all the way down at 74, 75. It's like someone that's in the market, they're thinking that's like not all the way down. That's like right there. But you got,
Bro.
these new traders showing me that these new traders have that perspective. It's like 75 seem like, it seems like a solid floor, and it's way back down there for these new traders. So that's kind of a nice perspective to hear someone say, because, someone that's in the market a long time, like, oh, 75 is right here.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Good for you for stepping in and having courage to step in and learn this, man, because this is a battleground, man.
It is, and I got suction in, man. I got, I I, I
Good
work
for you for
nights,
thinking
so
about your future, though, man. You're thinking
I
about
was
a
able.
future, though, right? That's what it drives it, right? You're thinking
Yeah,
about your
of
future.
course, of course. I mean, at this point, I'm convinced this is my full time job. I'm putting more hours doing this than my actual job, So I'm here to
That's how it
learn.
started for
All
me.
right, baby
You know
steps,
what's
baby
crazy?
steps. We don't want
That's
to.
how it started for me, bro. And you know what's crazy is I was working a full-time job and then putting a lot of time into it, and then I started making more money doing it than my full-time job. So once you got it, when you direct your energy, it's an amazing, the
Yeah, that's
reciprocative.
dangerous, though, guys. Be careful because that's a step
Yeah,
that
you
a
don't want
lot
to
of
be
people
foolish.
take too early.
Yeah, you don't want to be foolish, but man, I mean, when you're passionate and you have goals for your future, the financial
Yeah.
market is the place to be, man. I mean,
Well,
it's
that's what I
undoubtable.
meant. Like, from a time perspective of how much time I'm putting in. I mean, I'm not
Hmm.
by all means, I'm not ready to make this a full time job. I'm not making
Nah,
that money at
bro, you
all.
got somebody willing
But
to give you cash for time. You know how valuable that is during the bear market. Just stack that dry
Oh,
powder, bro.
I'm
yeah,
looking forward to
yeah.
it, man.
I was gonna say definitely results, or, good results are not typical in this thing, but yeah, dude, I'm super grateful as well. Like I've been here just a bit longer, and like it's like anytime I see like YouTube shorts come up about trading, because my algo kind of feeds me all this stuff, man. Like or just like the FUD pops up, man. That's dude, my gratitude is constantly replenished here. So uh,
Yeah, D
yeah,
Block is the man,
thank
bro. Saved me a
you.
lot of headache, that's for sure. Like tonight,
You
we
know,
got
Yeah, and
canceled.
not just
I'm gonna
yeah,
be
not
here.
just
I'm
D
gonna be on the
Block,
charts.
dude. The whole community too. Like you know what I mean. Like there's so many so much diversity here, but also just so much wisdom, right?
you know how many people are just spending half their paycheck on FanDuel and just bullshitting and drinking beer at the bar rather than thinking about their future? So if you're in the financial world, you're definitely better off than FanDuel. That's what most young people are doing. I'm
What's
I'm pretty
FanDuel?
young
What is that?
myself. I mean, it's just
They
sports
got a
betting, man. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
people
yeah.
are
they
just
got a
gambling, man. They're taking their extra money in gambling. So if you're thinking about the financial world and you're taking your extra money and at least trying, even though you might not make a lot of money at first, but at least you're not just gambling and drinking beer and watching sports. And because that's what I mean. Look at FanDuel, man. It's growing
Yeah.
ridiculously, man.
They got an entire FanDuel sponsored bar near me. That's it's just giant screens with all the games on it, and I'm like, what you really need is a giant screens with whoever it is that's paying off whoever, right? Then you're really leveling up.
Bro, I wish we had that here. Like a ticker bar, you know? That'd be crazy. But I mean that was
A
basically me.
gym,
Crazy.
bro.
You
That's
just kinda
always been my thought.
A huge
a gy-
crypto ball.
oh,
Crypto
with
gym.
TV screens everywhere.
Crypto gym,
Crypto
TV
gym /
screens
buffet.
everywhere, tickers running across.
That'll never happen, though, man.
Yo,
Are
man,
you
why are you
kidding me?
giving
That'll
everyone these
never happen.
ideas?
Well,
Man?
no,
Keep
Never
don't
that
say
say it
never.
would
Man,
never
I
happen.
want to
It
give it
would
away. I want somebody else to do it so I could just get a
Yeah.
membership, bro.
Hey, you
trying
can
to
start
do
it,
it,
man.
man. Cool.
Hey, don't
Let's
sleep
do
on
it.
yourself.
If
Don't
you
sleep on
if you
yourself.
Oh,
You
say
could do
good.
it.
I'm good.
You
if
could be
you
the
say
I
FanDuel
don't
of
want.
finance.
I
What
don't
are you
want
talking
those
about?
headaches.
Yeah, I'll invest.
Right?
What's up?
I don't want that pressure either. I'm good on that.
Don't need those
also
headaches.
if
I'll
you say
take a
it'll
free
never
membership
happen,
though.
then
Take my idea, run with it. Let me get a free membership.
yeah. If you say it'll never happen, like you're not thinking big enough, right? Like if you want it to happen, whatever it is, because I've thought about similar things like a crypto bar. Dude, that maybe
Right
one day I
city,
will, right?
bro. Right
Oh, they
city.
got them in LA. Are you
Yeah,
kidding
the
me?
right city.
Go to
You
LA.
got it.
I mean, you better go
Yeah,
there with your security and then like have them hide you on the way back out through the back entrance and through the tunnels. So I mean,
Leave
heads are
all
gonna be on
cold
there like
wallets.
flies on a
It's
string.
all
Looking
Not
like,
on the ledger,
responsible
cuz.
for
It's all on
thefts
the
of
ledger.
cold wallets.
oh, word, it's all on the ledger. You think that's safe, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna raid your home, huh?
Ledger's gonna raid you.
Miami, you can
Yeah,
get away
actually,
with that.
you guys got to be careful with the updates on Ledger. Be very careful because like their recovery program, they fragment your seed phrase and send it to about 6-7 different spots, and it's all fragmented and encrypted. But if government asks for your seed phrase, they're gonna get that fragmented seed phrase from whatever they dispersed it at and give it to the government entities if
You
any
have to
authorities
opt
ask for
into
it.
that recovery program, though.
Yeah, but a lot of people have been opting in without even knowing.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't
Yeah,
do
that's what
that.
I'm saying.
You
Be
remember,
careful
if
with
you can
that.
only remember one thing I've ever told you, is that the closer you move to convenience, one step towards convenience is one step away from security. Every step you
And
take closer to convenience and shit being easier, you're taking a step away from things being safer.
and there's been
Also,
people
always
that have been wiping their coins clean doing the updates. I don't know what they did wrong, but they do the updates and they just wipe their wallet clean.
always read your EULA agreements with anything to do with finance and necessity, right? Like, 'cause that stuff. There's the devil's in the details, right? So like if you're not aware of the things that you're agreeing to, it's always a good idea to start doing that because yeah, you'd be surprised what these companies put in their agreements and that you are binding yourself to. Because yeah,
Man, the Ferrari reference, though, if you're new, you're in a Ferrari, man. This financial world is a beautiful Ferrari, your dream car. Do not jump in and hit the pedal full, to the floor. Don't do it, man. Save yourself time, stress, and headaches. Go slow. Just take it easy. Go slow.
I was like 14 years old. I remember where we were, some vacation spot or something. All I wanted to do was get on a jet ski. And everywhere we went, they kept saying, you got to be 16 and over, got to be 16 and over. Finally, my mom talked this dude into letting me get on this jet ski by myself. He was like, he's used to riding jet skis, right? My mom's like, yeah. First time, bro, never. Bro, I got on that shit. I did exactly that. Full throttle. Bro, that shit made a hard left and just did a semicircle and went right into the pier and then flipped over on its side and sunk to the bottom. That dude was so pissed.
You sank it.
I sank it.
Well,
I cracked the hole. It was a wrap.
There's a lot of wisdom in that.
And then the
I did
dude
that-
was like,
I did that with the
the
snowmobile.
dude was like, somebody's gonna pay for that. And my mom goes, he's only 14. Like, yo, I'll never forget that. But that's what I thought of when he said, like, yeah, you just sometimes you gotta feather that throttle, man.
The fact that you were
Yeah,
14 though too, it kind of plays into the inexperience thing. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Like
Never done it
I did that
before. I was
with the
pretending, bro.
snowmobile.
I've seen people do it before. I've seen movies. I knew what I was supposed to do.
you said, I'm taking this shit all the way.
Oh
There ain't
man.
no,
That was the
there ain't
shortest
no
trip.
brakes on this, bro. The
Shortest
water
jet
just
ski
keeps
trip
going.
ever, bro. Like 10 seconds.
I did that. I did that. I did that with snowmobile. Luckily, I had paid the insurance because did like it was like $1,600 of damage, and I was like 16 years old, so yeah, I couldn't afford it. But I had paid the insurance, which worked out. But yeah, this especially crypto, there's not really a whole lot of that insurance you can get. So definitely be careful.
You are your insurance. You are your only insurance in the financial world. Because ain't
Yeah.
nobody can. You can blame everybody you want when you make the wrong decision. You could blame everybody, the news, the war, whatever it is, man. You can blame anybody, and nobody cares, man. Your money got washed, and you're back at zero. Strap the boots up and get to work. But there's a good lesson in that too. I mean, sometimes you need that, right?
Well, the daily is in.
We're holding too. Amen.
Do you feel like just the common person out there, like of their opinion of doing trading is negative because so many people try it out, get burned and go, "Oh, this is like going to the casino, man. This
Because
is
they keep
terrible.
buying
This
the
is
top.
destructive."
They keep
And
buying the
yeah,
top.
and the majority, and so the opinion spreads that it's like, "Oh man, you can't make money in forex, you can't make money in crypto. It's dangerous," like,
Yeah.
and
Well,
it's
I,
interesting how that works.
Buying
I think
tops
there's
is
a lot
fine
of
as long as you don't sell
You gotta stick
bottoms.
it
You
out,
can.
man. You gotta learn your lessons.
there's
Yeah, that's it. You gotta.
there's a lot of barriers to entry, especially if you don't find a group like this early on, right? Like,
Hmm.
and I think
Yeah.
that those barriers to entry and also people's like laziness. I think people see it as it's like, oh, it's going to be an easy win. Oh, these finance guys do it every day, and they don't hear. If you're not like studying this stuff, you don't hear about how bad it can get, other than like major crashes
Mm.
in markets, right? And so I think people think like, oh, this is just going to be an easy win when they get in and it doesn't work out that way. They think, oh, it's a setup, right? It's setting me up. And in some sense, right, that's kind of what the trap is, right? But like, but until you have that understanding and the willingness, I think, to build those tools, and also like it takes a bit of a willingness to fail, right? You have to be willing to accept your failures as a point of learning. If you just get mad when you lose, right, you're not going to succeed very well.
Bro,
Um,
it's the get rich quick concept that people that's why people flood in. They're like, "Oh, this will change my life quickly." That's the biggest deception in crypto, in my opinion, is or in any financial market. There is no get rich quick. That guy that made, you know, 10 million off of 20,000, don't follow that guy. Getting rich quick, get rid of that. It doesn't happen, man. You need to put work in.
Well,
Period.
it's
Yeah,
time and
it's
place too, Neo.
unsustainable strategy.
Yeah,
yeah, I
because
mean,
you'll
I
burn
think
it up just as quick, right? Because if you get rich quick, you've seen it with these guys on Twitter that the James Wynn guy, the dude turned I don't remember the value. He turned it into 80 million or whatever it is, and he burned it all up because he's
well,
degenerate. His lifestyle is
Well,
degenerate.
we
Yeah,
don't know what other traits he had
that
too. So
that's that's the thing too. Is I think because it is a market within which you can beat inflation, you can beat like some of these the more traditional methods of accumulating wealth, right? And I think so. So people make a lot of assumptions based off of that, and the reality is like, yeah, you can do that. You can beat inflation. You can beat traditional forms of accumulation of wealth. But to do that, the amount of work, the amount of pain, right? The amount of losses, hard losses that teach you hard lessons, and potentially also, you know, or just the slow pace that it takes to build up to not take those hard losses to learn the hard lessons, right? And that part, you know,
It's to taking any losses at all. Beating inflation is about getting rich. It's about beating your paycheck, right? The amount of people that work for $20 an hour and make $10 in 10 minutes don't take profit when that's $60 an hour that you just said no to. Like, you can get rich quick. It's just not the overnight that people think, but it's a lot quicker than going and sitting at that office.
Right. And people will sit at a 9 to 5 for 20 years waiting for their retirement rather than just waiting 4 years and investing a good amount of money or trading or whatever you're doing or a combination of the two. Just patience pays, man. I mean,
Well,
you can't just be a freak. You can't just be a freak that's plugging in, $500 positions on 40x and think you're going to make 100K. It might happen quickly. You're going to burn it up just as quick, man. You're going to burn the whole house down. You're going to be right back where you were.
what I always say is that the people will get out of bed, get out of their warm bed, kiss their wife goodbye, kiss their kids goodbye, go out into the snow, work for $20 an hour, and won't take profit on a $200 profit that they made in 15 minutes because it's going to keep going. Like, insane to me. You're working for $20, $30, $40 an hour, and you're not taking the profit when it's there, and then giving it back, right? And move your stop up. Like, respect your money. Like, respectfully. Don't want to come off a certain way, but just respect your money. Right? Remember, this is the same money that you get up and you work for and you sweat for and you spend time away from the fam for. But somehow when you're sitting in front of the computer, it's like, you know, I don't know, disrespectful.
I was looking at like the top copy trader on my exchange, right? And looking at, because it allows me to look at like all of their trades. And because I think about this a lot, right? Like I think that's kind of the attraction a lot of people see to copy traders. They're like, oh, you know, I can just put my money in this thing and copy this guy, and it'll make me X amount of money, you know. Or they see the ROI and they see the, you know, so I was looking at this guy, man, and it's like depends on which trades you followed, right? There was some trades where like, yeah, he had a good entry on Bitcoin, right? And that's running, right? And so the ROI looks really good, but he's also got a trade where he's put like 8,000 in margin into a trade that's going negative 20K, right? Um, and like it's like, man, like if I like, because I know that you could even look through these trades, right? And I remember I tried copy trading like towards the beginning of getting into trading, and like instantly it was like over a week my money was gone, right? And that was like a, you know, decent chunk of a paycheck. So um you know, it's like there's
People
always
want to
more. Yeah,
People don't
go
want to
ahead.
put any work in, man. They don't want to put any work.
Yeah.
They want to just make money for free. That's the crowd that for some reason in this fruitful market for growth and opportunity that's almost daily, it attracts the crowd of people that want to do zero work and put in zero effort and learn nothing and become rich. It
I
is,
don't think
and,
that's
and that's
true.
that's why
I
it's the most
disagree with you on
emotional
that one.
Well,
market.
it also attracts people who think they can throw money at a problem. I've seen
Yeah.
plenty of people come in here with money that are used to just, hey, well, just buy stuff. I've got enough money, so if you're making money and I've got more money than you, then I can just do what you will wreck yourself.
Yeah.
You will. You know what they say?
Well,
Easiest way to become a millionaire in crypto is to start as a billionaire.
yeah, and I think it does also attract people who want to do the work, but they don't know how to, right? And that can be hard too. And I think that like you'll see people that are disenfranchised that like have the capacity and the capability, but they don't have the ability. They don't have the tools under their belt. Right. So, you know,
There's all
and that's
types. There's all types. If you came in through like TikTok for memes, you probably are in that sports betting round. You know what I mean? Like on stake now, when you go on Kick, like they're talking about sports betting positions and meme positions in the same streams. It's the same.
Crazy.
It's the same
That makes
people.
so
You
much
know.
sense, man.
Yeah, it's the
That's
same.
insane.
It's like the
I
same
didn't even know
people.
that.
But then you get people that come in through other shit. And they're maybe more likely to learn. But if you come in through memes and you make a shit ton of money real quick, you're just gonna keep chasing that dragon until you lose it all.
You're gonna get burnt. You're gonna burn down the whole house.
And
then you'll dive back in, and then you'll learn, and then you'll grow.
well,
And
the
that's the
real
way it
the
works.
real screwed up part about it is that your success in memes will make it to where you won't listen to anybody. Like you can't talk to somebody who made a $2 million on a meme play about Bitcoin, or they're like, "Oh, are you kidding me? I'm going back into Fufu coin, and I'm gonna turn this shit into 20." All right, I hear you, bro.
It's brutal, man.
Good
Brutal.
luck.
Been there, done that.
yeah, that's another thing. Like a lot of the shit I talk about is from firsthand experience. I've made all of these mistakes.
Yeah,
I was like, I never heard of that. Fufu coin. I want 20 mil. I'll take a look.
So you look, there's probably like 7 people on deck screening right now looking for a Fufu coin. This is where we're at right now.
If not, someone's making it.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. The climate in crypto is great. That's why it's the best market in the world, man. It's the most emotional market, and it's the most fruitful when it does what it tends to do.
Yeah, you got humbled real quick though. That's for sure.
Oh, to smack the shit out of you several times. Especially when you think you got it all figured out. That's when you get the shit smacked out of you for real.
Well,
what happens when you start to like that shit, though?
Uh-oh.
It's like, nah.
Just
sounds like
stay,
somebody
just
who gets
stay
smacked by a
curious,
bomb.
man. As long as you stay curious and you don't deal with half-assed responses to shit, you'll be fine. Because you're gonna get wrecked, and then you're not good enough to say, "Oh, well, there's a 35% chance that was gonna happen." Why? Why?
I think people.
Why did this W not play out versus the last 30? That curiosity is gonna make a difference in
yeah,
your trading.
I agree, but it's a bit of a defense mechanism to try to find an explanation when sometimes just a simple.
It's avoiding. It's wanting to avoid making. How do you avoid making a mistake if you don't know what the mistake is?
Yeah, you dig into the problem for too long instead of the solution. It's.
So I got to get rid of my cats. Is what you're telling me?
I thought that trade worked out all right.
I mean, it did, but then it pumped a little bit more. But yeah, it worked out all right. But if I
Oh,
don't
you mean he
dive
didn't
in
jump
right
back
now,
on the table and bump your hand again?
no,
When
man.
it was time
I'm
to,
actually,
nah, he's got to go.
Yeah, if I jump in those right now, I have less coin than I had before.
Oh,
So
nope.
it did not
He's
work out. I'm in
definitely,
profits.
at the very least, sleeping outside tonight.
Yeah, I got to punish him for that. But it was like a thank you, though. He wasn't like something like, he wasn't being a rascal. He gave me a headbutt, like, they thank you. And it was
Look,
like,
he just
like
wanted
a
to make
headbutt.
enough for some extra, like, fancy cat food. You didn't have to stay in the position. You were in profit. More than
Well, then
enough
my
to get him
finger,
some catnip.
well, yeah, that's why my finger was on the mouse already, So it was like when he butted my hand, it was like click.
Like, for example, altcoins making new bear market bottoms while Bitcoin is, putting a high low on big time frame. Whether it's the one at 20K or the one we currently had at 74, right? We've seen some alts make new bear market bottoms. So I could come to the conclusion that for next time, I'll look more into that happening than this time around.
The conclusion is the next time that we are in this same monetary policy, first you have to figure out why something happened, right? What I've come to, that the reason that this happened is because we were in such an intense quantitative tightening that there was not enough excess funds to go into speculative assets and remain there, which is why we had narrative runs. They ran big,
right.
But then it went to another and went to another and went to another. So from that, I can take, okay, if I feel like this was the cause, then how I avoid making this mistake again is the next time that we're in this same monetary policy environment, I go heavier into Bitcoin. And if I do trade alts, I decided to take my profits way
Yeah,
earlier than I
of course.
normally would because so that's how you avoid making those
Yeah, of
mistakes
course.
again.
But then imagine that next time you still have again a similar context, but it actually doesn't happen. Then you're gonna need to adapt and
Well,
revisit
then you
that
were wrong.
knowledge you had taught yourself,
Yeah, you were wrong at
because
that point.
it now becomes wrong again, right? So in the end, doing nothing and keeping it simple, well, okay, you took a loss this time.
Or putting in the work
It's
that
like
you need to put in to be sure about your assessment. But
it's
one of
also
them
I
like
don't
takes
know,
more
man. Lazy
effort.
trading is
right?
kind of works a bit like that Warren Buffett guy, just buys and
It's
holds for a while. It kind of works pretty
Warren
good.
Buffett made all his money compounding, man. Unless you got 80 years to feed you know, he made all his
yeah.
money
It's a
compounded
lot.
and he kept it by not trading things that he doesn't understand.
It's a bit like science,
Yeah.
right? Like science is kind of declared as fact, but the reality is that science is always ever changing, and as we grow and prove new things or disprove old things, right? Then the metric changes, and so you you can't just you can have like conviction and confidence that something is real or something is true because science has proved it and so on and so forth, and you can physically touch it and feel it or whatever it is, right? But the moment we have new discovery, right? Price discovery, for example, right? But like the moment we're entering a new phase, you now have to kind of go back to the drawing board. It doesn't mean you have to change the entire equation, but there's new information that you can add to that, and that new information could be vital, especially when you're talking about financial
Speed.
markets.
The
So
speed is what's vital. Because if I had waited until right now to realize this, I would have been asked out. I would have been asked out. Coming to this conclusion early was what led me into being Bitcoin heavy, was what led me into following narratives but taking profit, only getting involved with like wave 1, wave 2 of narratives, avoiding wave 3 narratives. All of those decisions were made. It's like, I'll give you an example of the meme coin shit. Anybody that was here during the Doge time, I traded Doge, shitted on anything else that even had the stench of a meme coin. One, because who do you think you are? Like, we have Doge already. Like, there can't be more than one meme coin. Like, what are you guys thinking? This is crazy. SHIB came out and they came out on that Doge killer shit, so I automatically shitted on them. And it ended up being the best performing asset in all of recorded history, bro. Any time in human existence that they've recorded the opening and closing price of an asset, SHIB outperformed it. So I could have not learned that lesson and been screwed during this run, right? Or you bring that lesson forward and now you see how it transforms into the sort of meme coin shit that we had now. Even at the beginning of this run, I was 200 IQ in the shit. I was like, oh, look at these guys, all these utility projects at bottom basement prices, and they're spending all their money on these stupid ass memes. But it only took 1 or 2 waves of them shits before I was like, okay, wait. Like, this is where the money's at. Utilities aren't moving. Money's coming here. Retail's coming in. They're flooding straight to memes. So I could either sit here, be smarter than the average bear, and look down my nose at them, oh, look at stupid retail playing these games. Or I could stand in front of them with a big-ass bag, fill it up with money, and leave before they do because, they're waiting for all these things to go to $1. So it wasn't hard to jump in these meme projects, take profit, and leave before the crowd did. The crowd had no intention on leaving for the most part in the beginning until it went from 3-month runs on memes to 3-week runs, to 3-day runs, the 3-hour runs, the 3-minute runs. Now, you can get wiped in the first 30 seconds of a trade. So it's different. But being able to be flexible and go against a hard, fast rule that you have, knowing when to be able to do that, have the reasoning behind it to justify it, like all of that shit is important. But
It's a very powerful tool, but it's also
all of that takes effort. All of that shit takes a lot of effort and a lot of
Yeah.
sacrifice and a lot of hours. And it's not even effort really, because not everybody can. Literally, you can't do that. You got a family, active family, 3-4 kids, got to take them here. You there's no time. You don't have the time to do it.
This fundamental stuff ain't for me, man, to be honest.
I mean, there's a reason why people don't, you know, there's a reason why people invest for over trading. You think this is bad? Forex was worse, Susie. Forex was worse. This at least has limits, right? If you're trading alts, you watch Bitcoin. If you're watching Bitcoin, you watch the Dixie, and you watch Global Liquidity. If you're watching Dixie and you're watching Global Liquidity, then you're watching all your pairs. That's about it. Pay attention to whatever economic news is coming out, whatever data is coming out. You basically got it covered. If you're in Forex, you're getting into freaking migrational patterns of Canadian geese over certain fields that hold the strongest wheat for the wheat future. It's way deeper, bro. That's why Forex guys typically only trade Forex, and they typically only trade 1 or 2 commodities.
Yeah, that sounds like being a sommelier, like understanding how climate, the storm that rolled through this field.
Yeah, bro. Is it a El Nino year or is it a El Nino year? And like all of this shit that we don't really think about too much in crypto because we don't have to. But yeah, it's kind of deep. And you're just searching for an edge, right? That's what everybody's doing. You don't have to do that. But the guy that realizes that these Canadian geese have been shitting on this field for the past 3 months and jumps into the wheat futures has got an edge over the guy that just waits for the price to start moving.
Yeah, of course, but
There's no right or wrong in this, right? It's just there's levels to it, that's all. Sports betting is sort of similar in a way that like the difference between somebody who is just a sports fanatic knows who got signed to what team, what injuries he has, noticed the limp in game 3 of blah blah blah. Like, you know, you're gonna have an edge when it comes to these sort of things. Just because your passion leads to you putting more time and more effort than anybody else. Because you find it enjoyable, right? It's not a job.
Yeah, man. Money is, or knowledge is power. The knowledge, like if you pay attention to the cues and the everything, yeah, man. It's reminded me of that dude that was like knowledge, and he's standing in his garage. Knowledge.
Yo, why is this 5-minute chart look so clean? Look at how uptrend is right on the cloud of the 50. You know what it was? When you stare at the 1-minute chart for too long, and then you flip to another chart, you're like, why was I doing that to myself? Duck, what's going on?
Yeah, it's looking good.
So on my last little quick search for Powell news, I haven't heard anything. Remember what we talked about, the longer that it takes? No news might as well be the same as as them saying that it's not true. Market's not going to
no
react
news is
well.
good news during an uptrend.
No news isn't good news when it's rumored. When there's a rumor that Powell's resigning and there's been no confirmation and it's been hours.
Yeah, that's good.
For shorts, maybe. Yeah, it's great.
No, but, I mean, it's rumors, so we can speculate on a rumor as long as there's
I need
no
to get that
official
on a
news on it.
soundboard. Nah, you know Zeus's about to go in on you when he starts like that. He's like,
No, seriously, like, what are we gonna speculate on if news comes out that it was not true? So, as long as the thing is alive, we can speculate Bitcoin's going to go up because Powell is resigning if we want to, right? But if news comes out that it was fake, then it's over.
Hey, listen, I'll tell you one thing.
up to you.
I'll tell you one thing. Had I got a little bit of insider, knowledge, or seen the tweets, or seen anything that actually have conviction, because I still haven't seen anything that I believe in. But if I was somebody who was willing just to buy the news off of the first couple tweets of that happening this morning, you would have done very well. Now, if you repeat that same strategy 10 times, you're probably going to hate your life. But in this
I'm not
circumstance,
My favorite thing that you say, Zusi, is yeah.
Yeah.
Half
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
people who bought that news sold
It's the best, bro.
already, so
Well, I'm not gonna lie. This right now, this daily looks like a double top already. Kind of, if we get a little bit more red and start filling in that gap on the previous daily, this thing could take us down and retest some not too low numbers, but 102, even 103.
It's
Yeah,
looking like a
103,
full blown disaster, man.
Oh, you guys whoa, guys, let's take it baby steps. Let's break some of these supports that we got through. Let's not go crazy just yet.
But last time we couldn't pump above 110, we dropped to 74. Then after that, we couldn't pump above 112, we dumped to 98. If we still can't pump above 112, kind of makes sense to, well, maybe put just a higher low, but actually even reverse down, right?
I think if we don't get any news that this is happening, we come right back into the consolidation that we were at. Only reason that we left, this is just my opinion, only reason that we left this consolidation is because people were pricing in the fact, or their idea that this was fact, that Powell was resigning. We hit shorts, obviously, that were there. We got a nice little push up. If this does not hold, then it'll be repriced back to what fair value was before people thought that was going to happen. Our psychological ranges are all the way down here at 1082.
That was so funny when you said when Zusi goes, well, I felt the same way, man. I was like, oh, here it comes.
It's great. No, I love it.
Kind of like an alien when he shows his teeth before he gets ready to bite your head off.
I always think of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, it's kind of like Arnold's, a little bit like Arnold.
Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'll get you the chopper.
When Zusi concedes a point, it's yeah. Like you're correct.
Yeah, no, I like those. I like those.
He goes, yeah.
Yeah, I like that's when you know you got him.
Yeah,
He's putting Arnold on the map.
Yeah, but like when he concedes the point, he's also going to give you 3 more points to counter that point that he just conceded.
Oh yeah.
Yo, Zusi's a type that'll take your chick though, man. Watch out.
I'm often a contrarian, and I got a lot of respect for Zusi's dedication to contrarianism.
It's not just Zusi can
I would be
defend.
bored otherwise, no.
Listen, everybody knows, like Zusi, like you're good with me, like that's my guy. But it's because he can back his shit up. Like if you're gonna counter, then give me something. You know what I mean? Like let's do this. But if you're just gonna be contrarian to be contrarian, and then when you dig in, it's I feel this, I feel that. It's like okay, that's 5 minutes of my life I'll never get back. But when somebody has an actual argument, what I like about it, like I was saying earlier, and it's not just Zusi, there's other people too, but if you come in here with an opinion, you're probably going to be made to prove it. Like not in a disrespectful way, but you can't just say certain shit without somebody asking questions, you know what I mean? And then not being satisfied with like half answers.
And then once you get the right answer, they're still grill you and say you're wrong.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Sorry, guys. I do that sometimes.
Yeah, you're always wrong to someone, right? That's the truth.
The point of it all, at the end of the day, no matter who brought up the point should be to get to the truth. Right? If we're trying to make money here and these things are important for us to understand, then whether you brought the idea forth or somebody else brought the idea forth, Like the main goal should be like, okay, we have a difference of opinion here. We need to figure out which one of these is true. And for YouTube too, right? Because they're listening. They don't know. They're like, damn, well, I don't know. Which one is it?
Yeah, once you find out you're wrong too, you got to own up to it.
But he's wrong, bro. Yeah.
Yeah. Not on like trades, but you know, like if there's facts we're trying to dispute on what's on the timeline, then you know you find something or like what I did earlier with that like $12 difference or whatever, and I wasn't snapped in.
Yeah, I just can't take this Powell stuff seriously because it's been true for a while. Like this isn't for me. It's not new news. I've heard about Powell resigning like a month or 2 months ago already, or even 6 months ago. Now I forgot, but like it's just crypto chatter in my opinion. But maybe I'm completely wrong.
No, I agree. I agree with what you're saying 100%. Just chatter, man. There was no real
Yeah, it's,
facts or anything.
I'm wondering if someone is looking for exit liquidity, right? Both on the stock market and on crypto, which is a bit worrying.
I think people see the price move and then they tie a narrative, and it's just a cycle that happens over and over again. You'll see it a million times.
Guys, 8:30 candle, bearish news. 8:30 candles in.
Yeah, but you often get bullish news at well, resistance and bearish news at support. The idea is to break support with bearish news and break resistance with bullish news, I guess.
Remember how we were talking about the geese and the guy that understands that the geese are shitting in the field and the guy that doesn't, and the edge that the guy that understands it has? Well, there's a third set of traders. They're the ones that are sitting in the field with scatterguns, and they've been scaring the geese away for the past 3 months, and they're shorting wheat and they're counter trading it, and they've got the money to keep those geese from doing what they're supposed to do, and that's a little bit of what happens with the news. You know, especially something like this that isn't an official announcement. There's a reason why this got pumped, this got pushed at this time, at this specific moment. It doesn't mean that it didn't affect the price, but it does mean that the chance of it being organic was slim to none.
Wasn't there something back in like 2020 where they were like parking oil tankers offshore for a while to like delay the supply?
Yeah.
To like affect the oil market?
Yeah.
That's wild. Yeah, that's real world.
OPEC does that
fundamental
type of shit every once in a while.
I used to do that to my homies back in the day, make them wait just a little bit longer to let them know how important my visit is, you know?
False scarcity.
I'm actually really surprised you guys are not talking about the Epstein list. I figured that's the first thing I'd hear when I come back today to listen to the
Man,
channel.
I'm sick of Epstein. I want to hear about 9/11. They're still talking about Epstein list, and no one's talking about 9/11.
Nah, the funniest. I saw the funniest clip today, bro. And listen, I think all of these. If you're surprised by the Trump Epstein thing, I don't know how you managed to make it this far without seeing the thousands of pictures that there are of them together. But regardless, a reporter brought it up today, and they were like, they were doing the little state or the country thing, tariff thing, right in the Oval Office. The reporter was like, "So, what's this thing with Pat Bondi saying that she had the list of she had the Epstein list on her desk, and then now they're saying it's not there. And where's the 10 minutes that are missing from the video that you guys showed from Epstein's thing to prove that he wasn't killed, whatever?" And then there's a moment as soon as he said it where Pam starts to answer, and Trump interrupts her and goes, wait a minute. Are you still asking about that Epstein guy? I was like, Trump, bro, just stop, bro. Like, you should not say anything right now, but especially not try to downplay it. And he's like, it's been how many years and you guys are still talking about this? And it just looks so bad, bro.
It's just super bad.
If you watch that video, it looked really bad. It just looked
I saw
guilty.
they were in the office.
Yeah.
They were in the office. And I was like, oh, man's like, that's like having a bunch of like blueberry on your like shirt. It's like, did you eat this pie? What, you still talking about like somebody stealing your pie? What are you talking about?
It was
Well,
bad.
dude, he ran on it, man. He ran on opening that stuff. He ran on no war, and he's
Bro,
violated
you remember when
both
they
of those
had all those senators out there in front of the White House with those white folders, with the Epstein cluster? They were like, "We got the." Everybody was like, "We got it. They released it or whatever." And now they're like, "It's not even." They're not even saying we're not going to release it. I would respect that. They're saying that it doesn't exist.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's what she was like. She was like, "No, I said I had the files, not the client list." She
Just say you're not
clearly
going to
said she
release it,
had-
bro. Just say you're not going to release it.
Yeah.
I'll respect it. Say it's national security, whatever. Let people think what they want. But it doesn't exist. It's crazy work.
Yeah. The truth
Well,
is,
there was
though, too,
crazy
like,
dirt in there
both-
too.
both
The dirt in
sides-
there is crazy, so they had to do it too. I mean, they just knew they had to.
Both
do
sides-
Even the files that
both
they put
sides
out,
are
they said were
way-
just page and page and page of black, just deleted shit.
They're all blackmailing each other. I think that's what it was.
Well,
They're
that's the thing is, like, both
blackmailing.
sides
One at
are
a time, guys.
implicated
One at a
for
time.
sure. Both sides are implicated for sure because I was listening to the news, like left news, and like watching them like scramble to explain it when it's like this is supposed to be something that would advantage your position, but that to me says you're protecting somebody. So it's like that's not good news for anybody. That's why it's so like I
Mhm.
highly doubted that they
A
were
bunch
ever
of
gonna
filthy McNasties.
But Trump being in real
Yeah,
estate, man, and him not really questioning 9/11 when $3 trillion went missing the next day, and Rumsfeld was like,
Why, what is it with you and this 9/11 thing lately, bro?
I'm just saying though. What is everyone with Epstein?
9/11.
Who cares
Because
about
it's
Epstein,
happening
man?
right
It's
now.
9/11.
It's current.
But that's
They're
the
talking
thing, man.
about it right
That's still
now.
current. 9/11 is still current. That was a pivotal moment that affected what's going on now, and we still haven't figured that out.
Yeah,
Trump
but
should
like
be all
think
over
about
that.
it this
If
way,
Trump was real, he would
9/11
be on that. That's just my thing. Is I know Trump is not on the real because he didn't really put it out there, so he's not on the real.
I'm sure
9/11 is a conspiracy that involves probably a certain portion of government from a past time, whereas Epstein's list involves politicians from a long time ago until now, right? And that's the thing.
You don't
Like,
think
and
the
not
people
not
involved in
here.
9/11, like the
Epstein's
families
list
that were
involves
involved, aren't until
but
now too?
Epstein's
There's so
list
many more
involves
deaths from
people.
so many people that got wrecked by
But
Epstein that would kill you.
Epstein's list involved people from all over the world in positions of
Yeah,
power.
but guess what?
Right?
9/11
I think people
would
are
show you
missing that
who
whole
was in
thing.
power at that
There's
time
kids.
to orchestrate 9/11.
Yeah, but that's then. This is now, right? And
Well,
like,
then
and that's why
maybe it's the same people.
I'm not.
Ever think of that?
Disregarding. I agree with you. I think 9/11 is also a really messed up conspiracy, but that like has just been buried and buried and buried. But this one's got a lot more names directly tied to it. It's got a lot like we were a lot closer with this one to actually closing, to revealing the information. But I didn't think we were ever actually going to do it though, right? Because there's too many names implicated on it. There's and the thing is, like, even if some of those people weren't actually involved with the worst of it, like it once they're on that list, they're implicated,
I mean,
right?
what
And so
about the
that's
Clintons? What about the Clintons hit list too, though? Think about that. That just goes under the radar too. No one's talking
yeah,
about all those
no, I
people
agree.
that kind of went against the Clintons and they just disappeared.
I agree. I agree 100%. I don't think any conspiracy that probably has some serious weight to it, uh, going under or flying under the radar for an extended amount of time is a good thing, right? I'm just
But yeah,
saying, like,
yeah.
I don't think you can discount one conspiracy
Oh no,
because another
definitely not.
conspiracy hasn't
My whole
been
point, my whole
revealed.
point was just saying, like, with Trump, that was kind of a test that I had. I was like, is he gonna bring it up? Is he gonna help these firefighters' families that are really trying to seek some truth and the architects and engineers of 9/11, or is he gonna
Oh, yeah.
help bury it? And he's not helping the truth come out at all. So I'm not.
And
Yeah,
and you support Trump, right? Too, Drew. And
I
that's
voted.
pretty.
I voted for him. That pisses me
Me
off.
too. And that's why I'm saying this
Yeah.
is not really about one conspiracy. It's the fact that for the first time in my adult life, I thought we were actually going to get a little bit of ounce of transparency. I knew we weren't going to get the whole thing because I'm not naive, but I thought that we would get something. And out of the three major topics, JFK, 9/11, aliens, Epstein list, none of it. It's all
Yeah.
big nothing burger.
Yep.
Well, that's the thing, right?
All the
Was I think
aliens were illegal.
the hope was that because he was an outsider, for a lot of people, the hope was that like things would be different, and they are different, but it's not in the way that I think people were expecting, and that's always gonna be a hard pill to swallow, right? Um, uh, that's why I think like it's really important, especially with any politician, whether or not they're a traditional politician or not, is to remain objective and to have like you say, like you have this metric that you were hoping to see fulfilled, and if it's not fulfilled, yeah, you should absolutely question why it's not, and
Yep.
question the person in
Did you
charge.
guys?
Yeah.
Did you guys see Alex Jones? He said he was gonna puke. He got so sick that he was like gonna puke because Trump wouldn't put out the Epstein list. They're gonna turn on him. Like a lot of people that supported Trump and helped, get him in the position he is, including Musk, are turning on him. And there's gonna be
Maybe it's all just
interesting
a
things
play,
unfolding.
so Musk can put his technocracy through. Like take out the left with like an incompetent president and show, how incompetent the left can be from a political standpoint. I don't care either way. And
Oh,
then the showing how the neoconservatives are completely like, they suck too and they're liars. So we'll bring the Elon Musk party and everyone will just default to that.
Yeah, I definitely think that's like a really valid possibility. I think there's a lot of FUD around that, and like around the votes on Twitter and all that stuff. But like the reality is, I don't think that the move is an unwise move. I think it's a really smart move, especially during a time of inconsistency, from not only from the traditional politicians in parties, but also from like head of state. So yeah, it's definitely something to keep to not rule out, right? I think it's even more so a good possibility that that's going to be, if not viable, it'll be viable in disruption in the election or the next election, right?
Yeah, next election is gonna be entertaining.
I guess my point
You
is if
guys still
someone who's
think there's going to
unhinged
be a
like
next
Trump,
election? That's hilarious.
if someone like Trump didn't reveal this information, we're cooked because it's never going to be revealed, if you believe in it or not.
I think what
I don't think it
happens
ever
is
will.
that everybody has the best intentions. Everybody comes in with that sort of like what I consider to be a naive idea that everybody can just know the truth. And when they get behind the closed doors, they run into the people who let them know why people can't know these things. And then they're
Exactly.
like,
Putin said that.
oh. I feel the same way about on a smaller scale. Look at the Fort Knox thing, right? We're gonna get an audit of Fort Knox. We're gonna get an audit of Fort Knox. We're gonna go in there with cameras and we're gonna find every. Okay, that sounds great. Until he got that knock on the door from those guys in the black suits that explained to him kindly why there hasn't been an audit for the past however many years and that it's going to remain that way. And then they shut
Yeah,
up.
that's if you get the knock on the door. That's if you get the knock on the door of the guys in the black suits and not the ones in the black masks, right?
Dude,
So
when
Kick to your
Elon
door.
says he was scared for his life, he was on the Joe Rogan. He's like, I'm surprised they haven't attempted yet. I mean, isn't that the knock on the door? Like, if he's saying that, really?
Whoa, somebody's mic is crazy. Who's that?
I mean, there's potential that there's validity to that, but like people that have a platform of that great or of that expanse, right, that can reach super far and they have money behind, you can. I don't know that you can trust them any more than you can trust any other politician or person of power. I mean, they have access to levers of power that we don't. So it's kind of like, and I think that's a big thing that like I'm not saying he's a bad guy or this that or the other. I don't know him, right? I have no idea. Really speaking the truth and be, but like it's I just I always suggest being wary of anybody with that much of a position and that also much of a reason to call out this, that, and the other. I mean, if he wanted to call these things out, right? Why didn't he do it when it wasn't politically advantageous to him, right? Why would he have aligned with Trump in the first place if he knew about this, that, and the other? And I'm sorry, but like Elon has also been in pictures with Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Which is like,
Ghislaine.
sorry, yeah, Ghislaine, whatever.
Wait till Elon backs out the Trump.
Ghislaine.
Wait
No, I
till
heard
Elon backs out the Trump and Diddy pictures.
Yep.
Yeah, I heard Elon used to get down with Ghislaine.
I just think it's hilarious that we've got, and not hilarious, but I just think it's funny that we've got this massive case with all these girls that were abused and all these rich men that had their way for the longest, and the only person behind bars over it is Lane. But now you got me doing it.
That's
Hey,
some
D.
funny ass shit, man.
Bybit is giving 200% APY on CRCL.
Oh,
X.
really?
Yeah, but
How
it's
much?
capped, of course. 200%.
And it's a derivative, right? It's the excuse me, the tokenized version.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait, Zuzi, what did you say? What is Binance doing?
Well, Bybit is giving 200% APY for 5 days, so it's fixed.
Yeah, it'll
you
go.
lock
It'll
in
obviously go away, but
well, I guess. Well, we'll see what they give as not time limited, right?
damn, I would have set my circle in there. Shit.
Damn
And
it,
it's
Susie. We were
it's
having
capped.
fun. You ruined it.
Sorry. I just wanted to point it out because I know you guys like Circle. I don't. But yeah, it's tempting now that the link with crypto is so easy.
Why don't you like Circle?
It's
Whoa.
It's pumping.
Oh, because it's too hot right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit is. I don't know, extended.
Hey, I will end this. If you haven't seen it, please go look at Hillary Clinton walking into Epstein's jail cell AI video with her suit pants on. It's so good, man. It looks like the real thing. Like she literally walked in opened the door, walked in there, and didn't come out for a while.
You remember that Isaac guy, the reporter? Or the actor Isaac, that dude from LA.
Isaac
that like,
Cappy?
yeah, man,
Isaac Cappy.
they killed him. I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, there was a
Guys, can we, before we get into the Clinton kill list, can we remember that we're on YouTube?
Oh snap! My bad.
Like, what are we doing?
The unalived list. What is that now? The word is to use unalived.
Yo, is anyone's Coinbase acting funny? Drew, by chance?
Let me see.
Making sure it wasn't me.
It's not showing my orders. So I have to go into orders and see that they've been completed.
I'm not gonna lie, man. They've been giving me some VIP treatment lately.
We can just
Mine
call
works.
it the not safe list, by the way.
And Juicy, please don't FUD Circle because I got a big bag of USDC.
I'm not fighting it. I'm just saying it. Like,
I know.
I
I'm
want
just
to
kidding.
buy. I want to buy, but it's like at 200, right?
I'm just messing with you. I think it's going to be USDC versus JP Morgan stablecoin. Those two are going to just take out USDT slowly but surely.
Is this ever going to come down?
Yep.
Just need to kind of make a move already. It's like, I don't even know how to explain it. When you don't want to do, it's procrastinating.
I was hoping we were going to break all-time high and like really break it, but now since we didn't, I had to throw that bear costume back on and I'm going to start fudding.
Elmer Fudd.
What are they doing with all these stocks now? On like, I can buy McDonald's on Bybit, but
They're forcing it. They stopped waiting for Nasdaq to tokenize, and they did it anyways. Robinhood's crazy, bro. Robinhood is like, it's one thing for like Bybit to do it. It's another thing for Robinhood to take stocks that they have on one side, tokenize them, and offer them on the other side.
You know, and Vlad is pushing it. Like, he's out there being super vocal about it. He's like, this is the new thing. Come on,
He
let's do it.
knows. They know. You know that they don't do anything that the SEC is not down with. So if he's being that loud about it, and if they move that early, then
Yeah.
they got the nod.
Well, he was at the meeting, right?
Yeah, they got the nod. They know what's going on.
well, Robinhood is also available on Bybit.
Can you do leverage with it?
I didn't check, honestly. I'll check. Let's see. No, I think it's spot only.
Yeah, from what
Yeah,
I know, it's just spot.
It's
Can I
spot
get
only.
this-
Yeah.
Hey, Susie, can I get high on it?
BTCC. No. BTCC you've been able to do leverage on it for a minute.
And it's in the.
Got these cheeseburgers, man.
For like 50x.
No, you can't leverage, but you have. But it's an adventure zone, so. Like all of
My
this.
t-shirt for some Robin Hood stuff.
Excuse me. Man.
Did I hear somebody do a Menace to Society reference?
Nope. Nope. Not me. That's all I come in here with is nonsense. So yeah.
We appreciate it.
I'm glad somebody understands it.
That was a really good movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Underrated, man. Big time.
Everybody needs to raise their children on those movies, you know. Just
I mean, they did have morals in them. More like good moral story.
That shit was a horror movie if you came from the wrong place. Like, what am I looking at? Why are they doing this? Nah, that shit was always
like
held
it.
the high esteem where I'm from. I mean, I know I'm sure probably not critically acclaimed, but it was always 1 and 2. My book.
It makes
Between
Boys
Menace
in the Hood
and
look like the G-rated version.
yeah, between Menace and Boys.
They're both pretty good. Higher Learning was pretty good too.
How high?
That was funny.
That's a good one. And then the
How
Friday
High
movie.
was a classic.
Oh yeah.
Big too.
The
So
second one was on the list of worst sequels ever. It's probably like How
Awesome.
High to Godfather. No,
That's
Godfather
terrible.
2 was actually the best.
Boondocks
Godfather
was
2 was probably the
Oh.
only sequel that was better than the first.
Friday was pretty funny. First one.
Friday was great.
But they
I
try
had
to
to
do
sneak
How
peek
High
watch it
with
overnight.
who was it? Did How High with Little Yachty and somebody else.
Lil Boat.
Horrible.
I know I'm old because anytime I see a big dude, I call him Debo. 100%.
Debo?
Big Perm.
Big Perm.
Big Perm.
I know it's
Big
not
Perm,
directly.
I'm a-
Big Worm.
It's not directly related to those other two movies, but Training Day was pretty nutty for as far as the Hood's concerned.
I'm not gonna lie. My favorite movie back in the day was Police Academy.
Oh man, as a teenager who was going into puberty, hell yeah.
The beatboxer dude.
What was the one that was like LA? Oh, what is it called?
I always liked the classic Nukem High movies, like Tromaville and stuff like that.
All right, when we
You
start
ever
talking
watch
about movies, I think we're gonna dump. That's usually what these conversations lead to. You guys ready for a dump or not?
You guys are just hungry, bro.
you ever watch
Everybody needs a snack.
you ever watch District B13? Like, it's a French movie. French movie with he's like a parkour guy who also knows martial arts pretty bad.
So yeah, I'm looking at ETH BTC real quick. Somebody asked to look at it. Let's get our overlay sitting correctly. Is at the very bottom. Bam. So you guys remember when we dropped out of this and I was like, if it so far, don't get excited. Chances are this isn't gonna match perfectly. Well, I take it back. I take it back. This thing has been a carbon frickin' copy. But it looks good. Looks good. The only question I have now is, okay, that overlay matched and that's cool. How much of this was COVID? How much of this was a real retracement? How much of this can we expect to happen again? I don't expect it to make a full retracement all the way down. This was literally COVID when this happened. But I think we're coming to the end of our predictive nature of this overlay. We'll see. We're gonna have to let time sort of play out.
What would you say would be a catalyst that could cause a repeat in that?
For ETH BTC to drop that low now, if they came out and said, if Powell came out and said, not only am I not leaving, but screw you and your rate cuts, and we're going back into quantitative tightening, fight me. Yeah, if he just comes out at the next FOMC meeting with his shirt off, something like that.
Coach, you tell me to fight him. I'll fight him. I mean, I ain't scared. You need, hey, coach, you need me? Well, hey, let me know. Hey, man, I'm here.
I would love for him to say, in bad baby style or whatever, catch me outside. How about that?
Right. I'm tired of all this talking. Do something.
Yo,
Oh,
I'm
you
not gonna
want
lie,
these? You want these rate cuts? Take it in blood, Trump.
All right, guys, I'm short. Ready for it to go up?
Celebrity
So,
Yeah, celebrity
Nah,
deathmatch
I think you're
between
good. We're about to confirm that bearish momentum on the 5-minute. 13 is still above the 50, but you got some liquidations here.
Celebrity deathmatch. Wow.
Yeah, celebrity deathmatch between
yeah.
Trump and Powell that'd be something different, man. You'd have to slow cook your popcorn, but
I think the world's too soft for that now. They couldn't handle.
yeah, but Trump's that guy, man. Like Trump is 110% that guy. He's like, the world's too soft. Me and Powell gonna fight. You know?
Brings me back to Idiocracy. We're in it.
Hey, put me in,
Oh,
coach.
yeah,
I'm
we're
ready to
all
play.
in. I like
The
money.
plants need electrolytes.
Welcome to Costco. I love
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, you know, yeah, man. You know when when that movie became a documentary of slowly playing out how bad our lives are gonna get.
I watched iRobot with my family yesterday, and my 7-year-old's like, "This won't come true." I was like, "Buddy, it's set place in 2035. We're not far off. Like, it's coming."
At this point, I've basically stopped researching the news, and I'm just gonna make my decision on what the price does. If he's really resigning, we will break all-time high. If we come back down and clear this entire vector, then that shit was doo-doo garbage. Let's get Powell back on the screen.
I still think you should put Arnold up there for Zeusy. Speaking of movies, and Silent Bob, you guys. Anyone?
Like the entire Kevin Smith universe,
You talking like
or specifically Jay
Mallrat?
Silent Bob?
Talking like
I tried to watch
Mallrats was my favorite.
No, not Mallrats. What was for that?
Clerks.
Clerks. So that's
Clerks.
I tried that again with my teenager, and she's dumb, and I'm like, it is dumb.
They weren't wrong. They're not wrong though. You know what I mean? Like if you look back, like man, it's like Beavis and Butthead, right? Like that's a different generation. Like Ren and Stimpy, that's another level. I got a lot of love
Ren
for
and
Ren and
Stimpy
Stimpy.
was dope.
Yeah, the animations were sick.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like there was redeeming quality with that, but like, yeah.
Liquid television.
Clerks was entertaining, but I still think Mallrats was better. Like I think there was more for everyone there.
Aeon
Aeon
Flux
Flux.
and
Oh man.
Yeah, Aeon Flux on Liquid television. Dog Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aeon Flux, but like Aeon Flux and Ghost in the Shell, like kind of right up in there, totally different, but like, man, I love that dystopian stuff.
Aeon Flux had like that weird specific. Like I was watching a clip where like she'd open her mouth and she had a tooth that had a secret compartment, and then like the guy's tongue could like twist all sorts of different ways because the humans were all mechanized and shit. Like it's really cool.
Yeah.
Really cool cartoon.
It was. Did you ever see like the Animatrix? Right, Aeon Flux and Animatrix have a lot of similarities. Although I think Aeon Flux's comic was a little more dark.
Yeah, way dark. The music was like it was real. I wouldn't even know how to explain it. Like,
yo, speaking of dark, I think
techno,
Bitcoin's
just
about to get
techno.
dark. Bitcoin's about to get dark on us. Watch out, guys. Watch out. Oh my God.
But made new all-time highs. All it needs is a 1 minute downward ABC, and putting a low below 110,500 would make people panic sell, and probably get a reaction there.
Ah, yes.
Oui, monsieur. Oui.
Yeah, I can't say you're wrong about that, Susie, but yeah, imagine they wait until we make that move, and then they're like, "Yep, Powell's actually stepping down."
Exactly what'll happen.
Yeah, that's how we're gonna do both. Hit both the green and the red.
That's exactly what happens. Just think of the fake ETF news just to be hit by the real ETF news.
We know Powell is leaving soon anyway.
Exactly.
The question is,
yeah. The news here is if he cuts his term early, that would be the the big deal.
Let's just rip this band-aid right off and just dump it.
We haven't crossed our 13 in that 50 yet. This next candle should pass it. And then we've got one candle of confirmation to wait. Our invalidation is interestingly right around the point where we will validate that bearish momentum. So we're looking to get an under 110.75.
No, stop it. My short entry hasn't hit yet. Short entry didn't hit. It needs to hit first, and then we can go down.
I was gonna say, if we end up going down and towards those thigh highs or whatever, where how do you feel about the rest of the 3-day down?
Nah, we're done. That's done already. That got blown out today. We put in a new high on Wednesday. Yeah. What the problem is now that what I was saying was if we break that 3-day high or that 3-day retracement, if we invalidate that, then we can't count on the midweek reversal. So that just means that the next 2 days we get to play momentum. Not the end of the world. It's just we don't have that certainty of, well, we went down for 3 days, so when we pivot, it's going to be up. We're going to clear imbalances. If we're not done clearing these imbalances by tomorrow, then that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. Unless Powell comes out and says something.
So it's kind of anybody's game at this point.
It's the middle of the week, and we made a tiny new all-time high. How can that not line up with a downward midweek reversal? Yeah, not thinking about that strategy, but just the fact that if we end up going down
It
from here,
should reverse, yeah, but it wouldn't be a midweek reversal because it's not the opposite direction that the week took. The past 2 days of pump, we only dumped from Sunday into Monday.
Yeah. So the false move. I mean, well, the false move was down, and
False move was up.
then we went up 3 days,
False
and now
move
we
was
could
up.
reverse down.
False move was up.
Measured move for the bull flag is $1.45.
Wasn't Monday red? Oh, Monday was green. You're right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A measured move for a giant lopsided M pattern or upside down W takes us right back down to 77K.
Wait, we had red Monday, green Tuesday, green Wednesday. Wow, okay, we can give a red Thursday to bears. They'll be happy about it. They'll accumulate short liquidity again.
As soon as we invalidate this W pattern, we'll get that. That I can save you time. That measured move will be back into our red box here. But yeah, we'd be putting in an M pattern at that invalidation. I'm starving right now.
I made some jajangmyeon.
I made some king oysters. King oyster mushrooms.
Nice.
With some hot pepper sauce. Came out pretty good.
Yeah, I had some, was it chili oil, like sesame chili oil? But like it had the sesame oil, but it was in chili flakes, and it had little bits of like soybean, I guess. It was like a little black thing. Yeah, like it's really good. Like my chick, she's half Korean, so like I've never ever made Korean food before, and it's way different than any of the other Asian food. It's crazy. A lot of eggs, lots of eggs.
Yeah, I had Thai. It was like kind of a Thai cuisine that I had.
You guys ever seen Auntie Donna's House of Fun or Big Ol' House of Fun on Netflix?
No one got time for that.
Check it out. If you guys like goofy, kind of just wacky humor, like out of left field, kind of acid humor, I guess, or something like that. And like sketches, pretty funny. But you know, it's my perspective.
Come on, baby, do the thing.
Just do it.
Let's
I
not
love to
forget.
laugh, man. I love a good laugh.
Trade safe, everybody. Time to go for me.
Take it easy, Zusi.
I didn't forget to
Oh,
buy back
Zusi.
Bitcoin spot with this USDT.
Au revoir.
The French accordion thing. I love that shit. It's great.
Exit music.
Yeah.
I don't even have entrance and exit music. I'm low key hating.
Me. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's
man.
confirmed yet,
I
Lodic.
want some of that for me.
Yeah, for Rick, I know
What would
song
your
I put
entrance
for
or exit?
entrance. For Rick, I'd say, "For the land down under, you hear the rain and thunder." That'd be your song.
What would
For
you guys
Dbloc, I
have for
think
your own?
I'd have for Dbloc, I'd have something like "Eye of the Tiger," like "Dan, Dan, Dan, Dan."
That should have made me overtrade, bro. Eye of the Tiger have you overtrading.
Yeah.
Merrick, you know how it is, bro. You got to take it the way it comes. I have the possibility of going past all-time highs here on the chart too, but it comes to day trading, this
I have
thing's
the
gonna
tiger.
reverse.
I got Dbloc on some smooth jazz, man.
I have the tiger or Razor's Edge.
Cool down.
I would
section.
have for Drew. I know we couldn't do it because it's copyright, but I would have the very intro music to "Ain't Nothing But a G Thing, Baby."
Okay, okay. I
Snoop
can
Dogg,
dig. I can
Dr.
dig.
Dre.
Snoop Dogg's in the house.
1, 2, 3, enter the 4.
Well,
Snoop
one of my
Dogg,
Twitter
Dr.
accounts,
Dre,
I'm the white. I'm the white Snoop. That's one of my Twitter accounts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the white Snoop.
Nice. There you
Yeah,
go.
just do the West Coast keyboard, the Dr. Dre keyboard.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember that time when Snoop Dogg decided to be Snoop Lion for like a year?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Alter ego. Yeah. Alternate persona.
I just submitted a copyright strike for the channel for Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Lion, please.
Snoop
Yeah, you
Lion.
must be Snoop Lion, man.
He was Snoop telling the truth, not Snoop lying. For Dbloc, it would be some Buster for me, Buster Rhymes. Just because Buster's got that low voice, like Dbloc's got a low voice.
Give me some more. Give me some more.
Break your neck, bitches. Here we go now. Tell me what you really want to do. Come here, man.
Come here.
They got us hypnotized. They got us hypnotized. You know.
But does anybody else get really bad secondhand cringe when other people rap, or is it just me?
Yeah. I don't care though. Like I just do it.
That shit makes me shift
I know
around
that
in
I'm
my
making...
seat. It's like
it makes me laugh that you're still
like the highest levels of cringe for some. But to be fair, I'm like that too. Like at karaoke or like any sort of talent show.
Yeah, I used to cringe myself until I was able to figure out how to make money doing it. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna just keep on cringing people making money doing it.
You might not want to quit your day job to become a day trader. You definitely quit your.
Oh no, I'm definitely not going to become a pop star or some rap god or
Hey,
whatever.
there's a community out there for everybody, bro.
Hey, man.
You never know. You might just speak to a certain, you know what I mean? You might speak
Hey,
to
man,
a
the
very
Beatles have
certain
haters.
subsect of people that don't have a voice.
Dude, think of any star that you like. There's a school of haters for those people, for those artists.
Half of them, at least half
You
of
know what I
them.
mean? Yeah.
At least half
How
of the
many people
people
didn't
that
like
follow
Michael
you
Jackson
hate you.
in his prime?
Yeah.
Yeah. How many people hated Michael? Prince hated Michael Jackson because of the competition. There was like a rivalry there. Yeah.
But Prince was really, really awesome at playing instruments. Like,
oh yeah, Prince is very
really,
talented.
Really good.
Both are very talented artists, but yeah.
Who was it that brought? It was like Prince, Michael Jackson, and Rick James on stage.
Rick James.
Oh, that was James Brown. James Brown. Michael Jackson. Everybody, Michael Jackson. And he comes up on stage. Yeah, that was a James Brown concert. I'm pretty sure. He invited them all up.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just my target a little bit lower down to 77K.
We're done with those type of stars, man. This social media environment doesn't allow those type of stars to develop.
No, I know. It sucks.
Do you know how much shit had to happen behind closed doors and parties for Rick James to become Rick James? That shit would never happen if everybody had a camera and every like.
Dude, yeah, just the environment has changed. It's like now you got the modern version of like these rising stars is like TikTok and Instagram and
Yeah.
you know like random parties and things like I don't know. Like oh yeah, do you remember like that SoundCloud rapper era that was like only like a couple of years?
Mumble rap.
You had that like XXX Tentacion, then however you say his name.
Dude, MySpace days were
From
the
like
best,
heaps of
man.
artists.
MySpace
Oh yeah,
days.
MySpace.
That was actually
Yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
MySpace was different. Like you could have your little music player right up,
Yeah,
and
you
you
could
could
personalize
customize
it.
all the stuff. I liked MySpace. I liked Zanga though too. I don't know if you remember Zanga.
Yeah, but I'm actually with MySpace. I was strictly MySpace. I
Yeah.
was fun in
MySpace
MySpace,
was
dude.
cool.
I was killing it on MySpace. I was getting a lot of gigs and stuff. I was going crazy on
Oh
MySpace.
yeah. Yeah, MySpace was cool. The only thing, like, it was great for artists, right? The only thing I think that kind of killed it is it started to go the direction of like kind of forcing you to do things, which is eventually kind of birthed like the idea of Facebook. I feel like
Dude, some of
it wasn't as bad by any means, but like that's why like Zanga, you literally customize everything because you had access to the code, right? Like you could just add your code in anywhere and put it in whatever JavaScripts you wanted. MySpace, you could for a while, and they started to like make it so that you kind of had to follow their little, like you could only do it in certain sections and stuff. Which, but, like, I think that's what ended up killing it. Or that and Facebook coming out and becoming popularized, which was a sad change.
Yeah, for a sec though, MySpace pages were getting kind of cheesy, man. They were getting really bad. Just too much glitter, too much sparkle text, and people were like, "Yeah, this is getting bad."
Yeah, way too much glitter text.
Oh yeah, well that's because what people do with that freedom is not always as cool as the freedom itself, right?
And that's why there'll never be a completely free speech platform. Because you're just gonna end up with a bunch of
Yeah.
glitter text.
I don't know about you guys, but my MySpace page will be lit. Okay. Like, dude, the way that you could customize your whole page, it was like having your own website. It's like this is your personality, your profile personality, and
Yeah,
you
but
can customize your
that's
own
the
like sort of
argument I'm
website.
making. That freedom led to people being able to do whatever they want to do, and whenever people do whatever they want to do, they don't put the platform first. They put what they want to do first. MySpace ran like shit. That's because
It
of
did, but if they
what
upgraded it
people
and
did with
brought
it.
it back,
No, it devolved. All these other social media platforms devolved from that. The amount of personalization and control they could have easily fixed it up and kept some of the features.
Yeah, it's actually not as easy. I mean, that's what I do for a living is UX engineering, and you give people too much freaking creativity and control, man, and they create an abomination that's not accessible.
That's what I was
When
saying
you look
about the
at it
free
like,
speech thing. It's sort of the same thing, right? If you don't give people limits, you lose your advertisers. Eventually, it's how
yeah,
it ends up.
look at like video game characters. Whenever you like let people morph their character's face too much or whatever, it's always bad things that they make happen with it, right? They make the ugliest guy or something that's not super kosher, right? And like yeah, it's people. It's people are the problem. It's always that's always what ruins everything. This is why we can't have nice things.
I mean, it's just not people, man. Like I spend a lot of time in my day we're creating new UX experiences with AI. And I gotta protect a company from what AI generates for buttons. It's crazy. Generative AI will get you in trouble if you just let it freely do whatever it wants. And it's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's because it's not like the AI is developed by people and trained on information from people, so it's people. I'll still stand by that statement.
No,
I'll be right back.
man. There's weighted vertices that are randomized that don't pay attention to the data. The base data comes from people, but it has the ability to change parameters that are randomized in domains that aren't even humanly possible to even think of from a creativity imaginary level.
Yeah, but and again, designed by people, invented by people, developed by people. At the end of the day, like that's. Do you blame the egg that grew up in the environment, or do you blame the chicken that hatched the egg? To me, it's like that chicken hatched that egg, man, and let it grow. So,
That still doesn't change the fact that it'll generate something offensive to a certain race in a foreign country.
well, yeah, but that's also something that people do all the time, right? So,
Not in my company that I work for. We get sued.
oh, I'm not saying that your company that's representative of your company. I'm saying it's representative of people, right? Like people do a lot of terrible things. We're like the biggest parasite on the planet, right?
Until you go
The
and
whole reason,
swim in one of those ponds with a, what do they call those head amiibo things that people been getting in their brains? That's pretty nasty.
yeah, that's just population control, my dude. Like that's that's just the solution to people, right? So don't swim in ponds you don't know about. Um, well, I don't know what to tell you, but like people do a lot more damage than to a lot more species, I would say, most likely.
Unless you're a German Shepherd, and then you're highly loved.
Yeah, but there's still people that do terrible things to German Shepherds. So that's like not saying it's all people. I wouldn't say that, but yeah, there's
I'm just saying most domestic animals are spoiled.
uh, I mean they kind of like yeah, but like also their entire existence is dependent upon like their owners and I would say like that's sort of true until you get to all the ones that aren't spoiled and are reliant on owners capable of taking care of them. So like yeah, I'm just saying like it's not I'm not saying it's like everybody. The reason we can't have like anarchy right is because what people do with that freedom is a problem. Yeah, and it sounds good on paper until you get to the part where people do terrible things when given unchecked freedom.
Yeah, internet's a perfect tool for that too.
Okay. I'm also not necessarily arguing for like increasing those restrictions. I'm just this is the unfortunate truth of why those restrictions are justifiable on paper. You know what I mean?
Man, the UK don't mess around, man. You see their laws when it comes to that stuff. They don't tolerate any of it. I don't know if we're
Yeah.
gonna go that route, but it's a little crazy. You could literally go to prison for just trolling someone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like they're pretty restrictive on a lot of things, right? I'm pretty sure like and a lot of that I think is a thing, but yeah, like they're very monitored, right? Like we think we're monitored, and we are, but they are much more aware of how monitored, or very quickly become much more aware, right?
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, if we were on an island, it would, it'd be much easier to monitor us. But since we're so spread out, it's much harder. It's more expensive.
yeah, yeah. I mean, there are cities where the monitor is very heavy, right? But but also like we're a little bit more. We're generally a quieter observer in the room, right? that might change and over time. So yeah, grateful for the freedoms we got. Also, mad at the people that ruined those freedoms, kind of thing. Like,
Oh, dude, I get you, man. I was just watching this I was just watching this political rant from this person I thought was going to go a different way on the rant. And they were like getting mad. They were like a leftist person, but they were getting mad at the extreme left for ruining their lives. And I thought that was such a crazy take. I was like, I never expected that conversation to go that way.
oh yeah, the left eats its own, right? Like, the left would be a lot stronger if it like didn't have this sort of like if it had the unification. Like, so the right is really good about flag. I think the left has a lot more diversity and how they get there, or why they get there, and they will let that difference divide them much quicker. And it's like it's interesting how that all works. But
I
yeah,
guess that's what I'm saying. I like the nuance of someone saying that whatever it is, like how your message, even though I might agree with it, didn't need to be said because it actually reversed my goal. Like it caused us to go backwards instead of forward, no matter what the topic
yeah,
is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like when someone's in a room and then they yell like the N word or something, and it's like everybody was comfortable talking and joking and getting and saying racial jokes to each other because they're all like just that comfortable, and then some guy comes out and says something completely inappropriate, and then somebody goes, whoa, we're not going there. Like that
well,
concept of
and
saying too much, right?
yeah, well, I think it's like that's why it's kind of there is a responsibility that we have to what we foster, whether left or right, right? And because the things that fester underneath can be a lot worse than the things that generate it. Uh, and words are powerful. But also, like, there's a lot of stuff where I think sensitization has caused problems, and it's also why like tribalism can be really dangerous because you got to be aware of what is inside your tribe and why, what their agenda is with it, right? Yeah, yeah, right. 100%. Free thinking is important, right? And no matter like, especially, and that's why I really like, like Drew was saying earlier, kind of about like, checking his own, like it's really important. I think you should be critical of the people around you. It doesn't mean you have to like, slash them down, but it's about having that awareness, right? Of like of where things might be going, because it doesn't matter what side you're on of any argument. You got to think about like what is the what is the unintended result that could happen from what I'm arguing, right? Um, what does that look like in reality? And I think like free thinking and critical awareness and reflection are really important when it comes, especially when we're talking about uh, things that are giving power to these big figures, right? Um, it's I don't think it's like I think people think it's like radically different from left to right. I don't think it's that different. I think generally, I think most people want generally similar things or like aren't interested in necessarily bad things. A lot of people aren't aware of what they empower, right? And that's just natural. We all have, you know, food. We all need to put food on the table. We all got to do certain things, right? So it's like really easy to ignore issues that are boiling up under the surface. Um, but I don't think it's most people either, right? But I do think we've seen throughout history that like that it happens and it's and it's often inflamed by tribalism, and that tribalism will excuse a lot of actions that are inexcusable. And it doesn't matter which side it is; it's just which side ends up being in power at that time. But no side is like void of criticism or should ever be void of criticism, and that's including like oneself, right? And but I'm always a supporter of the policy of like self accountability and uh, keeping accountability alive within your community, right? Like that's super important.
I think I heard somebody say something about somebody in the UK getting like jailed for like trolling online. I don't know how that was like a little bit unclear. Is it the woman, like the sort of the like middle-aged woman who was talking about? I mean, yeah, if you remember.
Parent getting involved with something the teacher said to their child, and the teacher said something to their child, and then the child ended up like bringing the conversation onto the internet, and then the teacher said something to the child on the internet instead of in class, and then the parent got involved and then started saying stuff against the teacher. So like two different people were arrested, but only one was charged.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Well,
crazy, man. It's just crazy
so
to me. I just
what tends to happen over here is that it tends to be threats against people's safety or threatening language. It's the same as like in a lot of other countries, really. But yeah, it's just starting to actually become enforced over here. Most of the actual cases that you've had are just people who, I mean, they get. It's mostly like, okay, they said something online, they checked up on a person, and then they happen to just do a bunch of other stuff that was like, okay, they get jailed for a bunch of things, not just that. I think the ones that are just singularly like post online, it tends to be threatening language, threats against people's lives, etc. I mean, I believe even for you guys, right, that's something that's a criminal offense.
I mean, yeah, but it happens so much, it's hard to police it, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's
No,
never
it's
going to
it's
be complete.
it's the press that blows it out of proportion here. So like we hear those stories, but once you dig in and you see like the story, everything that's circulating here in the States is actually about a guy that had a base. He said, I'm gonna come with a baseball bat and kill you or something like that. Yeah, the gentleman's correct. In the United States, you can get arrested the same thing. So it is
But
bad
like
over there, but it's pretty bad over here too. I mean,
But like if like your prime minister got shot in the ear and somebody within your country said, oh, he should have been a better marksman, like, and matter of fact, he should have hit, like, I think your laws are more strict for that sort of comment than ours because people were saying it in Reddit in the millions.
No, but I mean, it's generally they just use common sense. Do you know what I mean?
or incite harm on other people. However, there's a lot of debate about what that is, and if you start to, because there's there's a big thing that's anti-censorship. A lot of the people that are anti-censorship come from a good place, but there is also a core part of that group that is intentionally protecting unhealthy language, right? But so it's like there's more of a discussion, I think, anytime there's threats made, and there's also like a bit of triage that's applied to that, is like how threats are made, to how much money do they have, how much power do they have, how likely is it, because I mean, I know like we don't really tend to dedicate the resource towards folks making threats online unless those threats are backed up pretty heavily. And even when we do, we miss a lot, right? Uh, I'm not necessarily for pro censorship, but I do think there's got to be a line to threatening somebody or impending harm, or especially if you are in a position like an elevated, you're a public figure or something, and because that sometimes we're like, it's like they'll turn their crowd against people and so on and so forth, and that can pan out. But I do think also like we've kind of had I think a little bit of an uptick in this sort of sensationalized vigilant vigilante style violence and stuff lately. So I get the feeling that we're going to get a little bit stricter. They're going to use that to clamp down against rights, and yeah, that just gets back to the whole thing. It's like that ultimately it's not the majority. It is a small group of people, and a lot of times I think it spawns from like that person has not been held accountable, or they find as likely to be held accountable to do that. But Like 9 out of 10 people that are making threats die.
Yeah, I mean, it's
you know what I mean.
yeah, it's look. I mean, in the end, I know you guys have it in writing, but generally there is no like sort of absolute free speech, right? Just as we just sort of evidence. So, like, it doesn't protect everything. And I think it definitely, like you're saying, these things do get sensationalized a bit. I think the issue we have is that sometimes, like in our country, we have people coming out of jail early because prisons are like a bit overcrowded, and like you've got people going into jail for like these types of threatening or whatever, like speech, and then it's going to look bad because then you've got somebody who's done something worse who's not served entirely to the sentence. But the yeah, I think in the end, look on Reddit, like someone in the UK has been doing those things all the time, and those things won't get enforced either. It's not a particularly enforceable thing. I just think in the end we just sort of use our common sense. Do you know what I mean? And some of these things, and the other thing as well, I will say is that, to be honest, like, and I think we do downplay a lot the idea that it's just on the internet and you can just kind of turn it off, and because a lot of people like the internet is their lives now, like, and that's not even something that's disparaging. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's most people nowadays. Like, you and I were speaking on the internet, without it, we wouldn't even know each other. Do you know what I mean? Or speak to each other, excuse me, because you obviously don't know me. This is the first time I spoke. But you know what I mean? Like, it's literally woven into people's lives, and I think the idea of like that people could just be getting harassed and threatened and all these other types of things, I actually think there should probably be some kind of recourse for it. It just feels like they shouldn't, because I mean, it sounds like we're kind of from similar generations, and we didn't grow up with the internet the way like younger people might do, right? And those people are just going to be like
I mean, I don't
entirely
know.
on the internet.
I don't know what our judicial system is like, but normally here it's up to the victim. It's not up to the prosecutor to. I mean, a prosecutor can always press charges, but usually it comes like, do you want to press charges?
Right.
And then if that's the case, then they'll get a warrant or whatever, and go and pick the person up. And I don't know if that's the case in the UK. It sounds like the prosecutor or magistrate is the one that decides that I'm gonna go arrest this person. That's also kind of I know that sounds administrative, and that's more logistics or whatever, but like that's a big thing today. Like a Liver King, he said something about wanting to kill Joe Rogan or beat him up or something, and Joe Rogan pressed charges. So it's like, it's a little different, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I would. The thing is, I think there's a lot of them that go unreported, right? So I think this is like a very, very rare case where there was no one in particular who was like asking to press charges, and I'm sure like they sort of used their own initiative. I think for the most part, though, for like, thousands and thousands and thousands of threats are probably happening per day, right? And without any charges being pressed, I assume like nothing really happens. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see if they do keep happening. I think, to be honest, like some of these are just like people being made an example out of, like to show that it can happen rather than it's becoming a regular occurrence. But yeah, I imagine that there's like a big difference between the two countries. Is that you're kind of saying if no one presses charges, then nothing happens? Is that kind of what we're saying?
Well, I would say potentially. I mean, it depends on who's being threatened, right? And like how much eyesight gets on that. There's tons of and nothing happens. I mean, you got to press the charges for the charges to be pressed here, pretty much. Unless certain things like they will figure it and they will find it, and like the NSA sifting through all this stuff, but they're really focused on like priority stuff, right? And they're not focused on some random kid threatening something. I'm not
If I
like
say like I'm
I'm
gonna go and harm your leader, I'm not gonna obviously like say it in certain ways because this is on YouTube. But
hypothetically speaking, yeah.
like, yeah, if I was saying something like that, right, then yeah, I imagine there's not gonna be anyone needed to press charges. They're just gonna go out and just get you, right?
And it's
I
more
mean,
nuanced than that. Just flat out, just not even threatening, but like bullying someone to the point where they commit suicide. That's, I know in the UK they take that stuff super serious as bullying, right?
Yeah. It's again, I think few examples, but yeah, it's definitely like doable where if that happens and they investigate it and they really take all the evidence, I think it's like quite an extensive thing they look into and then they just say like, yeah, this is probably deserving of some kind of punishment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing either. Yeah, I appreciate you coming in and kind of clarifying or giving your perspective as well, and lived experience or just from the perspective of someone living in the UK too, because it's I think the truth is right, like a lot of the stuff anywhere you go, especially in these big Western countries, if you will. A lot of the stuff does get sensationalized, or a lot of stuff that highlighted is a smaller percentage of the reality, right? Than most of the reality.
Yeah, I mean, if you because Australia, like I've not really looked into. I always see it in passing in certain posts, but I mean, they make it sound like it's friggin' 1984. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's a complete police state. Like it's just totalitarian. And I don't know if that is the case. I've never been there and I've not really looked into it too much. But in passing, you see a couple of posts and it's like, yeah, these people are just getting dragged on the street like it's Hong Kong after we gave them back to China. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I do think it's kind of like when you get to where it's written in law, certain things, even if they're not exercised regularly, like it's certainly something to consider, and also to like. I think a lot of people use Australia as like, oh, we don't want to become this, and I don't think from the people I've spoken to, it's there's aspects to it that are that way, but I would imagine daily life is always generally different than what we're given in these small snippets of information. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people in the UK go over there, they always say they love it. So, and I don't know if that's just because they've not been there long enough or, you know what I mean? But they love it. Every person that I've known, like friends of mine that have gone, they've always said that they don't want to come back.
Yeah, I don't have a particularly bad opinion of the UK. I do know like there's my understanding is there is some more monitoring that goes on. But again, I think a lot of that also of like I'm pretty sure when you guys are doing something, you're a little bit more transparent about it. When it comes
Yeah,
to monitoring of citizens,
kind of.
outside of like national security, right?
Yeah, because that stuff is definitely like. Have you seen Citizen 4, the documentary?
No.
It's Edward Snowden. Oh, okay. Well, basically, like he exposed that we basically taught the Americans how to spy on their people better. So, yeah, there's that. You
Yeah.
were saying GCHQ is basically like the leading like surveillance, like leading in surveillance basically on in the world. So like they just are kind of are trading secrets and whatnot and just teaching. So guess you got us to blame as well for if you feel like you're being watched all the time.
Yeah, I mean, well, like I do know, like Five Eyes countries in general, like that. That's a prevalent thing, right? And a lot of that's also just like at some point there's a necessity with a certain level of power and amount of potential enemies and stuff that have been created over time or that have become over time. Uh, it becomes a bit of a necessity. Now, I think like there is controversy over like how that power is exercised, absolutely, and I don't necessarily disagree with that uh, to checking that power. You know what I mean? Comes from. It's
Yeah.
very yeah. Like, I'm both against the over exercising and over legislation of the tightening of the grips, but I'm also not stupid, right? And I don't necessarily want my state to fall to enemies we might have created or you know, whatever, some time ago for some guy I didn't even vote for. Right? You know, it's kind of, it's like
You know,
I like a strong state.
I think my thoughts are, after spending a couple cycles in crypto, that you need to get rich enough to not care. If you ask me, I think when you get to when you hit the wall of like sort of middle class, maybe that's like when you, not to downplay it, right? They are important things, but I think the richer you get, the less it affects you, right? If you can up and move to wherever you want in the world, it sort of becomes far less of an issue.
Oh, absolutely, and like that's even like that's kind of supposed to be one of the core concepts of this country, right? Is that if you don't like it where you're at, you can go somewhere else, right? Is like we have different spaces for that, and also just from the standpoint of like, you know, most people don't have the means to affect change on a larger level, right? That's just how the
It's true.
consolidation of power works, and so
And that's
if
when it.
anything, yeah, go ahead, Rick.
Oh, just quickly, I was gonna say, yeah, man, that's so true. And like it all boils down to what life do you want to have? Like, what do you want to focus on? Because that becomes your existence. What you concentrate on, and the misery that you wrap yourself in. Because there's a lot of injustice and unfairness and atrocities that happen in the world, and some people just submerge themselves in it. You know what I mean? Like they live in it, and they it's just miserable. They're just miserable people, and you know, and it's like being aware of it and thinking about it where it consumes you every day is not actually fixing the problem. Like you're just doing your own existence harm. Like you're like, you know, so go live your life, do something positive, be happy, you know, because you only live once.
Yeah,
And you know,
100.
obviously do things that do affect, like that do, if you have the power to have an impact and change something for the better, then sure, do it. But yeah, man, there's
Yeah,
people out there that
absolutely.
just waste time, man, like worrying about things that don't matter, like that you're not going to have an effect on. Like yeah, the world's
Yeah,
a wild
and
place. It's a jungle out there.
People are just
absolutely,
Yeah.
and
scared
I
of
promise
people are
you,
scared of everything, man. It's insane. People are
Mm,
scared of
yeah.
living. People are scared of
yeah, and it
investing. People are scared of trading. People are scared of the markets because they got their ass handed to them. It's insane, man.
I have
and I
that problem.
promise you, anything you think is bad where you're at, there's always something where it is worse, right? And so like it's that's I yes, I definitely agree with like the kind of think the best thing that I've found to do. The reason that I kind of magnetized here in the first place was, you know, I've tried change things from the ground, voicing X, Y, and Z, and it can be absolutely miserable, right? Especially if you can allow it to break your happiness. I still think it's important, right? Just from a base level, like you don't want the rug pulled. You don't want to accumulate all um or to have that wealth be diminished by power. Um, but I like the best solution I can find is to be able to affect my direct reality, right? Is to accumulate wealth, is to increase or sharpen my skills, and to find ways
Human,
to be happy with the simple things too. At the end of the day, right? Like grab breath in my day. You know what I mean?
humans want all pleasure and no pain. Look at XRP breaking out, man. It's natural though for us to do that. For us to only want pleasure and no pain, but it's just not reality. Pain is normal. Like the gentleman was saying earlier about pain. Expect pain. There's always pain. Even in glory, there's pain.
I think affecting your direct reality is something that I think is a good point as well to lean on into, because your direct reality isn't tethered to much beyond, like, you know, the people in your life. I think personally, like outside of that, I think everything else can kind of be changed. Even the people in your life can be changed, but I mean, when I say people in your life, I mostly mean like family, really. You know, outside of that, I think everything else, you know, you can change it in some kind of way. Obviously, you can't change like there's a law unless or bills or anything like that, unless you feel like you need to get into politics. But the other option is to just, like we said, move to somewhere else, do something else, some kind of
You
work.
can be strangled by a cop or shot by a cop, and you'll make a difference. But you have to die first.
Yeah, but you could also just move. You can move, you can live, right? And this is not something that everyone can do, right? This is obviously the vast majority of people tend to be kind of stuck where they are, not through any fault of their own. It's just maybe the income isn't then high enough, or their mindset isn't right, or maybe they just they're happy where they are, which is fine, But there's always options, and I think obviously what we're doing here gives us freedom tokens. It just gives you the option to do whatever you kind of want if you get enough of it.
It's important to be like, if you cannot sustain helping others, you got to take some time to help yourself, right?
Yeah, but
And
you can't help others till you help yourself first. XRP is shooting out of
yeah,
a cannon right now, man. Look at that, Rick. Ooh.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm finally caught one. Hell yeah. That's great, dude.
No, but
Let's
another thing
go.
too, with people that I've realized in life, especially being a father, what I've taught my kids is don't treat everything like a crisis, man. You notice nowadays, every little problem, it's a huge crisis. I think it's psychological conditioning, maybe. But
yeah,
especially
yeah. Don't
Americans,
turn
man, I can only speak as an American. Like it seems like every little problem, and I remember watching my mother growing up too. If the tire went flat, we didn't have money. It was the crisis, man. It was the end of the world. And like teaching the
yeah,
kids that like every little problem, it doesn't need to be a crisis, man. We're too comfortable as especially Americans specifically. Every little problem does not need to be a crisis. It's all
yeah. That's
solvable.
Mm.
It's
yeah.
okay. It's gonna be all right.
Don't turn the
You
anthill into a mountain, right?
yeah.
That's
You
yeah,
you have I think everyone has things in their life that are positive. That can even come down to just your health. Like you can walk, you can do like you've got tools at your disposal to build off that. And then when you build off that, like you get more and you can build further. It's like and it's a snowball, right? So yeah, just focus on what's working in your life. Be constructive with it. And yeah, the sooner you like I had to have that kind of epiphany when I was like in my 20s. And I can still
yeah.
you can always improve. You can always, do better.
Well,
But
and
yeah.
yeah, it's everybody's handed
Mm,
different cards to start life with, and it's not the cards you're handed as much.
that's right.
Cards affect you, but it's what you do with those cards that's most important, right?
Yeah, man. And like the misery of measuring yourself against your peers, they have different circumstances, Like they had different opportunities that were presented to them that you didn't have. Some of those might even just be mindset as well. Like their
Yeah,
mindset is
yeah.
different, and that's why they've done different.
External competition is a trap for sure. Like if you're competing with yourself,
Oh
you'll
man,
always
it's miserable.
improve, or you'll always have
Yeah.
the opportunity to improve. But if you're competing with others, you'll often
Oh man, it's
be
miserable.
in a space.
Keeping up with
Yeah, right.
yeah, keeping up with the Joneses.
Yeah.
And
I
you
mean,
know how many like
that's like
people try to keep up with the Kardashians, like literally, like with
yeah.
like the material. Oh my god.
Well,
I mean, dude, but
that's
that
like
doesn't have
me.
substance though. I mean, like
No, I know.
if you're a business person and you're inspired by somebody else's work and you're like, I want to achieve what they've achieved
Oh
plus
sure.
more, then the money
Yeah.
follows, right? And then the
Yeah.
lifestyle
Yeah.
follows after
Of
that. But
course.
like I
Yeah,
don't
Yeah.
have any problem being
But
gauged against my peers.
yeah,
but
but
see that
people that are
that
just
takes
chasing the clothes. Oh, Kim Kardashian wears this makeup. I'm gonna go buy this. I need to get this
oh,
handbag, like or whatever. It's like, come on.
That's the
Materialism.
quickest way to take a lot of money and turn it into a little, right? to
Yeah.
spend it on
Yeah.
like
Just be.
well, and
Yeah. You become a
yeah,
sucker. You just suck like
you
a
know,
consumer.
If
I
there's
gotta
anybody
stop
who's not
comparing
gonna
myself to Kim
facilitate that,
Kardashian. I hate it when I do that.
if there's anyone who's going to facilitate that, it's going to be crypto. Like the crypto space
Yeah.
is